Chapter 1, Explosive Attribute System, Ghost Trail. Douluo Continent, Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village, just listen to the name, is definitely a very surprising name, but in fact it is only named after a soul sage walked out of here 100 years ago. The sky was just getting bright, and the white mist enveloped the whole village. A 5 or 6-year-old child ran out of the village and ran towards a hill next to the village. The child's skin is healthy and wheatish, the black short hair is very neat, the eyes are bright, and the clothes are simple but clean. As soon as I ran to the foot of the mountain, I saw a child about his age standing there, seeming to be waiting for him deliberately. "Little San, I want to challenge you." The child at the foot of the mountain pointed Tang San with a finger, and said very seriously, but he looked a little different. "Brother Feng, you have to say this every day since I was 3 years old." Tang San said helplessly. Brother Feng, whose full name is Chen Feng, is only a few days older than Tang San. The village chief Jack picked it up from outside 6 years ago. When he was 3 years old, he beat all the children in the village except Tang San. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, otherwise I won't let you pass Liancheng www.wsx5.cn. Chen Feng said. "Well then." Tang San nodded and immediately became serious. Although Chen Feng challenged him every day and made him a little impatient, he did not dare to underestimate Chen Feng's strength. Chen Feng rushed out fiercely, like a tiger descending a mountain, wanting Tang San to rush, and hit Tang San's chest with a punch. Seeing Chen Feng rushing forward, Tang San stepped forward to meet Chen Feng, just in front of Chen Feng, leading with his left hand and the area with his right hand. Chen Feng felt that his right hand was pulled by a force and changed its direction. After fighting Tang San so many times, he naturally knew that this was Tang Sek's unique skill in controlling cranes and dragons. At the same time, Tang San's shoulders slammed forward. It was Tang Sek's basic move to stick to the mountain. Chen Feng's shoulders were numb, and he stepped back a few steps before standing still, shocked by Tang San's strength. Even as an adult, he was far behind Tang San. However, Tang San's heart was also secretly shocked. He knew how powerful his poster Shanghai was. He knew very well that if it were an ordinary person, even if the bones were not broken, it would still be red and swollen for 10.5 days, but Chen Feng did not react much. "Come again." Chen Feng stepped on and rushed out. He knew that his spelling skills would definitely not be able to fight Tang San, so he simply adopted a rogue style of play, relying on his strong physical quality to exchange injuries for injuries. Tang San hit him 10 punches, he only begged to hit Tang San 1 punch. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Feng lay on the ground feebly, with a few bruises on his face. Although Tang San also received a few punches from him, Tang San had the internal protection of Xian Tian Gong, and nothing happened. "Brother Feng, I'm leaving first," Tang San said, bypassing Chen Feng and heading up the mountain. Although he lost to Tang San, Chen Feng didn't show any frustration on his face, but was very excited. After a short rest, Chen Feng stood up with difficulty, walked towards a red ball of light on the ground, and picked it up. Ding dong! Detected the power attribute light ball. Is it fusion? A mechanical voice sounded in Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng's expression did not change, and he seemed to be used to it. Fusion! Chen Feng said silently in his heart. The red ball of light turned into a stream of light, melted into his body, and a warm current rushed through his body. He felt that his strength was stronger, and the bruises on his body became lighter. Then Chen Feng picked up a blue ball of light. Ding dong! The speed attribute light ball is detected. Is it fusion? The mechanical voice rang in his ears again. Fusion! The blue ball of light blended into his body, and he felt his speed a little faster. After that, Chen Feng picked up the remaining light balls. The red one is the power light orb, the blue is the speed light orb, the yellow is the defensive light orb, the green is the flexible light orb, and the black one is a light ball of spirit power attribute, and white is a light ball of spiritual power attribute. After fusing these of light, Chen Feng's injury was almost healed. Stepping towards the last ball of light, Chen Feng couldn't help feeling a little excited. The last ball of light was golden, and its volume was much larger than other light balls. It has been 6 years since I traveled to the Douluo continent, and when I was 3 years old, I awakened the attribute system, and it was the first time that this golden ball of light burst. Ding dong! A ghostly shadow detected. Do you want to learn? Learn. Chen Feng hardly hesitated when he heard the mechanical beep. A stream of information poured into his mind, and he immediately sat down, calmed down, and tried to digest the information. After a while, Chen Feng opened his eyes, and a flash of light flashed through his eyes. The information not only includes the cultivation method of the ghost shadow, but also has a lot of practice experience, as if once learned the ghost shadow, now it is recultivation. It would be great if the other faculties of Tang San were also exposed. Chen Feng sighed. Suane Shanggong, Mysterious Jade Hand, Purple Magic Pupil, Crane Control Dragon and Hidden Weapon all made Chen Feng very eye-catching, but the chance of exploding a golden ball of light was too small. It has been 3 years since he got the explosive attribute system, and he also has a certain understanding of the system. First of all, he must hit his opponent to explode the ball of attribute light, which is why he would rather be injured than punch Tang San. Secondly, the stronger the opponent, the greater the probability of exploding the attribute light ball, hitting other children in the village several punches. It may not burst one attribute light ball, and hitting Tang San with one punch may burst several. Finally, the rarer the attribute, the lower the chance of exploding. The 4 attributes of strength, speed, defense, and flexibility have a higher chance of exploding. The probability of spirit power and mental power exploding is relatively small. As for special, the chance of exploding is very small. I'm a little bit greedy. Chen Feng shook his head, and he could say that his luck was already pretty good. Moreover, he has an explosion attribute system, which can directly explode the soul power attribute light ball. Even if he obtains the profound heaven art, he may not go to practice. Both the purple magic pupil and the mysterious jade hand need to practice for many years to be effective. Even if he starts to learn now, he doesn't know when he will learn to be successful. It's the skill of controlling cranes and catching dragons. If it can burst out, it would be very good. Chen Feng was ready to return to the village after patted the dust on his body. Village Chief Jack picked him up. But since the age of 3, Chen Feng moved out of Village Chief Jack's house. The villagers helped him build 2 thatched huts. At the beginning of each month, Village Chief Jack would give him a bag of grain, which was collected by the villagers. Although the life was very difficult, Chen Feng did not complain at all. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the village, Chen Feng saw the Mayor Jack walking in the village with a cane. This is the habit of the village Chief Jack. Every morning when he gets up, he has to go around the village to understand the situation in the village. He can be said to be a very responsible village chief. Chapter 2, Blindly Fighting Russell Yun Tao. Grandpa Jack. Chen Feng greeted him enthusiastically. He was really grateful to village Chief Jack. If the old man hadn't picked him up, he might have died. Xiao Feng, did you just come back from exercise? A kind smile appeared on village Chief Jack's face. Chen Feng came back at this time every time after fighting with Tang San. It was not once or twice that he met village Chief Jack. It was no wonder that village Chief Jack saw Chen Feng coming back from outside the village. Yet, Chen Feng nodded. Jack was very satisfied with Chen Feng and said with a smile, "You are 6 years old this year. You can participate in this year's awakening ceremony." Grandpa Jack, how long is the awakening ceremony? Chen Feng felt a little excited when he heard the news. It has been 6 years, and this day is finally coming. 3 days later is the awakening ceremony. I will call you at that time. Jack said. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. I'm going back first. Chen Feng said. Go ahead. Jack said. 3 days passed quickly. Chen Feng still went to the foot of the mountain every day to wait for Tang San and fight Tang San, but Chen Feng seemed to run out of luck, not to mention the golden legend, he didn't even have a light ball of spirit power. Burst 1. Xiao Feng, Grandpa is here to pick you up. After breakfast, Village Chief Jack arrived at Chen Feng's home on time. Because of the way he went along, he picked Tang San first. Grandpa Jack. Chen Feng said. Let's go with Grandpa, don't let Master Su Yuntao in the spirit hall wait long. Jack said. Under the leadership of Village Chief Jack, Chen Feng and Tang San followed him to the Wuhan Hall in the middle of the village. The so-called Wuhan Hall was nothing more than a larger wooden house. Including Chen Feng and Tang San, there are several children in the village who are going to awaken the spirit of martial arts this year. The other children are a little scared when they see Chen Feng, because they have all been beaten by Chen Feng. In addition to the village chief Jack and the children, there is also a young man in Wuhan Hall who looks more than 20 years old, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, very handsome, dressed in white clothes and a black cloak behind him. This person is the village chief Jack. Master Su Yuntao in the mouth. Su Yuntao, almost 80% of the protagonists who crossed to the Douluo continent were Su Yuntao who helped to awaken the spirit of the martial arts. However, he always regarded the protagonists' heaven-defying martial spirit as a waste martial spirit, so he was dubbed the Blind Douluo. Hello, respected Master of Battle Soul, I will trouble you this time. Village Chief Jack respectfully saluted Su Yuntao. In Douluo continent, the status of soul masters is very high, especially for civilians like them. Say. Su Yuntao's eyes showed a sense of pride. The total number of soul masters in Douluo continent was less than 6 figures. For ordinary people, he did have proud capital. I don't have much time, let's start now. Su Yuntao said. Village Chief Jack turned around and said to Chen Feng and others, Children, this is Master Su Yuntao from Nodding City. Next, he will guide you to unlock your martial soul. You must cooperate with the Master to awaken the martial soul. Grandpa looks forward to some of you who can become soul masters. Su Yuntao said a little impatiently, Well, these are the same sentences every year. I have walked through 6 villages today, and there is no one with soul power. There was a trace of sadness in Village Chief Jack's eyes. It was too difficult for ordinary people like them to become spirit masters, and then they walked out of the spirit hall. Su Yuntao looked at Chen Feng and the others, and said, My name is Su Yuntao. I am a 26th level Great Spirit Master. I will awaken the spirits for you later. No matter what happens, don't be afraid. While talking, Su Yuntao opened the package he had brought, took out 6 black stones from it, placed a hexagon on the ground, and then took out a shiny blue crystal ball from the package. Lone Wolf, possess. Su Yuntao snorted, his black hair turned grey, his eyes became green, his hands were covered with hair, and his body swelled a lot. What? Except for Chen Feng and Tang San, the other children yelled in shock when they saw Su Yuntao like this, and unconsciously wanted to run outside. Don't be afraid, this is my spirit. If any of you can become a spirit master in the future, you will have the same abilities as mine. Su Yuntao stopped the children. When the children calmed down, Su Yuntao said to the child in front, Come here and start awakening the martial spirit. Although the child was scared, he walked over. Su Yuntao shot 6 green glows toward the 6 black spar on the ground, and golden light enveloped the child in, and then said majestically, Extend your right hand. The child stretched out his right hand, and a small sickle appeared. Su Yuntao used a crystal ball to help him test his spirit power, but he didn't have spirit power. Calling the child aside, Su Yuntao began to awaken the spirits for the other children again. The awakened spirits were all hoes, sickles and the like, and they had no spirit power. Although he had expected it, Su Yun Tao shook his head in disappointment. Finally it was Tang San's turn, and it was also blue silver grass that he awakened. Chen Feng's attention was on Tang San's left hand. Seeing Tang San's left hand clasped tightly, he knew that Tang San still had a spirit, and it was also the first one. Su Yun Tao saw that Tang San's spirit was Lan Yinko, and felt that there was no need to test his spirit power, but with Tang San's insistence, he still helped Tang San test it. Innately full of soul power. Seeing the incomparably dazzling blue light on the crystal ball, Su Yun Tao lost his voice. He awakens the martial soul for others every year, and this is the first time he has encountered a person with innate soul power. But Wuhan is blue-silver grass. Thinking of Tang San's martial spirit, Su Yun Tao shook his head disappointedly. Lan Yinko was recognized as a waste martial spirit. Even if Tang San was born with full spirit power, his future achievements would be very limited, at least he thought so. It's here for you. Su Yun Tao cleared up his ups and downs and looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng walked to the center of the hexagon. Su Yun Tao shot 6 soul power into the black spar. Golden light enveloped Chen Feng. Chen Feng felt that he was wrapped in a warm world, very comfortable. As the golden light poured into his body, Chen Feng felt that something in his body was broken, and a warm air stream gathered behind him. Wow! A black tiger about 2 meters long appeared behind Chen Feng. Hai Huohan is a beast spirit. It is similar to my lone wolf. Let's test if there is any spirit power. Su Yun Tao saw Chen Feng's spirit, and there was a light of hope in his eyes. Generally speaking, the chance of beast martial arts soul having spirit power is much greater than that of weapon martial arts soul. Chen Feng stretched his hand to the crystal ball. As soon as he grabbed the crystal ball, he felt a rush of energy in his body, rushing to the crystal ball uncontrollably. The crystal ball burst into light, but the light was obviously not as bright as Tang San's test. Innate Soul Power Level 3, congratulations, you have the opportunity to become a Soul Master. Su Yun Tao smiled. After walking through so many villages, I finally met someone who could become a Soul Master, even if his innate soul power was only level 3. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Spirits, Build Weapons. Old Jack. After Wuhan's awakening, Su Yun Tao packed his things and walked out of the Wuhan Hall. Seeing Su Yun Tao coming out, the head of the village Jack asked nervously, Master, how about? Is there any child in our village who can become a soul master this year? Your village has good luck this year. There are 2 children. One is born with full spirit power. Unfortunately, the martial spirit is a waste martial spirit blue-silver grass, but as long as you get a spirit ring, you can become a spirit master. The other has a 3rd level innate spirit power. Wuhan is a black tiger, and his future achievements will not be lower than mine. Su Yun Tao said. Great, our village finally has a soul master again. Village Chief Jack was very excited when he heard this. Okay, I'm leaving first, and I will go to the next village to help awaken the spirit of martial arts. Su Yun Tao said. Su Yun Tao left, but Tang San still had a lot of doubts in his mind, so he could only ask old Jack, Grandpa Jack, what is a spirit ring, and how can I get a spirit ring? Village Chief Jack still stayed in joy and replied, I don't know what a spirit ring is. If you want to obtain a spirit ring, you must hunt a spirit beast, but hunting a spirit beast is a very dangerous thing. Xiao Feng, Xiaosan, wouldn't you two be the 2 children mentioned by Master Su Yun Tao? Jack asked. Except for Chen Feng and Tang San, the other children have already left. Well, my martial soul is Lan Yinko, innately full of soul power. Tang San said. My martial soul is a black tiger, with an innate 3rd level soul power. Chen Feng said. You two are the pride of our village. If Xiaosan's spirit is better, maybe our village can really have another soul saint. Old Jack sighed. You tell Grandpa, would you like to go to a special school to learn the cultivation method of a soul master? Tang San is very interested in Wuhan because it has something to do with his own breakthrough in mysterious art, but when he thinks of his father, he didn't directly reply positively, "Grandpa Jack, I have to go home and ask my father before." "Xiao Feng, what about you?" Jack asked. "Grandpa Jack, isn't there only one work-study student in our village?" Chen Feng said. "Don't worry about this. I have a good relationship with the village chiefs of the surrounding villages. I will borrow a place from them." Village Chief Jack said. "I am willing to go." Chen Feng said. "Only when he comes into contact with more spirit masters can he explode more attributes. Tang San alone has too few attributes." "Well, there are still 3 months before the start of school, so be prepared," Jack said. "Yet." Chen Feng nodded. "Little San, Grandpa takes you home and tells your father about this," Jack said. After Chen Feng returned home and closed the doors and windows, he couldn't wait to open his left hand, wanting to see what the martial spirit of his left hand was. When he was in the martial soul palace, he felt that there was a martial soul in his left hand. A dark long stick appeared in his left hand. This was his second martial arts spirit, named Black Iron Rod. Other awakened twin spirits are both top spirits, and my 2 spirits are very ordinary spirits. Chen Feng sighed. System, twin martial arts, this proper protagonist comes standard. The only flaw is that the 2 spirits are both ordinary spirits, not innately full of spirit power, only 3 levels. Ordinary martial souls should be ordinary martial souls. Anyway, I have a system. As long as I am given time, there is no problem in cultivating title Douluo, but it is impossible to be invincible at the same level. Chen Feng thought. The quality of Wuhan is not only related to the height that can be achieved in the future, but also affects the combat effectiveness. Chen Feng can rely on the system to improve his strength. There is no need to worry about the future height, but the combat effectiveness cannot make up. If the 2 are similar in other respects, one is a top martial soul, and the other is a normal martial soul, the person with the top martial soul can crush the person with the ordinary martial soul. After studying his 2 spirits carefully, in the afternoon, Chen Feng took out 3 silver spirit coins and 5 copper spirit coins from a crock pot. These were all his savings. Putting them in his pocket, Chen Feng walked towards Tang San's house. Tang Sanjia is the only blacksmith's shop in the village, and the farm tools produced are cheap and easy to use. When Chen Feng came to Tang San's door, he heard the sound of dang dang. "Little San, are you at home?" Chen Feng shouted outside the door without rushing in. Soon Tang San walked out of the room, with a few black patches on his face, and said, "Brother Feng, I have something to do now, but I can't accept your challenge. I'm not here to challenge you, but to find Uncle Hao." "Is Uncle Hao at home?" Chen Feng said. Tang San froze for a moment, and quickly reacted again, saying, "My dad is at home, you can come in with me." Tang Hao usually sleeps in the morning and works in the afternoon. Chen Feng knows Tang Hao's habit, so he will come in the afternoon, otherwise he will have to go for nothing. Entering the room, Chen Feng saw Tang Hao. This was not the first time Chen Feng saw Tang Hao. He looks more than 50 years old, he is very tall, but he is not flattered in his outfit. Wearing a shabby robe, there are already many openings on it, and I haven't patched it up, revealing the bronze skin underneath, with sleepy eyes, messy hair like a bird's nest, and a face of beard that hasn't been tidied for long. "Boy Feng, what are you doing here for me?" Tang Hao said. He heard everything Tang San and Chen Feng said at the door just now. "Uncle Hao, I want you to help me build a weapon," Chen Feng said. "Oh? What kind of weapon do you want to build?" Tang Hao heard that, somewhat surprised. A 6-year-old child came to him to build a weapon. "I want to build an iron rod that is 1.8 meters long and weighs 108 kilograms," Chen Feng said. His second spirit is a black iron rod, which cannot be easily shown to others. He simply hits an iron rod as a weapon, so that he will be able to cultivate the second spirit faster in the future. 108 caddies, can you afford it? Tang Hao said. Training, it shouldn't be a problem, but I only have 3 silver soul coins and 5 copper soul coins. I will definitely pay back the bad money as soon as possible. Chen Feng took out the soul coins in his pocket. The volume of the iron rod is only that large. If you want to reach 108, the density must be large, and the iron needs to be tempered repeatedly. The price is definitely not cheap. This forging hammer is exactly 108, if you can pick it up with one hand and smash it 3 times, I will help you build it for free. Tang Hao said. A word is definite. Chen Feng heard the words, a flash of confidence flashed in his eyes. He walked to the forging table and grabbed the forging hammer with his right hand. With his current physical quality, it was not difficult to pick up 108 caddies. Dang dang dang. Chen Feng brandished the forging hammer and smashed it 7 or 8 times. But he still somewhat overestimated himself. Picking up the 108 forging hammer was not difficult, but the force of the counter shock hitting the forging table shook his arms. Born with supernatural power, are all children so good now? Tang Hao exclaimed in his heart. Tang San could pick up a forging hammer to forge, and now Chen Feng could also do it, you know they are all 6 years old. Uncle Hao, did I pass? Chen Feng asked. Well, you come to pick it up in 3 days. Tang Hao nodded. Chapter 4, Chaos Cloak Hammer, Nodding College. 3 days later. When Chen Feng came to Tang San's house again, he did not see Tang Hao. This is the weapon my father helped you build. He is sleeping, so you should keep your voice down. Tang San took out the iron rod that Tang Hao had built for Chen Feng. The iron rods were pitch black, not so glamorous, and gave people a heavy feeling. Chen Feng liked it very much, and played with it in his hand, with a whirring wind. Thank you Uncle Hao for me. I have written down this kindness and will definitely pay it back in the future. Chen Feng said. I will convey it. Tang San said. Chen Feng got the iron rod and left. Tang Hao in the back room opened his eyes when Chen Feng left, a flash of light flashed in his eyes, and then went back to sleep. Chen Feng did not go home, but came to the forest outside the village, ready to start his training. His training method is very simple, is to hit the trunk with a black iron rod, one is to better control his strength, and the other is to increase the familiarity with the black iron. Bang bang bang! A stick hit the tree trunk, and the force of the rebound shook his arm numb. He persevered hard, training every time until he could not hold the iron rod firmly before stopping to recover. Days pass by. In addition to challenging Tang San in the morning, Chen Feng started his own training afterwards. From the beginning of swinging more than a dozen sticks, he had to stop and rest. Until he swung more than 100 sticks, his arms still didn't feel sore. In the process of training, he is also slowly exploring how to use his club to exert the greatest strength and how to reduce the counter-shock force he bears. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed and Nodding College is about to start. It is worth mentioning that in the past 3 months, Chen Feng's character exploded once again, and a golden ball of light exploded from Tang San's body again. It was not Tang Sek's unique knowledge, but the chaotic cloak hammering method Tang Hao taught him. The Chaos Cloak Hammer technique is a unique technique of the Clear Sky School, a self-created spirit ability that can stack power. However, it was a pity that Tang San practiced the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique not long ago and had very little experience. Chen Feng wanted to learn it, and the difficulty was much greater than that of Ghost Shadow. Village Chief Jack came to call Chen Feng and Tang San early in the morning to send them both to Nodding College. Tang Hao was still asleep when Tang San left, and he was a little sad that he could not send him off. Little San, young eagle always learns to spread his wings and fly high. Uncle Hao hasn't slept in every day during this period, but he didn't wake up on such an important day today. Do you know why? Chen Feng said. After all, Tang San has the soul of an adult. After Chen Feng said this, he immediately understood, and said, Brother Feng, do you mean that Dad did it on purpose? He wants you to become more independent and grow up as soon as possible. Chen Feng patted Tang San on the shoulder. Tang Hao's method of education is to stock up and protect in secret. After Chen Feng's persuasion, Tang San's mood improved a lot, and his eyes were firm, and he said, I won't live up to my father's expectations. The distance between Saint Soul Village and Nodding City is not too far. The three of them arrived after a long journey, but Chen Feng held a black iron rod, and he was exhausted by the long journey. Nodding City is only a small city in the Tiandu Empire, but because it is close to the border, the city wall is still relatively tall. After entering the city, village chief Jack inquired about it and knew that Nodding College was located in the west of Nodding City, so he brought Chen Feng and Tang San to hear. Xiao Feng, Xiaosan, when you are sent to the academy, Grandpa will go back. You must be obedient in the academy. Don't leave the academy without authorization. Grandpa will pick you up again when you are on holiday. Jack said. Grandpa Jack, are you going back so soon? Don't you take a break? Chen Feng said, Village Chief Jack is already old and tired after a long journey. Village Chief Jack smiled bitterly, the hotel is not a place for poor people like us to live in. You have to live up to it. When I see you next time, I hope you have become soul masters. I will work hard. Tang San said. Nodding College, as the only soul master college in Nodding City, is still quite magnificent. The gate of the college is more than 20 meters wide and more than 10 meters high. It is arched and repaired from hard rock. The two doors are made of fine iron. When Chen Feng and the three came to the gate, they were stopped by the young man guarding the door, and said arrogantly, What is it for? Is this place where you country folks can come? Old Jack hurriedly took out the certificate issued to them by the Wuhan Temple, and said, This little brother, we are from Shengun Village. These two children are the work-study students we sent this year. The young man glanced at the proof and knew that it was true, but the people who came to send the new students were more or less interesting. Village Chief Jack didn't know the doorway, which made him very upset. A golden phoenix flew out of the grass nest. Will villages like yours still have people with spirit power? Wuhan Lan Yinko, which is also inherently full of spirit power, is a fake. The young man deliberately made trouble. Holy Soul Village, I think it is a beggar village. What are you talking about? Village Chief Jack was angered by the young people's words. The 3 words of Holy Soul Village have always been the pride of Village Chief Jack's heart, and no one is allowed to blaspheme. Why? Not convinced, you are dressed in tatters, I don't think even beggars are as good as beggars. Our Nodding College is not a shantang. Get out, get out. The young man said. Apologize to Grandpa Jack, otherwise don't blame me for being polite. Chen Feng stepped forward, and the black iron rod in his hand hit the ground, and the blue stone bricks on the ground were cracked. The young man saw his scalp numb. How could a 6-year-old child have such great strength? If this stick hit him, he might be beaten to death. I tell you, don't mess around, this is Nodding College, not your presumptuous place. The young man said, but his tone was obviously not as strong as before. Apologize. Chen Feng stared coldly, and the young man shuddered in fright. Xiao Feng, I'll forget it. Jackra gave Chen Feng a bit. He didn't want to cause trouble. He held a calm attitude, so that he would not cause trouble. What happened? At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice sounded. Lai Ren is a middle-aged man in his 50s, of medium build, short black hair, and his hands behind his back, giving a feeling of ascetic monk. Master, you are here. The young man immediately looked flattering after seeing the visitor clearly. The master hardly looked directly at the young people, and walked directly to the village chief Jack. And said, Old gentleman, Can you show me the proof of Wuhan Hall? From the attitude of the young people, it can be seen that the status of the master in the academy is not low, and village chief Jack immediately handed over the proof of the opening of the Wuhan temple. The master looked at the proof of Wuhan Hall, his gaze shifted to Tang San again, as if he could see through Tang San, and said, "The proof is correct. I apologize to you for what happened just now, and leave these two children to me." "Right. Good, good." Village Chief Jack quickly agreed. Chapter 5, Qi Shi, Martial Soul Fusion. Apologize to Grandpa Jack. Chen Feng still stared at the young man at the door. The young man asked the master for help with his eyes. The master looked at Chen Feng and then at the young man. He said coldly, "Apologize, I hope this is the last time. If there is a repeat, you won't use it." The young man broke into a cold sweat behind his back, and hurriedly bowed and said to Village Chief Jack, "I'm sorry. Let's go in." The master looked at Chen Feng and Tang San. Chen Feng and Tang San followed the master and walked into the academy together. "Teacher, thank you," Tang San said to the master. He also raised his left hand just now. If the master appeared later, he would shoot the young man with a sleeve arrow. "I'm not a teacher at the academy." The master glanced at Tang San and shook his head lightly. "Not a teacher, then you must be the leader or principal of the academy," Tang San said. The master laughed and said, "You are very smart, but you still guessed wrong." "Then you are?" Tang San was a little puzzled. Not the teacher and leader of the college, how could he have such a high status in the school? "I'm just a guest in the academy. You can call me a master like everyone else." The meaning of a master and a teacher is very different. Don't call me wrong in the future, unless you really want to worship me as a teacher," Master said. "Do you want to teach me to practice martial arts?" Tang San asked. The master stopped, looked at Tang San with both eyes, and asked, "Then would you like it?" Tang San didn't answer, just looked at the master like this. Seeing that Tang San didn't speak, the master smiled, "You are really a smart boy." "Master, Ziosan, you two will talk slowly. I will sign up first," Chen Feng said. He knew that the master would tell the secret of Tang San's twin martial arts, and it would not be appropriate for him to stay here. "Well, the academic affairs office is over there." The master nodded and pointed Chen Feng the direction. "Little San, see you later." Chen Feng took the Wuhan Hall's certificate and ran towards the academic affairs office. The academic affairs office is on the first floor of the main teaching building. There is a 60-year-old teacher here who is specially responsible for receiving new students. The other two 30-year-old teachers are helping him. "Hello, I am a working student from Shengun village. This is my proof." Chen Feng ran over and handed the proof of Wuhan Hall. "Martial Spirit Black Tiger, Innate Spirit Power Level 3, it's okay." Director Su accepted the proof, then nodded. "This is your school uniform, which is distributed free of charge by the college. You live in the 7 dormitory buildings. The teacher in charge there will arrange your work as a work student. Go ahead." Another teacher said. "Thank you." Chen Feng took over the school uniform and then walked out of the academic affairs office. There are not many students at Notting College, there is only 1 dormitory building, a total of 7 dormitories, and Kishi is dedicated to working study students. Chen Feng inquired for a while, found the location of the dormitory building, and came to the 7th shelter. It is said to be a dormitory, but it is actually larger than many auditoriums that Chen Feng has seen in his previous life. There are more than 50 beds, but there are only a dozen bedding, most of which are empty. As soon as Chen Feng walked in, all the students inside looked at Chen Feng. "Hello, I am a new work student, my name is Chen Feng." Chen Feng introduced himself with a smile. The eldest of them walked over and said, "My name is Wang Sheng, and my spirit is Zanhu." "What is your spirit?" "My spirit is Black Tiger." Chen Feng said. We Kishi has a rule. Whoever has the strongest strength is the boss of the dormitory. The person responsible for protecting the dormitory is not bullied. The boss before is me. You must fight with me. Wang Sheng said. Fight, I like it. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth raised slightly. Before he wanted to fight, he could only find Tang San alone. Tang San was stronger than him. It was not easy to explode some attributes from Tang San. Putting the school uniform and black iron rod that he had just received on an empty bed, Chen Feng came to the center of the dormitory, ready to fight Wang Sheng. It's time to start. Chen Feng stretched out a hand and made a request. You are careful. Wang Sheng said, and then rushed towards Chen Feng, slamming his fist on Chen Feng's chest. With a smile on his face, Chen Feng greeted him with a punch. The two fists touched each other, and Wang Sheng felt a huge force coming, and he took a few steps to stabilize his figure, while Chen Feng still stood in place, motionless, and he immediately saw. Wang Sheng was surprised. His spirit power was already 9th level, his age was several years older than Chen Feng, and his strength was not as good as Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled slightly. His physical fitness was already comparable to that of a normal power attack type spirit master, and even Tang San was far inferior to him simply by physical strength. He just couldn't beat Tang San because Tang San had cultivated Xian Tiangong and his skills were much higher than him. Come again. Wang Sheng said unconvinced, and attacked Chen Feng again. Chen Feng is not only powerful, but also a lot faster than Wang Sheng. He dodges from the left to the right, catches the gap and gives Wang Sheng a punch. However, he is still very measured and will only make Wang Sheng hurt, not cause injuries. After dozens of rounds, Wang Sheng also knew that he was not Chen Feng's opponent. I lost. You will be the boss of Kishi from now on. Wang Shendao. Hello boss, the others said in unison. There is another working student in our village this year. I am not his opponent. When he comes, let him be the boss of the dormitory. Chen Feng waved his hand and forcibly suppressed his excitement. Because the last time he hit Wang Sheng, a golden ball of light burst out. The golden legend actually broke out on Wang Sheng, and he wanted to know what it was. Newborn, stronger than you. Wang Sheng said in surprise. Newborn also means that he is only 6 years old. Chen Feng is already abnormal enough, and there is even one more abnormal than Chen Feng. He is inherently full of soul power. Chen Feng said. Innately full of soul power. Wang Sheng and others were shocked. Okay, I'll clean it up first. Chen Feng said, accidentally integrating the attribute light on the ground one by one. You don't have to pick them up with your hands, as long as you touch them, you can merge them. Let's help, the others said. This iron rod is so heavy. Wang Sheng helped Chen Feng to get the iron rod and almost fell. This black iron rod is 108 kilograms, which I specially invited someone to make. Chen Feng smiled. No wonder you are so good. Wang Sheng was convinced now. Ding dong. The spirit war tiger is detected. It is of the same type as the host's spirit black tiger. Is it fusion? When Chen Feng touched the golden ball of light, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. Not fusion for now. Chen Feng secretly said. The attribute light ball lasted for an hour. He didn't know what would happen to martial soul fusion. It was better to find a place where no one was. I still have something to do, go out first. Chen Feng picked up the golden ball of light, said hello to Wang Sheng and others, and ran out. After finding a remote place, Chen Feng was ready to fuse his martial soul. Unexpectedly, the system can even burst out martial souls. I don't know what changes will happen after the fusion. Chen Feng thought in his heart, and then silently muttered fusion in his heart, and he began to merge martial souls. The fusion of martial soul did not have the big movements that Chen Feng imagined, and there was no pain, and it was quickly completed. The black tiger martial spirit was still the same as before, but he obviously felt that its power became stronger. Chapter 6, My name is Xiao Wu, Dance Dance. After Chen Feng merged with his martial soul, he returned to the 7 shelter. Since the system can explode martial souls, it means that his martial souls can continue to merge and evolve, and the only flaw is also made up. I don't know if other martial souls can be exploded. If it can, then the system is really too bad. Up. Tang San had already arrived at the 7th house at this time, and looking at Wang Sheng's appearance, he seemed to be fighting Tang San. It might be that he saw Tang San's thin figure and didn't believe that Tang San had such a strong strength. Little San, you are here. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng. Tang San responded. Is this the 7th house? A clear voice came from the door, and Chen Feng turned around to look around. There was a pretty young girl standing at the door. The little girl looks about the same size as Chen Feng, and is slightly shorter than Chen Feng. She has a pretty little face that is rosy and tender and looks like a ripe peach. Her long black hair is combed into a scorpion braid. With curiosity in his watery eyes, he looked around. Is this Xiao San's child bride-in-law? It is really cute. Chen Feng thought to himself in his heart. Can mixed men and women live here? Tang San asked in a low voice to Wang Sheng beside him. Wang Sheng nodded, and also lowered his voice and said, everyone is still a child, and every dormitory in the school is mixed gender. Only the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is separated. In previous years, it would be nice to have 1 work student, but 3 came this year. The boss, go up and give him a good start. I don't need this. The other party is a girl, and she is so cute. If he let him bully the other party, he really can't do anything. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, Dancing Wu. Xiao Wu smiled and walked in. Tang San was pushed in front of Xiao Wu by Wang Sheng and signaled that he could not break the rules of the dormitory. In desperation, he knew and said, hello, my name is Tang San, I belong to the 7 houses. What is Wuhan? Xiao Wu blinked her big bright eyes, thinking Tang San was very interesting, and said, my spirit is a very cute rabbit. What is your spirit? My martial spirit is Lan Yinko, and your martial spirit just overwhelms me. Tang San said shyly. Tang San had been living in Tang sect in his previous life, and he had never had any contact with any woman, nor in this life. He was a little at a loss when he suddenly talked to a girl. You are really interesting, can you let me in? Xiao Wu smiled. Wang Sheng reached out and poked Tang San, motioning him not to forget the business. That's the case. Our 7 houses has a rule, that is, the new work students have to show their strengths. We need to learn from each other. Tang San tried to be a little bit euphemistic. Fight, okay. Xiao Wu said excitedly, putting the things in her hands on an empty bed, and then returning to the previous position. Okay, let's start. After Xiao Wu finished speaking, before Tang San could react, her right leg bent up, her toes popped out instantly, and she went straight to Tang San. Tang San's reaction was not slow either, turning his body to the left, avoiding the kicked foot, and at the same time stretched out his hand to grab Xiao Wu's ankle, and a poster Shan Kao came out. Chen Feng was watching from the sidelines. Xiao Wu's soft skills were indeed powerful, and when combined with her spirit power, it was also 10th level. Now he is not Xiao Wu's opponent. Tang San's strength is stronger than Xiao Wu, but Xiao Wu is a girl, which makes Tang San a little unable to play. After the two played for dozens of rounds, Tang San was thrown out by Xiao Wu with soft skills. I lost, can you tell me what technique you used just now? Tang San wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, and he himself didn't want to be the boss of this dormitory. Xiao Wu smiled triumphantly, this is called soft skill, a skill that uses the softness of the body and the toughness of the body. This soft skill is very powerful. Tang San nodded, and then said, according to the rules of the dormitory, if you beat me, you will be the head of the 7th shelter, and our boss. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and said excitedly, Boss, it seems to be fun. I will be your boss in the future. It seems pretty good to be a work student. At this moment, a teacher in his 30s came in and said, Who is this year's work student? Come forward. Chen Feng, Tang San, and Xiao Wu stood up at the same time. Which one is Tang San? The teacher said. I am. Tang San quickly stood up. My name is Mohen, you can call me Teacher Mo, this is the bedding for you by the master. Mohen handed the bedding in his hand to Tang San. The bedding was normal, but with a dry breath, it was brand new. Chen Feng, Xiao Wu, Tang San, you three are first-year work students. From now on, you will be responsible for cleaning the south garden of the playground. 10 copper soul coins a day. Remember, you must clean it every day, otherwise your son will be deducted. He even ordered you to drop out. Remember. Chen Feng said in unison. After Mohen left, Xiao Wu looked at the bedding in Tang San's hand and said blankly, Bedding, this seems to be a problem. Wang Sheng clearly noticed that Xiao Wu didn't bring a quilt, and said, Boss, you can use my quilt first. I just lay the mattress half and half covered. Xiao Wu took a look at the beddings of many work students. Although they were clean, most of them were tattered. Only the bedding in Tang San's hands was brand new. Don't call me the boss, you call me old. Xiao Wu frowned. How do you do that? This is the rule. Wang Shendao. Since I am the boss, everything must be listened to by me. You will call me Sister Xiao Wu from now on. Xiao Wu said. After speaking, he walked to Tang San's side and said grinningly, Tang San, how about we discuss something? What's the matter? Tang San asked subconsciously. I think your bedding is also quite big. It won't be a problem for the two of us to cover it. That way, we will put the bed together so that it won't all be useful. That's not good, men and women are different, and Feng Ji didn't bring bedding. I plan to use it with Feng Ji. Tang San was taken aback for a while, then said. I'm okay, it will be just one night today. Just go out and buy a set every day. Chen Feng smiled. He said so, and I don't care if I am a girl, what are you afraid of? Xiao Wu snorted dissatisfied. Tang Sanyi didn't know what to say for a while, and cast a look at Chen Feng for help. Chen Feng smiled playfully, shrugged, and said that he could do nothing. Come here quickly and put the beds together. Xiao Wu decided directly, and urged impatiently. After everyone helped to put the bed together, Wang Sheng said, You probably haven't had lunch yet. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch together. As soon as Xiao Wu heard it, she went to eat, her eyes lighted up and said, Eat, okay, what's delicious? Wang Sheng smiled bitterly, what good food we can eat as working students, just buy some cheap meals in the cafeteria and just do it. I'm not going. Tang San said, he brought his own food, and he didn't have a soul coin. Little San, I still have some money on me. Let's go eat together. You are naturally full of spirit power. You can become a spirit master as long as you live with a spirit ring, and you can receive 1 gold soul coin every month. Chen Feng said. Others heard that Tang San could soon become a soul master, and they all showed envy. All right then. Tang San nodded. Does it cost money to eat? That's the soul coin. Xiao Wu said embarrassingly, she also didn't have a soul coin. Chapter 7, Crazy Explosion Attributes, Spirit Power Level 5. I'll ask you for this meal today. You will have money after you receive your salary tomorrow, and Xiao Wu should not have a low spirit power level. You can become a spirit master soon. Chen Feng said. I am also innately full of soul power. Xiao Wu said proudly. There are so many monsters this year, Wang Sheng muttered. Let's go, let's eat. Chen Feng said. The group left the dormitory, led by Wang Sheng, came to the canteen. The canteen is divided into 2 floors. The food on the second floor is obviously higher than that on the first floor, and the price is more expensive. It is for those who are rich. The food in the layer is more ordinary. As soon as I entered the canteen, a discordant voice came out, "Isn't this Wang Sheng's group of poor ghosts?" Chen Feng and others looked towards the source of the sound. On the stairs from the first to the second floor, there was a group of gorgeously dressed senior students looking at them. The one who was talking was an 11 or 12-year-old male classmate. Surrounded by him, it is obvious that he is the head of this group. The poor ghost is the poor ghost, and can never go to the second floor to eat. What are you? What's so great about the second floor? Xiao Wu was immediately unhappy when she heard the other person say that. Moreover, Wang Sheng had also spoken to her before. As the boss, she needed to make a living for work. When the man saw Xiao Wu, his eyes lit up and said, "What a beautiful lorry, it's a pity that she is a working student. Wang Sheng, I am going to eat now, so I will let you go this time." Seeing that the other party was so arrogant, Xiao Wu wanted to go up and teach him a lesson, but was held back by Chen Feng. "If you want to fight, there are opportunities. It's time for dinner. When time is over, the cafeteria will be closed. Be sure to teach him well next time," Xiao Wu said angrily. At this moment, someone walked in at the door. It was the master. Tang San stepped forward and said, "Hello, teacher, you have come to the cafeteria for dinner." The master nodded and asked, "Are everything packed?" "Thank you, teacher, for the bedding," Tang San said respectfully. "Come with me to the second floor for dinner, and then I will take you to my place to recognize the door," the master said. Tang San shook his head and said, "Teacher, I'd better eat with my roommates." "Well then." The master didn't force it either. After the master left, Wang Sheng asked in a low voice, "Are you called the master teacher?" "I have already worshipped the master as a teacher." When Tang San said this, he was looking at Chen Feng. He had forgotten to tell Chen Feng the news before. "You worship the master as a teacher, his strength is not very good, he is 50 years old, and he has not broken through the realm of the Great Soul Master. It will be difficult to break through in this life." Wang Shendao. Tang San's face suddenly became serious when he heard the words, "Please don't pretend to judge my teacher in the future. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last." Wang Sheng didn't know why Tang San suddenly changed his face, but he didn't say anything about Tang San's powerful strength. In Tang San's heart, he was a teacher for one day and a father for life. Since he has worshipped the master as a teacher, the respect for the master is from the heart, and no one is allowed to slander the master. After eating, the master was waiting for Tang San at the door. "Brother Feng, you go back first." Tang San greeted Chen Feng, and then left with the master. "Wang Sheng, how is the academy's courses arranged?" Chen Feng asked. "The college has classes in the morning and practice in the afternoon on our own. We are working study students and we have to spend some time every day to complete the required work," Wang Sheng said. "We work study students are always bullied because of our weak strength. I think we need to strengthen our strength," Chen Feng said. "Strength will increase as long as it increases," Wang Sheng said bitterly. "We adjust the time of cultivation to the evening and conduct practical training in the afternoon. Our working study conditions are not as good as others. If we want to avoid being bullied, we have to work harder," Chen Feng said solemnly. "Practical training, okay." Xiao Wu immediately became excited when she heard that she could fight. "Okay." Wang Sheng and the others nodded. They are all hard-working students. It happens to be in the afternoon, so let's start today. "Do you know any places suitable for our actual combat training?" Chen Feng said. "Come with me." Wang Shendao. Under Wang Sheng's leadership, everyone came to an empty grassland. Very few people usually came here, and it was most appropriate to conduct actual combat training. From me, who of you will play first? Chen Feng said. I'm coming. Xiao Wu said first. Xiao Wu, you'd better wait for Tang San to come and do the actual combat training. Chen Feng said, and then looked at Wang Sheng and others. Brother Feng, you are not before. I am the strongest among us. Even if I can't beat you, they can't beat you even more. Wang Sheng said bitterly. You can join a few of you. Chen Feng said. That's good. Wang Sheng nodded, feeling that the idea was good, and 3 or 4 people immediately stood up and prepared to join forces with Chen Feng. Let's start. Chen Feng said. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the others rushed forward together. Chen Feng took the initiative to attack, and with a flash of figure, he came to the front of Wang Sheng. He was using the ghost trail that burst out of Tang San, but it was a pity that he had just started to use it, and it was a bit jerky. With a bang, Wang Sheng flew out. It was grass. It was fine if he fell to the ground. Moreover, Chen Feng's strength was well controlled and he would not be injured. After knocking Wang Sheng into the air, Chen Feng fought with others again. Half an hour later, the 4 Wang Sheng lay on the ground. Chen Feng's eyes were very excited. In the battle just now, there were more attribute lights exploded than the previous 3 or 4 days. Let's go on together. Chen Feng said to the rest. The rest of the people saw Chen Feng fighting for so long, and their physical strength must have declined. They were crowded, so they plucked up courage and rushed forward. Another half-hour passed, and Chen Feng was the only one left standing. Unexpectedly, you are quite good, how about a fight with me? Xiao Wu said with some itchy hands. I don't have much physical strength anymore, you should go to Xiao San. Chen Feng said pretending to be detached. He knew he was not Xiao Wu's opponent yet, so why did he seek abuse by himself? When I was in the Holy Soul village before, there was no way, otherwise he wouldn't challenge Tang San every day. Well then. Xiao Wu saw Chen Feng as if she really had no strength, and didn't force it. After Chen Feng integrated all the attribute light balls, he found that his strength and soul power had been raised to level 5, and his physical qualities had also improved a lot. His innate soul power was at level 3, and in the next 3 months, his soul power had increased to a level of 4.5, and it was increased by half a level today. Chen Feng looked at Wang Sheng and the others with his eyes glowing. If he did this every day, his spirit power could increase rapidly. However, this is impossible. Although today's training did not cause much injury to Wang Sheng and others, they must also rest for 2 or 3 days, otherwise it is easy to leave hidden injuries. However, Chen Feng is already satisfied with this speed of improvement. Chapter 8, The Battle is Another Golden Legend. After almost recovering, Chen Feng and others returned to the dormitory. At this time, Tang San had already returned and fell asleep in the bed. You go to bed before night, are you going to sleep at night? Xiao Wu ran over to wake Tang San up. She just watched Chen Feng and the others fighting this afternoon. She didn't fight and was very upset. You have crossed the boundary. Tang San pointed to the line between the 2 beds and said, this was the 38th line they had agreed upon, and it could not be crossed. What about crossing the boundary? I am a girl. You should let me. Of course, you must never cross the boundary. Xiao Wu said with a grin. Well, what you said is reasonable. Tang San said helplessly, he couldn't be truthful with Xiao Wu. It was originally. Xiao Wu said. Brother Feng, I'm going out tomorrow. I don't know how long I can get back. During this time, please help me with my job. When I come back, I will help you again. Tang San said. No problem. Chen Feng said, he knew that Tang San was going out with the master to get the spirit ring. Little San, where are you going? Xiao Wu said curiously. The teacher said that my spirit power is full, and I should get the first spirit ring as soon as possible. Tang San said. When Wang Sheng and others heard that Tang San was going to obtain a spirit ring, their eyes were full of envy. After becoming a spirit master, both their strength and status would undergo tremendous changes. It's just starting school, you're going to leave. Xiao Wu suddenly became unhappy when she heard that Tang San was going to obtain a spirit ring. Get the spirit ring now, so you won't delay your future cultivation. Tang Sandao. I don't care, you have to fight with me now. If you didn't come today, they all had actual combat training, and I was the only one who didn't. Xiao Wu said with enthusiasm. Practical training. Tang San was a little confused. Chen Feng explained to Tang San. Tang San nodded and said, okay. It's pretty much the same. A smile appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Xiao Wu and Tang San ran out to discuss. Wang Sheng and others started their own practice. Only Chen Feng was lying on the bed board, but he didn't do anything at all, but was thinking about his future. How to go? Staying at Notting College, waiting for 6 years to go to Shrek College with Tang San, this is definitely not enough. He wants to improve his strength, what he needs is fighting. When his strength improves, it will be difficult to find an opponent at Notting College. After all, Notting College is a junior college. After becoming a soul master, you can apply for graduation, except for a few. Most of the soul masters are just soul masters. Early the next morning, Tang San went with the master to obtain the spirit ring. Wang Sheng and others need to rest for a few days, and Chen Feng can only train with his own black iron rod. But this is not without benefits. During the training of the black iron rod, his spirit power was quickly consumed, and he recovered again, becoming more solid. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. In these 10 days, Chen Feng and Wang Sheng and others conducted 3 actual combat trainings, and their strength increased to level 6. On this day, Chen Feng was training with his black iron rod. A working student rushed over and said breathlessly, Brother Feng, it's not good. What's wrong? Chen Feng frowned. Sister Xiao Wu and the senior Xiao Cheniu are in the woods of the back mountain. With Sister Xiao Wu alone, I'm afraid it's not their opponent. Go over. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng took the black iron rod and ran towards the back mountain. There is a fight, he likes it best. Little girl, it's too late for you to regret now. When you lose, you will be my pet rabbit from now on. Xiao Cheniu said arrogantly. Aren't you scared? If you're scared, just be my little brother, and you can save yourself a beating. Xiao Wu also said with a disdainful expression, but her matte face, with that disdainful expression, seemed very cute. Haha, I'm afraid, you don't even ask who I am. There is no one in Notting City who I am afraid of yet. Xiao Cheniu laughed loudly. Stop talking nonsense, then follow what we said before. 10 people from each side will take turns out of the field. As long as they win, they can fight with the next person until all 10 people on one side lose. Xiao Wu said impatiently. Okay. Xiao Cheniu said, and then a senior man walked out behind him. Sister Xiao Wu, let me go first. Wang Sheng said. He knew the other party. His name was Lu Long. His spirit was a stick and his spirit power was level 9. The only people present besides Xiao Wu he may beat the opponent. Leave the first game to me. Chen Feng rushed over. Brother Feng, you are here. All the working students were happy when they saw Chen Feng coming. Have you decided yet? Lu Long said. In such a hurry to be beaten, I will fulfill you. Chen Feng took the black iron rod and walked forward. If you don't lie down for a few days today, I won't believe in Lu. The light in Lu Long's hand lit up, and a 2-meter-long stick suddenly appeared in his hand. It was his martial soul. Then you can just change your name to Qinhua Bailu. Chen Feng said. Lu Long's face became cold, and he stepped out, smashing the club head towards Chen Feng's head. Chen Feng raised the black iron rod in his hand to resist. With a crisp sound, Lu Long stepped back several steps, his arms numb, and he looked at Chen Feng in shock. His stick is Wuhan, and Chen Feng's hand is just a normal iron rod. It's my turn. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth raised slightly, and he flew out, smashing out the black iron rod in his hand. Lu Long recovered and quickly resisted with a stick in his hand. Dang dang dang. After several collisions, Lu Long's spirit power was weak, and the stick in his hand disappeared. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth raised slightly, as if he had expected it a long time ago. Bang ah bang! The impact and screams were mixed together. After a series of blows, Lu Longpi was lying on the ground with a swollen face, and it took at least several days to recover. Brother Feng, great! Wang Sheng and others cheered for Chen Feng. Chen Feng was very excited when he saw the golden ball of light burst on the ground. Ding dong! The spirit long stick is detected, and it is of the same type as the host's spirit black iron rod. Is it fused? The system mechanical prompt sounded in Chen Feng's ear. With the experience of the last time, Chen Feng did not hesitate and said silently, fusion. The two spirits merged, and the outside of the black iron rod spirit remained unchanged, but it was obviously heavier. Chen Feng took a few more steps, fusing all the light of other attributes, recovering all the physical strength he had just consumed, and slightly increasing his spirit power and physical fitness. Who is next? Chen Feng pointed at Xiao Chenyu with the black iron rod in his hand. Xiao Chenyu's expression was a little ugly, and he called a man named Ling Feng behind him to fight. A few minutes later, this man named Ling Feng was lying on the ground with a swollen nose, but Chen Fengzi exploded some basic attribute light from him. Brother Feng, you are too powerful. You beat them fiercely. The working students were very happy. After being bullied for so long, they finally had a day of turning over. Next one. Chen Feng said lightly after fusing all the light spheres. Chapter 9, 1 where 10, Nodding College Boss. 9 people lay on the ground, all with black noses and swollen faces, lying on the ground wailing. There is the last one left, do you go by yourself or send someone to go? Chen Feng said lightly. Xiao Chenyu's expression was gloomy, and he didn't expect that a powerful character like Chen Feng would appear in his work-study students. Without using his soul power, he defeated the 9 people here, and looked very relaxed. Xiao Chenyu, I think you should give up and accept our sister Xiao Wu as the boss obediently, so that you will not suffer a little bit of flesh and blood. Wang Sheng said excitedly. Naturally, Xiao Chenyu couldn't just concede defeat so obediently, stepped forward and said, Xiao Chenyu, a 6th grade student, Wu Hunlin, an 11th level, first ring battle spirit master. Reporting one's own spirit and level is a kind of respect for the opponent. In addition to life and death, generally speaking, 2 people fighting will report their own spirit and level. Chen Feng, a first-year work student, a Wuhan Black Tiger, a 6th level soul warrior. Chen Feng said. Xiao Chenyu didn't dare to despise Chen Feng because Chen Feng was just a soul warrior. The 9 people lying on the ground had already explained Chen Feng's strength. A little blue light emerged from Xiao Chenyu's eyebrows, and as the blue light flickered, his body muscles had begun to swell, his eyes turned green, his hands became wolf's claws, and his arms still had grey hair. It was very similar to when Su Yuntao's martial soul was possessed, except that his aura was not as strong as Su Yuntao. Boss Xiao, teach this kid well. After seeing Xiao Chenyu's spirit possession, his little brothers suddenly became confident. The gap between the Soul Master and the Soul Master is very large, and even Wang Sheng and others are worried for Chen Feng. Xiao Chenyu rushed out violently and rushed towards Chen Feng like a wild wolf. Chen Feng also became more serious. This was the first time he had fought with a spirit master. When Xiao Chenyu's 2 claws pounced on him, he raised the black iron rod to resist. The huge force of the 2 claws made his legs bend slightly, and then with a fierce force, Xiao Chinayu was lifted into the air. Got out! Xiao Chinayu turned several somersaults in the air, and after landing, he staggered for several steps to stabilize his figure. Eat me! Xiao Chinayu no longer passively let go. The ghost fan showed his actions and quickly came to not far from Xiao Chinayu. Then he jumped up and smashed his head with his head. Xiao Chinayu had just stabilized his figure, and had no time to dodge, so he could only cross his arms and raise it above his head. With a muffled bang, the black iron rod slammed on Xiao Chinayu's arms, and the cyan light on it dimmed a lot. Xiao Chinayu felt his arms numb and his soul power was shaking. Chen Feng swung his clubs again, and Xiao Chinayu could only be forced to resist. After smashing more than a dozen clubs, the spirit power in Xiao Chinayu's body was almost consumed. Bang ah bang ah! Then there was another tragic beating, and poor Xiao Chinayu was defeated by Chen Feng without even releasing his soul skills. Feeling almost done, Chen Feng stopped. After all, he was still a child, and he didn't have any big hatred, just young and vigorous. The physique of the war spirit master was different. After the others were beaten by Chen Feng, they all lay on the ground and couldn't stand up. Xiao Chinayu still stood up with difficulty. You lost. Chen Feng said. I would like to lose the gambling, but shall we call you the boss or her boss? Xiao Chinayu gritted his teeth. Of course it's Xiaohe boss, I can't beat her. Chen Feng said. Xiao Wu, a first-year work student, a martial arts bony rabbit, a 12th level 1-ring battle spirit master. Xiao Wu walked over with a grin. Wuhan possessed her body, and a yellow spirit ring on her body was moving. 100-year spirit ring. Xiao Chinayu was shocked seeing the spirit ring on Xiao Wu's body. White represents 10 years of spirit ring, yellow represents 100 years, purple represents 1,000 years, black represents 10,000 years, and red represents 100,000 years. Xiao Chinayu is the son of the city lord of Nodding City and has a wide range of knowledge. She was just 6 or 7 years old, she was already a spirit master, but she was still a 100-year-old spirit ring. This was not obtained by herself at all. Someone must have helped obtain it, and the power behind it was definitely not small. Are you really a working student? Xiao Chinayu said. Of course, I will be your boss from now on. You want to call me Sister Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu is a big sister. Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Chinayu said. Yes, not bad. Xiao Wu said excitedly. Sister Xiao Wu, can we go now? Xiao Chinayu asked. Let's go. Xiao Wu waved. Wait a minute. Chen Feng stopped them suddenly. Brother Feng, what else do you have? Xiao Chinayu said with a flattering look. 10 of them were defeated by Chen Feng alone, and they feared Chen Feng far more than Xiao Wu. You will send 10 people every day to accompany me in actual combat training. Chen Feng said. Ah! Xiao Chinayu was stunned when he heard the words, then smiled bitterly. Chen Feng is so powerful, who would dare to conduct actual combat training with Chen Feng in the future? Ah, what? It's just for actual combat training. I will have a sense of measure. If you don't send people, I will find you myself. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, don't worry, I must send 10 people to accompany you for actual combat training every day. Xiao Chinayu's attitude immediately changed. If Chen Feng came to find them, their fate would be even worse. Let's go. Chen Feng waved his hand. Xiao Chinayu and the others received an amnesty, and the people who had not participated in the war just raised the people lying on the ground immediately and left as if they were fleeing. Xiao Feng, you did a good job just now. Xiao Wu smiled. You must call Brother Feng, otherwise I will tell Xiaosan not to sleep with you. Chen Feng said. You. A blush appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Say Cao and Cao will be there. Chen Feng looked into the distance, and Tang San was hurried over. Little San, you are back. Xiao Wu said. I just came back, and I heard that you had a date in the back mountain, so I rushed over immediately. Tang San said. Third brother, you don't know how good Feng brother was just now. One person knocked down the other 10 people. In the future, they will never bully our work-study students. Wang Sheng worshipped. Tang San had a certain understanding of Chen Feng's strength. He didn't feel surprised when he heard that Chen Feng had defeated 10 opponents. He said, the teacher also asked me to do something. Now that the matter has been resolved, I will leave. You should have already obtained a spirit ring, so go to the spirit hall to get a spirit master certification. Chen Feng said. Yeah. Tang San nodded. Then let's go together. Xiao Wu said happily. You are already a soul master. Tang San was a little surprised. Perhaps you are innately full of soul power. Xiao Wu said dissatisfied, but she was still quite proud. Then let's go together. Tang San said. Let's hurry up. Today is the end of the month. Now that you can get one more month, 1 gold soul coin can buy a lot of delicious food. Xiao Wu took Tang San and ran away quickly. I really envy them, they are already soul masters. Wang Shendao. Your spirit power is also at level 9. You can cultivate hard, and it won't take long to become a spirit master. Chen Feng smiled. Chapter 10, Half a Year, by Warrant. In a blink of an eye, half a year passed. 10 people sent by Xiao Chenai to accompany him in practical combat training every day. In less than half a month, Chen Feng's spirit power reached level 10. But at that time, he didn't get the spirit ring for many reasons. First, his innate spirit power was level 3, and he reached level 10 in less than 4 months. It would definitely attract the attention of many people. Before he had the ability to protect himself, it would be better to keep a low profile. Second, before acquiring the spirit ring, although the spirit power level cannot be increased, the increased spirit power is still hidden in the body. After the spirit ring is obtained, the spirit power level will increase quickly. Third, he has a storm attribute system, and he wants to raise his physical fitness to the level of the soul sovereign respect before obtaining the first spirit ring. Because the physical strength reaches the realm of the soul sovereign, he can absorb the 1000-year spirit ring. Now it has been 5 months since his spirit power reached the 10th rank, and his physical strength also reached the level of a war soul sovereign 3 days ago. And in the past 6 months, he also discovered a secret. If his previous spirit power was clear water, then his current spirit power was a thick paste. Because the spirit ring cannot be obtained, the spirit power level cannot be improved, but the spirit power is constantly increasing. If the increase is not much, after obtaining the spirit ring, it will rebound quickly, and the spirit power level will increase faster. However, the spirit power that Chen Feng has increased in these 5 months is several times that of his 10th level spirit 5200 www.bqg5200.xyz. The spirit power has been continuously compressed and has undergone a qualitative change. Even after obtaining the spirit ring, it will not rebound. In this way, although his spirit power level increased slightly, the quality of his spirit power had increased by a level, which would be of great benefit to him in the future. In the woods of the back mountain, 2 figures are competing, it is Chen Feng and Tang San. Entangling! Tang San yelled, and 3 vines stretched quickly along the ground towards Chen Feng. The black iron rod in Chen Feng's hand stirred up the 2 blue-silver vines, but the remaining vine entangled him, making him unable to move. Brother Feng, you lost, the teacher said, unless your strength exceeds my level by a large level, you won't be able to break free from my blue-silver grass in a short time. Tang San smiled. In the past 6 months, Chen Feng's strength has increased rapidly, and Tang San is no longer Chen Feng's opponent without using hidden weapons and spirit abilities. Today in the competition, Chen Feng asked Tang San to use his spirit ability. He wanted to see how effective Tang San's spirit ability was. Really? Chen Feng's mouth raised slightly. The spirit power in his body suddenly exploded, instantly breaking the blue-silver grass entwined with him. How is this possible? Tang San was shocked. He was still very confident in his blue-silver grass. He didn't expect Chen Feng to break free so easily. The intensity of your blue-silver grass is indeed very high. Even if you are a war spirit master of the same level, you can't get rid of it in a short time without using explosive spirit abilities, but that is my physical fitness for ordinary spirit masters. But it is far more than the soul master of the same level. Chen Feng laughed. Brother Feng, I didn't expect you to surpass me so quickly. Tang San sighed. I can't beat you now. Your blue-silver grass is poisonous. I didn't feel anything just now. You obviously didn't release the toxin. Chen Feng said. Moreover, in addition to toxins, Tang San also had an endless stream of hidden weapon methods, and that was Tang San's real killer move. Brother Feng, you can see it, we are just discussing, if it is to use poison, it is not good. Tang San smiled. Chen Feng silently merged the attribute light that fell on the ground, and then said, Little San, I need help from the master if I have something, can you take me to see him? What can you do with the teacher? Tang San asked curiously. My spirit power is already 10th level, I'm going to get a spirit ring. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, is your spirit power level 10? Tang San asked in surprise. You have been a soul master for so long. If I don't catch up quickly, won't I be dragged further and further by you? Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, I think you will completely surpass me soon, because I should work harder. Tang San said, according to Chen Feng's rate of improvement, it will be a matter of time before he surpassed him. I will take you to the teacher. Following Tang San, he soon came to the master's office. Tang San knocked on the door, and soon there was a sound from inside, come in. Pushing the door and entering, the master saw Tang San coming, and said gently, Little San, what's the matter with you? Brother Feng is looking for a teacher. Tang San said. Master, I want to borrow a warrant from you to enter the hunting forest. Seeing the master's gaze projected over, Chen Feng said. Your spirit power has reached level 10. The master said in surprise. Yet. Chen Feng nodded. Your innate soul power is only level 3, and I didn't expect it to be upgraded to level 10 so quickly. The master wondered how Chen Feng improved so quickly. Generally speaking, the lower the innate soul power, the slower the cultivation. Like Chen Feng's third level of innate soul power, it usually takes several years to increase the soul power to 10th level. Chen Feng just smiled and said nothing. Hunting the soul beast is a very dangerous thing, I will go with you. The master said. Chen Feng shook his head and said, Master, I have no family background. If I want to become stronger, I can only rely on myself. Even if you help me this time, I still have to rely on myself to obtain spirit rings in the future. The master's strength is very poor, and it will not help him to go with him, but it may drag him down. If it wasn't for a warrant to enter the soul hunting forest, and it would be too troublesome to obtain a warrant from the spirit hall, he would not borrow the warrant from the master. When the master heard this, he was a little surprised. He did not expect Chen Feng would refuse and would say such a thing. This is a warrant to enter the soul hunting forest. Take it. The master took out a black token and handed it to Chen Feng. The pattern on the token is made up of 3 patterns. The middle is a sharp sword, the left is a hammer, and the right is a monster. Thank you, master. Chen Feng thanked. After getting the token, Chen Feng left the master's office. Teacher, there is no danger for Brother Feng to go to the soul hunting forest alone, right? Tang San said with some worry. He originally thought that Chen Feng was asking his teacher to help him obtain the spirit ring, but he didn't expect to just enter the soul hunt the warrant for the forest. I don't know. The master shook his head, and then said, but he is the most mature child I have ever seen. If his innate spirit power is higher, he might become a strong man in the future. The current brother Feng can also become a strong man. Tang San said. The master glanced at Tang San and didn't say anything. He knew the importance of aptitude. It was because of the mutation of his spirit that his innate spirit power was only half level. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through level 30. Teacher, I am going to practice, otherwise it won't take long before Brother Feng will surpass me. Tang San said with firm eyes. Go. The master smiled. After borrowing the warrant, Chen Feng asked for leave from the college teacher, and then bought some things in Notting City and set off for the hunting forest. Chapter 11, Hunt for the Soul Forest, Fight Hard. The hunting forest is located 400 miles northeast of Notting City. There are many such forests in the Heaven Do Empire, and this one is the closest to Notting College. The spirit beasts in it were all raised by the Heaven Do Empire, and they were all low-level spirit beasts, the highest not exceeding 10,000 years, and 1,000-year level spirit beasts were rare, and most of them were centuries-old spirit beasts. After 2 days of driving, Chen Feng finally came to the hunting forest. There is a warrant to form a group to hunt defensive soul beasts. There are still 2 people behind, and the level must exceed 20. Hunting power soul beasts, warrants for 7 people, and 8 gold soul coins. At the fair outside the forest, many people were yelling, all wanting to organize a group to hunt the soul beast. This is also the best way to hunt the soul beast, but Chen Feng did not have this plan. Before he came, he had already bought the things he wanted to buy, and walked directly through the market to the entrance of the hunting forest. The entire soul hunting forest was fenced up, and there were soldiers on patrols. There were also law enforcement teams in the forest, which checked warrants from time to time, so it was very dangerous to sneak into the hunting forest. Chen Feng wears a mask on his face, so that people can't see his face and don't know his exact age. The soldier in charge of inspection at the entrance stopped Chen Feng. When Chen Feng took out the token that the master gave him, the soldier's face suddenly showed a respectful look, and he quickly gave up a passage. After Chen Feng entered the soul hunting forest, he did not rush to go deep, but silently observed the environment in the forest. After walking for 2 hours, Chen Feng encountered the first soul beast, a snow wolf, less than 100 years old, but it was too soon, about 90 years old. Oh! Xuelang yelled, his green eyes fixed on Chen Feng, his saliva was left along his tongue, and he had obviously regarded Chen Feng as delicious food. Swish! The snow wolf rushed out, very fast, and came in front of Chen Feng in an instant. However, at this moment, the black iron rod in Chen Feng's hand suddenly swung out, and a club hit the wolf's head. The snow wolf flew upside down, sliding on the ground, raising billowing dust, and hitting a big tree. Stop! Hey, the spirit beast's body can also explode attributes. Chen Feng looked at the several attribute light on the ground, and gave a horrified cry, so that it became easier for him to obtain the attribute light balls. After fusing the attribute light spheres, Chen Feng walked towards the snow wolf. The stick that had just smashed the skull of the snow wolf torn apart, it was obvious that it would not last long. Boy, this snow wolf is my prey. At this moment, a loud voice came over, and Chen Feng turned to look and saw a tall man with a scar on his face approaching. Although Chen Feng wears a mask on his face, his short figure shows that he is not very old. Why do you say that it is your prey? Chen Feng said. I said it was my prey, that's my prey. The scar man smiled. His smile made the scar on his face look more hideous. You can take it if you want. Chen Feng said. If you are acquainted with you kid, if you take out your valuable things, I will spare your life. Scar the man said. Here you are. Chen Feng took the package off his body and threw it not far in front of Scar Man. It turned out to be such a bullshit. The Scar Man said with disdain, and walked over to pick up the package. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly violent and slammed a stick at Scar Man's head. Scar Man licked blood on the tip of the knife all the year round. His response was good, and he instinctively hid to the left. However, Chen Feng's speed was very fast. Although Scarman had escaped the critical point, he still smashed on his right shoulder. Kaka-ah! The fractured bone and the screams of the Scar Man sounded almost simultaneously. Without stopping, Chen Feng waved the black iron rod in his hand and continued to smash at Scar Man, but Scar Man rolled on a donkey and hid. Wuhan possessed. Scarman quickly summoned his martial arts spirit. His martial arts spirit was a basalt tiger, his muscles swelled, his hands turned into tiger claws, and his skin became rock-like. "Boy, today I must tear you apart," Scar Man said angrily. Chen Feng saw the 3 rhythmic spirit rings on Scar Man's body, and knew that the other party was a spirit sovereign, but the spirit rings were white, and yellow, which did not reach the best configuration. His body strength has reached the level of war spirits, and coupled with the 10th level of soul power that has been compressed with a high concentration, he still has a chance of winning when the opponent has an arm abandoned. The first soul ability, Hungry Tiger rushes for food. The first spirit ring on Scar Man's body lit up, and then landed on the ground with both hands, as if an evil tiger rushed towards Chen Feng. The ghost is lost. Chen Feng didn't choose to hold it hard. He moved his body sideways and flashed to the side. Then he swung a black iron rod towards Scar Man's right shoulder. The bone in Scar Man's right shoulder had broken, which was the weak point of his defense. Second spirit ability, Profound Rock Shield. Just when Chen Feng was about to hit Scar Man, the second spirit ring on Scar Man's body was shining, and a shield made of rocks stood in front of Chen Feng. Chen Feng hit the shield with a stick, and with a bang, the force of the counter shock sent Chen Feng out, but the shield also shattered. The third spirit ability, Swanyan Tiger Claw. Chen Feng had just stabilized his figure, and Scar Man attacked again, his claws glowing with metal, and the rock beside him was easily cut open. At this time, Chen Feng couldn't dodge at all, so he could only choose to connect. The tiger's claw slapped on the black iron rod and sparks burst out. Chen Feng's legs were bent, and his internal organs were hurt by a huge force, and a trace of blood came out from the corner of his mouth. "What?" With a loud roar, Chen Feng suddenly exerted his force and lifted Scar Man away. "Ho-ho!" Chen Feng knelt on the ground with one leg, leaning on the black iron rod to support his body, gasping for breath. "Boy, don't have the strength anymore." The Scar Man smiled grimly. "Your spirit power doesn't have much left, right?" Chen Feng said. While speaking, Chen Feng calmly merged several attribute light around him, allowing him to recover some of his injuries and physical strength. "It's enough to kill you." Scar Man jumped up, and Tiger Claw patted Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng violently again, slammed a stick on the head of Scar Man, his head cracked, and his brain was splashed out. The Scar Man didn't even want to understand until he died, how could Chen Feng burst out with such great power? In the end, a golden ball of light exploded from Scar Man's body, but Chen Feng did not have time to care about it at this time, and began to vomit. This was his first murder, but he still vomited bitter gall in such a rough way. After a while, Chen Feng felt better and began to fuse the attribute light on the ground. After all the fusion was completed, his injuries recovered 80%. Chen Feng looked at the last golden ball of light again. Chapter 12, Wuhan Evolution, Tian Mahu. Ding dong. The basalt tiger spirit is detected, and it is the same type of spirit as the host's spirit black tiger. Is it fused? The voice of the system machinery sounded in Chen Feng's ears. Fusion. The golden ball of light in his hand suddenly turned into a streamer and plunged into Chen Feng's body. The appearance of the black tiger's martial soul remained unchanged, but its power had increased a lot. After the martial arts were fused, Chen Feng walked to the corpse of Scar Man. Scar Man has a bracelet on his hand, and he knows that it is not an ordinary thing. Soul guidance device. Chen Feng poured soul power into it and discovered that this bracelet turned out to be a soul guide. The space inside was about 3 cubic meters, there were hundreds of gold coins, some clothing and food. This is really an unexpected joy, Chen Feng said happily. Although the space of 3 cubic meters is not very large, it is enough for him to store some necessities of life, and travel in the future will be much more convenient. The clothes of Scar Man were of no use to Chen Feng, and he threw them directly. After cleaning up a bit, Chen Feng left. He was fighting with Scar Man just now, which caused a lot of movement, and if it attracted other people or powerful soul beasts, it would be troublesome. 5 days later, Chen Feng had already arrived in the heart of the hunting forest. He encountered several 100-year-old soul beasts along the way, but he hadn't seen one of them. Ah! Chen Feng was about to eat some dry food, but suddenly heard a roar. It's definitely a 1,000-year spirit beast. Chen Feng's eyes lit up, and the power of this voice was definitely not something that a 100-year-old spirit beast could make, and he didn't care about eating, so he ran in the direction where the sound came from. It didn't take long for Chen Feng to see 2 spirit beasts fighting. One of them was an iron-clad rhino, about 2,500 years old, and the other was a manticore, about 2,000 years old. The iron-clad rhino is completely dark, and its defense is very strong, like iron armor, with a single horn on its head, glowing with metal light. The scorpion-tailed tiger is about 3 meters long, its whole body is fiery red, and its tail is as sharp as that of a scorpion. Finally found it. Chen Feng looked excited when he saw the Lacerta tiger. The attributes and age of the Lacerta tiger were very suitable to be his first spirit ring. But now Chen Feng is not the opponent of the iron-clad rhino and the Lacerta, so he can only hide silently, looking for a suitable mobile phone meeting. Although the manticore is only a 2,000-year-old soul beast, it is 500 years lower than the iron-clad rhino, but the strength of the manticore is no weaker than the iron-clad rhino. In the end, the scorpion-tailed tiger stabbed the eyes of the iron-clad rhinoceros with its tail, and then bit the iron-clad rhino's neck with one bite, but the iron-clad rhino also made a long hole in the abdomen of the scorpion-tailed tiger with its one horn. Chen Feng knew that the time had come for him to take action, so he suddenly violently smashed the past with a stick. The helicopter tiger had just experienced a great battle, but he did not expect that there were humans lurking nearby, and Chen Feng smashed it out with a stick, smashing a huge rock to pieces. Although Chen Feng succeeded in the sneak attack, the scorpion-tailed tiger was a 1,000-year-old soul beast after all. Wow! The Lacerta screamed angrily and rushed towards Chen Feng. The scorpion-tailed tiger was injured. As long as Chen Feng dragged on for a while, the scorpion-tailed tiger would definitely fall down, but Chen Feng did not do that. This is the center of the hunting forest. If the time goes on and other spirit beasts are attracted, it will be troublesome. Up! Stepping forward, Chen Feng waved a black iron rod and rushed towards the Heliconia tiger. After a fight, Chen Feng's body was scratched with several scars on the Lacerta's claws, but the Lacerta's name was terminated by Chen Feng. A purple spirit ring flew out of the Lacerta's body. Chen Feng didn't rush to absorb the spirit ring, and walked towards those attribute light on the ground and the golden legend. That's right, a golden ball of light burst out of the Lacerta's body. Chen Feng first merged the other attribute light balls, and the scars on his body were healed, and then picked up the golden light balls, ding dong. The manticore tiger spirit is detected, and the black tiger spirit of the host is of the same type. Is it integrated? Fusion. The golden ball of light turned into streamer and plunged into Chen Feng's body, fusing with the black tiger martial spirit. Wow! A scream sounded. This time the martial soul fusion was different from the previous one. The black tiger martial soul has changed, its body size has increased a lot, the hair is still black, but it looks brighter, and aching appears on the forehead. Word! Ding dong! Congratulations on the evolution of the host's spirit. The black tiger's spirit has evolved into the devil's spirit of the tiger. The voice of the system machinery rang in Chen Feng's ears. Heavenly demon tiger Wuhan. Chen Feng muttered softly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Quantitative changes caused qualitative changes, and after fusing several martial souls, the black tiger evolved. Chen Feng looked at the purple spirit ring again. After the spirit beast was killed, the spirit ring would disappear soon. He quickly sat down and began to absorb the spirit ring. The helicopter's spirit ring was pulled over, and Chen Feng felt a huge pressure, and the bones all over his body made a slight noise. Fortunately, Chen Feng's physical fitness reached the level of the battle spirit, otherwise his body might collapse directly. A huge energy poured into Chen Feng's body, burning all 5 internal parts, but Chen Feng tried to stay sober, only in this way could he absorb the power of the spirit ring to the maximum. After about half an hour passed, after the spirit ring had been absorbed, Chen Feng opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes flashed by. The 1000-year spirit ring is really powerful. Chen Feng said. He felt that his physical fitness had improved a lot in all aspects, and his spirit power had also greatly improved. Wuhan possessed. Chen Feng snorted, a black light burst out from the center of his eyebrows, his muscles swelled suddenly, and his hands turned into sharp tiger claws. The first soul skill, the devil tiger claw. Chen Feng slapped a claw on a rock, and with a bang, the rock world burst open. Attack power increased by 50%. Chen Feng felt the power of the first spirit ability, which made him very satisfied. The 1000-year spirit ring was truly extraordinary. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the corpse of the scorpion-tailed tiger. He suddenly found something wrong with the corpse of the scorpion-tailed tiger. Thinking of something, he immediately walked over and sliced away the corpse of the scorpion-tailed tiger. The soul bone is the right arm bone. Chen Feng looked excited. He didn't think that his luck was so good, and the spirit bones burst out. You must know that every spirit bone can be sold at a sky-high price, and it is impossible to find it. Soul bones are divided into head soul bones, torso bones, limb bones, and external soul bones. The external soul bones are the most precious and cannot be stripped once they are fused. After the soul bones are fused, the power of the devil tiger claws will definitely increase. Chen Feng secretly said. If the soul bone and soul ring are from the same soul beast, the effect is the best. Chapter 13, Fusion of Soul Bone, the Master's Surprise. Chen Feng stuck the soul bone on his right arm and began to fuse. There was a scorching heat on the right arm, and the soul bone slowly merged into Chen Feng's arm, and he felt the strength of his right arm gradually increase. I don't know how long it has passed before the soul bone and Chen Feng's right arm are completely fused. The first soul ability, the Devil Tiger Claw. Chen Feng tested the power of the Heavenly Demon Tiger Claw again, and with the blessing of the soul bone, the attack power bonus of the Heavenly Demon Tiger Claw reached 150%. Such a bonus was very terrifying. Soul Bone Skill, Double Attack from Heaven Demon. In addition to greatly increasing the power of the Celestial Demon Tiger Claw, Chen Feng also acquired a Spirit Bone Skill. The attack power bonus was the same as that of the Celestial Demon Tiger Claw, but he could launch 2 consecutive attacks and attack the same place. It's time to leave. Chen Feng said. This trip to the Soul Hunting Forest can be said to be a huge harvest. The Soul Guide, the 1000-year Soul Ring, and the Soul Bone are all jealous. After leaving the hunting forest, Chen Feng did not rush back to Notting College, but found a hotel to take a good night's rest. He has a few hundred gold soul coins from the scared man. He is not short of money now. Chen Feng returned to Notting College 3 days later, and it took 10 days in total. Chen Feng came to the master's office and prepared to return the warrant. Xiao Feng, have you obtained the spirit ring? The master asked. Well, thank you for your warrant. Chen Feng said. Mind telling me about the effect of your first soul ability? Does it come from any soul beast, said the master. Generally speaking, the effects of soul ability are confidential, and you will not tell others casually, so that it can be unexpected. Effect. Chen Feng hesitated, and finally nodded, and said, "My first soul ability is called the Demon Tiger Claw. Its attack power has increased by 50%. It comes from a 2,000 years old manticore." While speaking, a purple spirit ring lit up on Chen Feng's body. The 1,000-year spirit ring, how is this possible? The limit of the first spirit ring is 432 years, and it is impossible to absorb the 1,000-year spirit ring. The master exclaimed, his eyes widened. He had studied the martial spirit for so many years, and he would definitely not make a mistake, but now that the facts were before his eyes, he couldn't help but believe it. After a while, the master calmed down and asked, "Xiao Feng, can you tell me how you did it?" Chen Feng had long expected that the master would ask this question, and there was nothing to hide, so he should return the kindness that the master lent him the warrant. "Master, according to your theory, which spirit ring can absorb the 1,000-year spirit ring?" Chen Feng said. "The third spirit ring." The master said. "Then what is the difference between absorbing the third spirit ring and absorbing the first spirit ring?" Chen Feng slowly guided, without directly telling the master the answer. "It's physical fitness." The master thought for a while, suddenly a bright light burst into his eyes. "Yes, as long as the physical fitness reaches the strength of the soul sovereign when absorbing the first spirit ring, you can absorb the 1,000-year spirit ring." Chen Feng said. "It's probably very difficult." The master frowned. "It is indeed very difficult. My physique is different from that of ordinary people. With the divine power of the gods, coupled with the exercise since childhood, I can barely manage it. It is impossible for ordinary people to absorb the 1,000-year spirit ring in the first spirit ring, but as long as they strengthen their body exercise, it is still possible to absorb the 1,000-year spirit ring in the second spirit ring." Chen Feng said. "Everyone only pays attention to the cultivation of soul power, and no one is willing to waste precious cultivation time to exercise, but they don't know that the body is the root. Xiao Feng, these theories of yours really opened my eyes." The master looked at Chen Feng admiringly. He couldn't expect a 6 or 7-year-old child to have such an opinion. Actually, it's very simple to put it bluntly, but no one found it. Chen Feng said. "That's also very remarkable." The master said, "So many people, why did Chen Feng discover it? Those titled Douluo had never discovered it." "Master, I'm leaving first." Chen Feng said. "Let's go, if you have any needs in the future, just tell me." The master laughed. Chen Feng reported to the Academic Affairs Office first, saying that he had already returned, and then returned to the 7 shelter, when Xiaowu and Tang San were both in the dormitory. "Brother Feng, you are back." Tang San saw Chen Feng and was a little excited. He was still more worried about Chen Feng's safety these days when Chen Feng left. "Brother Feng, have you obtained the spirit ring?" Xiaowu asked. "Yet." Chen Feng nodded. "Brother Feng, what is your first spirit ability, do you want us to compare it?" Xiaowu said with a grin. "Okay, I also want to see the actual combat effect of the first spirit ability." Chen Feng smiled. After he obtains the spirit ring, he is confident that he can defeat Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, let me discuss it with Brother Feng." Tang San looked at the smile at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth, and knew that Xiaowu could not please Chen Feng in his hands. "Why are you robbing me?" Xiaowu pouted in dissatisfaction. "I will discuss with Brother Feng first, and when you see the effect of Brother Feng's first spirit ability, the chances of winning will be greater," Tang San said. "Okay, then." Xiaowu's bright eyes flashed. The three came to the woods in the back mountain, which is the best place to fight. "Brother Feng, be careful," Tang San said. The spirit possessed. Chen Feng didn't underestimate the enemy, and opened the spirit directly, his muscles swelled, and his claws glowed with cold. This is how Feng Jie Wuhan possessed. Xiao Wu said. It was the first time he saw Chen Feng possessing Wuhan. Although he had seen Chen Feng fight with others before, he had never used Wuhan. Brother Feng really has become a lot stronger. Tang San secretly said in his heart. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. Tang San let out a low cry, and several blue-silver grasses quickly extended along the ground towards Chen Feng. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth raised slightly, and with a wave of his claws, a few bright lights flashed, and the blue-silver grass broke into several pieces. Tang San's blue-silver grass was as fragile as paper under his sharp tiger claws. The first soul ability, the Devil Tiger Claw. Chen Feng took the initiative to attack, and Tiger Claw patted Tang San. Tang San hurriedly used the first spirit ability again, but unfortunately it was torn to pieces by Chen Feng. Seeing that Chen Feng was about to shoot him, his figure suddenly dodged and escaped the blow. Winding. Tang San's first spirit ability was activated again. This time the distance was relatively short. Before Chen Feng had time to tear the blue-silver grass, he was trapped by the blue-silver grass. However, this blue-silver grass could only be trapped in Chen Feng for a second, and the spirit power gushed out, instantly tearing the blue-silver grass to pieces. However, Tang San took advantage of this second to get away. As a control-type spirit master, it would be unwise to die in close combat with a strong attack-type spirit master. His advantage lies in remote control. But after Chen Feng's figure fell to the ground, it turned into an afterimage, and instantly came to Tang San's body, with sharp tiger claws resting on Tang San's head. Little San, you lost. Chapter 14, Back to the Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao leaves. Brother Feng, how can you get lost in ghosts? Tang San was very surprised. Fighting with you so many times, every time I have suffered a lot from your move, so I paid special attention to it, and then I learned it, but I'm still unskilled and far worse than you. Chen Feng said that his ghost trail hadn't even reached the realm of Xiaocheng. If it weren't for surprise, it would not be easy to defeat Tang San. Brother Feng, you are really a genius. Tang San said. Chen Feng had learned all his unique skills. Practical training is not about letting us absorb the strengths of our opponents in battle, so as to make up for our shortcomings. I am not a genius like this. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, if I didn't make a mistake just now, your first spirit ring is 1,000 years old. Tang San said. Not bad. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. How did you do it? Tang San asked. When your physical fitness reaches my level, you can do it too. Chen Feng smiled. I'm not as perverted as you. Tang San said. Xiao Wu, do we have to learn from each other? Chen Feng smiled and looked at Xiao Wu. Your first spirit ability is 1,000 years old, so I won't compare it with you. Xiao Wu said proudly. She and Tang San always lose more and win less, and Tang San can't beat them, so she won't look for it. Abuse. That's a pity, I still want to take the opportunity to learn your soft skills. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, my soft skills require extremely high physical flexibility. Even if I teach you, you won't be able to learn it. Xiao Wu smiled proudly. Half-year later. A semester at Notting College is 1 year, and the college is not allowed to go home in the middle, but family members can visit. Chen Feng has no family, so naturally no one comes to visit Chen Feng. Xiao Wu, it's a holiday tomorrow, do you want to go home? Chen Feng said while packing up. I've already told Xiao San, go to his house to play. Xiao Wu smiled. I'll see the parents so soon. Chen Feng smiled. Xiao Wu froze for a while, and then reacted, a blush appeared on her little face, and said, Brother Feng, if you are so bad, I will ignore you in the future. Haha. Chen Feng smiled. Early the next morning, 3 children in nodding college uniforms left Nodding City and headed for the Holy Soul Village. This year, Chen Feng has gained tremendously. In addition to the earth-shaking changes in his strength, he also learned a lot of knowledge about spirit masters. As early as 3 months ago, his spirit power level had reached the 20th level, but he was not in a hurry to obtain the spirit ring, and planned to compress it for a while to lay a solid foundation. In the spirit master stage, the spirit power needed to upgrade one level is much more than that of the soul master. Most of the students at Nodding College are spirit warriors, and they can't keep up with their stats just by exploding from them. Otherwise, Chen Feng could be promoted to level 20 at least 2 months earlier. After leaving this time, Chen Feng didn't plan to return to Nodding College, but planned to go out and find a stronger opponent. With his current strength, he also had a certain degree of self-protection. How far is it? Xiao Wu's feet ached a little, and she no longer had the excitement that she had just started. Have you seen the mountain in front? The Holy Spirit Village is at the foot of the mountain. Tang San said, pointing to a mountain in the distance. Then let's go quickly. Xiao Wu pulled Tang San to speed up. Soon, the 3 of them walked into the Holy Soul Village. This is my home, and Xiao San's home should be ahead. Chen Feng said, his home is not far from the entrance of the village, and he saw it as soon as he entered the village. Brother Feng, is your house like this? Xiao Wu looked at the 2 dilapidated thatched houses, a little surprised. I am an orphan, and I was picked up by the village chief Jack's grandfather. The 2 thatched huts were built with the help of the villagers. Chen Feng said. He came back this time to see the village chief Jack. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. Xiao Wu said weakly. It's okay, I'm doing well alone. Chen Feng said indifferently. Brother Feng, you haven't come back for a year, and there is no way to live in your house for the time being. It's better to go to our house for one night first, and come and clean up tomorrow. Tang San said. All right. Chen Feng nodded. Within a few minutes, he arrived at the door of Tang San's house, and Tang San was vaguely excited. Dad, I'm back. The door was closed, but it was not locked, and Tang San pushed the door directly into it. Little San, you are back. What sounded in the room was not Tang Hao's voice, but the voice of village chief Jack. Tang San couldn't help but wonder how could village chief Jack be in his home. Grandpa Jack, where is my father? Tang San asked. Village chief Jack sighed, handed a note in his hand to Tang San, and said, look at it. Your father left it for you. I came to him in the morning because I wanted him and me. I will pick you up together, but I didn't expect you to have returned. Tang San took the IOU a little uneasy and looked at it. Little San, when you read this letter, I have already left. Don't find me. You can't find me. Although you are still young, you already have independent ability. The young eagle needs to spread its wings to fly higher. Don't worry about me. Your character inherits a lot of your mother's delicacy. Dad is a useless person. As you grow up, Dad needs to get back some things that should belong to me. One day, we father and son will see each other again. I want you to become stronger, but I don't want you to become stronger. You choose your own path. If one day, you feel that the profession of a soul master is not good, you will return to the Holy Soul Village, just like me. Be a blacksmith. Seeing the content on the note, Tang San's joy turned into sorrow, tears streaming down. Grandpa Jack, Xiao San needs to calm down, let's go out first. Chen Feng said to village chief Jack. Yet. Village chief Jack nodded. Xiao Wu, you accompany Xiao San. Chen Feng said to Xiao Wu, and then walked out of the room with village chief Jack. Xiao Feng, how have you been at school this year? Village chief Jack asked. Little San and I have had a good time in the academy. We are now soul masters. Little San has also worshipped a teacher. His teacher is very kind to him. Chen Feng said. You and Xiao San are both good kids, the pride of our village. Village Chief Jack said with a smile on his face. I accompanied Village Chief Jack all the way to chat about the college, and he soon came to Village Chief Jack's house. Chen Feng stayed at Village Chief Jack's house for dinner, and then he quietly left 100 gold soul coins with Village Chief Jack. Home. As night fell, Chen Feng did not find Tang San and Xiao Wu in Tang San's home. So he came to the top of the mountain next to Shengun village. At this time, Tang San and Xiao Wu were holding hands and lying quietly on the grass. Ahem. Chen Feng coughed. Brother Feng, why are you here? Tang San and Xiao Wu quickly released their hands and stood up. Isn't this worrying about you? Chen Feng said. I'm fine. Although my father has temporarily left me, I have another sister Xiao Wu. Tang San said. Sister love, right? Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, you are always so bad, I will ignore you from now on. Xiao Wu pretended to be angry. It's my sister, I will do my best to protect Xiao Wu from harm in the future. If someone wants to hurt her, they must step on my body first. Tang San said firmly. It's almost the same anyway. Chen Feng shrugged. Chapter 15, Soto City Arena of Souls. Brother Feng, Xiao Wu, I will show you a good thing. Tang San said. What good thing? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang San raised his hand, pulled down his sleeves, took off the sleeve arrows from his wrists, and said, This is called silent sleeve arrows. You only need to activate the switch and the 3 small arrows inside will shoot out according to your control. You can shoot 1. You can also shoot 3 arrows at the same time, which can have a good effect in the face of opponents of comparable strength. No wonder I always perceive dangerous auras from you. If you use this thing when you are fighting with me, I am definitely not your opponent. Chen Feng said. This silent sleeve arrow is very lethal. Once it is shot, it will either die or be injured. It is not suitable for use in the competition. Tang San said. Brother, are you going to give it to me? Xiao Wu blinked bright eyes. We are brothers and sisters, and I don't have anything valuable to give you. This is my first work, so I will give you self-defense. Tang San said. Thank you, third brother. Xiao Wu happily took the silent Shijian. Brother Feng, I only have this one now. After a while, I will make another one for you. Tang San said embarrassedly. I don't need this thing, and I will leave soon. Chen Feng said. Leave? Tang San asked suspiciously. Nodding college is too comfortable for me. I decided to see the wider world outside. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, you are leaving too. Tang San said sadly. Little San, everyone has a way to go. One day we will meet again, and we will fight again when that time comes. Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, when do you plan to leave? Tang San asked. It should be only these 2 days. I came back this time to see Grandpa Jack. I've seen it now. Chen Feng said. The Barak Kingdom has 2 most important cities. One is Barak, the capital of the Barak Kingdom, which is the political and economic center of the Barak Kingdom. The second is Soto City, located in the center of the Lima Plain, which belongs to the Barak Kingdom. Granary. After Chen Feng left Holy Soul Village, it took half a month to arrive at Soto City. Soto City is much larger than Nodding City. There is the 3rd-level main hall of Wuhan Temple, which shows that Wuhan Temple also attaches great importance to Soto City. Chen Feng's 2nd spirit ring intends to absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring, but his current physical fitness only reaches the level of the Soul Sect, and if he wants to absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring, he must reach the level of the Soul King. Moreover, the 10,000-year spirit ring is different from the 1,000-year spirit ring. It not only has requirements for physical fitness, but also has requirements for spiritual power, otherwise the soul impact of the 10,000-year spirit beast will directly destroy his spirit. If you want to quickly improve your physical fitness and mental power, the Great Arena of Souls in Soto City is a very good choice for Chen Feng. The Great Arena of Souls in Soto City is an iconic building in Soto City. It has an oval shape and a height of more than 120 meters. The interior is divided into a main arena of souls and 24 sub-arena of souls. It can hold 60,000 spectators at the same time. After entering Soto City, Chen Feng inquired for a while and found the location of the Great Battle Arena in Soto City. Walking into the Great Fighting Arena, the first thing Chen Feng saw was a huge stone stele with densely engraved names, all of which were the dead in the fighting soul. I want to register. Chen Feng came to the registration place. With a mask on Chen Feng's face, the staff were used to this situation, and directly handed a chapter of the form to Chen Feng, saying, "Fill out this form, and teach you 10 gold soul coins as the registration fee." There are only 3 simple items on the form: name, martial soul, and soul power level. You can use real or fake names as you like. The spirit and spirit power level must be filled in truthfully, especially the spirit power level. After filling in, you need to test it. Because fighting spirits allocate opponents based on their spirit power levels, unless you request them yourself, they are all allocated opponents of the same level. Naturally, Chen Feng didn't intend to use his real name. After thinking about it for a while, he filled in the 4 characters: the Great Sage of Heaven. The martial soul is filled with black iron rods, and the soul power level is filled in with the quasi-great spirit master of level 20 and first ring. After filling out all of them, Chen Feng took out 10 gold soul coins and handed them to the staff along with the form. The staff picked up the form and saw that the spirit power level was a quasi-great spirit master of level 20, which felt a little strange, because the opponent assigned to the level of spirit power was a great spirit master, and most people would choose to obtain a spirit ring. Come to participate in the spirit fight again, with 1 more spirit ability, and the strength will be improved a lot. However, the staff did not say much, and took out a blue crystal ball and said, "I need to test your spirit power level." Chen Feng stretched out his hand and tested his spirit power level, which was the same as the one filled in. It was level 20. "Should I arrange for you to fight souls now?" the staff member asked. "Arrange now," Chen Feng said. "This is your badge of fighting spirit, we will arrange it for you as soon as possible. Please wait in the lounge first," the staff member said. After Chen Feng got the badge, he went to the lounge. There were many people in the lounge. When Chen Feng came in, they just glanced at them. As long as they continued to meditate, try to keep themselves in the best condition. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, it was finally Chen Feng's turn to play. On the fighting stage, a staff member wearing a tuxedo, holding a soul guide that can amplify the sound in his hand, said loudly, "The 3rd game of our one-on-one fighting in the 15th Arena of Souls will be held. It is the quasi-great soul master Kishan Great Sage who possesses the black iron rod of the weapon spirit, and the great soul master Iron Bull who possesses the beast spirit Iron Horn. Whether the Tainyu Great Soul Master can continue his 4-game winning streak, or whether the newly arrived quasi-great soul master Qi Tian Great Sage won, let us wait and see." Soon after the host had finished speaking, a strong man with a height of 2 meters and violent muscles stepped onto the fighting platform, and Chen Feng also walked up slowly. "Young man, this is not the place you should be here, so hurry up and give in, otherwise it won't be good to wait for you to hurt you," Tainyu said. Although Chen Feng is wearing a mask, it can be seen from his height that Chen Feng's age is not big. "For the sake of what you said, I will be gentle when I hit you," Chen Feng said. Tainyu grows 5 big and 3 thick, and has a simple and honest personality, otherwise he would not have said this to Chen Feng. "If you don't admit defeat, then I can only beat you down," Tainyu said. "Wuhan possessed." A little light spread from the center of the Iron Cow's eyebrows, the originally powerful muscles swelled further, 2 sharp horns grew on the head, the nose became larger. And he was spraying rough air. Is this going to be a Spanish bullfight? Chen Feng smiled in his heart. The first spirit ability, Whirlwind Horns. Tai Niu rushed towards Chen Feng, rotating his body in the air to increase the penetration of the horns. Chen Feng straddled his feet and took a deep breath. When Tai Niu came in front of him, he suddenly shot, grabbed 2 horns, and forcibly stopped Tai Niu from spinning. A lot of strength. Chen Feng secretly said, his arms were a little numb at this time. The Iron Horn Bull belongs to that kind of power-type spirit beast, and the spirit power level of the Iron Bull has reached the 25th level, and Chen Feng heart will not be so relaxed next. It's me. Chen Feng kicked the Iron Bull out, but he controlled it very well. He didn't kick the Iron Bull directly out of the fighting arena. After all, he was to explode his attributes, not just to win. Chapter 16, Wuhan Fusion Skill, Dragon and Snake Dance. Bang bang bang. Tai Niu is like a football, kicked by Chen Feng, but Tai Niu's defensive power is also very strong. After being kicked for more than 10 minutes, he couldn't bear it, and was finally kicked off the soul fighting platform by Chen Feng. The host was stunned. He didn't react until Chen Feng reminded him, and said loudly, "The quasi-great soul master Qi Tian has won and the record is 1 win and 0 loss. Please go to the backstage to register after you step down." After Chen Feng registered, he found Tai Niu. "What do you want to do?" Tai Niu saw Chen Feng a little scared. "I want to participate in the 2-on-2 soul fight, but I still lack a partner. I want to find you to participate in the 2-on-2 soul fight." Chen Feng explained his intention. One person can only participate in 1-on-1 soul fighting once a day, which is not enough for Chen Feng, so he wanted to participate in 2-on-2 soul fighting. "I'm injured, I can't fight my soul at all today," Tai Niu said. "You just need to sign up with me. After you get on stage, you go straight down and I will be 1-2. If you win, you will be divided into 2 gold soul coins." Chen Feng said. 1-on-1 soul fighting, the winner can get 5 gold soul coins. 2 against 2 souls, the winner can get 10 gold soul coins. Tai Niu thought for a while, and agreed. With Chen Feng's strength, he might really be able to beat 2. Even if he loses, he has no loss. Chen Feng took Tai Niu to the 2-on-2 registration office, handed over their 2 soul fighting badges, and said, "We want to register. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, and give your combination a name." The staff member said. Chen Feng took out 10 golden soul coins and said, "It's called the Black Bull combination." The martial spirit he used to sign up was called the Black Iron Rod, and the spirit of the Iron Cow was the Iron Horn Bull, and 1 character was taken from each of the 2 spirits to form the Black Bull combination. "Okay, the registration of the Black Bull combination has been completed." The staff returned the badge to them, but at this time the words Black Bull combination were added to it. "Now arrange the fighting spirit for us," Chen Feng said. "I will make arrangements as soon as possible, please go to the lounge and wait first," the staff member said. There are still a lot of people who come to the great arena of Soto to fight souls, and they are quickly lined up with their opponents. Their opponent is named Dragon Snake Combination. Next, we will proceed to the 5th game of the 18 Arena of Souls. The Black Bull combination will face the Dragon and Snake combination," the host announced loudly. Chen Feng and Tai Niu stepped onto the stage of fighting the soul. The Dragon and Snake combination turned out to be a pair of twin brothers. They just don't know what their martial arts are, but from the name of the other team, it can be seen that it should be related to Dragon and Snake. "You go down first," Chen Feng said. Tai Niu nodded and walked directly off the soul fighting platform. "What do you mean, are you ready to surrender directly?" said one of the brothers. "No, I will be enough to deal with you," Chen Feng said. "Arrogant, said another of the brothers. Arrogance requires skill, and I happen to have it. Chen Feng said. Arrogance also requires a price. The two brothers said together, summoning their spirits. Both spirits are sticks, but one has a snake tattooed on the stick, and the other has a dragon tattooed on the stick. The brothers left and right, and attacked Chen Feng at the same time. Chen Feng also took out the black iron rod from the bracelet. The two are twins, who have lived together since childhood, have the same mind, and cooperate seamlessly, and their spirit power has reached the 29th level, surpassing Chen Feng's 9th level. In anyone's opinion, Chen Feng will definitely lose in this game. Dang dang dang. Chen Feng resisted. Although the two attacked fiercely, Chen Feng's defense was not leaking. After dozens of consecutive attacks, Chen Feng blocked them all. The first soul skill, the Dragon Stick Strike. The first spirit ability, Snake Stick Strike. The brothers looked at each other, and at the same time used the first spirit ability. Although it was also a stick, the attack power of this stick was increased by 20%, which was considered a good spirit ability. The ghost is lost. This time, Chen Feng didn't hold back hard, his figure flashed, he broke through the gap between the two brothers, and escaped a blow from the two of them. At the same time, he swept his club and hit them behind. The brothers snorted, a trace of blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. It seems that you have no ability to make me pay for my arrogance. Chen Feng laughed. Martial soul fusion skills, dragon and snake dance. The brothers were irritated by Chen Feng's words, and took out their unique trick to press the bottom of the box, the martial arts fusion skill. At this time, even Chen Feng's expression became solemn, and the fusion skills displayed by the 229 Great Soul Masters could at least reach the level of the Soul Sect, or even the level of the Soul King. From the spirits of the two brothers, a dragon and a snake flew out respectively. The dragons and snakes were intertwined, and flew towards Chen Feng like weaving braids. Chaotic cloak and stick method. Chen Feng held one end of the black iron rod, the solace of his feet pressed tightly to the ground, his calves suddenly exerted force, the strength was uploaded, his body turned halfway, and the black iron rod swept all rounds in the air and smashed into the void. Immediately afterwards, Chen Feng turned around again quickly, and the black iron rod in his hand lifted again and smashed into the void. He swung 18 sticks one after another, which was already the limit Chen Feng could achieve at present. 18 times of power stacking, he finally hit the opponent's martial arts fusion skill with one stick. With a bang, Chen Feng was shot and flew out, and his body turned a few somersaults in the air. After landing, he relied on the black iron rod in his hand to be inserted on the soul fighting platform to stabilize his figure. The martial soul fusion skills of the brothers were also broken by Chen Feng. With this stick, Chen Feng's physical strength was almost exhausted, and after the two brothers used the martial soul fusion technique, their spirit power was almost exhausted. However, Chen Feng integrated the attribute ball of light that fell on the fighting spirit stage and recovered some. Without giving the brothers a chance to breathe, he rushed towards them. Bang bang bang. The two brothers were too late to admit defeat, and they were smashed by Chen Feng, but Chen Feng also made a definite move, avoiding the vital parts, just letting them suffer a little bit of skin injuries. It wasn't until a golden ball of light burst from each of them that Chen Feng knocked them off the ring. It's really a wonderful game. Congratulations to the Black Bull combination for winning, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Please wait to go backstage to register. The host announced loudly. Ding dong. The power attribute light ball is detected, is it fusion? Ding dong. A sphere of mental attributes is detected, is it fusion? When the host announced that the Black Bull combination had won, Chen Feng had silently merged the attribute light that had fallen on the fighting platform. Chapter 17, Wuhan Evolution, Mysterious Iron Rod. Ding dong. Dragon Stick Wuhan detected, and the host's Wuhan Black Iron Rod is of the same type, is it fused? Ding dong. Snake stick martial arts detected, and the host's martial arts black iron rod is of the same type. Is it fused? When Chen Feng touched the two golden of light, two successive mechanical voices rang in Chen Feng's ears. Chen Feng did not hesitate and said directly, fuse. The spirit of the dragon stick and the spirit of the snake stick merged into the spirit of the black iron rod. The spirit of the black iron rod has changed. The original pitch black color has become darker, and the black is translucent, and there are some patterns on the two sections of the stick. The weight has also increased significantly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, the martial spirit has evolved, and the black iron rod spirit has evolved into the black iron rod spirit. The voice of the system machinery sounded again, and Chen Feng was very excited. The soul fighting was over. Chen Feng walked off the soul fighting platform, went to the backstage to register, and received the gold soul coin by the way, and then found the twin brothers just now. You have already won, what else do you want to do, said one of the brothers, and Chen Feng couldn't tell whether it was the older brother or younger brother. I'm not malicious, what is your name? Chen Feng said. My elder brother, Zhang Long, and his younger brother, Zhang Shi. Zhang Long said. I want to find you to form a team of 7. With our strength, it is difficult to meet opponents in the Great Soul Master team. Chen Feng said. Only participating in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 soul fighting, the speed of exploding attributes is still too slow. If you perform another 7-on-7 fighting every day, the speed of obtaining the attribute light ball will be greatly improved. The brothers Zhang Long and Zhang Shi admired Chen Feng's strength. The two brothers even used martial arts fusion skills, and they were still not Chen Feng's opponents, and even Chen Feng did not use martial arts. We can promise you, but we have only 3 people now, and 4 people short of it. Zhang Long said. And my teammate Tai Niu just now, plus he has 4 people. Do you know any great soul masters? Can you invite them to the team? Chen Feng said. We have a very good friend who is an auxiliary great spirit master. Wuhan is a healing scepter. However, he has just obtained the 2nd spirit ring and is now only level 21. Zhang Long said. The spirit master of the auxiliary system is just right. It doesn't matter if the strength is a little lower. I will ask Tai Niu to see if he has a friend at the level of a great spirit master. Chen Feng said. If it is not there, he can only drag 2 people casually in the arena, anyway, he doesn't have much demand for the opponent's strength. Chen Feng took Zhang Long and Zhang Shi and the 2 brothers to the lounge, when Tai Niu was resting in the lounge. Brother Feng. Tai Niu saw Chen Feng coming and walked over immediately. He watched the battle between Chen Feng and Zhang Long and Zhang Shi just now, admiring Chen Feng's strength even more. This is your reward. Chen Feng took out 2 golden soul coins from his pocket. Thank you Feng brother. Tai Niu said happily. Tai Niu, I want to form a 7-player team, and I have invited Zhang Long and Zhang Hu to participate. They can also bring in an auxiliary Great Soul Master to join the team. Do you have a Great Soul Master level friend? Chen Feng said. I happen to have 2 close friends. One martial spirit is Iron Feather Eagle, the 26th level sensitive attack type Great Spirit Master, and the other is the Xian Shui Turtle, the 27th level defense type Great Spirit Master. Tai Niu said. Can you pull them into the team? Chen Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the words. With such a strong teammate, they are definitely willing. Tai Niu smiled. Then we will meet at the gate of the arena tomorrow night. Chen Feng said, it is too late today. Yet. Tai Niu nodded. After Chen Feng left the great fighting arena, he found a good hotel to rest. He is not short of money now. He has been on the road for half a month. Once he arrived in Soto City, he fought 2 souls. He was a little tired. However, he was quite satisfied with the harvest in the great fighting arena of Soto City today. He had harvested 2 stick-type martial arts, which allowed the black iron stick martial arts to evolve successfully. The next day, Chen Feng took a good stroll in Soto City. It was the first time to come to such a big city. Of course, he wanted to appreciate the scenery of the big city. In the evening, after Chen Feng had dinner, he came to the door of the great fighting arena, and Tai Niu and others were already waiting for him. "Let you wait a long time," Chen Feng said. "We haven't been here for long, Brother Feng, let me introduce them to you. These two are my good friends. The thin one is Lin Feng, the Wuhan is Iron Feather Eagle, the fat one is Lan Dun, and the Wuhan is Xian Shui. Turtle." Tai Niu pointed at the two people beside him. "His name is Wang Chuan, and Wuhan is a healing scepter." Zhang Long also introduced the people he had brought. "Well, now that everyone is gathered, we can sign up for the competition, but before the competition, we have to think about the name of the team." Chen Feng nodded, then said, "Brother Feng, you should pick the name of the team." Tai Niu said. Chen Feng thought for a while, and said, "Then it's called Team 1 Crossing 7. One wears 7, a good name, it sounds domineering." Tai Niu suddenly turned into a licking dog, and Zhang Long and the others cast him a roll of eyes. After Chen Feng and others entered the arena and registered, they waited for the arena to arrange today's opponent. The number of people who participated in the 7-on-7 fight was much less than that of the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 fights. They waited almost half an hour to get to their opponents. "From now on, we will start the third game of the 12 Arena of Souls. 7 vs 7 fights. The beasts will face the Yusha 7. The beasts have won 4 consecutive victories, and the Yusha 7's team just registered today. The team, is it the beast team to continue their winning streak, or the 7 team to get their first victory? Let us stay tuned," the host said loudly. Chen Feng and the others stepped onto the soul fighting platform. The beast team on the opposite side was composed of 7 brawny men. The reason why they were called the Wild Beast team was that all their spirits were lions, leopards, tigers, and wolves. "Lin Feng, you are faster, look for opportunities to carry out sneak attacks from the side. Blue Shield, you have stronger defenses and are responsible for resisting their offensives. Tai Niu, you are behind to protect the king's power. Zhang Long Zhang Snake, you follow me tear through their defenses." Chen Feng made simple tactical arrangements. The fight begins. At the moment when the host announced the start, Chen Feng brandished a black iron rod and rushed towards the assault system spirit master who was standing opposite. The first spirit ability, the line of fire impact. The opponent's spirit is the beast spirit flaming lion. The first spirit ring lights up, and a line of fire spouts from his mouth to stop Chen Feng's offensive. However, Chen Feng used the ghost and shadow footwork, moving his body to the side, and easily escaped. How could his speed be so fast? The man with the mad lion spirit was startled, and Chen Feng's speed was even faster than the spirit master of Fang Min's attack system. Bang ah bang ah! At the same time he was shocked. Chen Feng had already rushed in front of him, and it was just a continuous pumping. The beating and screams were mixed together. The other 2 spirit masters wanted to rescue, but Zhang Long and Zhang Brother Snake was stopped. Feeling almost done, Chen Feng smashed him off the soul fighting platform with a stick, and then rushed towards the other person. The original 7 pairs of 7 souls, eventually evolved into Zhang Long and others responsible for containment. Chen Feng alone smashed the other 7 people off the fighting platform. Ding dong! A defensive light ball is detected. Is it fused? Ding dong! The black flame tiger martial spirit is detected, and it belongs to the same type of martial spirit as the host's celestial demon tiger martial spirit. Is it fused? Chapter 18, Stardew Great Forest. After the soul fight, Chen Feng merged all the attributes of the ball of light, and a black flame tiger spirit was also exploded, which slightly improved his spirit. "Brother Feng, you are really amazing," Lin Feng said excitedly. He had doubts about Chen Feng's strength before, but after seeing Chen Feng simply and rudely smashing the opponent's 7 people off the soul fighting platform, he admired Chen Feng. Like a surging river, it stretches endlessly. Brother Feng, with you, it's too simple to win this fighting spirit. Wang Chuan laughed. Okay, let's get the reward. Chen Feng smiled, 7 pairs of 7 souls, the winner can get 100 gold soul coins, he will get 40 coins, and the other 10. Regarding this kind of distribution, everyone has no opinion. After all, Chen Feng is the main force, and they almost follow behind to get the money. After receiving the rewards, Chen Feng went to participate in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 soul fights, and harvested a wave of attribute light balls, without encountering tiger spirits and stick spirits. Half-year later, the 3 names of Monkey King, Black Bull Combination, and Team 1 Crossing 7 have resounded in the great fighting arena of Soto City. The rules of the Arena of Souls are, in the Iron Fighting Soul stage, every time you win a game, you get 1 point, and lose a game will also deduct 1 point. If you win 5 games in a row, you can get 10 points if you win another game. If you win 10 games in a row, you will get 100 points if you win 1 more game. The fastest way to advance is to win consecutive victories, but Chen Feng doesn't want to quickly upgrade his soul fighting batch, because the higher the level of the soul fighting batch, the harder it is to match the opponent. Therefore, after every 5 consecutive victories, Chen Feng will deliberately lose 1 to interrupt his winning streak. But that's it. In half a year, Chen Feng's Battle Spirit badge has also been upgraded to the Golden Battle Spirit level, and it takes several days to line up an opponent. However, fortunately, Chen Feng's physical strength and mental power had already reached the level of the Soul King, and he could go to the Stardo Great Forest to obtain his second spirit ring. After bidding farewell to Tai Niu and others, Chen Feng set foot on the road to the Stardo Great Forest alone. The Stardo Forest is located in the southeast of Soto City, only less than 500 kilometers away. Chen Feng rushed all the way and arrived in the small town around the Stardo Forest in less than a day. After resting in the small town for 1 night, early the next morning, he entered the Stardo Forest. The Stardo Forest is different from the Soul Hunting Forest. The Soul Hunting Forest is raised by the Heaven Do Empire, and the soul beasts in it are relatively mild, while the soul beasts in the Stardo Forest are wild and much more fierce. And the Soul Hunting Forest generally does not have more than 10,000 years old soul beasts, but there are many 10,000 years old soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest, and there are even 100,000-year-old soul beasts. In a word, the Stardo Great Forest is much more dangerous than the Soul Hunting Forest. As soon as Chen Feng entered the Stardo Great Forest, he felt like he had entered the virgin forest. Big trees surrounded by a few people were everywhere. This was only in the marginal area, and I didn't know what the core area would look like. The soul beasts living in the marginal area are mainly 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, and occasionally they can encounter the 1000-year soul beast. The soul beasts living in the central area are mainly the 1000-year soul beast, and occasionally you can see the 10,000-year soul beast. Living in the core, the soul beasts in the zone are mainly 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts can occasionally be seen. Chen Feng didn't go deeper after entering the edge zone. He needed time to adapt to the environment in the Stardo Forest. According to his plan, this time he would spend a long time in the forest. After the scorpion-tailed tiger's martial arts exploded last time, Chen Feng was thinking of fighting a tiger-like soul beast, but it took too much time to find a tiger-like soul beast in the hunting forest, and the gain was not worth the loss. He didn't have the ability to come to Stardo Great Forest at that time, so he could only keep this idea in his mind. This time in the Stardo Great Forest, Chen Feng not only obtained his second spirit ring, but also wanted his heavenly devil tiger spirit to undergo a second evolution. Shu's Hasha. Suddenly, Chen Feng heard a noise, and the rustling voice increased from small to large. Something was approaching quickly. Chen Feng jumped to the top of the tree and saw a flying snake approaching fast in the distance. The snake was not flying high, only 2 or 3 meters above the ground. There was a fleshy crown on his head, which looked bigger than his head and was bright red. Like blood, the tail is fan-shaped. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, the age is between 600 and 800 years. Chen Feng secretly said. The century-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake poses no threat to Chen Feng, but since it encounters it, it always squeezes some value from him. After all, it is the first soul beast he found after entering the Douluo Great Forest. Chen Feng jumped down from the treetop and took out the black iron rod from the wristband. At this time, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb had also arrived in front of him, suddenly opened his mouth, and sprayed a mouthful of colorful dense fog toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew that the colorful thick fog was not poisonous, but he still chose to avoid it, because he didn't have to bet, what if this phoenix-tailed coxcomb mutated? Using the footwork of the ghost trail, came to the side of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and hit it with a stick. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake let out a painful neigh, and the bright red fleshy crown on its head lit up, and the speed that had already been quickly changed a little faster. Its speed increased, and Chen Feng's speed also increased, avoiding its swept tail and hitting it with another stick. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake knew he was not Chen Feng's opponent. He swam fast against the ground and fled towards the distance. The speed was extremely fast. However, the difference between his strength and Chen Feng's strength was too large. He had just escaped 10 meters and was given by Chen Feng. Catch up! Bang bang bang! After a series of pumping, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was already covered with scars, but although it looked terrifying, it was all skin wounds, and it would completely recover after a period of training. Chen Feng didn't kill it. After fusing all the attribute light on the ground, he left. A shadow tiger lives in the middle of the Douluo Great Forest. It has reached 12,000 years of age. It is the overlord of this area, and the surrounding spirit beasts dare not provoke it. Generally speaking, tiger spirit beasts will have power superior to speed, but the shadow tiger is faster than power, and it is a very special existence among tiger spirit beasts. Today, the shadow tiger made tiger roars one after another, and the surrounding soul beasts were curious about what happened to the shadow tiger, but no soul beast dared to enter the shadow tiger's territory for inspection. At this time, the shadow tiger was covered with scars, and there was a short figure not far from it. This figure was Chen Feng. Chen Feng's condition at this time was not much better than the shadow tiger, and his body was scratched by the shadow tiger's claws. The crossing. Chen Feng spent 3 days using the environment in the Douluo Great Forest and then entered the central area. Today, he broke into the shadow tiger's territory and fought with it. Ding dong! The power attribute light ball is detected. Is it fusion? Ding dong! Speed attribute photosphere is detected. Does it merge? Taking advantage of the short break, Chen Feng is quickly fusing the attribute light orbs. With his current strength, it is still too reluctant to hunt down a 10,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for fusing the attribute light orbs to restore his stamina during the battle, he would not be this way. Shadow Tiger's opponent. It's time to end. Combining some attribute light balls, Chen Feng's physical strength, spirit power, and injuries on his body recovered more than half, and he was ready to quickly end the battle. Wow! Shadow Tiger screamed, his eyes became more fierce, and he was ready to make the final fight. With a hard kick on his hind legs, he leaped up and rushed towards Chen Feng. Chapter 19, the second spirit ability, Shadow Aurora Flash. Chaotic Cloak and Stick Method. Chen Feng held one end of the black iron rod, rounded it, and smashed it towards the void. When the black iron rod bounced to the highest point, he turned around and continued to smash into the void. When the shadow tiger fell in front of Chen Feng, the black iron rod in Chen Feng's hand was already stacked with 36 sticks. The power of 36 stacking times was not trivial. One stick hit the shadow tiger's head, and the shadow tiger was like a cannonball out of the chamber. Generally, it flew out. Shadow tiger's 4 to 5 meter long body hit the ground, sliding for a long distance before stopping. It was already dying, and it was very difficult to even open his eyes. Seeing the golden ball of light on the ground, Chen Feng smiled. Putting away the black iron rod, took out a short knife, walked to the shadow tiger's side. A knife ended the shadow tiger's life. A black spirit ring condensed on the shadow tiger's corpse. Chen Feng did not rush to absorb the spirit ring, but first fused the attribute light on the ground to absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring. He also needs to adjust his state to the best possible extent. After fusing all the attribute light spheres, Chen Feng almost fully recovered. Ding dong! The shadow tiger martial soul is detected, and it belongs to the same type of martial soul as the host's heavenly demon tiger martial soul. Is it fused? Fusion. The golden ball of light turned into streamer, submerged into Chen Feng's body, and merged into the spirit of the devil tiger. The power of the spirit of the devil tiger increased a little. However, there is still a long way to go before it evolves again. Chen Feng walked to the shadow tiger's corpse and sat down. The shadow tiger's spirit ring was led by him. Rage energy poured into Chen Feng's body, and the bones on his body made a dense crackling sound, as if the whole body might break at any time. Blood beads poured out of Chen Feng's skin and turned into blood mist under the action of violent energy. As the blood mist increased, it completely enveloped Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't feel well at this time. The violent energy was madly impacting his body, as if to crush his whole body bones. In the sea of spirit, the spiritual power contained in the shadow tiger spirit ring also impacted his soul wave after wave. If his mental power were not strong enough, I am afraid that one impact would turn him into a fool. I don't know how long it has passed. The blood mist has clung to the surface of Chen Feng's body, forming a blood scab on the surface of Chen Feng's body. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the blood scab, and then it spread quickly like a spider web, and pieces of blood scab fell off, revealing Chen Feng's true face. The closed eyes suddenly opened, and the residual light flashed by. Finally succeeded. Chen Feng showed a joyful smile on his face. Although absorbing the 10,000-year spirit ring caused him a lot of hardship, the gain was also huge. His second spirit ability is called Shadow Aurora Flash, which uses speed to disrupt the opponent's line of sight to carry out assaults. It is a very good spirit ability. His spirit power level has been raised to the 23rd level, and his strength has been greatly improved. If he were to face this shadow tiger now, he would definitely not be so troublesome. After the spirit ring was absorbed, Chen Feng inspected shadow tiger's corpse, but this time Goddess of Luck did not take care of him, and no spirit bone was exploded. Cut off a good piece of meat from shadow tiger, and left here. I found a pool, washed my body, changed into a new set of clothes, set up a fire, and started barbecue. This time he had to stay in the Stardo Great Forest for a long time, and it was impossible to eat dry food all the time. Not to mention that his body couldn't stand it, and he didn't bring so much dry food. The blood-red meat slowly turned golden, dripping with fat, exuding a seductive fragrance. Fortunately, Chen Feng used his spirit power to isolate this scent, otherwise it would definitely attract a lot of powerful spirit beasts, and then it would be troublesome. After eating enough, Chen Feng began to look for his next goal. In the forest, a tiger that is about 2 meters long and covered in blue is struggling to escape. This is a rare greenwood tiger among tiger spirit beasts. And behind it, Chen Feng was chasing after him. Little tiger, let you second spirit ability, the shadow aurora flashes. Chen Feng's figure turned into a stream of light, and he caught up with the greenwood tiger in an instant, circled around it, leaving a dozen afterimages, making it unable to tell where Chen Feng's true body was. Suddenly Chen Feng came out fiction www.hongqibook.com behind it, slapped it flying out with one claw, and then quickly caught up, kicked it out with one kick, kicking it dizzy. Chen Feng didn't let it go until the azure wood tiger martial spirit burst out from it. A demon yan tiger, about 3 meters long and full of black flames, was slammed into the sky by Chen Feng with a stick. At this time, the stick Chen Feng was holding was not a black iron rod, but his Wuhan iron rod. The black iron rod was only 108 kilograms, and with his current strength, it felt a little too light. And his Wuhan iron rod, as he injected the soul power, the weight also increased. With his current strength, if all the soul power is injected, the Xian iron rod can weigh up to 2,500 jin. But in that case, he only has one blow left. Bang bang bang. After the demon Yanhu was smashed into the air, Chen Feng also chased up. He was violently pumped by the demon Yanhu in the air. He didn't stop until the demon Yanhu martial arts burst out. An earth-cracking tiger leaped in the air, and patted Chen Feng with one claw. The earth-splitting tiger is known for its power. It claims that one claw can crack the earth apart, hence the name. However, Chen Feng didn't give it away, and entered the state of possessing a martial spirit. The first soul ability, the Devil Tiger Claw. The first spirit ring on his body was shining, and the same claw greeted him. With a muffled bang, the earth-cracking tiger flew out directly, but after Chen Feng landed, he only staggered a few steps to stabilize his figure. Under the blessing of the soul bone, the power of the Devil Tiger Claw is really amazing. Chen Feng secretly said. When he was outside, he didn't want others to know that his first spirit ring was the 1000-year spirit ring. He had been using the black iron rod as a weapon, and he still really felt the power of the tiger claws. Come again. This 8,000-year-old earth-splitting tiger soul beast is still a soul beast known for its strength. It is not easy to encounter it once, and Chen Feng does not want to let go of such a good opportunity to hone himself. 3 months after entering the Stardo Great Forest, Chen Feng's spirit power reached level 30, but he was still far from the evolution of the demon tiger, so he decided to enter the core zone. First, he discovered that the quality of the bursting spirit was not only related to the type of spirit beast, but also related to the age of the spirit beast. In order to let the spirit of the demon tiger evolve quickly, he decided to find a more powerful tiger spirit beast. Second, as his strength improves, the threat of the Millennium Soul Beast to him is not too great, and he needs a stronger opponent to hone himself. Chapter 20, 2 years later, Zhengzhen City. 2 years later, in the southern part of the Stardo Great Forest, a shabby young man with a black iron rod in his hand came out. This young man was Chen Feng. Chen Feng never expected that he would have lived in the Stardo Great Forest for more than 2 years. 9 months after entering the core zone, Chen Feng hunted down a 30,000-year-old demon flame black tiger, exploding the demon flame black tiger martial spirit, and the heaven demon tiger martial spirit evolved into the dark saint tiger martial spirit, and also absorbed the demon. Yan Xuanhu's spirit ring has obtained his third spirit ability Holy Tiger's Fury. The Sacred Tiger's Fury is a self-amplifying spirit ability whose defense, attack, and speed are all doubled, making it a very powerful spirit ability. However, the 30,000-year-old demon flame Xuanhu was the son of an 80,000-year-old demon flame Xuanhu. When Chen Feng was about to leave the Stardo Great Forest, he was chased and killed by the 80,000-year demon flame Xuanhu. This was the biggest crisis Chen Feng encountered after coming to Douluo continent. He was about to die under the claws of demon flame Xuanhu several times, but he escaped with his own wit and strength, and finally got rid of demon flame Xuanhu. The chase. However, Chen Feng lost his way as a result, and walked around in the Stardo Great Forest. It took a year and 3 months to get out. In the following year and 3 months, Chen Feng's gains were still very good. His strength reached level 40, after a period of compression, he absorbed the 4th spirit ring, and now Chen Feng's spirit power already 43 levels. You must know that Chen Feng is still less than 10 years old, and the 9-year-old soul sect is definitely the only one in Douluo continent, and his own strength far exceeds the level of soul power. The challenge of stepping up is as simple as eating and drinking. Chen Feng's 4th spirit ring came from a 50,000-year-old Xianming sacred tiger, and a soul bone was exploded, and it was also an extremely precious head-soul bone, which greatly enhanced Chen Feng's mental power. The fourth spirit ability is called Sage Tiger Roar. It is a sonic spirit ability that can attack in groups or by a single attack. It is very powerful. Chen Feng used this ability to severely injure a 30,000-year-old soul beast. It's finally out. Chen Feng saw the vast sky and felt very cordial. First find a place to buy some clothes, and then find out where this is. Chen Feng secretly said. The spare clothes in his bracelet have been used up, and he didn't plan to stay in the Stardo Great Forest for such a long time. When he came to a nearby town, Chen Feng bought clothes and learned what he wanted to know. This is no longer the Heaven Do Empire, but the Star Luo Empire. Part of the Stardo Great Forest is located in the Heaven Do Empire, and part of it is located in the Xing Luo Empire, which means that Chen Feng traveled through the Stardo Great Forest and came to the Xing Luo Empire from the Heaven Do Empire. But Chen Feng originally came out to practice, it doesn't matter where he practiced. They come, the security. The nearest one is Longxing City. One of the 4 single attribute clans seems to be in Longxing City, but this has nothing to do with me, but I can go to Zhengzhen City. Chen Feng thought in his heart. Zhengzhen City is known as the capital of metal and is a gathering place for blacksmiths. One of the 3 great masters of the Douluo continent is located in Zhengzhen City. Chen Feng is planning to find a height to rebuild a weapon. However, the distance between Zhengzhen City and Longxing City was not close. Even if Chen Feng drove with all his strength, it took more than half a month to get outside Zhengzhen City. Zhengzhen City is one of the main cities in the Star Luo Empire, but it is definitely not a famous city, and it is also in the middle and lower reaches of the main city. This has a lot to do with the low status of blacksmiths. Douluo continent is the world of soul masters, and other professions are not valued very much, and blacksmiths are the same. The walls of Zhengzhen City were iron grey, as if they were cast from metal. Before entering the city, I felt a breath of metal. After entering the city, the metal atmosphere became stronger, especially the many buildings with the unique style of Zhengzhen City. Even Chen Feng looked at it with great interest. Lu Gao is the chairman of the Blacksmiths Association, and most of the people living in Zhengzhen City are blacksmiths, so Lu Gao has a high status in Zhengzhen City. If Chen Feng rushes to find him, I am afraid that he will not even be able to see him. Chen Feng was not in a hurry, so he turned around in the city of Zhengzhen. First appreciate the elegance of the city of Zhengzhen. The largest number of blacksmith shops in Zhengzhen City, as many as 1,000, Chen Feng thought if he could not see the height of the building, he would find a better blacksmith shop to help him build weapons. Anyway, his weapon is a stick, and there is no high requirement for forging technology. When passing by an iron ore shop, Chen Feng's black iron rod spirit throbbed slightly. It was the first time that the black iron rod spirit had such a reaction, causing Chen Feng to stop and take a look. The iron ore shop specializes in selling iron ore that has just been mined. Many blacksmith shops will come here to buy iron ore and then extract refined iron to forge various equipment. Chen Feng walked into the blacksmith's shop, his face still wore a mask, and in the past 2 years, he has grown a lot, and most people really can't tell his true age. This young man, are you buying iron ore? Seeing Chen Feng coming in, the guy from the iron ore shop ran over and greeted him enthusiastically. Let me see for myself first. Chen Feng said. He wanted to find out the reason for the throbbing of the Xian Tai Kongwu soul. After a round in the blacksmith's shop, when approaching a certain piece of iron ore, the mysterious iron rod Wuhan reacted again. Man, how do you sell this iron ore? Chen Feng asked. My son, you should have come from outside. Dude said. Why do you say that? Chen Feng asked somewhat unexpectedly. Even a buddy could see that he was not from Zhengzhen City, and the people in Gengxin City had no different characteristics. The entire iron ore in Zhengzhen City is at the same price. This is set by the Blacksmiths Association. If the people in Zhengzhen City must know this. The guy explained. It turned out to be so. Chen Feng said. Do you want to buy this iron ore? I can let someone weigh it for you. The man said, this iron ore is too big for ordinary people to move it, and several people need to carry it. Yet. Chen Feng nodded. As soon as the guy waved his hand, 3 or 4 strong men walked out of the back room of the blacksmith's shop and weighed the piece of iron ore that Chen Feng had fancied. My son, there are a total of 10 golden soul coins and 5 silver soul coins. I will erase the odds for you and collect your 10 golden soul coins. I hope you can visit the shop next time you buy iron ore. The guy respectfully said. Chen Feng took out 10 golden soul coins from the bracelet and gave them to the guy. My son, do I need to send it to you? The guy asked. No. Chen Feng shook his head and directly received the whole piece of iron ore into the bracelet. You go slowly. The buddy said. After Chen Feng left the iron ore shop, he continued to move around in the city of Zhengzhen. The piece of iron ore had already been bought, and he was not in a hurry to understand the mystery. Hey, Zhengzhen city actually has a great fighting arena. When passing by the great fighting arena, Chen Feng let out a shock. However, the scale of the great fighting arena of Zhengzhen city is much smaller than the scale of the great fighting arena of Soto city. After all, the scale of Zhengzhen city is not as large as that of Soto city. Chen Feng walked into the great fighting arena, wanting to see the difference between the great fighting arena of Zhengzhen city. Chapter 21, Advanced Blacksmith Skills, Cold Heart Iron Spirit. The soul fighting badge is common throughout the fighting arena in Douluo continent, but Chen Feng didn't take out the previous soul fighting badge, but planned to register one again. Hello, I want to register the fighting soul badge. Chen Feng walked to the registered place and said to the staff. The registration fee is 10 golden soul coins, fill out this form. The staff took out a form in business. The form is exactly the same as the form that Chen Feng filled out when he registered in the great fighting arena of Soto city. Chen Feng still uses the name Monkey King, but his spirit has changed from a black iron rod to a mysterious iron rod, and his spirit power level is 43. After filling in, Chen Feng took out 10 more gold soul coins and handed them to the staff. It's already registered, do I need to arrange the fight for you now? The staff handed an iron fighting soul badge to Chen Feng, and then asked. Yet. Chen Feng nodded. You go to the lounge and wait, and you will be notified when it's your turn, the staff member said. Chen Feng did not go to the lounge, but came to the audience to watch other people's fighting spirits. After watching a few games in succession, he could see the difference. Most of the people who participated in the spirit fighting in the Zhengzhen Great Fighting Arena were weapon spirits, and most of them were related to forging, such as hammers, pliers, chisels, and so on. Their spirit abilities are all for better forging themselves, not to increase attack power or speed, so their strength is weaker than other spirit masters of the same level. Finally it was Chen Feng's turn to play. His opponent was a 48th level soul sect. The spirit was a hammer, but the appearance was very different from the clear sky hammer. The clear sky hammer's body was a cylinder, and his hammer's hammer it looks like a horn. The first spirit ability, one hard blow. As soon as the fighting spirit started, the opponent rushed towards him, raised the claw hammer high, and slammed it down at him. Not only is the combat effectiveness weak, but even the combat awareness is very poor. Chen Feng shook his head and raised the black iron rod with one hand, blocking the opponent's first spirit ability. How is this possible? The owner of the claw hammer spirit was extremely surprised. Chen Feng didn't have the desire to fight, he just wanted to explode some attribute light as soon as possible, and then end the fight. Bang ah bang ah! The impact and screams mixed together, and finally Chen Feng smashed the opponent off the ring. However, what surprised Chen Feng was that a golden ball of light burst out of the opponent's body. Ding dong! Check advanced blacksmith skills, is it integrated? Fusion. Suddenly a lot of forging skills appeared in Chen Feng's mind, and there was still a lot of forging experience. As long as he was trained for a period of time, he could become a senior blacksmith. According to Douluo's classification of blacksmiths, from lowest to highest, they are junior blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, senior blacksmith, blacksmith master, master blacksmith, and master blacksmith. Senior blacksmiths can only be regarded as medium, and they are everywhere in Zhengzhen City. If I beat the height of the building severely, would there be a chance to explode the artisan skills? Chen Feng thought in his heart. As soon as this idea came into being, it would be out of control. If he becomes a master craftsman, he can build weapons by himself, which is definitely better than others. The height of the building is the Soul Sage, but the fighting power is not as good as the average Soul Emperor. If Chen Feng is allowed to fight him, Chen Feng is very sure that he can defeat him. However, Lu Gao would definitely not fight him. If he hit the door directly, I am afraid that he would be beaten to death by others if he had not yet fought against Lu Gao. In a short time, he couldn't think of a good way. Chen Feng left the Great Fighting Soul Arena, planning to find a hotel to live in, and then thought of a way slowly. In Zhengzhen City, people often come to buy things, and there are a lot of floating populations, so there are a lot of hotels. Chen Feng picked one that was not bad and lived in. After arriving in the room, Chen Feng took out the iron ore he bought from the iron ore shop today. The exterior looks no different from ordinary iron ore. Is the mystery inside? Chen Feng now possesses advanced blacksmithing skills and has a certain ability to identify iron ore. Chen Feng took out the black iron rod and slammed it on the iron ore. With a bang, the iron ore on the surface broke apart and slowly fell off, exposing the contents inside. There is also a piece of ore inside, the whole body is pitch black, even people who don't understand anything can see that this piece of ore is definitely not simple. Chill Heart Iron Spirit. With advanced blacksmith skills, Chen Feng immediately recognized this ore. Cold Heart Iron Spirit is one of the hardest metals on the Douluo continent. The price is 100 times the weight of gold, and there is still no market. Such a large piece of cold iron spirit, I am afraid it is hundreds of catties. I have made a lot of money this time. Chen Feng said excitedly, this mood is like going to the antique market to pick up leeks. However, Chen Feng was not going to sell this cold iron spirit, he was going to keep it for his own use. Does the mysterious iron rod have a special response to high-grade metals? Chen Feng discovered this cold-hearted iron spirit through the throbbing of the mysterious iron rod. Since he is sensitive to the cold-hearted iron spirit, he might also have other high-grade metals. Induction. Try again when you have time. Chen Feng secretly said. After putting away the cold-hearted iron spirit, Chen Feng wondered how to explode the master craftsmanship from the height of the building. However, after much deliberation, I didn't think of a good way, and finally decided to go to the Blacksmiths Association headquarters tomorrow to find out the information, and then think of a way. Early the next morning, Chen Feng asked others about the location of the headquarters of the Blacksmiths Association, and then came to the door of a tall building. The building is more than 30 meters high and occupies an aurora. The largest building Chen Feng has seen before is the Great Arena of Souls in Soto City, but it is twice as large as the Great Arena of Souls in Soto City. There is an iron plaque hanging directly above the building. There are no words on the plaque, only a hammer and a chisel. There was no guard at the door, and Chen Feng walked in directly. The first floor of the headquarters of the Blacksmiths Association is the trading area, which mainly sells some works of blacksmiths and some metals. The second floor is also the trading area, but the sales are all rare metals. The third floor is the blacksmith registration examination area. The fourth floor is the auction. The venue is dedicated to auctioning some precious works. The fifth floor is the office area of the Blacksmiths Association, the height of which is on the fifth floor. There are 2 guards at the entrance of the stairs from the first floor to the second floor. It seems that if you want to go to the second floor, you need some proof. He walked slowly on the first floor. He was not planning to buy anything. The corner of his eyes stared at the stairs to see if the height of the building would go down. This was a whole day of shopping, but this whole day, he didn't even see the shadow of Lu Gao. But he was not discouraged. He continued to come here the next day. For 5 days in a row, he finally found some useful news. Lu Gao is extremely obsessed with forging. He works late at the Blacksmiths Association every day, and sometimes even sleeps in the Blacksmiths Association. He rarely goes out. Even if he goes out, there are 2 of his disciples guarding them. Both of his disciples are souls. Holy level. Only every night, he himself didn't know when he would stay in the Blacksmiths Association, so he would let the 2 disciples go home first. Chen Feng planned to attack the building on the way home. At that time, it was very late. There were basically no people on the street. His 2 disciples were not around. It was the best way to get off the phone. After making the plan, Chen Feng prepared a nightgown and went to wait outside the Blacksmiths Association. Chapter 22, The Height of the Master Building, another 2 years. However, Chen Feng rushed to the air that night, and Gao Gao stayed at the headquarters of the Blacksmiths Association for 1 night and did not go back at all. Chen Feng didn't sleep all night, and the hotel rested, because even if he encountered a high building during the day, he had no chance. At night, he continued to guard outside the Blacksmiths Association, but he was still empty. After living in the Stardo forest for more than 2 years, Chen Feng learned a little bit. As a hunter, he must have good patience. Only in this way can he wait for his prey. The effort paid off. On the 3rd night, Chen Feng had waited for his prey. An old man with a short stature walked out of the Blacksmiths Association. He was 1.6 meters tall and had a waist circumference of 1.6 meters. He had windy ears, small eyes, and disheveled hair. From his appearance, it was not obvious that he was the president of the Blacksmiths Association. One of the 3 great masters of the Douluo continent. Chen Feng was not ready to do anything at the gate of the Blacksmiths Association, but quietly followed behind the tall building. When Lu Gao entered the corner of the street, Chen Feng's 2nd spirit ring lit up and attacked suddenly. He immediately came to the back of Lu Gao and hit his neck with a hand knife. But the height of the building is the soul sage after all, and Chen Feng was afraid of killing the building, so he didn't dare to use his full strength. This hand knife failed to smash the height of the building, but it made him a little dizzy. Before Lu Gao could react, Chen Feng gave Lu Gao a violent beating. To prevent it from being found out afterwards, Chen Feng didn't even use the black iron rod and directly used his fists. He had not exposed the dark holy tiger spirit in Zhengzhen city, and it was basically impossible to find out that he did it. Bang ah bang ah! Although Lu Gao had no chance to fight back, he instinctively screamed. "There is movement over there, go and take a look." The screams alarmed the people on patrol in the city, and a small team came around here. "It's going to speed up." Chen Feng's punches were quicker. The raindrops of fists fell on the height of the building, and various color attribute light burst from the height of the building. The patrol was about to enter the corner of the street. At the time, a golden ball of light finally burst out. Chen Feng looked happy, picked up the golden ball of light and left directly. As for the other ball of light on the ground, "It's Mr. Lu Gao, go chase the murderer." The captain of the patrol team knew Lu Gao and immediately went over to help him, and at the same time ordered his men to chase Chen Feng. However, how could his men keep up with Chen Feng's speed? After a few breaths, Chen Feng disappeared. After Chen Feng escaped, he did not go back to the hotel directly. Instead, he went around the city a few times and returned to the hotel when he was sure that no one was following him. Ding dong! The master craftsmanship is detected. Is it integrated? Fusion. Suddenly, a lot of casting skills and experience flooded into Chen Feng's mind. Compared with the advanced blacksmith skills he had acquired before, he didn't know how much he was better. Worthy of being a master craftsman. Chen Feng admired a little. If Lu Gao had such talent and enthusiasm in cultivation, he would definitely be a level 99 limit Douluo. The next day, Zhengzhen City launched a citywide search to find the murderer who hurt the height of the building. The height of the building is a master craftsman and the chairman of the Blacksmith Association. He has a high status in the heart of the blacksmith. When others hit, they were very angry and took the initiative to help find the murderer. As the instigator of this incident, Chen Feng walked leisurely on the street like a okay person, as if this incident had nothing to do with him. After several experiments, Chen Feng discovered that the mysterious iron rod really has the ability to sense rare metals, and it is simply a rare metal finder. So he began to raid the major iron ore shops in Zhengzhen City and found many rare metals, such as black iron, tungsten steel, fine gold, cold silver, red copper, and so on. He couldn't fit the original bracelet soul guidance device anymore, so he sold some rare metals and bought a new ring soul guidance device. The space inside was about 50 cubic meters, which was considered advanced among the soul guidance device. After the raid, Chen Feng did not intend to leave Zhengzhen City. What he now possesses is only the skills of master craftsman. There is still a long way to go before becoming a real master craftsman. Nowhere is better than Zhengzhen City to improve forging technology. So Chen Feng rented a shop in Zhengzhen City and opened a blacksmith shop, preparing to improve his forging skills from scratch. As for the hunt for the murderer who harmed the height of the building, after half a month, there was still no clue, and the search effort was much smaller. In the end, it was nothing. In Douluo continent, strength is the root, and Chen Feng can't delay his cultivation because of upgrading his forging technology. He can still distinguish the primary and secondary relationship. So Chen Feng was the same as when he was in Soto City. He found a few people to form a team and played 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 7-on-7 fights every day. The people of Zhengzhen City are mainly weapon spirits, and many of them have stick spirits, so Chen Feng exploded many stick spirits, and the mysterious iron stick spirits increased quickly. 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, Chen Feng's figure will basically only appear in 3 places: his own blacksmith shop, the major iron ore shops in the city, and the Great Fighting Soul Arena in Zhengzhen City. The 3.1 line life made Chen Feng a great harvest. First of all, his 50 cubic meter ring soul guide has been filled with various rare metals. It can be said that the total amount of rare metals in Zhengzhen City is not as large as he alone. Every time the major blacksmith shops buy goods, he will buy the iron ore that contains rare metals. With the rare metal sensor of the mysterious iron rod Wuhan, it is simply unnecessary for him to do this. Too easy. Secondly, a month ago, he finally raised his forging technology to the level of a master craftsman, but he did not go to the Blacksmiths Association for certification. In the end, his spirit power was raised to level 50. In fact, when he came to Zhengzhen City for half a year, his spirit power had already been raised to level 50, but he never got the spirit ring, but kept compressing it. His own soul power is ready to complete an amazing feat: condense the soul core in the realm of the Soul King. Soul core is a cultivation method only available in Douluo No. 2 Middle School. Generally speaking, the first soul core is condensed when entering title Douluo, and the second soul core is condensed when entering limit Douluo. And the protagonist of Douluo 2, Huo Yuhao, condensed the first soul core in the realm of Soul Sage by virtue of his strong spiritual power, and when he reached the limit Douluo, he condensed 3 soul cores. When Chen Feng was at the 20th level, his mental power was comparable to the Soul King. At the 40th level, he was no longer weaker than the Soul Sage. Later, he merged with the head and soul bone, plus the accumulation of the past 2 years. Not weaker than the general title Douluo. Therefore, Chen Feng is confident that after breaking through the Soul King, he will directly condense the first soul core, so when the limit Douluo, he hopes to condense 4 soul cores and become the strongest limit Douluo. It's time to leave. Chen Feng was going to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain the 5th spirit ring, and then condense the soul core. Now he was over 11 years old, and it was only a few months since Tang San graduated from Notting College. After he planned to break through the Soul King, he would go to Shrek College to find Tang San. When Xiao San and Xiao Wu see me, they will definitely be surprised. Chen Feng smiled triumphantly. All his things were placed in the soul guidance device, and there was nothing to clean up. After closing the forge, Chen Feng left the city where he had lived for 2 years. Chapter 23, Dark Demon Thulhu, Qianrongxiu. It was faster than when he came here. Chen Feng only took 10 days to arrive at the Stardo Great Forest. Stepping into the Stardo Forest, the fresh air mixed with refreshing fragrance came to Chen Feng's heart. Last time he wanted to get out of the Stardo Forest, but now he is back again. Chen Feng's 5th spirit ring is ready to absorb 80,000 years. The demon flame black tiger who chased him last time is a good choice. Not only the year and attributes are very suitable for him, but it can also avenge the pursuit of him. Without any hesitation, he went straight to the territory of demon flame Suanhu. However, when Chen Feng had just entered the central area, he suddenly felt a huge energy fluctuation. It seemed that someone was fighting in front of him, and the person who shot was very strong. Chen Feng was curious in his heart, took out the mask and put it on his face, quietly lurking past. About 2 or 3 miles ahead, there is a black giant tiger. The giant tiger is pure black, without a trace of miscellaneous hair. Its red eyes are full of gloomy breath. The body is more than 8 meters long, and the muscles are bulging. The weight is probably 3. Above 1,000 catties, there is a black king character on his forehead. The most peculiar thing is its tail, which is very similar to the tail of the Lacerta tiger that Chen Feng encountered at the beginning. It is composed of many bones and is much longer than ordinary tiger spirit beasts. It stands upright, with a huge barb at the top, glowing with a dimmer light. Not far in front of the black giant tiger, there were 2 people. One of them was wearing a black robe. Chen Feng could not see his appearance, but his body was rhythmically yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 spirit rings marked that he was a titled Douluo. The other is a woman about 20 years old. She is very beautiful. She is the most beautiful woman Chen Feng has ever seen. She has 6 spirit rings on her body, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. Wuhan is one. There are 3 pairs of wings behind the humanoid martial soul. Dark demon evil tiger, Qianrongxiu, this can be touched by me. Chen Feng said in surprise. Chen Feng knew that huge black tiger, it was the dark evil tiger. According to legend, the evil descended on a white tiger, causing it to mutate, turning the white tiger's original light attribute into dark attribute, and giving birth to black that represents the fall. Wings, and that evil hook like a scorpion tail. Chen Feng also guessed the identity of that unique martial arts soul possessed by that beautiful woman. At this time, the situation of Qianrongxiu and the titled Douluo was not very optimistic. Although the dark demon evil god tiger was only more than 60,000 years old, its strength surpassed many 100,000-year soul beasts. In the original work, after Tang San became titled Douluo, he possessed the sea god trident and sea god's light, and almost fell into its hands. If Tang San had a lot of cards, he would have died in his hands. And the title Douluo next to Qianrongxiu was obviously inferior to Tang San at that time. Chen Feng remembered that this dark demon evil tiger possessed a rejuvenation skill, able to pull his opponent into a special arena for life and death duels. Any powerful opponent, after turning 6 years old, faced a 60,000-year-old soul beast, he would die without life. Tang San was able to kill the dark devil and evil god tiger. When the dark devil and evil god tiger used this skill, he used the purple divine light to break the dark demon and evil god tiger's defense, making the dark demon and evil god tiger rejuvenate with him, and finally rely on Zudge god. The crossbow kills each other. Miss, you go quickly, I will block it. Title Douluo said decisively. It's useless, its target is me, don't kill it, we don't want to leave the Stardo Great Forest today. Qian Rongxiu said, from the beginning, the dark demon evil tiger's attention was on her. When Qian Rongxiu was talking with Title Douluo, the dark demon Thulhu tiger moved, and the surrounding air fluctuated violently, and the wind was strong, and then the dark demon Thulhu tiger suddenly disappeared. Title Douluo's complexion suddenly became extremely solemn, his figure flashed lightly, and he took 3 steps to the right in succession. At the same time, he half-turned his body and turned his head back. The dark demon Thulhu's original forward movement also stopped abruptly, and stopped contrary to common sense. Obviously this dark demon evil tiger is very clever. Although its target is Qian Rongxiu, it is the Title Douluo who attacks first, because as long as Title Douluo dies, Qian Rongxiu will definitely not escape its claws. The 5th soul skill, the Sacred Sword. Qian Rongxiu also moved when the dark demon evil tiger attacked, and the 5th spirit ring on her body flashed a bit. The sacred flame on the seraphim could be used as a long sword, and a sword directed towards the dark devil evil god. The tiger cut down. Qian Rongxiu's attack power is extremely powerful, and it also has the purification effect of angel soul power, which has a strong restraint effect on soul beasts such as dark demon evil tiger. However, this sword slashed on the dark demon evil god tiger, and saw a flash of grey light on the dark devil evil god tiger, and Qian Rongxiu's attack disappeared invisible. How is this possible? Qian Rongxiu was extremely surprised. The grey light on the dark demon evil tiger flashed again, and a spherical shape was condensed on top of its head, and the spherical appearance was flickering. This was one of its unique tricks, dark demon evil thunder. With the roar of the dark demon evil god tiger, the dark devil Xiale flew towards Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu reacted in time, and the sword in her hand struck the dark demon and evil thunder. The dark demon and evil thunder was not split, but pushed Qian Rongxiu back and forth continuously. Miss, be careful. The Title Douluo hurried over to rescue him, destroying the dark demon and evil thunder with one blow. A gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the dark demon evil tiger, and he activated his sprint skills, and the figure rushed straight out, with a speed comparable to teleportation. The only flaw was that it could only move in a straight line. The Title Douluo had just rescued Qian Rongxiu, and couldn't escape this blow at all, and was slapped by the dark demon Thulhu. This dark demon evil tiger is really smart. Chen Feng secretly said in his heart. Few humans can match this calculation ability, so it's no wonder that this dark evil spirit tiger can grow to this height. You must know that the dark demon evil tiger itself is not fast at cultivation speed, mainly relying on devouring other soul beasts for cultivation, which also caused the dark devil evil tiger to become the public enemy of the soul beast. Once found, it will try to kill it and not give it to the dark demon. Thulhu tiger's opportunity to grow. Therefore, it is generally difficult to see even a 1,000-year-old dark demon evil tiger, but this dark devil evil tiger has grown to more than 60,000 years, which is inseparable from its amazing calculation ability. The Title Douluo was shot flying, and the dark demon evil god tiger bit towards Qian Rongxiu, trying to swallow Qian Rongxiu. Although it is a dark attribute, the light attribute of Qian Rongxiu's body has a huge attraction to it. If it can swallow Qian Rongxiu, it will definitely be of great benefit. Miss, run away! Title Douluo, who had been seriously injured, yelled at Qian Rongxiu. A ray of light lit up on his body, and he began to burn his own life to fight for Qian Rongxiu's chance. As soon as the voice fell, the light on his body bloomed instantly, extremely dazzling. Chen Feng was so shaken that he couldn't open his eyes. He only heard a bang, and a strong wind was blowing towards him. Is this the Title Douluo's life-threatening blow? The power is really formidable. Chen Feng said in his heart, that Title Douluo is up to level 92, and the power of this blow is comparable to the full blow of a level 95 Title Douluo. When everything calmed down, Chen Feng saw Qian Rongxiu lying on the ground, suffering serious injuries. She was too close to the dark demon god tiger at the time and was affected. The situation of the dark demon Douluo is not very good. There are blood stains in many places on his body, at least a few bones have been broken, and his tail has become transparent, as if his energy has been exhausted. Do you want to make a move? Chen Feng thought in his heart. Although the dark demon evil god tiger is only more than 60,000 years old, it is much better than the 80,000-year-old demon flame Suanhu. And now the dark devil evil god tiger is seriously injured, which is an excellent opportunity. But the dark demon Douluo was too cunning, and Chen Feng was not sure if its injury was as serious as it seemed on the surface. If it rushed out, it would probably fall into its hands. Fight. After some struggle, Chen Feng finally decided to take a fight. It is also very difficult to hunt down the 80,000-year-old demon flame black tiger, so it is better to choose the dark demon evil tiger in front of him. Chapter 24, Wuhan Evolution, Heaven and Underworld God Tiger. Chen Feng didn't do it right away, he was waiting for the best opportunity, because he only had one chance to shoot. If he missed a hit, he would definitely die if the dark demon evil god tiger had a chance to fight back. The dark demon Douluo lay on the ground, his wound bleeds continuously, as if it really didn't work. Qianrongxiu was seriously injured. Title Douluo sacrificed his life for a blow, even if it was just the aftermath, it was not something she could bear if she had just broken through the Soul Emperor. Time passed slowly like this, strangely calm. After knowing it for half an hour, the dark demon Douluo stood up, where there was still the sluggishness just now, strode over to Qianrongxiu, preparing to devour his prey. Qianrongxiu wanted to resist, but she had difficulty even standing up now. Am I going to die like this? Qianrongxiu thought unwillingly. Not long after she broke through the 60th level, she came to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain the spirit ring under the protection of title Douluo. Everything was going well. She successfully obtained the 6th spirit ring, but when she was about to leave, she met on the dark demon evil tiger. Chen Feng was still waiting, often when he was the closest to success, and when he was the most relaxed, the dark demon evil god tiger was too cunning, he had to be careful. When the dark demon evil tiger walked 2 or 3 steps away from Qianrongxiu, he stopped, and his saliva dripped along his tongue. In its eyes, Qianrongxiu was delicious food. He opened his mouth wide and bit towards Qianrongxiu. At this moment, a low voice sounded, 4th spirit ability, Holy Tiger roars. The 4th spirit ring on Chen Feng's body lit up, and he roared, and the sound wave energy spiraled towards the dark demon god tiger, and the huge body of the dark demon god tiger was directly blown out. There was almost no intermission, a bucket-like iron rod smashed towards the dark demon evil tiger. After using the roar of the holy tiger, Chen Feng immediately converted the black iron rod martial spirit. Although he could not evolve the black iron rod in the 2 years of Zhengzhen city, it was only a thin line apart, and his power was much greater than before. Chen Feng's spirit power was all injected into it, and the weight of the mysterious iron rod was as high as 6,000 catties. With a bang, the dust rolled, and the earth seemed to tremble. Hoo! Although only 2 strokes were used, these 2 strokes almost exhausted all the spirit power in Chen Feng's body, and even his figure was a little unstable. If the dark demon and evil tiger hadn't died, then he had to wait obediently for death. The dust cleared, and the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger was lying there, with a black spirit ring suspended on it. Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. However, at this moment, a bead flew out from the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger. The bead was dark, emitting 2 kinds of light of blue and blue. Before Chen Feng could react, a black hole appeared in the space next to it. The beads flew in directly, and the black hole healed again, as if it had never appeared before. Why did I forget such an important thing? Chen Feng said annoyed. The black bead in the dark demon evil tiger is a very good treasure. In the original work, it traveled to the vast continent and became Zhou Weiking's natal pearl. But even if he still remembered this incident, it was useless. At his current speed, it was impossible to intercept that black bead. Looking at the golden attribute light ball on the ground and the black spirit ring on the corpse of the dark demon god tiger, Chen Feng sighed, "I should be content." Chen Feng looked at Jian Rongxiu and found that Jian Rongxiu had fainted. He guessed that he was stunned by his holy tiger roar. Although his holy tiger roar was attacking the dark demon evil tiger, the dark devil evil tiger was at the time. The distance to Jian Rongxiu was too close, and Jian Rongxiu was seriously injured, and a little energy spilled out could stun her. Without taking care of Jian Rongxiu anymore, Chen Feng walked over and merged the several attribute light on the ground, and the spirit power in his body recovered a little. Ding dong! Detecting the dark holy tiger martial soul of the dark demon, and the host's dark holy tiger martial soul belong to the same type of martial soul, is it fused? The mechanical voice sounded in Chen Feng's ears. Fusion! Chen Feng said. The golden ball of light turned into a streamer and plunged into Chen Feng's body, and a loud tiger roar sounded, and then a huge black tiger appeared behind Chen Feng. It is a little different from the previous Dark Saint Tiger martial soul. Although it is still black, the hair of the whole body is exuding dark gold light, the king character on the forehead is moving, and there are 3 golden stripes on each side of the waist. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, the Dark Holy Tiger martial soul evolved into the Heavenly Tiger martial soul. The mechanical voice rang in Chen Feng's ear again, making him very excited. Unexpectedly, the Dark Sacred Tiger martial soul evolved so quickly, and the current Heavenly Underworld God Tiger martial soul might be slightly better than the Seraphim. As mentioned in the original work, the Dark Demon God Tiger Wuhan and the Seraphim Wuhan are of the same level, while Chen Feng's Heaven Underworld God Tiger is a fusion of the Dark Holy Tiger and the Dark Demon God Tiger, and has a higher level than the Seraphim Wuhan. The soul must be higher. After the evolution of the martial spirit, Chen Feng looked at the spirit ring of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger. He did not directly absorb the spirit ring. One is that his current state is not very good, and the other is that it is not very safe here. Holding Jian Rongxiu in his right hand and dragging the body of the dark demon Thulhu in his left hand, Chen Feng quickly left here. The body of the dark demon evil god tiger weighed 3,000 jin, and he could only drag it away with his strength. It was still too difficult to hold it in one hand. In about a quarter of an hour, Chen Feng found a secret cave and entered with the body of the dark demon evil god tiger and Jian Rongxiu. While on the road, Chen Feng found several thousand-year-old soul beasts, and directly beat them up, exploding many attribute light balls, which restored all the soul power in his body. After entering the cave, Chen Feng brought a few stones to seal the cave, but the light could still shine through the cracks in the stones. After that, he started to seal Jian Rongxiu's spirit power to prevent Jian Rongxiu from waking up suddenly and disturbing him to absorb the spirit ring. After all, the heart of defense is indispensable. After doing all this, Chen Feng began to absorb the spirit ring of the dark demon evil tiger. The heavenly underworld god tiger appeared above him, and the 4 spirit rings of purple, black, black, and black moved in a rhythm. This kind of spirit ring configuration would be very surprised by anyone who saw it. The dark demon evil tiger's spirit ring was drawn over, and a huge but extremely sharp icy air current pierced into his body at this instant, violently impacting his body. The icy air current was full of jealous evil and strong unwillingness. The moment it rushed into Chen Feng's body, Chen Feng directly spouted a mouthful of blood. The power contained in the dark demon evil spirit tiger spirit ring is too strong, not weaker than the 100,000-year spirit ring. His bones creaked and his body seemed to collapse at any time. Blood beads penetrated from his skin, and then turned into a blood mist, enveloping him all, looking like a blood cocoon. Time slowly passed. And Chen Feng's spirit power and mental power were fighting against the evil energy in the dark demon and evil spirit tiger's spirit ring. Jian Rongxiu opened her eyes, she vaguely remembered that she had been rescued. My soul power is sealed. Jian Rongxiu checked her own situation, but found that she couldn't use her soul power at all, and there was a burst of energy that sealed her soul power. Chapter 25, Wind and Thunder Wings, Tianming Demon God Transformation. Out of the corner of Jian Rongxiu's eyes, she glanced at the huge blood cocoon, immediately looked over, and said in surprise, "Is this absorbing the spirit ring, or is it absorbing the spirit ring of the dark demon evil tiger? My spirit power should have been sealed by him, I don't know who he is." Jian Rongxiu thought in her heart. She was only stunned by the roar of Chen Feng's holy tiger before, and did not see Chen Feng. Now Chen Feng is wrapped in blood cocoon, she still doesn't know who saved her, even if it is a man or a woman. It can absorb the spirit ring of the dark demon evil god tiger, at least the 80th level. He is not very optimistic, and I don't know if he can succeed. Jian Rongxiu thought. Her spirit power is now sealed and she is seriously injured. It is difficult to get close, so she can only wait silently, but it is a blessing for her to escape this time. What? A loud cry came from the blood cocoon, and then a burst of energy burst out, dispelling the blood cocoon. Chen Feng's figure appeared, with a mask on his face. Jian Rongxiu could not see Chen Feng's exact age, but the purple, 4 and black 5 spirit rings on Chen Feng's body were particularly eye-catching. How is this possible? Jian Rongxiu opened her eyes and exclaimed, but she soon thought of a reasonable explanation, and said secretly, "Is he a twin spirit? I don't know if he is a spirit Douluo or a title Douluo. If it is a title Douluo, after he attaches the spirit ring, I am afraid that ordinary super Douluo will not be his opponent." Jian Rongxiu thought in her heart. She guessed that Chen Feng was a twin spirit, and was now attaching a spirit ring to the second spirit, and the spirit ring that could absorb the dark demon evil tiger should be at level 80 or higher. I don't know if he has joined the sect. If not, inviting him to join the Martial Soul Palace will be a great help in the future. Jian Rongxiu thought in her heart. What? Chen Feng let out a scream again, his whole body convulsed, and there was a painful expression on his face, but it was completely blocked by the mask. A pair of lavender wings slowly spread out from behind him, and each wing was at least 2 meters long. There are hurricanes and thunderstorms above. External spirit bone. Jian Rongxiu exclaimed again. As the saint of Wuhan Palace, she has a very broad knowledge, and she can see at a glance what is going on with the wings behind Chen Feng. Wings wrapped around from both sides, and Chen Feng's figure was wrapped in again. This guy's luck is really good. Jian Rongxiu muttered, the external soul bone is more precious than the other 6 soul bones. Chen Feng's external soul bone was exploded from the 60,000-year-old dark demon evil tiger. Not much more than 100,000-year soul bone. At this time, Chen Feng had passed the most dangerous moment, and then he only had to slowly absorb the energy in the dark demon evil spirit tiger's spirit ring. Time slowly passed. After the dark demon evil spirit tiger spirit ring had absorbed the energy, the wings slowly unfolded, revealing Chen Feng's figure, which was slightly taller than before. Chen Feng opened his eyes, and a striking light flashed from the bottom of his eyes. When he noticed the wings behind him, he immediately understood what was going on. It's really an unexpected joy to have an external soul bone exploded. Chen Feng was secretly excited. He remembered that after Tang San killed the dark demon god tiger in the original work, he didn't explode the soul bone. Guessing that the dark demon god tiger was attacked and killed by him, he felt great resentment in his heart, but it didn't matter. Inheriting the wind and thunder attributes of the dark demon tiger, it's called wind and thunder wings. Chen Feng gave this pair of wings a name. As for its ability, it needs to be studied. With a movement of his mind, Feng Lei's wings slowly retracted into his body. Although the process is a bit thrilling, the harvest is also very amazing. The dark sacred tiger evolved into the heavenly tiger, exploded the external soul bone, absorbed the dark demon evil tiger soul ring comparable to the 100,000-year soul ring, and its soul power directly reached the 54th level. Every time you let others know, it will be very eager, and most people will never have such an opportunity in their lifetime. His fifth spirit ability is called Tianming Demon God Transformation, which is a self-amplifying spirit ability. Its attack, defense, and speed are greatly enhanced. It can also be superimposed with the wrath of the Holy Tiger, and the effect is very amazing. Qian Rongxiu was still lying where she was before. As soon as Chen Feng woke up, she noticed it, but did not move, pretending that she had not been awake. "Get up, don't pretend." Chen Feng was in a good mood, and decided to tease Qian Rongxiu. With his powerful mental power, how could Qian Rongxiu's little trick be kept from him? Qian Rongxiu didn't feel embarrassed because she was being dismantled. She sat up and said in surprise, "Your voice. What's wrong with my voice?" "Nothing has changed. It's still the same as before," Chen Feng said in confusion. Qian Rongxiu didn't know Chen Feng before. Even if Chen Feng's voice changed, she wouldn't know. She was surprised that Chen Feng's voice had a hint of childishness, which showed that Chen Feng's age was very young and would never be older than her. "How old are you this year?" Qian Rongxiu asked. "Don't you know that a man's age is a secret? It is very impolite to inquire about a man's age casually," Chen Feng said solemnly. "Just forget it," Qian Rongxiu said with some annoyance. "You saw my secret just now, do you think I want to kill people?" Chen Feng said coldly. Qian Rongxiu immediately looked at Chen Feng vigilantly when she heard this. Her spirit power was blocked and she was seriously injured. If Chen Feng wanted to kill her, she would have no power to resist. "But you look pretty. Before I kill you, I can take a refreshing look." Chen Feng smiled. "If you dare to hurt me, my grandfather will definitely not let you go." Qian Rongxiu panicked. No matter how good she is only a woman in her early 20s. "You still dare to threaten me, you must let you see how good I am." Chen Feng pretended to be angry, and pulled Qian Rongxiu over, put it on his legs, and slapped him down. Qian Rongxiu was dumbfounded, she was beaten, and she was still beaten in that place. The hot pain made her feel very humiliated. "It feels really good." Chen Feng smiled. "Asshole, I killed you." Qian Rongxiu roared angrily, but she had no strength at all at this time, and she couldn't break free of Chen Feng's control at all. "Dare to scold me?" Chen Feng raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and hit again. While hitting, Qian Rongxiu fell silent suddenly, no longer scolded, nor struggled, but her eyes were full of anger, as if she was about to kill. "I'll ask you a few questions, and you will answer them honestly, otherwise I won't be polite." Chen Feng smiled and raised his hand to Qian Rongxiu. "What is your name?" "Shui Qunren." Qunren Shui said. "Pop." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Feng slapped it down. "Your martial soul is a seraphim, and you have a titled Douluo to protect you. According to your age, if I guess correctly, you should be the daughter of the former Pope Chihiro Chi. You tell me your surname is Shui. Are you stupid? Give you a chance and say it again." Chen Feng said. "Qian Rongxiu." Qian Rongxiu said, she didn't lie anymore, anyway it was just a name, and it was nothing to tell Chen Feng. "How old is this year?" Chen Feng continued to ask. 21 years old. Qian Rongxiu said truthfully, because Chen Feng only needs to touch her hand bones to know her age, and she can't hide it. Chapter 26, Condensed Soul Core, Tianming Domain. "What color do you like best?" Chen Feng said. This time Qian Rongxiu did not answer, but instead turned her head and glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng directly slapped it down, then raised his hand, threatening, "What to see, answer quickly." Qian Rongxiu glared angrily, as if he was about to eat Chen Feng, but when she saw Chen Feng's raised hand, she gritted her teeth and said, "Golden." "What is your favorite food?" Chen Feng asked. "Osmanthus cake." Qian Rongxiu said. Chen Feng asked a lot of questions, all of which were very boring. However, Jian Rongxiu learned to be clever, and Chen Feng asked what she asked, and she didn't give Chen Feng any more excuses. I'm going to find something to eat. Stay here and don't run around. Your current spirit power is sealed and you are seriously injured. Even if you encounter a 100-year-old spirit beast, it will be very dangerous. And I heard that there are acacia apes nearby. You should know that if you encounter it, what will happen to you? Chen Feng said. Qian Rongxiu did not speak, but when she heard the albizia ape, her eyes changed obviously. After Chen Feng had absorbed the dark demon evil tiger's spirit ring, the dark devil evil tiger's corpse immediately dissipated, so he now needs to find something to eat. Moving away the stone blocking the entrance of the cave, with a movement of thought, the wind and thunder wings spread out and flew out into the distance. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Feng returned to the cave with 2 washed hares, stuck them with wooden sticks, made a fire, and put them on the fire to roast them. Soon, the bright red meat turned golden yellow, and the fat dripped, exuding an attractive fragrance. Do you want to eat some? Chen Feng handed over the roasted rabbit meat. Qian Rongxiu did not speak, and looked at Chen Feng with cannibal eyes. If his eyes could kill, Chen Feng didn't know he had died hundreds of times. I just made a joke with you before and beat you a few times, but I saved your life somehow. How about we even get even? Chen Feng smiled. No way. Qian Rongxiu gritted his teeth. Then how about I let you fight back? Chen Feng said. Asshole. Qian Rongxiu scolded angrily. If you want revenge, you have to fill your stomach first, otherwise there is no strength. Chen Feng placed one of the rabbits beside her not far away, picked up the other one and ate it by himself. After eating, Qian Rongxiu still didn't move, and Chen Feng didn't care about him anymore. She leaned on the mountain wall and fell asleep. An hour later, seeing that Chen Feng was really asleep, Qian Rongxiu quietly picked up the rabbit meat and ate it one bite at a time. But after all, she had been educated by aristocrats, and at this time, her appearance was so elegant. Chen Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and then there was no movement. There was no word for a night. Early the next morning, Chen Feng looked at the bones on the ground and cursed, pretending that he didn't know anything. A mouse must have come in last night and ate the rabbit meat. You are a mouse, and your whole family is a mouse. Qian Rongxiu cursed secretly. I'm going out. Be careful yourself. The mice here might eat people. Chen Feng said. After speaking, regardless of Qian Rongxiu's reaction, he left the cave directly. He was afraid that he would be late and could not help it. Laugh out. Asshole, don't let me find a chance, otherwise I will definitely return the humiliation I have suffered thousands of times. Qian Rongxiu gritted his teeth when Chen Feng had gone away. After cursing, Qian Rongxiu calmed down a bit, sat down cross-legged, and began to impact the seal inside her body. Chen Feng didn't come back until the evening and brought some food back. He ate some of it himself and left some. When Chen Feng returned, Qian Rongxiu stopped hitting the seal, pretending that she had done nothing, waiting for Chen Feng to fall asleep, and quietly ate the leftover food. 7 days passed in this way, and at noon on the 7th day, Qian Rongxiu finally broke through the seal in his body. After her strength was restored, the first thing she thought of was to seek revenge from Chen Feng. After several days of observation, she found that Chen Feng's spirit power level was not the contra or title Douluo she had previously guessed, but just a spirit king. As soon as she walked out of the cave, she saw a stone monument erected at the entrance of the cave with a letter written on it. Little share. When you read this letter, it means that you have already broken the seal, and your injuries are pretty good. With your strength, you should be able to protect yourself in the periphery of the Star-Do Great Forest. I'm leaving, don't send anyone to find me, because you can't find me. If it is destined, we will definitely meet again. Don't read it. Asshole. After Qian Rongxiu finished reading the letter, she smashed the stone tablet with one palm. She didn't know how Chen Feng saw all her small movements these days. With his age and strength, he will definitely participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Elite competition, and I will definitely find you at that time. Qian Rongxiu secretly thought in her heart. Through observations these days, she also has a more accurate estimate of Chen Feng's age, which is about 15 years old. When she made this judgment, she was shocked in her heart. When she was 15, her spirit power was only 48. You must know that her spirit power is inherently 20. Before that, she thought she was a mainland. Compared with her, the golden generation of Wuhan Palace was far inferior to her. She would be even more surprised if she knew that Chen Feng was not 15 but 12 and that he had reached level 50 more than a year ago. Qian Rongxiu was gone, and Chen Feng's appearance stimulated her eagerness to win. In addition to seeking revenge from Chen Feng, she also wants to divide up with Chen Feng. Not long after Qian Rongxiu left, Chen Feng's figure appeared from behind a big tree. It's time to condense the soul core. Chen Feng accumulated so long when he was at level 50, just to condense the soul core after breaking through the Soul King. Now it has been delayed for a few days because of Qian Rongxiu. Finding a secluded valley, unfolding his mental power, and after confirming that nothing can threaten his existence, he began to condense the soul core. The right hand was slowly raised, and the black spirit power began to flow out, and under the control of the spirit power, no spirit power overflowed. The spirit power gradually increased, and he began to levitate from Chen Feng's palm, slowly rotating. Under his control, the rotation speed of the soul power began to increase, and at the same time, it began to slowly compress. With the compression process, Chen Feng increased the soul power injection a little bit. The black soul power gradually becomes more and more viscous. If you look closely, you can see that there is a faint dark gold enveloping around the black soul power. It is this layer of dark gold that fully guarantees that the soul power will not be too strong. Spilled. If it is another spirit master, if it releases its own spirit power out of the body in this way, without using spirit abilities, it will not take long for the spirit power to overflow. The spirit power gradually turned into a solid state, and Chen Feng's expression finally became solemn, but under the control of his powerful spirit power, the spirit power still did not deviate at all, retaining a stable rotation. Compress, rotate, then rotate. Gradually, the solid soul power was fully formed, and the horrible suction power spread out directly, and the heaven and earth powers gathered towards Chen Feng. Around the solid spirit power, the twisted light lines began to become more and more obvious, and the violent suction not only absorbed the heaven and earth power, but also absorbed Chen Feng's own soul power. Under Chen Feng's control, the solid soul power steadily and continuously increased, and the speed of the surging of the heaven and earth vitality continued to increase. As time passed, Chen Feng's own soul power was nearly half integrated into this solid soul power, and he could no longer stop the solid state from continuing to spin. In other words, Chen Feng had no retreat, he could only succeed, not fail. Once you fail, you die. 50%, 60%, 70%. After 80% of his soul power was absorbed by the solid soul power, Chen Feng had to allocate a part of his spiritual power to control his body and slow down the flow of physical soul power. At this moment, the original black soul power unexpectedly began to change color, from black to dark gold. This was a manifestation of the attributed solid soul power, which represented Chen Feng's success, and it was also the most dangerous moment. There was fine sweat on Chen Feng's forehead and his face turned pale. At this time, his mental power was almost exhausted, but he was still trying to control the steady rotation of solid spirit power. Fight! As soon as Chen Feng gritted his teeth, he turned his last few mental powers into a soul shock and injected them into the solid soul power. At this moment, the solid soul power trembled, and the extremely fast spinning solid soul power stopped unexpectedly. Is this my soul core? Chen Feng opened his eyes and looked at the whirlpool-like soul core of the black hole in front of him. He just took a look, as if his soul was about to be sucked in. After the soul core is successfully condensed, it represents Chen Feng's success. He still needs to integrate the soul core into his body. This process is also very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be destroyed by the soul core. Chen Feng was not eager to fuse soul cores, but first adjusted his state to the best. The soul cores he condensed were very stable, and it didn't matter if he didn't integrate into the body for the time being. When the spirit power and mental power were fully restored, Chen Feng took a deep breath and was about to fuse the soul core. With a lightly hooked finger, the soul core flew to the height of his eyebrows and slowly blended in. Chen Feng's body suddenly shook violently, and the spirit sea seemed to have injected an indescribable terrifying force. This force was like a sharp cone, as if it was about to tear his head apart, and it was like it was about to up his spirit. This kind of pain made Chen Feng never want to experience it a second time. Although Chen Feng's body was trembling, he still sat firmly on the bottom plate, his hands clenched into fists, and the huge mental power still hovered in accordance with his consciousness in the sea of spirit, resisting the intense pain. Time slowly passed, and the tremor of Chen Feng's body slowly stabilized. When he was completely stabilized, his own breath seemed to disappear completely, and he sitting there was like a stone. Succeeded. Chen Feng completed an amazing feat, condensing the first soul core in the realm of the Soul King. However, Chen Feng didn't wake up immediately. He still sat there, seeming to have completely entered the state of concentration. In a blink of an eye, 1 month passed. Chen Feng opened his eyes suddenly, 2 brilliant lights burst out, as if to tear the space apart. The harvest this time is really great. Chen Feng muttered softly. In addition to successfully condensing soul nuclei this time, he also had an unexpected gain, awakening the Tianming Divine Tiger's talent field, the Tianming field. The Tianming domain can weaken the opponent's strength by 30% and increase its own strength by 50%. It can also continuously swallow the soul power of people in the Tianming domain to make up for its own consumption. It can also hide in Tianming. In the field. When the Tianming domain awakens, he has another powerful whole card. Chapter 27, Lu met Zhu Zuqing, reunited. 1 month later, the Heaven Do Empire, outside the Star Do Great Forest. After Chen Feng successfully condensed the soul core, he went straight through the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest and returned from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire. He also practiced while on his way. On this day, Chen Feng had just beaten a soul beast and was about to leave the Star Do Great Forest and go to Shrek Academy, only to find that someone was fighting in front of him. More accurately, it was 4 people besieging a girl. The girl has an extremely plump and hot body that does not match her age. She has long black hair draped over her shoulders, and her black eyes do not even contain a trace of anger. She conflicts with her originally extremely beautiful face. The expression on her face is very cold. A kind of cold from the heart, pure cold. It was 4 men in black who besieged the girl, all of whom were soul sovereign. 2 of them fought the girl face to face, and the other 2 used bows and arrows to pin down the tree. Martial Spirit Nether Cat, Great Spirit Master, and such a hot body, it is definitely Zhu Zuqing. Chen Feng secretly said in his heart, unexpectedly meeting Zhu Zuqing here. These people who besiege Zhu Zuqing must be the killers sent by her sister Zhu Zuyun. Since I met him, they must not be ignored. Chen Feng would never admit that he decided to rescue him because of Zhu Zuqing's beauty. He was not a person who followed the 5 views, definitely not. The 2 souls on the front besiege Zhu Zuqing together. Fortunately, their spirit ring configurations are white, yellow, and they don't have a 1000-year spirit ring. Otherwise, Zhu Zhu would have died in their hands early in the morning, but even so, it is still dangerous to force Zhu Zuqing. Ring health. Just as Chen Feng was preparing to rescue, Zhu Zuqing suddenly fought back in desperate situation, and instantly killed the two souls with a stroke of netherworld 100 claws. A soul venerable hiding in a tree seized the opportunity and shot an arrow at Zhu Zuqing, but Zhu Zuqing grabbed it with one hand, threw the arrow back, and hit the soul venerable who was shooting an arrow. However, the other soul venerable also shot an arrow at the moment Zhu Zuqing threw the arrow. At this time, Zhu Zuqing was unable to dodge any more. Seeing that his shoulder was about to be shot through, Chen Feng suddenly appeared and stretched out to clamp the arrow. With a flick of his hand, the arrow in his hand flew out and penetrated the opponent's neck. Chen Feng was about to say something, but Zhu Zuqing passed out. Fortunately, Chen Feng's hands and feet were fast enough to support Zhu Zuqing. It turns out that I was injured a long time ago. Chen Feng found that Zhu Zuqing had a lot of injuries on his body, and it has been a while, thinking that this is not the first wave of assassinations. As night fell, under the bright moonlight, Chen Feng was sitting beside a fire, roasting a rabbit in his hand. Zhu Zhu came to his senses and immediately looked around vigilantly, his eyes finally staying on Chen Feng. "You woke up?" Chen Feng said lightly. "Thank you." Zhu Zuqing thanked, but her expression was still very cold. Before she passed out, she could still see Chen Feng's appearance clearly. "Freshly roasted rabbit meat, eat some." Chen Feng passed the rabbit meat in his hand. Zhu Zuqing was not hypocritical either. He took the rabbit meat directly and was about to eat it, only to find that the wound on his body had been medicined and he also bandaged it, but the bandage was too ugly. "Is the wound you treated for me?" Zhu Zuqing said. "Yes, there is no one else here, and your injury is more serious, so I will help you deal with it briefly," Chen Feng said. Zhu Zuqing did not speak, and began to eat. After eating, the two leaned against a tree to rest. The next day, as soon as the sky was still bright, the two woke up. "Your injury has healed a bit. It should be fine to take care of yourself. I have to go to Soto City, so I will leave first," Chen Feng said deliberately. "I also want to go to Soto City," Zhu Zuqing said, still with the face of Wanyan iceberg. "Why are you going to Soto City?" Chen Feng asked. "I'm going to Soto City to find someone," Zhu Zuqing said coldly. If it weren't because he was injured and he might be hunted down next, he would not be willing to walk with others. "Well, since I want to travel together, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chen Feng, what is your name?" Chen Feng said. "Zhu Zuqing." Zhu Zuqing cherishes words like gold. Because Zhu Zuqing was injured, Chen Feng's speed was slower. In the next few days, they were assassinated several times, but they were all easily solved by Chen Feng. On the 7th day, they finally reached Soto City. "Okay, Soto City is here, I'm going to find my friend, so I'll leave first," Chen Feng said. "Could you lend me some money? I will return it to you in the future," Zhu Zuqing said embarrassedly. Chen Feng has been taking care of her these days and has also helped her withstand waves of assassins. She came out in a hurry, didn't have much money with her, she had almost used it. "Here, I may go to school in Shrek Academy in the future. If you want to pay back the money, come to Shrek Academy to find me." Chen Feng took out 10 gold soul coins and handed them to Zhu Zuqing. "Thank you," Zhu Zuqing said. After separating from Zhu Zuqing, Chen Feng asked about when Shrek started school. There were 10 days left. "Let's see an old friend first. It's been more than 4 years since I left Soto City, and I don't know how Tainiu and others are doing now. Without him, the Black Bull combination and the Yichuan 7 team must have fallen." He didn't know where Tainiu and others lived, so he could only try his luck at the Great Arena of Souls in Soto City. His luck was not bad, and as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the Great Arena, he saw Tainiu, Lin Feng and Lan Shield. "Hey, I really miss the days when I was with Brother Feng." Tainiu sighed. The feeling of participating in the fighting spirit with Brother Feng is really cool. It doesn't take much effort at all to win the fighting spirit. Lin Feng also sighed with emotion. I haven't heard from Brother Feng for so long, and I don't know how Feng brother is now. Lan Dun said with some worry. Brother Feng is so strong, there will definitely be nothing wrong. Tai Niu said. Tai Niu, Lin Feng, Lan Dun, long time no see. Chen Feng came over. Are you Feng brother? Tai Niu looked at the speaker with a look of excitement. At this time, Chen Feng was still wearing the same style mask as before, but it was much taller than before. Why, I can't recognize it. The black bowl combination we formed at the beginning resounded throughout the entire Soto City arena. Chen Feng smiled. It's really Brother Feng. Tai Niu said excitedly. Brother Feng, you are really back. Lin Feng's tone was also very excited. Brother Feng, you are back, you can take us to the soul fight again. Lan Dun said. Zhang Long and the others. Chen Feng asked. They are also in Soto City, but they didn't come to participate in the soul fight today. Zhang Long and Zhang Shi are now souls. Tai Niu said. Call them here, everyone has a good time. Chen Feng said. I'm fast, I'll find them. Lin Feng took the initiative to take over the task. Zhang Long and the others would be very happy if they saw Brother Feng. Tai Niu smiled. After a while, Lin Feng came with Zhang Long, Zhang Shi and Wang Chuan. Brother Feng. The three of them were very excited when they saw Chen Feng. Long time no see. Chen Feng smiled. When the old friends met, everyone was very happy. They found a place to eat and drink while chatting about the past. Chapter 28, A hotel with only one room left. The old friends reunited. Chen Feng was in a good mood, but it was impossible for everyone to participate in the spirit fight together again. The rank of a team is determined based on the person with the highest spirit power. Chen Feng is now the Soul King, and the Team 7 is a Soul King team. The total number of Soul Masters in Douluo continent does not exceed 6 digits. Among them, less than 1/10 of the Soul Masters can enter the realm of the Soul King, and there are very few Soul King level teams. I don't know if I want to match the last time. Wait until the year of the monkey is gone. In the next few days, Chen Feng wandered around the city every day to see the changes in Soto City in the past few years, and by the way, he relaxed for a while. The practice is to relax and relax. If the tension is too tight, it will be disadvantageous. When Chen Feng was wandering this day, he saw Zhu Zuking, Bikug www.sbichuge.me. She seemed to be following someone. We meet again. Chen Feng came to Zhu Zuking and greeted Zhu Zuking. There is no sound when you walk. Zhu Zuking complained, her eyes kept staring in front, and she was startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Feng. Is he the one you're looking for? Chen Feng followed her gaze and saw a young man with blonde hair. At this time, the young man was hugging a pair of twins. Zhu Zuking did not speak, but there was a touch of disappointment in his eyes. Shrek Academy will be enrolling students in a few days. I think your age is just right. Why don't you go to Shrek Academy with me? Chen Feng said. I think about it. Zhu Zuking said, and then left. Chen Feng didn't go on shopping, and returned to the hotel he was staying in. This time, the hotel he stayed in was the Rose Hotel, which was said to have only one room forever. He stayed in this kind of hotel alone, naturally to wait for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Back at the hotel, Chen Feng saw a man and a woman at the front desk, looking like 12 or 3 years old. The young man is about 1.7 meters tall and wears a light blue strong outfit. He is neat, with a belt inlaid with 24 jade stones around his waist. Although he is not handsome, he always has a faint smile on his mouth, giving people a feeling of being easy to get close to. The girl's black hair was combed into neat scorpion braids and dropped to the position of her calf. She wore a pink coat on her upper body, tightly wrapping her developing body, and her slender and tight thighs wrapped in white trousers. The perfect golden ratio. The boys and girls were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had graduated from Notting College. Chen Feng didn't recognize them immediately, but instead recruited a place in the hall to sit down, ready to watch a good show. They hadn't seen each other for 5 years, and his appearance had changed a lot, plus he had a mask on his face, so there was no need to worry about Tang San and Xiao Wu recognizing him. Is there only one room left? Tang San frowned. Yes, but you can rest assured that our rooms are all very large, with complete facilities, and it's more than enough for 2 people. The waiter at the front desk quietly gave Tang San a vague look, but it was a pity that Tang San merged. Don't understand what that means. Then live in a room. It's not that you haven't slept together again. The money you save can still buy beautiful clothes. Xiao Wu grinned and made the decision directly. Tang San shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything. The big deal is that he can just sleep on the ground. Then open a room. Tang San said. When the waiter was preparing to help Tang San go through the procedures, a sudden voice interrupted the waiter's line. You are new here, don't you know that you always have to leave a room for me here? It was the teenager that Zhu Zuqing followed who was talking, and he walked towards the front desk with his arms around the twins. The evil eye white tiger daimyo bai, the show has begun. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Are you? The receptionist asked. Call your manager out. Daimyo bai said impatiently. The waiter knew that he could not afford to offend, and immediately ran to call the manager of the hotel. I said this, big brother, it seems that we came first. Tang San said lightly. So what? Daimyo bai said coldly. Before Tang San touched his restraint, his personality was relatively gentle, but Xiao Wu was different, and she flashed around and came to the front, saying, Not so good, let you go. No one has spoken to me like this for a long time. You have spirit power fluctuations. You should all be spirit masters. Let's go together. If you can beat me, I'll leave right away. If you can't beat me, please perform this roll call. Daimyo bai sneered. At this moment, the hotel manager came and said anxiously, If you have something to say, don't do it. Manager Wang, you can do business more and more. Daimyo bai squinted at the hotel manager. Manager Wang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and said with a smile, Dai Xiao, the waiter is a newcomer. I don't know you. I will apologize for you and arrange a room for you. After speaking, he turned to look at Tang San and Xiao Wu, and said, 2 guests, I'm sorry, this room was reserved by Xiao Dai. Please also go to another hotel for both of you. We won't let it. Dogs see low-level things, don't think we are bullied when we are young. Xiao Wu said angrily, obviously they came first. Even if you want to leave, it's not that easy. If you scold me, you have to pay a price. Daimyo bai snorted coldly. Xiao Dai, we are a small business, but we can't stand the toss. Manager Wang said pleadingly. Stop talking nonsense, all losses count for me. Daimyo bai said coldly. Xiao Wu was about to do it, but Tang San grabbed her shoulder and said in her ear, Let me come. I'll do it myself. His mother who I must beat doesn't even know him. Xiao Wu said dissatisfied. You are a girl, don't speak so rudely. You are my sister. I said that I will protect you forever. He is not weak and not so easy to deal with. Tang San said solemnly. Then be careful. Xiao Wu's angry expression eased after hearing Tang San's words, and said concerned. Tang San walked up to Daimyo bai without arrogance or rashness, stretched out a hand, and said, Please advise. An evil light flashed in Daimyo bai's eyes, his right fist suddenly lifted, and he rushed towards Tang San. Although Tang San's strength was not as good as Daimyo bai's, his skill was far better than the other. The two played against each other for several rounds, and no one pleased him. Very well, you are qualified to be my opponent. Dai Muebai's eyes showed an expression of excitement. Do you want to continue? Tang San said lightly. Of course. Dai Muebai said. A little white light bloomed from the center of the eyebrows, and then flowed through the whole body. Muscles swelled suddenly, his hands turned into sharp tiger claws, glowing with metal light, 2 yellow and 1 purple under his feet, 3 spirit rings. The rhythm is moving. The white tiger is almost the same as the dark sacred tiger. Chen Feng felt the white tiger's power. It was almost the same as when the sky devil tiger had just evolved into the dark sacred tiger, and it was far worse than his sky dark tiger. Dai Muebai, martial spirit white tiger, 37th level power attack system soul venerable, please advise. Dai Muebai exploded his martial spirit and level, which meant that he regarded Tang San as a true opponent. 1000-year spirit ring. Xiao Wu saw the purple spirit ring on Dai Muebai's body and exclaimed. She wanted to go up and help Tang San, but was dissuaded by Tang San's eyes. Tang San slowly raised his right hand, the dark blue silver grass emerged in his palm, and a milky white light emerged, and in the blink of an eye, the blue silver grass became the size of a human arm. 2 yellow spirit rings rose from the solace of Tang San's feet and hovered over his body. Tang San, Wuhan Lan Yinko, a 29th level control system Great Spirit Master, please advise. Tang San took a step forward and also introduced his spirit and spirit power level. Your martial spirit is Lan Yinko. Dai Muebai was a little surprised. Lan Yinko is a recognized waste martial spirit, basically unable to cultivate, not to mention having a 29th level of strength at such a young age. Chapter 29, Fusion of White Tiger Martial Spirit, Shrek Academy. There are no waste spirits, only waste spirit masters. Tang San said the master's original words. He very much agreed with these words. Even if his spirit is only blue silver grass, it will never be worse than anyone else. Well said, there are no waste martial arts spirits, only waste spirit masters. Let me understand the peculiarities of your blue silver grass. Dai Muebai admired. The two fought again, and the fighting at this time was much more intense than the previous one. Tang San's control over the blue silver grass was extremely subtle. At critical times, he could always use the blue silver grass to restrict Dai Muebai's actions, giving full play to the strengths of a control system spirit master. However, Dai Muebai's spirit power was 8 levels higher than Tang San, and 1 more 1000 years of spirit ring. When he fell into Tang San's calculations and was firmly trapped by the blue-silver grass, he used the third spirit ability. Forcibly broke Tang San's blue-silver grass. If my spirit power is the same as yours, I am indeed inferior to you. You won this battle. After Dai Muebai broke free from Tang San's control, he voluntarily gave in. I think we will meet again soon, to Shrek Academy. If anyone makes trouble for you, give me the name of evil-eyed white tiger Dai Muebai. After speaking, Dai Muebai was about to leave, but at this time, someone stopped him. You bullied my brother, it's not so easy to leave. Chen Feng said lightly. At this time, Chen Feng had already taken off his mask. Who are you? Dai Muebai frowned. Are you Brother Feng? Tang San saw Chen Feng who suddenly appeared. He was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and a touch of surprise appeared on his face. Little San, long time no see. Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, it's really you, why are you here? Tang San asked. I'll talk about this later, let me teach him a lesson first. Chen Feng raised his hand, then looked at Dai Muebai, and said, I don't use martial spirit. As long as you hold on to my hand for a minute, I will let you go. Arrogant. Dai Muebai said angrily. No one has ever dared to look down upon him so much. Arrogance requires skills, and I happen to have it. Chen Feng said arrogantly, and then stepped out and blasted Dai Muebai's face with a punch. Dai Muebai raised his arms to resist, but suddenly felt a huge force hitting him, making his arms numb, and he took a few steps back to stabilize his figure. Both eyes looked at Chen Feng in shock. The opponent didn't use martial spirit, and his ordinary punch had such a powerful force. The punch just now was just for fun with you, so that you are a little psychologically prepared, so that you won't be convinced to lose, and I will be a little more serious next. Chen Feng said. Dai Mubai did not speak, his face became solemn, the third spirit ring on his body lit up, and he used his third spirit ability, the White Tiger King Kong transformation, and black stripes appeared on his skin, attack, defense, and speed. The attributes suddenly doubled. It started. Chen Feng said lightly. Then his body shape flashed, and he disappeared from Dai Muabai's sight. Quickly. Tang San was extremely shocked. He turned on the purple magic pupil to catch a trace of Chen Feng. Dai Muabai's eyes rolled around, trying to find Chen Feng's trace. Behind you. Chen Feng's voice sounded behind Dai Muabai, and Dai Muabai turned his head back in horror, but Chen Feng's fist greeted him. Dai Muabai was blown away with a punch, and Chen Feng quickly caught up with Dai Muabai and kicked Dai Muabai back. Bang ah bang ah! The fierce collision and Dai Muabai's screams mixed together. Dai Muabai was like a sandbag, kicked and kicked by Chen Feng, without any resistance. 1 minute passed quickly, and Chen Feng stopped. Ding dong! The White Tiger martial spirit is detected, and it belongs to the same type of martial spirit as the host's heavenly underworld god Tiger martial spirit. Is it fused? Fusion. The golden ball of light turned into streamer and plunged into Chen Feng's body, and merged into the heavenly underworld god Tiger martial spirit. Chen Feng felt that his heavenly underworld god Tiger martial spirit became stronger again. Chen Feng merged the rest of the attribute photospheres on the ground, and all attributes have been slightly improved. At this time, Dai Muabai had already stood up with the support of the twins, but they were all skin wounds, and he could recover within 2 days. You can go. Chen Feng said lightly. Next time I will win it back. Dai Muabai snorted coldly. Although he was a little unwilling, but his skills were not as good as others, there was nothing to say, so he could only find the place next time. As soon as Dai Muabai left, Tang San and Xiao Wu ran over. Brother Feng, you are so powerful now, you just beat a 37th level Soul Lord to the ground in a few strokes. Xiao Wu's big bright eyes blinked at Chen Feng. It's just so-so. Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, why are you here? Tang San asked. I'm going to apply for Shrek Academy and I'm staying in this hotel, and I just met you. Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, where have you been in the past few years? Tang San asked. Traveled everywhere, visited many places, and visited the Star Luo Empire. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, then you must have eaten a lot of delicious food and have encountered a lot of fun things. Xiao Wu's bright eyes flashed. I don't travel everywhere to eat and play. Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, what is your current spirit power level? Xiao Wu asked curiously. You will know later. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Don't tell me, don't tell me. Xiao Wu curled his lips unhappy. It's really strange, how did that person know that we are going to Shrek Academy? Tang San asked in confusion. Shrek only accepts monsters. You are only 12 years old, and your spirit power is as high as 29th level. You appear in Soto City at this time. It is not difficult to guess that you are going to Shrek Academy. Chen Feng also walked over. 2 days passed in a flash. On the third morning, Chen Feng, Tang San, and Xiao Wu got up early and were going to apply for Shrek Academy. Brother Feng, do you know where Shrek Academy is? Xiao Wu asked. It's in a small village south of the city. Chen Feng said. In the small village? Tang San asked suspiciously. You'll know when you wait. Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, you like to play mystery more and more. Xiao Wu said dissatisfiedly. Half an hour later, the three came to the small village that Chen Feng said. Many people gathered at the entrance of the village. Most of them were teenagers of the same age. Most of them were brought by their parents. There was a table at the entrance of the village, and behind the table sat an old man. He was Li Yuzong, a teacher of Shrek Academy. Behind Li Yuzong was an arch made of wood. A plaque that looked a bit tattered was hung on the arch with the words Shrek Academy engraved on it. "This is Shrek Academy, isn't it too shabby?" Xiao Wu said dumbfounded. "This is the only one, there is no semicolon." Chen Feng smiled. "Since the teacher asked me to come, this Shrek Academy must have something extraordinary." Tang San said, he believed that the master would not call him to this remote Shrek Academy for no reason. Chapter 30, Sign up and challenge Li Yuzong. Is there any mistake? This is the academy that claims to be able to become the Viscount of the Empire after graduation, a teenage mother said, a little worried about sending her children here to study. The young man's father also frowned, and said, "This is what the people in the spirit hall said, there should be no mistake, but this academy is really broken. Dad, Mom, can I not go to school here, or go to Soto City Intermediate Soul Master Academy? When I was in Junior Academy, I was a genius in any way," said the boy. "Since it's here, just wait and see, maybe this is just a test, the real Shrek Academy is not here," said the boy's father. Seeing that so many people had already arrived, Li Yuzong said lazily, "You can start signing up. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins." A young man walked to the front of the table. The young man's father took out 10 gold soul coins and put them into the wooden box on the table. "Extend a hand," Li Yuzong said. The boy stretched out his hand in front of Li Yuzong. Li Yuzong touched his hand a few times, and then shook his head. "You are not the right age, you can go." "Teacher, my son has just passed his 13th birthday, can I get along?" the boy's father said. "The school's rules are like this. Only children under the age of 13 are accepted. After 13, they will not be accepted. Leave as soon as possible and do not affect the people behind," Li Yuzong said. "Then our registration fee?" the boy's father asked. "Once you sign up, it will not be refunded," Li Yuzong said unceremoniously. "You are clearly cheating money. Return the registration fee to me, otherwise I won't leave," the boy's father said angrily. "Mubai, take care of it." Li Yuzong seemed to have anticipated this situation a long time ago. He glanced at the tree next to him, and a figure jumped from the tree. "Brother Feng, Xiao San, look, it was the man that day," Xiao Wu said. "Yet." Tang San nodded. At this time Dai Mubai's injury was completely healed. "If you want the registration fee, you can beat me." Dai Mubai didn't talk nonsense, and directly showed his 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Seeing the 3 spirit rings on Dai Mubai's body, the boy's father's expression changed drastically, and he took his son away directly. Seeing this scene, 1/3 of the people in the line immediately walked away. They were all over 13 years old and didn't want to spend the wrong money. With so many people missing, Chen Feng saw a familiar figure at the end of the team. It was Zhu Zuqing. "Little San, Xiao Wu, I saw a friend, go to say hello, you first sign up," Chen Feng said. "Brother Feng, go ahead." Tang San nodded. Chen Feng left the team and walked towards Zhu Zuqing at the back of the team, smiling. "You are here." Zhu Zuqing did not speak, but just nodded. "Are you here because of him, or did you agree to my invitation?" Chen Feng glanced at Dai Mubai at the entrance of the village. "Both." Zhu Zuqing groaned, then said. The registration continued, and another teenager walked up to Li Yuzong to sign up. Li Yuzong touched his arm twice and nodded and said, "Just 12 years old, release your martial soul." The young man released his martial soul, a kind of vine, surrounded by a century-old soul ring. "Unqualified, you can go." Li Yuzong shook his head. "Why? My son is a genius." There are not many soul masters, with the first spirit ring being a century-old spirit ring. The teenager's mother was full of confidence, but when Li Yuzong said that his son was unqualified, the expression on her face suddenly froze. The first spirit ring has a century-old spirit ring, which is really good, but your son is just an ordinary person, and our Shrek Academy only accepts monsters. Li Yuzong said lightly. What does this mean? The boy's mother asked suspiciously. Li Yuzong walked out from behind the table a little impatiently, and said to the whole team, "Come to our Shrek Academy to sign up. You should first figure out the rules of our academy. Our academy only accepts people under the age of 13. Those who have reached level 20 or above, and those who fail to meet the requirements, leave as soon as possible, otherwise it will just waste the registration fee." After speaking, Li Yuzong exploded with a powerful aura, and a long stick with countless fine lines appeared on his right hand, surrounded by 6 spirit rings of white, yellow, purple, purple and black. 6 spirit rings. Most people were shocked to see the 6 spirit rings on Li Yuzong. A recruiting teacher is already the sole emperor, this Shrek Academy is really not easy. Tang San said inwardly. The light of the spirit ring converged, and the spirit power disappeared in an instant. Li Yuzong returned to his previous lazy appearance, as if the strong aura was not what he exudes, and said lightly, "Next." Originally, there were only a dozen people left in the team that had photographed hundreds of people. Those who left did not meet the 2 conditions Li Yuzong said. At this time, Dai Mubai saw Tang San and Xiao Wu in the middle of the team, and Chen Feng and Zhu Zuqing behind the team. Tang San, Xiao Wu and Chen Feng came to Shrek Academy. This was all he expected, but Zhu Zuqing came here, which he didn't expect in any way. He frowned when he saw Chen Feng and Zhu Zuqing standing together. Although he had been away for several years, the familiar spirit of martial arts still made him recognize Zhu Zuqing at a glance. Those who are still in line obviously meet the 2 conditions Li Yuzong said, otherwise they will not continue to waste time and money here. The first few people have passed and enter the second level of testing. When testing a young girl, Li Yuzong's face showed a look of uncertainty, and he didn't know how to decide for a while. The girl is only alone, not accompanied by her parents. She is wearing a simple long skirt, sharp and short hair, and her skin is very good, extremely white and tender. "Excuse me, did I pass the initial test?" The girl's voice was very soft, a bit less heroic, but it sounded soft and soft, making people feel soft. "You are here, does your family know?" Li Yuzong said. "It is said that there is no class, as long as it meets the requirements of the college, you have no reason not to accept me." The girl smiled. "Mubai, take her in." Li Yuzong waved at Dai Mubai. "She should be Ning Rongrong." Chen Feng thought in his heart. After Ning Rongrong finished reporting his name, it was finally Tang San's turn. Tang San stretched out his hand. Li Yuzong touched Tang San's hand a few times before frowning. "Did you practice any soul skills?" Tang San nodded. He has been cultivating Swanyu hands since he was 3 years old, and it has been 9 years now. "Raise your calf," Li Yuzong said. Tang San raised his calf as said, and Li Yuzong touched it and nodded, "The age is right." Next is Xiao Wu, both of whom meet the age requirements. "Release your martial soul," Li Yuzong said. Xiao Wu released her martial soul, her ears became pointed, like beast martial soul. Xiao Wu's figure became more slender, instead of muscle expansion like Chen Feng, 2 yellow spirit rings around her body. Tang San had a blue-silver grass growing on his right palm, also surrounding 2 yellow spirit rings. It turned out to be Lan Yinko. Can Lan Yinko cultivate so fast? Li Yuzong saw Tang San's martial arts spirit with a little surprise in his eyes. Lan Yinko was recognized as a waste martial arts spirit. "Teacher, don't your Shrek Academy only accept monsters? Are we considered monsters like this?" Tang San smiled. "Of course, you passed, Mubai, take them in." Li Yuzong smiled, and then greeted Dai Mubai who had sent Ning Rongrong back. Tang San glanced at Chen Feng, and Chen Feng said, "Little San, you can go in first." After Dai Mubai brought Tang San and Xiao Wu in, Li Yuzong tested a few more people, and they all passed. Finally it was Chen Feng and Zhu Zuking's turn. Chen Feng walked in front of Zhu Zuking, put 20 gold soul coins into the wooden box, and said, "Let's sign up together." "Extend your hand." Li Yuzong said lightly. "You go first." Chen Feng stepped back and let Zhu Zuking test first. Zhu Zuking was not hypocritical, and went forward. Li Yuzong tested Zhu Zuking and found that he was a qualified age. Then Zhu Zuking released his martial spirit, and his spirit power level was also qualified. After Zhu Zuking finished the test, Chen Feng moved forward and stretched out his hand to check for Li Yuzong. There is naturally no problem with his age. "Release your martial soul," Li Yuzong said. "It's a little inconvenient to release my spirit, but my spirit power level is definitely qualified. It's better to change it. Only if I can hold a stick of incense in your hands, you can let me pass," Chen Feng said. With Chen Feng's current strength, he was not afraid of exposing his spirit ring, mainly looking for an excuse to have a friendly discussion with Li Yuzong. "Are you sure?" Li Yuzong looked at Chen Feng with some surprise. He had just shown the strength of his 6th ring Soul Emperor. Hearing this, Zhu Zuking looked at Chen Feng in shock. It is not easy to hold a stick of incense in the hands of a Soul Emperor, even for a Soul Emperor. "Okay." Chen Feng nodded. "Anyway, there is no one behind, so I will play with you." Li Yuzong smiled. After speaking, he took out a piece of incense from nowhere, lit it and stuck it on the ground. "Can you start?" Chen Feng took out a stick from the soul guidance device. It was not the black iron rod that Tang Hao had made for him, but he made it out of various rare metals, weighing 800 jin. Named Hunyuan stick. "You can start at any time." Li Yuzong smiled, and didn't mean to open a martial spirit. Chen Feng wouldn't be polite to Li Yuzong because of this. Li Yuzong didn't open his martial arts, it was almost the same to him, anyway, Li Yuzong would not be his opponent. With a flash, Chen Feng's figure disappeared from Li Yuzong's sight. Li Yuzong was shocked, but before he could react, Chen Feng appeared behind him and smashed him into the sky with a stick. Then Chen Feng jumped up and used his stunt of abuse of food, a series of lightning strikes. Bang ah bang ah! Li Yuzong was flying around in the air, unable to break free. Such a loud voice naturally alarmed the people in the academy. Dai Mubai was the first to come here. Looking at Li Yuzong who was drawn by Chen Feng in the air, it reminded him of himself 2 days ago. "What's going on?" Dai Mubai asked Zhu Zuking. Zhu Zuking replied with a cold face, "Chen Feng challenged Teacher Li, and that's what you saw afterwards." "Why are you with him?" Dai Mubai asked. "From the moment you choose to escape, my business has nothing to do with you," Zhu Zuking said coldly. Dai Mubai clenched his fist and creaked, then let it go, sighing bitterly in his heart, "Yes, I gave up first." Soon, Zhao Waoqi, Xiao Xian, and Lu Kaiban all rushed over, but the four-eyed cat and eagle Flander was not in the academy, so naturally he didn't know what happened here. "Mubai, what's the matter?" Zhao Wuji glanced in the air. He originally thought it was someone who provoked, but now it seems that it is not what he thought. Dai Mubai cleared up his mood and explained to Zhao Waoqi about what happened just now. When Zhao Waoqi and others heard it, they were all shocked. Chapter 31, Wuhan Evolution, Black Gold Dragon Stick. Such a monster came this year. If Flanders knew about it, he would be very happy, said Zhao Waoqi. Without using martial spirit, just relying on an iron rod, Li Yuzong was not able to fight back. Lu Kaiban said in amazement, but Zhao Waoqi couldn't do it. "It's Li Yuzong, the old boy who is careless, and he didn't start martial arts at the beginning." Xiao Xin said. Although he is an auxiliary spirit master, he still has eyesight. Teacher Zhao, would you like to help Teacher Li? Dai Mubai asked. Seeing Li Yuzong being beaten so badly, he felt pity for the same illness. No, this kid is very measured. All Li Yuzong suffered from skin injuries, we should wait until their gambling fight is over, so that Li Yuzong can remember this lesson. Zhao Waoqi waved his hand. Then he said, Mubai, you can get some sausages from Oscar's place. After the battle is over, give them to Li Yuzong, don't leave any hidden injuries. Dai Mubai nodded, and then went to look for Oscar. When he left, he glanced at Zhu Zuqing, but it was a pity that Zhu Zuqing did not look at him directly. A stick of incense quickly passed, and Chen Feng got his wish and exploded a golden ball of light from Li Yuzong. Ding dong! Dragon pattern stick martial arts detected, and the host's martial arts mysterious iron stick belong to the same type of martial arts. Is it fused? Fusion. The golden light ball turned into a streamer and plunged into his body, fusing with his Wuhan Xian iron rod. The appearance of the mysterious iron rod has changed, the original black color has become dark gold, and the golden dragon pattern surrounds it, giving people a heavy feeling. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host, the black iron rod spirit has evolved into the black gold dragon pattern rod spirit. The system mechanical prompt sounded in Chen Feng's ear again, making him excited. Originally, his profound iron rod spirit was only one step away from evolution, but today he finally took this step. After Wuhan successfully evolved, Chen Feng merged all other light on the ground. At this time, Li Yuzong had recovered a lot after eating Oscar's sausage. I was offended just now. Chen Feng said embarrassedly. Your kid almost broke my old bones. Li Yuzong said uncomfortably. He was embarrassed today. Who would have thought Chen Feng was so perverted? Okay, the children are still waiting. Zhao Waoqi waved his hand, and then looked at Chen Feng. You kid defeated Li Yuzong, the first 3 levels have been counted, so go straight to the 4th level. Yet. Chen Feng nodded. Mubai, you take this girl to the 2nd level. Zhao Wuji said. Dai Mubai responded, and then said to Zhu Zuqing, follow me. Li Yuzong went back to recuperate, while Xiao Xin and Lu Kaiban continued to preside over the assessments of the 2nd and 3rd stages, and Zhao Waoqi took Chen Feng to the assessment site of the 4th stage. There are a total of 4 levels in the entrance exam for Shrek Academy. The first level, as you already know, is to eliminate people who are over 12 years old or whose spirit power is less than 20. Zhao Waoqi said to Chen Feng as he walked. The second level is to conduct soul power testing and martial arts identification, mainly to see whether the potential of the martial arts and the previous training direction are correct. The third level is to test the students' control over their own martial arts. If they control their own martial arts, failure to reach a certain level indicates that the students themselves are not diligent enough, and our college does not accept them either. The fourth level is a test of actual combat experience. Dai Mubai originally took the test, but now that a monster like you has emerged, I will take the test myself. After Zhao Waoqi introduced the college's admissions rules, the two had also arrived at the assessment site of the fourth level. What are the conditions for passing the assessment? Chen Feng asked. Wait until the others come, and I will say it again later. Zhao Waoqi waved his hand, then lay down on his wicker chair and fell asleep. It didn't take long for Dai Mubai to bring Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing. Brother Feng, I heard that you even defeated the Soul Emperor, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Xiao Wu saw Chen Feng and ran over. On their way here, Dai Mubai told them about Chen Feng's defeat of Li Yuzong just now. So. Chen Feng smiled. There are so many little monsters this year, and there are still 4 to enter the 4th level. Zhao Waoqi said with some surprise. In previous years, 1 or 2 of them could enter the 4th level. Ms. Zhao, not only did they all enter the 4th level, but they were all exempted from the second and third levels. Daimyo Bai said, "This year is indeed somewhat unexpected. All four are above the 25th level, it seems that Flanders is going to be happy." Zhao Waoqi smiled. "My name is Zhao Waoqi, and I am the chief examiner of your 4th level. I will assess your actual combat ability and give you a stick of incense time to understand each other. After the stick of incense, the assessment begins. The content of the assessment is to defeat me. Of course, I will not use Wuhan real body." Because of the appearance of Chen Feng, Zhao Waoqi greatly increased the difficulty of the assessment, from insisting on sticking incense in his hands to defeating him. "Wuhan's true body, Teacher Zhao is the soul sage?" Tang San asked in surprise. "Ms. Zhao is the 76th level assault system soul sage, martial soul vigorously King Kong bear." Daimyo Bai introduced. "To defeat a soul sage, we rely on a few great soul masters." Ning Rongrong said, "This is simply impossible." "Brother Feng." Tang San looked at Chen Feng. The assessment would be so difficult, obviously because of Chen Feng. They also have to rely on Chen Feng if they want to pass the assessment. Chen Feng smiled and looked at Zhao Waoqi. "Teacher Zhao, you should still use the martial spirit real body, otherwise the assessment will not be difficult. Is your kid confident in his own strength or likes to brag?" Zhao Waoqi said somewhat unexpectedly. "With and without using martial spirit real body, his combat effectiveness is 2 levels. You'll know later." Chen Feng smiled. "Okay, I'll teach you a good lesson, let you know that there is a sky outside." Zhao Wuji angrily smiled. "Everyone introduce yourself." Chen Feng looked at Tang San and others. Tang San was the first to speak. "Tang San, Wuhan Lan Yinko, a 29th level control system Great Spirit Master." Xiao Wu, Martial Spirit Soft Bone Rabbit, a 29th level strong attack type Great Spirit Master. Xiao Wu said second after Tang San. Ning Rongrong, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda of Martial Soul, the 26th level auxiliary Great Soul Master. Ning Rongrong said softly. Zhu Zuking, Wuhan Nether Cat, a 27th level Agile Spirit Master. Zhu Zuking's tone was still so cold, but it was due to her character. After the 4 people introduced themselves, they all looked at Chen Feng, and even Zhao Waoqi and Daimyo Bai listened. "My name is Chen Feng." Chen Feng said. "What is this self-introduction? What is the spirit of martial arts? What is the level of spirit power? If you don't tell us this, how to cooperate later?" Ning Rongrong said dissatisfied. "Brother Feng's spirit is Black Tiger." Xiao Wu said. "Black Tiger is just an ordinary martial spirit, how could it be so powerful?" Ning Rongrong said in disbelief. To borrow a word from Tang San, there is no waste martial arts spirit, only waste spirit masters. The quality of the martial arts cannot determine the level of strength. Chen Feng said. "There is not much time left. I will make tactical arrangements. Do you have any comments?" Chen Feng said. "I have no problem." Tang San and Xiao Wu said at the same time. "I have no opinion either." Zhu Zuking said. Chapter 32, Fighting against the Ming Dynasty King Zhao Waoqi. 3 of the 4 have agreed, and the opinion of the remaining one is not so important. Wait for me to attack. Xiao San is responsible for controlling Teacher Zhao's attack. Zhu Zuking uses his speed to contain Ning Rongrong from the side. Xiao Wu protects Ning Rongrong from the rear. If there is a chance, he will attack with Xiao San. Give me an increase. Chen Feng made a simple tactical arrangement. Why don't you give you an increase? Although my 7 treasure glazed glass pagoda currently only has 2 spirit rings, it can increase its strength and speed by 30%, Ning Rongrong said. Because you give me an increase, it only takes a few seconds, and your soul power will be exhausted. Chen Feng said. Ning Rongrong was a little unconvinced, and was about to say something, but Zhao Waoqi's loud voice came over. the time for a stick of incense has come. Has the discussion been done? It's time to start. Chen Feng smiled. There is colored glaze when Kai Bao turns out. Ning Rongrong took the lead, and his body was spinning around in the same place. The dazzling colorful rays of light immediately released from her body, and there was already more in the palm of his right hand where the colorful rays of light condensed. A colorful pagoda with more than 1 foot high. The precious light flickered and the aura was compelling. Ning Rongrong was smiling, and his whole person looked like an immortal. 2 yellow spirit rings rose from her feet and circled her. Kai Bao is famous, one said, power. The first spirit ring lit up, and under the guidance of Ning Rongrong's left hand, 3 colored lights were released at the same time, immersed in the bodies of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing. Yes, there is actually a disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Flanders will probably be happy this year. Zhao Waoqi was surprised when he saw that Ning Rongrong's martial arts spirit was the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Kai Bao is famous, and the second said, so. The second spirit ring lit up, and 3 more colorful lights floated out, increasing the speed of Zhu Zuqing and the others by 30%. After doing all this, Ning Rongrong cast a provocative look at Chen Feng, and Chen Feng directly rolled her eyes back, making her anxious. Teacher Zhao, be careful. Chen Feng flew out, smashing a stick towards Zhao Waoqi. Martial soul, possess body. Zhao Waoqi didn't dare to be careless, and he let out a low growl. His already terrifying muscles swelled up by the way, and his height rose by 1 meter in an instant, and the whole person looked extremely majestic. 7 dazzling spirit rings rose at the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Zhao Waoqi crossed his arms and raised it. Chen Feng hit his arm with a stick, and suddenly a huge force struck him, causing his face to change, saying, "What an amazing force!" The first spirit ability, Entanglement. Tang San seized the opportunity, the first spirit ring on his body lit up, and several blue-silver grasses quickly extended from the ground, entangled Zhao Waoqi. Ding ding ding! A dense, crisp sound came from behind Zhao Waoqi. It turned out that Zhu Zuqing also took advantage of this opportunity to use nether claws against Zhao Waoqi, but his attack power was too weak to break through Zhao Waoqi's defense. Rewind. Chen Feng reminded Zhu Zuqing. Roar. A roar suddenly sounded, and the cold light in Zhao Waoqi's eyes widened, his fists were suddenly clenched, the first spirit ring on his body lit up, and his first spirit ability was used, without moving the king's body. Zhu Zuqing immediately backed away when he heard Chen Feng, but he was still a step late. The strong golden light on Zhao Wuji erupted almost instantly, the blue-silver grass entwining him broke almost instantly, and Zhu Zuqing was also shot out. Chen Feng appeared behind Zhu Zuqing and caught her. Your attack can't break his defenses, just protect yourself, and leave the rest to me. Chen Feng said, then put Zhu Zuqing down. Yet. Zhu Zuqing nodded slightly unchecked. Third brother, are you okay? Xiao Wu asked worriedly, seeing Tang San's face a little pale. It's okay, the power of the Soul Saint is too terrifying, my blue-silver grass can't hold him at all, I'm afraid I can only rely on Brother Feng to defeat him. Tang San said bitterly. Several blue-silver grasses were shattered at once, causing his soul power to be consumed greatly. Boy, your power is still a bit threatening to me. Zhao Wuji looked at Chen Feng, he wanted to push Chen Feng's limit. I haven't exerted my strength yet, don't you fall down so quickly. Chen Feng smiled. You kid, don't be so arrogant. Zhao Waoqi said. Arrogance requires skill, and I happen to have it. Chen Feng said. I must teach you a good lesson today. Zhao Wuji said angrily, the second spirit ring on his body lit up, and the originally large palm doubled again. Great King Kong Palm. The golden giant palm padded towards Chen Feng. Good come. Chen Feng shouted, waving the Hunyuan stick and slammed it up. The two huge forces collided together, there was a muffled bang, the golden light on the giant palm dissipated, and Chen Feng also stepped back several steps. He actually blocked it. Daimyo Bai was very surprised. He had a deep understanding of the power of Zhao Waoqi's move, and Chen Feng actually caught it. In the past few years that Brother Feng has left, what exactly has he experienced, how fast his strength has improved? Tang San was secretly surprised, feeling that the gap between himself and Chen Feng was already very large. Good boy, I have some skill, no wonder I dare to be so arrogant. Zhao Waoqi was shocked in his heart, he wanted to teach Chen Feng a lesson, but he didn't keep a hand just now. Ms. Zhao, you can't teach me with your strength. Chen Feng smiled. Your mouth is really annoying. Zhao Waoqi said angrily. His body jumped up. Although he was not good at speed, he was a soul saint after all, and his speed was not slow. He rushed in front of Chen Feng in the blink of an eye, and his huge fist smashed towards Chen Feng. The ghost is lost. Chen Feng's figure flashed and easily escaped Zhao Waoqi's punch. Zhao Waoqi attacked several times, but Chen Feng avoided him. Ms. Zhao, what I am good at is not just power. Chen Feng smiled. Arrogant boy, watch my gravity increase. Zhao Wuji roared, and the third spirit ring on his body suddenly enlarged. Instead of injecting the ability into his body, it floated down and poured directly into the ground. Chen Feng felt his body suddenly become heavier, as if his weight had directly increased several times, which had a certain impact on his speed. Zhao Waoqi didn't directly launch an attack. He knew that this gravity could only affect Chen Feng's speed, but it was not enough for him to catch up with Chen Feng. Location tracking. The fourth spirit ring on Zhao Waoqi's body lit up again. What was surprising was that this spirit ring flew out, as if it had eyes long, catching up with Chen Feng and setting it on Chen Feng's body. Now I see how you hide. Zhao Waoqi laughed loudly. His fourth spirit ability is called location tracking. Once locked, within 100 meters, he can instantly draw closer with the power of jumping. Seeing this, Chen Feng's expression did not change, and he watched as Zhao Waoqi rushed towards him. Chapter 33, Chaos Cloak and Wuhan Real Body. Parasitic. Tang San let out a low cry, and the seeds left on Zhao Waoqi were activated instantly, and the moment Zhao Waoqi was about to land, he entangled Zhao Waoqi firmly, making it impossible for Zhao Wuji to attack Chen Feng for the first time after landing. But Chen Feng had been waiting for this moment long ago, and drew Zhao Waoqi into the air with a stick. Xiao Wu, Meteor Hammer. Tang San's blue-silver grass entangled Xiao Wu and flew Xiao Wu over. Zhao Wuji was in the air and lost control of his body. This was an excellent opportunity for Xiao Wu to start his waist bow. Two slender thighs instantly wrapped around Zhao Waoqi's waist, grabbed his neck with both hands, and the first spirit ring on his body shone brightly, just like that, spinning Zhao Waoqi's body for 3 times in the air, making Zhao Waoqi's body head down and hit the ground hard. A piece of blue-silver grass was wrapped around Xiao Wu's waist, and when Xiao Wu slammed into the ground with Zhao Wuji's body, he pulled Xiao Wu back. Tang San and Xiao Wu have lived together for 6 years, and the two have a very tacit understanding. This time the cooperation has caused Zhao Wuji to suffer a big loss. Boom! Zhao Waoqi's huge body after being possessed by martial spirit hit the ground heavily, and his entire head was completely plunged into the mud. Are we a win? Xiao Wu asked. Teacher Zhao hasn't used the martial spirit real body yet, that's the real power of the soul sage. Tang San shook his head. Although Zhao Wuji was embarrassed by them, he didn't actually suffer any injuries. Zhao Waoqi propped his arms on the ground and pulled out his head. It's really 80-year-old mother who collapsed her baby and planted a somersault on you two little ghosts. Zhao Waoqi patted the dirt on his head and cursed. Mr. Zhao, when a person has a focus in his eyes, he naturally has blind spots. All your attention is on Brother Feng. Don't forget that we are all teammates of Brother Feng. Tang San said. It seems that you really underestimate your group of little monsters. It won't work if you don't use your real ability. Zhao Waoqi was not angry, but rather happy. Martial spirit real body. Zhao Wuji yelled, and the seventh spirit ring on his body lit up and suddenly turned into a 5-meter-high vigorous King Kong bear. The power on his body was much greater than before. You all stay away. He is standing and letting you fight now. You can't hurt him. Then leave it to me. Chen Feng said, once Zhao Waoqi uses the martial spirit real body, Tang San and others will not be able to help anything. Busy, next is the battle between him and Zhao Waoqi. Is this the power of Wuhan's true body? It's really scary. Tang San said in shock. He understood that Chen Feng was right, and took Xiao Wu back to the side. I can increase your strength and speed by 30%. Ning Rongrong said unconvinced. The 2 spirit rings on his body lit up one after another, and 2 rays of light sank into Chen Feng's body. I have already told you, why don't you believe it? Chen Feng shook his head, his soul power was running, and within a few seconds, Ning Rongrong's soul power was exhausted. How could this happen? Ning Rongrong's face was pale, and his body was a little unsupported. Fortunately, Zhu Zuqing came to support her. Roar! Zhao Wuji roared and slammed Chen Feng with a punch. Chen Feng didn't persuade him at all. He leaped up and greeted him with a Hunyuan stick. With a muffled bang, he suddenly felt a huge force hit and drove him out. After landing, he staggered for several steps to stabilize his figure. It seems that if you don't use martial spirit, you can't directly match with Zhao Waoqi's martial spirit body. Chen Feng shook his head. Teacher Zhao's martial arts body is too powerful, and Brother Feng can't stand it either. Xiao Wu said worriedly. Don't worry, Brother Feng hasn't used martial spirit until now, so there must be more energy left, Tang San said. The golden light on Zhao Waoqi's palm was greatly shaken, and Pu Shan's palm was doubled again, and he patted Chen Feng. Powerful diamond palm, Zhao Waoqi's second spirit ability. In the state of the spirit body, the power of the spirit ability is 150% of the original. The wind and thunder wings spread out behind Chen Feng, and at the moment Zhao Waoqi photographed him, he stepped back and flew into the sky. How can Brother Feng have a pair of wings? Xiao Wu asked in surprise. Brother Feng didn't use martial spirit, it must not be a spirit ability, could it be a spirit bone? Tang San was not sure. He didn't know much about the external spirit bone knowledge. Brother Feng flew into the air, even if Mr. Zhao couldn't beat him no matter how powerful he was already invincible. Xiao Wu smiled. Chen Feng held one end of the Hunyuan stick, his calf suddenly exerted force, the force was uploaded, his body turned halfway, and the Hunyuan stick swept a full circle diagonally in the air, slamming it heavily into the void. Immediately after the Hunyuan stick bounced back, Chen Feng turned around quickly, and the Hunyuan stick in his hand picked up again and smashed into the void again. Chaotic cloak hammering method. Tang San was very shocked when he saw Chen Feng's moves. This was exactly the technique his father Tang Hao taught him to pass to him. Although Zhao Waoqi didn't understand what Chen Feng was doing, every time Chen Feng swung the club, the power on the club increased, which he clearly felt. He must be interrupted. Zhao Wuji secretly said in his heart, if Chen Feng is allowed to continue to stack up, his power will grow to what extent, he feels a little palpitated thinking about it. Roar! Although he can't fly, he has a trick that can perform long-range attacks. The sixth spirit ring on his body lights up, and he roars, and the sound wave energy attacks Chen Feng. Hurry up and cover your ears. This is Teacher Zhao's sixth spirit ability, Vigorous King Kong's Roar. When Dai Mubai saw Zhao Waoqi using this trick, his face changed and he quickly reminded others. Chen Feng's own Holy Tiger Roar was also a sonic spirit ability, and he naturally knew the shortcomings of this kind of spirit ability. The wind and thunder's wings flicked, like a backward sprint, and instantly retreated a long distance, Although the sonic spirit ability such as vigorous King Kong roar can attack from a distance, the distance of attack is actually very limited. Once it leaves its attack range, it has no effect. The Dark Demon Thulho has a sprinting skill, the speed is comparable to instant movement, the only drawback is that it can only move in a straight line, its impact skill comes from its wings. Chen Feng's Wind and Thunder Wings inherited this skill. After Zhao Waoqi's sonic energy dissipated, Chen Feng flew back. Zhao Waoqi had no choice but to watch Chen Feng use the chaotic cloak and stick method to superimpose power. Soon, Chen Feng had already superimposed 81 times. 9-9-1, this is the sign of the chaotic cloak. I worked as a blacksmith in Zhengzhen City for 2 years and used it almost every day, and his proficiency increased rapidly. Let's take the move. Chen Feng hit Zhao Waoqi with a stick. This stick Zhao Waoqi couldn't escape, so he could only choose to hardwire it, cross his arms, raised it above his head, and roared, "You must catch it!" With a muffled bang, the energy tilted away, a gust of wind was set off, and the glass of the surrounding houses was shattered. Tang San blocked Xiao Wu behind him, his eyes turned purple, observing the situation of Chen Feng and Zhao Wuji. Chen Feng floated in the air, pressing down the Hunyuan stick in his hand, and Zhao Waoqi knelt on the ground with one leg, his arms against the Hunyuan stick, and he was wrestling with Chen Feng. What? With a sudden roar, Zhao Waoqi suddenly broke out and threw Chen Feng away. However, at this time his spirit power had been exhausted, he had withdrawn from the state of Wuhan real body, and fell to the ground feebly. After Chen Feng flipped a few somersaults in the air, Feng Lei's wings stabilized in an instant, and then slowly landed from the air. Chapter 34, Sausage Monopoly Oscar. Mr. Zhao. Dai Mubai ran over and helped Zhao Wuji up. I'm fine, just take a break. Zhao Waoqi waved his hand, but his expression was a little lonely. He used the spirit of Wushu, but he still lost to Chen Feng, and Chen Feng didn't even use the spirit. Ms. Zhao, are we passing it? Chen Feng asked, the wind and thunder wings behind him had been closed. Passed, I really don't know how there is a monster like you. Zhao Wuji said. Brother Feng, you are so amazing, even the Soul Saint was defeated by you. Xiao Wu ran to Chen Feng's side and said excitedly, as if she had defeated Zhao Wuji. It's so normal. Chen Feng smiled, and then began to integrate the attribute light orbs. In this battle with Zhao Waoqi, many attribute light orbs were exploded. Brother Feng, the stick in your hand doesn't seem to be simple, can you let me take a look? Tang San saw the Hunyuan stick in Chen Feng's hand, his eyes flashed. Yes, but it's a bit heavy. Be careful. Chen Feng smiled. He guessed that Tang San should have recognized the material for making Hunyuan sticks and wanted to study it. Tang San was already mentally prepared, but when he took the Hunyuan stick, he staggered and almost fell. Brother Feng, I'm afraid this stick has 700 or 800 catties, right? Tang San said in shock. 800 catties. Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, you are really a monster. You took a stick of 800 jin and waved it around. Xiao Wu looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Oscar, Oscar, come here soon, you have business. Dai Mubai yelled. After being urged by spirit power, no one in the entire academy might fail to hear it. Where is the business, where is the business? Oscar's slightly soft voice approached from far away, and soon he appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Ao, get some sausages here, teacher Zhao is injured. Dai Mubai said. One of the 5 copper soul coins, don't forget to check it out later. Oscar said with joy, and then in that weird spell, one after another, fragrant sausages were made. When Xiao Wu and the others listened, they all hid far away, very disgusted. Zhao Waoqi had already gotten used to it, and Oscar's sausages worked really well, swallowing several sausages in one bite. Oscar saw Ning Rongrong, and was immediately fascinated by Ning Rongrong's beauty. Brother Pig looked at each other like, so pretty. Xiao Ao. Dai Mubai shouted awkwardly. Girl, this sausage can speed up the recovery of injuries and soul power, do you want one? Oscar made a sausage and handed it to Ning Rong Rong. I won't eat your sausage when I die. Ning Rong Rong said disgustedly, thinking of that disgusting spell, his stomach surged. Ms. Zhao, who on earth beat you like this? Oscar asked suspiciously. Everyone looked at Chen Feng. Oscar ran to Chen Feng's side, curiously circled Chen Feng, and then said, Xian Tai, you are so amazing, even teacher Zhao was beaten like this by you. Little brother Oscar, I'll be with you from now on. Xiao Ao, I think you have insufficient actual combat experience. I will give you 2 actual combat lessons tomorrow. Zhao Waoqi said. Teacher Zhao, no. Oscar said bitterly. Brother Feng, what material is your stick made of? Tang San studied the Hunyuan stick carefully, but still couldn't tell. It's made of a mixture of dozens of rare metals such as profound iron, cold hard iron essence, deep-sea sinking silver, etc. Chen Feng said. When the name of a rare metal burst in his mouth, Tang San's eyes would brighten. Brother Feng, why do you have so many rare metals? The value of this stick is just a few dozen times the weight of gold. It is very difficult to fuse so many rare metals together. Tang San asked. Tao. So valuable. Oscar looked at Hunyuan stick with shiny eyes. I used to stay in Zhengzhen City, the city of metals for 2 years, and these rare metals were found there, Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, do you still have these rare metals? Tang San asked expectantly. There are some more, but can I ask what you are going to do? Chen Feng nodded. I want to build a hidden weapon. The silent hidden weapons is a kind of hidden weapon, but the silent hidden arrow is relatively simple and can be made with ordinary fine iron, but some complex hidden weapons require high materials. Tang San said. No problem, wait for you to come to me. If you need anything, just take it. Chen Feng said proudly. Thank you Feng brother, how much those rare metals are worth, I will definitely return it to you in the future. Tang San said gratefully. It's just some rare metals. You don't need to be polite with me. When I was in the Holy Soul Village, didn't Uncle Hao help me build weapons for free? Chen Feng smiled. Each of these rare metals are very precious, and they are all priceless. Feng Ji is willing to sell them to me. I am content. Tang San shook his head, he knew the value of these rare metals. Whatever you want, if you have any difficulties in manufacturing, you can also find me. I have been in Zhengzhen City for 2 years, but I not only found these rare metals, but I made this in Hunyuan stick by myself. Chen Feng said. Yet. Tang San nodded solemnly, as if thinking about something in his heart. Brother Feng, it turns out that you are so rich now. This stick is enough for me to buy a lot of delicious and beautiful clothes. Xiao Wu's eyes glowed at Hunyuan stick. If you want to buy delicious and beautiful clothes, just ask Xiaosan for money, and he will definitely give it to you. Chen Feng smiled and put the Hunyuan stick into the soul guide. Stingy, my brother is the best. Xiao Wu snorted uncomfortably. Mr. Zhao, we have passed the assessment, what should we do next? Chen Feng asked. School starts tomorrow, you just need to hand over the tuition to Dean Flander, Mubai, you take them to the dormitory. Zhao Wuji said. Come with me. Dai Mubai said. In the battle with Zhao Waoqi, except for Ning Rongrong who didn't believe Chen Feng's words, his spirit power was exhausted, his body was a little weak, and everyone else was fine. Under the leadership of Dai Mubai, he soon came to the dormitory. Here is the male dormitory, and the other is the female dormitory. There are very few students in the college and there are many dormitories. You can choose to live alone or live together. However, the dean suggested that we two live in one room, saying that this can foster relationships. Dai Mubai said. I am used to living alone. Chen Feng said. Tang San, you can live with me. There were only 3 people in the college before. Boss Dai and Fatty lived together. I can only live alone. Oscar said to Tang San. Okay. Tang San nodded, he didn't care much about it. Since Oscar said so, let's live with him. Zuking, wrong, there are only 3 of us girls, why don't we live in one room? Xiao Wu said, letting anyone live alone is not good. Yet. Zhu Zuking and Ning Rongrong nodded. You can move around freely this afternoon. Our college occupies 1/3 of the entire village. The other side is where the villagers live. Try not to go there. Dai Mubai said. I'll go to clean up the room first, Xiao San. After you're done, come find me. Chen Feng said. Yet. Tang San nodded. Chapter 35, 3 Hidden Weapons of Tangman. After Chen Feng cleaned up the room, Tang San found it not long after. Watch it for yourself. Chen Feng took off a ring from his hand and let Tang San choose it by himself. He now has 2 soul guidance device rings in his hand, one contains rare metals, and the other contains a lot of fine iron and forging tools. Tang San's spirit power poured into it, his eyes brightened brighter and brighter, mysterious iron, deep sea silver mother, cold heart iron spirit, plate crystal made of gold, red heart copper. After a long time, Tang San's attention shifted from the soul guidance device, and said excitedly, Brother Feng, I need all the materials, you have them here. If you like, just take it away, Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, you have found so many rare metals after staying in Zhengzhen City for 2 years. Tang San asked suspiciously. The rare metals in Chen Feng's ring were not a little bit. My martial soul has a special ability and has a special sensitivity to rare metals. I have wiped out all the rare metals in the iron ore shops in Zhengzhen City. Chen Feng smiled. So it's like this. Tang San nodded. What hidden weapon do you want to build, do you need help? Chen Feng asked. Brother Feng, take a look at this drawing. Tang San took out a drawing from the 24 bridge and gave it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the drawing and looked at it, and he was a little fascinated by it. Although he had known that the Tang sect hidden weapons were very delicate, when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still shocked. It's a delicate design, but this drawing seems to be incomplete, only 1/3 of it. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, did you see it so quickly? Tang San was a little surprised. The drawing of this rainstorm pear flower needle is indeed only 1/3. Just study it and find that it is not difficult, but you want to see it at a glance. It's not easy. Blacksmiths are also divided into levels, from low to high, junior blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, senior blacksmith, blacksmith master, master blacksmith, and master blacksmith. There are only 4 master blacksmiths today, and I am one of them. If I can't make it, no one can make it. Chen Feng said confidently. Brother Feng, these drawings were obtained by accident. They are Tang sect's top secret, and they should not be passed on to the Tang sect disciples. Tang San said embarrassedly. Tang sect? Chen Feng pretended to be puzzled. Tang sect is the sect I plan to establish in the future, and I am the only one at present. Tang San explained. If I join the Tang sect, I can look at these drawings, but with my strength, I should be able to work as an elder. Chen Feng smiled. In fact, even if he didn't join Tang sect, he still hoped to explode hidden weapons from Tang San, but in that case, even if he created those hidden weapons, he couldn't explain it. Brother Feng, if you are willing to join the Tang sect, you will let you choose all positions. Tang San said excitedly. He was not sure whether Chen Feng was willing to join the Tang sect before, after all, his Tang sect was just an empty shelf. Position doesn't matter, you'd better let me look at those hidden weapon drawings first. Chen Feng said. The drawings of the hidden weapons are all in my mind. It will take a while to draw them, but I have to tell you about the hidden weapons first, Tang San said. The one I just showed you is called Stormy Pear Flower Needle, which contains 27 pear flower needles. It ranks second on the Tangman hidden weapons list, but the single attack is stronger than the first-ranked Buddha Fury Tang Lian. It needs to be made of silver mother of deep-sea immersion silver, and the production process is very complicated. The Buddha's Fury Tang Lian is a ranged attack concealed weapon, and the crafting process is also very complicated. It requires the use of super-concentrated violent gunpowder, which can easily break the spirit body of the soul sage. If it is used at the right time, even if it is contra entitled Douluo can't please in front of it. In addition, there is the third-ranked peacock feather. The peacock feather itself is cylindrical in shape, 1 foot long, and the cross-sectional diameter of the cylinder is 3 inches. There are 2 buttons on the top. The first button is the top button. The main purpose is to fear that the time on the camera bracket will be too long and cause wear. The second button is used for launching, and it is said that ghosts and gods cannot escape. The peacock feather is divided into 3 parts, the feather body, the inner machine, and the assembly of hidden weapons. Among them, the most difficult to make is the inner machine, which is extremely complicated in composition. There are a total of 365 hidden weapons inside, which are a one-time launch. Once sprayed, it can cover tens of square meters. The 365 hidden weapons are divided into 12 categories. Because of their size, they are all needle-shaped hidden weapons. They are bone-piercing needles, thunder-fire needles, armor-piercing needles, split-blade needles, devil needles, overlord needles, and mingyan needle, broken dragon needle, desire needle, dragon beard needle, meteorite needle, and 7-kill needle. Every time Tang San talked about the subtlety of Tang sect hidden weapons, he looked a little proud. You should hurry up and draw the drawing. Only after reading it, I can determine whether it can be made. Tomorrow I will ask the dean to apply for a room as a forging room. I have all the forging tools and it is very convenient to arrange them. Chen Feng said. I'll go back and draw the drawings now. Tang San said. He also wanted to see the day when the 3 hidden weapons of Tang sect were born in Douluo continent as soon as possible. It's not too late. It's time for dinner. Call Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. Let's eat first. Chen Feng said. Yet. Tang San nodded. Chen Feng and Tang San came to the outside of the female voice dormitory. The college stipulated that boys could not enter the female voice dormitory casually, so Tang San could only whisper outside, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Without waiting too long, the door opened quickly, Xiao Wu walked out from inside, and Zhu Zuqing followed her. Xiao Wu made a hissing gesture and said softly, Rong is meditating, don't disturb her, let's go and talk. Xiao Wu, you should be hungry, Brother Feng told us to eat. Tang San said. Brother Feng, is it your treat? Xiao Wu looked at Chen Feng with a grin. Okay, please. Chen Feng said helplessly. Then let's go, I must eat more this time. Xiao Wu said eagerly. Do you know where the canteen is? Tang San asked. Xiao Wu was stunned. She just came to Shrek Academy today, where did she know the location of the cafeteria, and said, we'll know by asking. When cooking in the cafeteria, there must be smoke rising. We can find a place with smoke. Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, you are still smart. Xiao Wu said excitedly. However, the place where there is smoking is not only the cafeteria of the college. Shrek Academy is in the village. The villagers are also cooking at this time, looking for them, and then they come to the place where the villagers live. Brother Feng, your approach doesn't seem to be very good. Xiao Wu said, after searching for so long, he has not found the canteen. Didn't you praise me just now? Chen Feng rubbed his nose awkwardly. That's because of my short-sightedness. Xiao Wu made a playful grimace at Chen Feng. When they were about to ask a villager, they saw a man and a woman arguing not far away. The two of them seem to be not very old. The female is about 2 or 3 years older than them. Although she looks ordinary, she is full of youthfulness. She is dressed in simple peasant clothes and should be the children of the villagers in the village. The man is about the same age as them. He is chubby with short hair, small eyes, and the fleshy bulges on his face look like 2 buns. The most funny thing is the 2-faced beard, which looks like 2-faced squirrels. The girl looked at the little fat man with a look of fear in her eyes. "Ma Hung-jun, don't look for me again, I won't be with you again." "Qiwa, am I treating you badly? Why did you break up with me?" Ma Hung-jun took the girl's hand. "You are very good to me, but I really can't stand you, we are not suitable, you should find someone else, and I am a few years older than you, please stop looking for me in the future." Qiwa blushed. Read. Chapter 36, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hung-jun. What do you mean by being unbearable? You girls really don't know what you are thinking. You can break up and come with me again. Ma Hung-jun said angrily. Just let me go, are you human? Qiwa said with some fear. Stop it. Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. Ma Hung-jun looked over here, and when she saw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, her little eyes shone brightly. What a beautiful girl, do you want to replace her as my girlfriend? Yes, no problem, I agreed. Damn it! Xiao Wu was furious and kicked Ma Hung-jun's hand that was holding Qiwa away. You little rascal, you can't learn well at such a young age. In broad daylight, would you still want to rob civilian girls? Zhu Zuqing was listening to Ma Hung-jun's words, frowning, but seeing Xiao Wu doing it, she didn't do it. This is a matter between us, you are nosy with less dogs and mice. Since you are not going to be my girlfriend, then get out. Ma Hung-jun said angrily. Your name is Ma Hung-jun, right? Please don't provoke this girl again. Tang San walked forward. He saw that this fat man was not easy, and he didn't want Xiao Wu to be hurt a little bit. What kind of thing are you? You dare to take care of Lao Tzu's business, don't you find it easy? Ma Hung-jun snorted coldly. Who are you, Lao Zi? Tang San's expression sank. He usually has a gentle personality, but as long as he touches his family and Xiao Wu, he will become very fierce. Whoever is nosy, I am the old man. Ma Hung-jun said. Tang San was about to do it, but Xiao Wu grabbed him and said, Brother, let me come this time. Xiao Wu, you can teach him, but don't be a killer. He is not weak at his age and should be the last student in the academy. Chen Feng whispered. Well, I will only beat his mother without knowing him. Xiao Wu nodded. Xiao Wu flew out, kicking towards Ma Hung-jun's chest. Ma Hung-jun greeted him without hesitation, fists in front of him, blocking Xiao Wu's feet, but Xiao Wu's feet suddenly stopped. In midair, he changed from kicking to stepping, and stepped on Ma Hung-jun's lower abdomen. Ma Hung-jun's reaction was also very quick, and both of his fists were raised at the same time, hitting Xiao Wu's feet. With a muffled bang, Xiao Wu closed her feet and backed away, and Ma Hung-jun was kicked back several steps. It turns out that you are also soul masters. No wonder you dare to take care of your own business. Today, I will let you see what strength is. Ma Hung-jun said somewhat unexpectedly, and then yelled, Phoenix possessed. Tang San heard the word phoenix, his heart shuddering, his fingers moved slightly, and he had already detained a few hidden weapons. Once Xiao Wu was in danger, he would not hesitate to shoot. Xiao Wu was also surprised, because the phoenix is the top beast spirit, which is extremely difficult to deal with. A little purple light rushed out of Ma Hung-jun's body, and the short hair on his head suddenly became longer and converged towards the center, turning into a Mogan Western-style hairstyle. His hands became claw-shaped, and his arms grew long. Feathers, but no wings appeared. 2 yellow spirit rings pulsed under his feet, releasing intense heat. Puff! Xiao Wu couldn't help laughing when he saw Ma Hongzhen like this, and said, "Is there such a fat phoenix? I feel like a local chicken in every way." Ma Hongzhen looked really funny like this, and Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. Even Zhu Zuqing, who had always been an iceberg, twitched his mouth. "Who do you think is the native chicken?" Ma Hongzhen hates people saying that his martial soul is a native chicken. He raised his hands, the first spirit ring on his body flashed, and he opened his mouth sharply. The purple-red flame spewed out in Xiao Wu's direction. "Be careful!" Tang San couldn't help but reminded, because he felt the hot energy in the purple flame. Xiao Wu flashed to the side, avoiding the purple flame, but Ma Hongzhen did not let Xiao Wu go. The flame in his mouth remained at a burning length of 5 meters and did not go out, chasing Xiao Wu's body and swept across. Like a 5-meter-long flame weapon. Xiao Wu ran quickly, usually avoiding Ma Hongzhen's line of fire, while approaching Ma Hongzhen. Ma Hongzhen saw Xiao Wu rushing towards him, just as he wanted, and once again sprayed the line of fire, and the line of fire drew a circle in the air, sealing Xiao Wu's path forward. "Dead girl, dare to say that I am a local chicken? If I don't show you the color, Lao Tzu is not the evil fire phoenix, but she is quite beautiful, so I shouldn't burn it out." Ma Hongzhen secretly said in his heart, while thinking. The line of fire he sprayed became weaker, enough to hurt people, but not fatal. The temperature of the flame dropped, Xiao Wu felt it naturally, and thought in her heart, "Is this fat man being merciful? Well, I'll do it lightly." Just when Ma Hongzhen thought that Xiao Wu would be hurt by his own flame, Xiao Wu's body suddenly curled up, and at the same time she twisted lightly in the air. Her soft body seemed to have broken through the limits of the human body, abruptly from him. Drilled through the gap in the flames and came to his side. Xiao Wu didn't give Ma Hongzhen any reaction time. He turned around and came to his back, supported the ground with both hands, and instantly flicked both feet, directly clamped on Ma Hongzhen's neck. The first spirit ability's waist bow was activated instantly, and Ma Hongzhen to throw into the air. Xiao Wu had been merciful, otherwise she would throw Ma Hongzhen to the ground, but despite this, Ma Hongzhen still sat on the ground and fell into a slap. "Don't fight, you guys don't fight, Hongzhen is actually a good person, but we are not suitable, so I can only break up with him, you go, I can tell him clearly." Qiwa suddenly ran over, "Will help Ma Hongzhen up. Leave me alone, get out of the way." Ma Hongzhen pushed Qiwa away, ready to continue fighting with Xiao Wu. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Dai Mubai walked over. Tang San talked about the matter to Dai Mubai, and Dai Mubai said in embarrassment, "I think you have misunderstood, Miss Qiwa, you can't stand him." Qiwa blushed, nodded shyly, and then ran away. Ma Hongzhen did not stop. After that, Dai Mubai talked about the special place of Ma Hongzhen's martial arts spirit. Tang San and the others' expressions became extremely weird when they heard it. Chen Feng knew about it early on, and didn't react much. It's really the Monster Academy, even such a mutant martial arts soul. Tang San couldn't help but laugh. It's not a good thing. Xiao Wu blushed and gave a soft sigh. "Don't take me with you." Dai Mubai shrugged and glanced at Zhu Zuqing. "You are more unbearable than him," Zhu Zuqing said coldly. Xiao Wu and Tang San were a little surprised. They didn't know why Zhu Zuqing, who had always been silent, suddenly said such a sentence. Dai Mubai's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. "Where is the cafeteria of the college? I will starve to death," Xiao Wu complained. "Come with me," Dai Mubai said. Everyone followed Dai Mubai to the cafeteria of the college. The so-called cafeteria actually only hired a few villagers to take care of everyone's food. Although the food was simple, it was better to have enough food. However, Xiao Wu's idea of slaughtering Chen Feng would be frustrated. Even if he let go of his stomach to eat, he wouldn't be able to eat much. After eating, Chen Feng returned to the dormitory and stayed in the dormitory all day. And Tang San also went back to draw pictures. He now wanted to draw the drawings of the 3 hidden weapons as soon as possible, so that he could quickly make Tang Sek's hidden weapons available, and he could also increase his self-protection power. At night, Chen Feng was in the dormitory studying the 1/3 of the drawing of the rainstorm pear flower needle Tang San gave him, but suddenly heard a voice, "Xiao Feng. Uncle Hao, what did he do with me?" Chen Feng suddenly heard who the owner of this voice was. Because of him, Xiao Wu was not injured. Tang San didn't run violently with Zhao Wuji. And Tang Hao naturally wouldn't beat Zhao Wuji, but Tang Hao came to him for something. Chapter 37, Fight Tang Hao, all the cards are out. Chen Feng left the dormitory, rushed towards the direction of breath, and soon came to the woods next to Shrek. "Uncle Hao, come out." Chen Feng looked at a big tree. A black figure walked out slowly behind the big tree, her whole body covered in black clothes, and even a black headgear on her head. This person was Tang Hao. "Xiao Feng, I haven't seen you for a few years. I don't think you have grown to this height. You have practiced the chaotic cloak hammer method to the point where you have 9 or 9. Tang Hao said, walking towards Chen Feng step by step, and the clear sky hammer appeared at him. In his hands, 9 spirit rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red rose from his feet. "Uncle Hao, you won't come to me to settle the account because I learned the chaotic cloak hammer method." Chen Feng smiled, facing the pressure released by Tang Hao, he still talked and laughed. Tang Hao's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he said faintly, "Since it's here, come out." While the figures flickered, a person appeared in the sights of Chen Feng and Tang Hao, with a pair of huge wings behind them, and the whole body was covered with feathers. The pupils were erected in the orange eyes, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The spirit ring moved around his body. The visitor was the Dean of Shrek Academy, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flander. "I have seen Haoshen's crown." Flander's respectful Tang Hao saluted, for fear of annoying Tang Hao. "No need to be polite, Cat Eagle Martial Spirit, level 78, worthy of being Flanders in the Golden Triangle at the time. This Shrek Academy belongs to you, right?" Tang Hao said lightly. "Yes, Haoshen's crown." Flander nodded. "Children study at Shrek Academy, I will trouble you in the future." Tang Hao said. "Tang San is your son?" Flander was surprised. He had already read the list of enrolled students today. There is only one surnamed Tang, and that is Tang San. "Little San is my son, my only son." Tang Hao said. "I will try my best to teach." Flander took a deep breath and said with a heavy tone. "Xiao Feng, let me see where your limit is." Tang Hao looked at Chen Feng again. "Uncle Hao, you have injuries on your body. If you try your best, I'm afraid it will cause the old injuries to recur." Chen Feng said. "Play with you, I still need to use my full strength, then I'm sorry for the words Clear Sky Douluo." Tang Hao said grimly. "He is Clear Sky Douluo. He just broke through to the titled Douluo realm, so he won the 15th level. Chihiro was seriously injured." "Uncle Hao, do you have to fight?" Chen Feng said. "Stop talking nonsense." Tang Hao said, "His power has increased a bit." "Martial soul, possess body." Chen Feng nodded, a black light bloomed from the center of his eyebrows, and then spread throughout his body, his muscles instantly swelled, his height increased a lot, his hands turned into tiger claws, and his nails glowed with metallic gold and purple. The 5 spirit rings of Hey, 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 and Hey moved around him. Chen Pencil Novel www.qbxs.xyz Feng, Wuhan Tianming Shenhu, the 56th level of the powerful attacking Soul King, please advise. After Chen Feng absorbed the Dark Demon Evil Tiger's spirit ring, his spirit power rose to 54th level, and after passing through the Star Do Great Forest, coupled with the attribute Light exploded these days, his spirit power rose to 56th level. Flender saw Chen Feng's 5 spirit rings, purple, black, 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 and black. His eyes opened, and he was speechless in surprise, and said in his heart, "No wonder you can defeat Zhao Wao Qi. The first spirit ring is the 1000-year spirit ring, and the rest are all 10,000-year spirit rings. Although you don't know how you did it, you are really amazing." Tang Hao said in shock. Tang Hao, martial spirit clear sky hammer, titled Douluo of the 95-level power attack system. Tang Hao reported his martial spirit and spirit power level, indicating that he had regarded Chen Feng as a real opponent. The second spirit ability, the Shadow Aurora flashes. Chen Feng's figure flashed and disappeared suddenly. Fast speed. Flender felt Chen Feng disappear into his sight. As an agile attack-type spirit master, he is most proud of speed, but Chen Feng's speed has already surpassed him. Any technique is weak in the face of absolute power. Tang Hao said lightly, and then slammed a hammer out. The surging vigor revealed Chen Feng's figure. Facing Tang Hao's hammer, Chen Feng felt that he could not hide, as if locked. In desperation, Chen Feng could only choose to insist. The first soul ability, the Devil Tiger Claw. The tiger's claw slapped on the clear sky hammer with a muffled bang, and Chen Feng backed out and slid a dozen meters along the ground before stopping. His right arm was slightly numb. It's a vast sky Douluo, just a hammer can have such a strong power. Chen Feng was secretly shocked in his heart. Tang Hao is not an ordinary level 95 titled Douluo. But I am not so easy to lose, even if the opponent is clear sky Douluo. The third spirit ability, the Wrath of the Holy Tiger. Fifth soul ability, Tianming Demon God Transformation. The third and fifth spirit rings on Chen Feng's body lit up one after another, and a golden streak appeared on each of the faces on both sides. The light on his body was greatly increased, and his power suddenly increased several times. Tang Hao also had some movement on his face, followed by a strong fighting spirit. "Uncle Hao, be careful," Chen Feng said. With force under his feet, he flew away. "Boy Feng, let you see the real chaotic cloak hammer technique today." Tang Hao laughed. Bang bang bang. Chen Feng raided from all directions. Tang Hao stood still there, where Chen Feng's figure appeared, and where did the clear sky hammer appear. In a short span of time, Chen Feng launched dozens of attacks, but unfortunately he still couldn't break Tang Hao's defense. Is this the power of clear sky Douluo? I'm afraid I can't even hold a hammer. This little monster can pick up so many hammers. Flender watched the battle between the two from a distance, and became more surprised. The power on the clear sky hammer became stronger and stronger, and Chen Feng's complexion slowly became serious. He knew how powerful the chaotic cloak hammer method was when it was added to the 81 hammer, but he couldn't interrupt Tang now. "How? Fight!" Chen Feng gritted his teeth, and the Tianming domain instantly expanded, covering Tang Hao in. This is his final trump card. In the heaven and underworld domain, the opponent's strength is suppressed by 30%, and his own strength is increased by 50%. Talent field. Tang Hao was shocked again. A double strike from the heavenly devil. Chen Feng's figure paused in the air, and the light from the tiger's claws gathered and patted heavily. The 81st hammer. Tang Hao also swung the Haoshan hammer and smashed it over. With a muffled bang, Chen Feng's first attack was dispelled by the clear sky hammer, but the second attack came one after another. The clear sky hammer was knocked back, and Tang Hao also retreated several steps to stabilize his figure. Haoshan Douluo was actually knocked back. Flender wiped his eyes to confirm whether he was dazzled. Cough cough. Tang Hao coughed, his complexion pale. It was not that Chen Feng's blow hurt him, but that Tang Hao used too much power and affected the old injuries. "Uncle Hao, let's stop here." Chen Feng withdrew from the state of possessing the spirit of martial arts. He has already exhausted his cards. If he continues to fight, he will not be able to please, and Tang Hao will use more power, caused the recurrence of old injuries. "Boy Feng, you are stronger than I thought. I feel relieved to have you by Xiao-san. Tang Hao said, the light on his body diminished, and the clear sky hammer disappeared. It's far behind Uncle Hao. Chen Feng smiled. Don't tell Xiao-san about me, Tang Hao said, then disappeared. After Tang Hao left, Chen Feng looked at the golden ball of light on the ground, which was exploded by the last blow. Ding dong! Haoshan Juju detected, do you want to study? Learn. Chapter 38, Haoshan Juju, School starts. Suddenly, a large amount of information poured into Chen Feng's mind. He closed his eyes and digested it well. Haoshan Juju is 9 unique techniques, each of which has its own characteristics. It is the real knack of the Haoshan school. Compared with the chicken ribs chaotic cloak hammer method, Haoshan Juju is much more practical. Tang Hao had just used Haoshan Juju, otherwise he would not be able to stop Chen Feng's attack only with the chaotic cloak hammer method. Xiao Feng, are you okay? Flender came over and shouted when Chen Feng closed his eyes. Dean, I'm okay, but I just fought with Uncle Hao just now and I had some insights. Chen Feng laughed, and the Juju of Haoshan burst from Tang Hao, which was an unexpected joy to him. Your kid is really perverted, even the Haoshan crown has been repelled. Flender said. That's because Uncle Hao didn't use the real ability, otherwise I can't stop it. Chen Feng shook his head, there is still a lot of gap between himself and Tang Hao. That's also very abnormal. You must know that you are only 12 years old, and Haoshan crown is at your age, and your strength is not as strong as you. Flender said. Young age is not a reason, the enemy will not be merciful because of your young age. Chen Feng said. Without arrogance or rashness, it's no wonder you have such a strong strength. Flender laughed. Dean, I'll go back to sleep first. Chen Feng yawned and left directly after speaking. Flender looked at Chen Feng's back, with an expression of excitement on his face, and said with a treacherous smile, with such a little monster, it's hard for Shrek Academy not to be famous. The next day, Chen Feng got up early. After the morning exercise, he came to the cafeteria for breakfast. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong also came to the cafeteria. Brother Feng, you have already practiced back. Xiao Wu said in surprise. I'm not like you. I just practice every day, and my strength improves so quickly. Chen Feng laughed. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast. After transforming, although he needs to practice from scratch, he should improve his strength before the mature period much simpler than humans. Brother Feng, your strength is already so strong, and you still work so hard, really don't give us a chance. Tang San smiled bitterly. I thought that when he was in Holy Soul Village, Chen Feng was far from his opponent, but now Chen Feng is beyond his reach. When I started morning exercises, you were already meditating on the roof. Chen Feng gave Tang San a white glance. Ning Rongrong heard the conversations of several people, and did not respond much, but Zhu Zuqing's eyes flashed with light, as if he had made some decision. Let's go in and eat. Xiao Wu said, her stomach was already hungry. Entering the canteen, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun are already in the canteen. As for Oscar, he is still sleeping late. After he is hungry, he can eat a few sausages he made. Ma Hongjun saw Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, his eyes straightened, and he swallowed unabashedly. Fatty, it's better to suppress the evil fire. Dai Mubai hit him with an elbow. Boss Dai, if you eat meat, you have to leave some soup for your brother. Ma Hongjun said angrily. Seeing Zhu Zuqing and others approaching, Dai Mubai coughed, and then said, Xiao Ao is sleeping again. Except for Xiao Ao, everyone is here. We will be together for a long time. Live, study, and get to know each other. My name is Dai Mubai, my spirit is Beihu, you can call me Mubai, his name is Ma Hongjun, my spirit is Phoenix, you can call him Fatty, the one who didn't come is called Oscar, and the spirit is Sausage. You can call him Little Ao or Uncle Big Sausage. You can just call me Rong Rong. My relatives and friends call me that way. After Dai Mubai finished the introduction, Ning Rong Rong said cheerfully. You can call me Xiao San. Brother Feng always calls me that way, Tang San said. My name is Xiao Wu, you can just call me Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu picked up a steamed bun and began to eat. Call me Chen Feng, Xiao Feng, or Brother Feng. Chen Feng shrugged and said it didn't matter. Call me Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing said coldly. Everyone knows that Zhu Zuqing's character is like this, and it's not surprising already. Mubai, apart from you and Ma Heng Jun, we are all newcomers. Tell us about the rules and courses of Academy Strength. Tang San said to Dai Mubai. The college does not have any special rules, that is, fornication and captivity are not allowed, but fighting is encouraged and gambling is encouraged. The teachers believe that fighting can enhance the actual combat experience and become familiar with one's martial soul. Gambling is a psychological game that can enhance psychological quality. Dai Mubai said. As expected of Monster Academy, even the teachers teaching philosophy is so weird. Tang San smiled. After everyone finished their breakfast, there was a sudden sound of dang dang outside. Dai Mubai hurriedly stood up and said, This is the bell for the dean to summon us. Everyone hurry over. The dean doesn't like others being late. Let's go. Chen Feng said. When everyone came to the playground, the sleepy Oscar had already arrived, and he was eating with a sausage made by himself. Oscar's appearance has changed a lot, mainly in that the beard on his face is gone. Your beard. Tang San came to Oscar's side and couldn't help pointing at his face. Oscar chuckled and said in a low voice, Isn't this a few new beauties in the school? Don't be energetic, how can I make them pay attention? While they were talking, Flender walked over from the other side of the playground. Tang San and Xiao Wu were obviously taken aback when they saw Flender. Isn't this the profiteer uncle? Xiao Wu said in surprise. What profiteer uncle? This is our dean, founder of Shrek Academy, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flander, a 78th level soul saint, more powerful than Teacher Zhao. Oscar said. Does the academy have a teacher at the level of Contra entitled Douluo? Xiao Wu asked. After hearing that Flander was just a soul saint, she sighed in relief. You are Chinese cabbage when you are a Contra-level powerhouse. There are no more than 100 Contra-level powerhouses in the entire continent. They are supported by major empires and the kingdoms under the empire. Title Douluo doesn't even need to think about it. Oscar said. Soon, Flender walked over to them, and his somewhat treacherous voice sounded, This year is very good. Our college has 5 more little monsters. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I welcome your visit. Then, please each of you hand in 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Li who is in charge of finance. Today's first class will start in the evening. You will go back to rest and adjust your state as best as possible. Oscar, Ning Rong Rong, Chen Feng, you 3 will stay. When Oscar heard it, his face suddenly collapsed, as if he already knew what was going to happen next. Chen Feng also knew what Flanders would do next, but he didn't know why Flanders wanted him to stay. He was not an auxiliary spirit master. The others were gone, and even Tang San went back to draw drawings, only Chen Feng, Oscar and Ning Rong Rong were still here. Oscar, Ning Rong Rong, both of you are auxiliary spirit masters. One is for adding attributes and the other is a food-type martial soul. Spirit masters like you need the protection of your partners in battle. Oscar, you tell me, as an auxiliary soul master. How can I better protect myself? Flender said. Oscar said without hesitation, hide behind your partner as much as possible, use all the surrounding terrain and buildings to avoid risks, and stay away from dangerous areas as much as possible. Obviously this is not the first time Oscar has answered such a question. Chapter 39, Ning Rong Rong. You are right, but there is one thing you did not say. As an auxiliary soul master, escape is a necessary quality, and escape requires physical strength. Your course today is to conduct physical training. From now on, running around the entire village 20 laps. Flender said. Then he said to Chen Feng, you come to supervise them. What if they refuse to run? Chen Feng asked. He knew that Flanders obviously knew Ning Rongrong's witch character and wanted to use him to discipline Ning Rongrong. Do whatever you want, Flanders said. Ning Rongrong ran out first. Oscar smiled bitterly, and immediately followed. Chen Feng didn't watch them run, but took out the Hunyuan stick and began to practice Haoshinjutsu. If he could master the 9 skills of Haoshinjutsu, his strength would be greatly improved. However, after Chen Feng did not practice for long, Zhu Zuqing walked over and said, "Can you guide me to practice?" "Why?" Chen Feng said. "I want to be stronger," Zhu Zuqing said with firm eyes. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, and then took out a stick from the soul guidance device. It was not the Hunyuan stick, but the black iron rod that Tang Hao helped him build. He said, "You take this black iron rod, and you are not using the spirit power. Under circumstances, if you can run 20 laps around the village, I promise to guide you in your cultivation." Without any hesitation, Zhu Zuqing took the black iron rod directly, put it on his shoulders, and ran out. After Zhu Zuqing left, Chen Feng continued his practice. On the other side, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were running outside the college. Ning Rongrong was originally full of confidence. Although she was an auxiliary soul master, when she was at home, Ning Fengzi had always asked her to exercise, so her body was not bad. But until now, I haven't even finished 1 lap. At this speed, even at night, I may not be able to finish 20 laps. Oscar, how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong asked. Run slowly, with the sausage I made to replenish your energy, as long as you stick to it, in the evening, you should be able to run. Oscar smiled bitterly. Do you want one now? Oscar chanted his wretched spell, and a sausage appeared in his hand and handed it to Ning Rongrong like a treasure. Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar with weird eyes, and suddenly said stubbornly, "I still have 2 slices of bread, I will eat you." After speaking, the Kaibao glazed tile pagoda floated out, with the speed attribute attached to her body, and ran out quickly, but instead of running around the village, she ran in the direction of Soto City. However, she did not run far. A figure fell from the sky, holding a Hunyuan stick in her hand. Needless to say, it was Chen Feng who stopped her. "If you dare to leave before finishing the run, I will break your leg," Chen Feng said coldly. "You don't take chicken feathers as your arrow. Flanders is just a little soul sage. I advise you to ignore me, otherwise the consequences are not something you can bear." Ning Rongrong changed his gentle appearance before the appearance of the subtropical height above. "You are the little princess of the 7 treasure glass sect, but this is not the 7 treasure glass sect. I am not your father. There is no need to spoil you. You can go 1 step further and see if I dare to interrupt your legs." Chen Feng's fierce momentum broke out, and Ning Rongrong was enveloped in an instant. "Don't come here." Ning Rongrong was frightened by Chen Feng and took 2 steps back. "Get me back," Chen Feng said coldly. Ning Rongrong ran back like a frightened little rabbit. Chen Feng's momentum receded, and he looked at the corner of a wooden house and said, "Come out." Flender walked out from the corner and said with a smile, "She is the princess of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. You dare to scare her so much? You are not afraid that Ning Fengzi will settle the account with you?" "I'm not scaring her. If she dared to go, I would really break his leg. The 7 treasure glazed glass sect dared to come and make trouble. Although I can't beat Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo now, my life is not a problem. Cultivation in one place for several years, and then the end of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect," Chen Feng said. When Flander heard Chen Feng's words, the smile on his face was stunned. Chen Feng ignored him and flew back to the playground to continue his practice. Oscar was running around the village. Seeing Ning Rongrong chasing him, he was a little surprised and said, "Didn't you leave? Why are you back again?" "I'll come back if I want," Ning Rongrong said coldly. "How about a character?" Oscar was puzzled. At this time Zhu Zuqing also chased up with the black iron rod. She is a sensitive attack type spirit master. Even if she doesn't use spirit power, her speed is much faster than the auxiliary type spirit master. Why did she come to lap, and she was carrying a stick? Did Brother Feng let her come? Oscar asked in confusion. Zhu Zuqing soon surpassed Oscar and Ning Rongrong, and ran past the two of them, as if they hadn't seen them, nor did they greet her. As night fell, Chen Feng, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Osk, and Ning Rongrong were standing on the playground, but Zhu Zuqing was missing. "Have you seen Zhu Zuqing?" Dai Mubai asked Tang San. Tang San shook his head, and Oscar said, "I saw her. She was running a circle and carrying an iron rod. She should still be running now." Although Zhu Zuqing surpassed him at the beginning, but later he overtook him back. After all, Zhu Zuqing used spirit power after all, and was still carrying a 108 Jin iron rod. Hearing the iron rod, Dai Mubai looked at Chen Feng and was about to ask, but at this moment, Flander walked over and he could only hold back what he wanted to say. "Oscar, Ning Rongrong, have you finished 20 laps?" Flander looked at the two with sharp eyes. "It's finished." The two replied at the same time, except that Ning Rongrong's face was a little pale. She didn't eat Oscar's sausage, and she still suffered a lot after running the 20 laps. "Very good, it seems that Chen Feng's supervision is still very effective." Flander smiled. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing was carrying a black iron rod and ran from a distance step by step, saying that it was running, but it was actually slower than walking. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai went to help, but she refused, 200 or 300 meters. It took her 10 minutes. Zhu Zuqing ran to Chen Feng and said, "I'm finished." "You are very good." Chen Feng nodded. After seeing Chen Feng nodding, Zhu Zuqing fainted. Fortunately, Chen Feng's eyes were quick and he held the black iron rod with one hand and supported her with the other. "How do you feel dizzy?" When Chen Feng first met Zhu Zuqing did the same. "How is she?" Flander asked. He knew about Chen Feng's test of Zhu Zuqing. "It's just taking off, it's nothing serious, just rest for one night," Chen Feng said. "Zhu Zuqing will not participate in the class tonight. Oscar, you help Ning Rongrong send Zhu Zuqing back to the dormitory, and the others will follow me," Flander said. After he finished speaking, he tapped his toes and fluttered out lightly, heading in the direction of Soto City. Chen Feng, Tang San, and others also immediately followed. Chapter 40, Soft-Bone Demon Rabbit, Thousand Hands Shura. Flander has always maintained a fairly fast speed to test everyone's strength. Needless to say, Chen Feng has been advancing side by side with Flanders. Flanders has long understood Chen Feng's strength, and Chen Feng is not included in his test. Immediately behind Flander and Chen Feng was Dai Mubai. His spirit power was almost a whole big level higher than Tang San and the others, and his spirit power was much stronger. Behind Dai Mubai were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San mainly took care of Xiao Wu, otherwise he might not be able to catch up with Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun was at the end, but he was not far behind. Soon, a group of 6 people came to the gate of Soto City. Soto City is inside the kingdom of Barak, and the gate will not be closed at night. Everyone entered the city smoothly. Under the leadership of Flanders, he came to an unobtrusive tea shop and ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea. "Dean, won't our first class be here, right?" Xiao Wu looked at the tea filled with tea foam, without any desire to drink. "Of course not, your class is there," Flanders said, pointing his finger up. The building that Flender was referring to was very familiar to Chen Feng, and it was the great arena of souls in Soto City. Dai Mubai's face changed, and he whispered, "Dean, are you going to let them go there the first day? You are monsters, not ordinary people. Since you are monsters, you must have monster cultivation methods, so that you can grow faster." Flander said lightly. "President, what's that place?" Tang San asked suspiciously. "Similar to this kind of building, generally only the main city-level city has it. Its scale is a sign of whether a city is strong or not. It is called the Great Fighting Arena. The one in front of you is called the Soto City Great Fighting Arena." Flander explained. "Your martial arts are different, and you also have your own training methods. What the academy can teach you is how to better use your martial arts, have more practical experience, and develop your own potential as much as possible. Of the 3 points, actual combat experience is the most important, so your first lesson is actual combat. After you register in the Arena of Souls, you will receive a soul fight badge. After each win, you will get a certain amount of points. When the points reach a certain level, the soul fight badge can be upgraded. The level of the badge is from low to high. The order is iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, diamond, 8 grades. My requirement for you is to get the Silver Fighting Soul badge before graduation. Don't think it is easy to get the Silver Fighting Soul badge, Mubai, tell them about your situation." After Flander finished speaking, he calmly drank a cup of low-quality tea. "I have participated in a total of 56 soul fights. The current record is 29 wins and 27 losses, with 2 points. It takes 100 points to upgrade from Iron Fighting Soul to Bronze Fighting Soul, and Bronze Fighting Soul to Silver Fighting Soul needs 1,000 points. Dai Mubai said. The rule of the Arena of Souls is that at the level of the Iron Fighting Soul, you will get 1 point for each win, and you will win 5 games in a row. For each next win, you will get 10 points, and you will win more than 10 games in a row. Get 100 points. In the Bronze Fighting Soul stage, for each win, you get 10 points, and the proportion of winning streak points is the same as that of Iron Fighting Soul." Tang San heard Dai Mubai's words and said in surprise, "Mubai, your strength should be considered very strong at the same level, how can you win 29 and lose 27? I participated in the Battle of Spirits at level 29. After winning a few games in a row, my spirit power increased to level 30. Afterwards, the opponents I matched were all souls. Sometimes the opponent's spirit power level was 7 or 8 levels higher than mine. It may be possible." Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. "It seems that it is really not easy to get the Silver Do Soul badge." Tang San said solemnly. "Actually, it's not that difficult." Chen Feng said faintly, and then took out his Battle Spirit badge. "Golden Duhun badge." Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exclaimed when they saw the badge in Chen Feng's hand. They both knew how difficult it is to get a Golden Duhun badge. "I came to Soto City to experience when I was 7 years old. At that time, my spirit power was level 20. I participated in a 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 7-on-7 soul fight every day. In order to make it easier for me to match my opponents, when I have won 5 games in a row, I will deliberately lose 1 game. After half a year, the Soul Fighting Badge has been upgraded to the Golden Fighting Soul." Chen Feng said. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly froze. Everyone tried their best to win streaks, so as to quickly upgrade the level of the Soul Fighting Badge, but Chen Feng deliberately interrupted the winning streak. "Ahem, Xiao Feng is a monster among monsters. It is easy for him to leapfrog a challenge. Your situation is different from him." Flender coughed awkwardly. "The Dean is right, we are not as perverted as Feng Ji." Xiao Wu curled her lips. "Let's go, if there is anything else you don't understand, I will tell you one by one when I get to the scene." Flender said. After paying the tea money, the group walked into the great fighting arena. Tang San and Xiao Wu came to the great fighting arena for the first time, and they felt very shocked, especially Xiao Wu. Flender wanted Tang San and Xiao Wu to introduce some other things in the great fighting soul arena. After the introduction, Flender asked Chen Feng to take Tang San and Xiao Wu to register, and he took Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to sign up for the soul fight. You bring this. Chen Feng took out 3 masks, put one on himself, and the other 2 were divided among Tang San and Xiao Wu. Why wear a mask? Xiao Wu asked. This is a kind of protection for yourself. You are just 12 years old and you are already at the 29th level. It is easy to be targeted by others. Wearing a mask can cover up your true age. Chen Feng explained. Brother Feng is still thoughtful. Tang San nodded and put on the mask. When you wait for the registration, it is best not to use your real name, just a nickname. Chen Feng said. Yeah. Tang San nodded. But what nickname is better for us? Xiao Wu asked. Your martial spirit is a rabbit, good at using soft skills, and the second spirit skill is charm. Why not call it Soft Bone Charm Rabbit? Chen Feng said. The Soft Bone Charm Rabbit, this name sounds good. Xiao Wu said happily. As for Ziosan, when you launch the hidden weapon, it looks like you have 1,000 hands. It usually looks gentle, but if you launch it ruthlessly, it is more fierce than Shura. Why don't you call Shura 1,000 hands? Chen Feng said. Yeah. Tang San thought this nickname was good. Chen Feng took them to the registration office. The staff was very efficient and registered soon. For the same type of soul fight, each soul master can only participate in 1 game per day. In addition to the 1-player soul fight, it is best to report a 2-on-2 soul fight. This will not only earn more points, but also train the tacit understanding between the 2 of you. Chen Feng suggested to them. It should be a while before our turn. Xiao Wu and I will go to the 2-on-2 side to register first. Tang San said. After Tang San and Xiao Wu left, Chen Feng came to the watching area to watch the fighting spirit on the fighting stage. He also signed up just now, but he didn't know if he could match his opponent. It is not easy for the Soul King of the Golden Fighting Spirit level to match the opponent. Dai Mubai came over. Although he was wearing a mask, he didn't change his clothes. It was not very difficult to recognize him. What is your relationship with Zhu Zuqing? Dai Mubai asked. On the way to Shrek Academy, she was chased and killed. I rescued her. Then I invited her to study at Shrek Academy. She agreed. Today she asked me to guide her in her practice. I said she was carrying the black iron. After running 20 laps with the club, I taught her and she did it. Chen Feng said lightly. He knew that Dai Mubai wanted to ask this question before, but he didn't find the right opportunity. After Dai Mubai listened to Chen Feng's words, he remained silent for a long time, and Chen Feng didn't care about him anymore, and continued to watch the fighting spirit in another place. Chapter 41, Guide Zhu Zuqing to Practice. Brother Feng. Tang San and Xiao Wu found him again after signing up. Have you signed up? Chen Feng asked. We named the 3 dance combination, which is a dance, but that person registered as 3 5s, which made me mad. Xiao Wu said uncomfortably. It's just a name, there is no need to care about so much. Tang San exhorted. Next, we will play the first game of 1-on-1 soul fighting in the 14 soul arena. The players who will appear are the Soft Bone Charm Rabbit Soul Master with the Rabbit Spirit and the Iron Bull Soul Master with the Iron Horn Bull Spirit. Here are 2 great spirit masters on the stage. At this moment, the host's voice came over. It's my turn, I'm going to participate in the competition. Xiao Wu said. This Tai Niu is my friend, wait for you to start, Chen Feng said. He did not expect that Tai Niu and Xiao Wu would have met by such a coincidence. Since I am Feng's friend, I will be merciful. Xiao Wu smiled. Xiao Wu and Tai Niu walked onto the stage of fighting the soul, and Tai Niu felt very familiar seeing the mask Xiao Wu was wearing. Big stupid cow, since you are a friend of Brother Feng, I'll do it lightly. Xiao Wu restored her appearance as the boss of Nodding College with her hands on her hips. Do you know Brother Feng? Tai Niu said unexpectedly. Of course. Xiao Wu said. Since you are Feng Ji's friend, I'll just give in. If you are broken, I can't explain to Feng Ji. Tai Niu walked directly off the fighting platform. Hey, how can you directly admit defeat? We haven't played yet. Xiao Wu said uncomfortably. You have already won. Tai Niu motioned that he was already under the fighting stage. The process of the competition surprised everyone, but the host still announced Xiao Wu's victory and asked Xiao Wu to go backstage to register points. It seems that Tai Niu is not as simple and honest as it seems on the surface. Chen Feng smiled. He could see that Tai Niu knew that he was not Xiao Wu's opponent, so he simply gave in. Xiao Wu came back angrily and complained, Brother Feng, I blame you, let me win without fighting. I don't know that he will directly admit defeat. Chen Feng spread his hands innocently. Anyway, I blame you. Xiao Wu said. Xiao Wu, stop making trouble, I'm going to participate in the competition first, you adjust your state, and later you will participate in 2-on-2 soul fighting. Tang San said. Tang San's fighting spirit was also easy to win. His opponent was just a 25th level Great Spirit Master. After being trapped by his blue-silver grass, he couldn't break free, so he directly gave in. After 2 pairs of 2 fighting spirits, Tang San and Xiao Wu's 3-5 combination met a pair of twins, and Wuhan was a casting hammer. The strength of the 2 brothers is not bad, the cooperation is very tacit. Tang San and Xiao Wu suffered a lot, especially the second spirit ability of the 2 brothers desperate, throwing out the forging hammer. Tang San, in order to save Xiao Wu, was also injured, and Xiao Wu almost killed the 2 brothers in a rage. Fortunately, Tang San stopped in time. But in the end, Tang San and Xiao Wu won. The 2 brothers' desperate bet only hurt Tang San a little, and after they used this move, their spirit power was exhausted and they couldn't continue fighting. After Tang San and Xiao Wu's fighting spirit ended, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had also finished the match. Chen Feng still hadn't matched his opponent, so he gave up, and everyone returned to the academy together. The next day, when the sky was still bright, Chen Feng got up for morning exercises, only to find Zhu Zuqing waiting for him at the door of his dormitory. You promised to guide me to practice. Zhu Zuqing said concisely. Come with me. Chen Feng said lightly, and then took Zhu Zuqing to the woods where he usually practiced in the morning. I have seen your battles. As an agile attack type spirit master, your speed is very good, and the timing of releasing your spirit abilities is also very accurate, but you have poor control of your spirit power and your physical fitness is not good. Then what should I do? Zhu Zuqing asked. Let's talk about the control of soul power first. Soul power is the source of the power of the soul master. Its function is not limited to stimulating the soul ability. As long as you control it well, there are many more functions. I will give you a demonstration. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he walked to the side of a big tree and stepped on the trunk with one foot, and then stepped on the other foot. The whole person stayed parallel to the ground and walked up step by step until he reached the tree. At the top, a backflip landed smoothly on the ground. How did you do it? Zhu Zuqing asked in surprise. As long as you have a high level of control over your soul power, you can control your soul power to absorb the tree trunk. Similarly, you can also control your soul power to produce repulsive force, so that you can walk on the water. Chen Feng explained. How can I be like you? Zhu Zuqing asked. What Chen Feng said was something she had never heard before, which seemed to open the door to a new world for her. Apart from down-to-earth training, there is no other shortcut. When you can do what I just showed, the spirit power you need to release your spirit ability can be reduced by at least 30%, and the power of your spirit ability can also be increased by %. 10. Chen Feng said. I will train hard. Zhu Zuqing said. Let me tell you about physical fitness. If you compare soul power to water, then the body is a bottle of water. If the bottle itself has a problem, it will naturally not hold much water. Chen Feng said. The spirit masters on the mainland know that the cultivation speed of the auxiliary system spirit masters is not as fast as other spirit masters, but no one has ever thought about the reasons for this. Their spirit quality is not inferior to other spirit masters, indicating that they are not martial arts. The reason for the soul quality? Because of their physical fitness. Zhu Zuqing asked tentatively. Physical fitness is a very important reason, and the other is that they lack the fight and the perception between life and death. You must know that there are great dangers and great opportunities between life and death. When people are desperate, they will let go of everything and their mood will be sublimated. There are many things that I can't feel normally. Chen Feng said. The perception between life and death is hard to find. What we can do is to improve our physical fitness. There is no shortcut to this. There is only training day after day and year after year. These iron pieces are tied to try not to remove the calf unless necessary. Chen Feng took out 8 pieces of iron from the soul guidance device and threw them to Zhu Zuqing. Each piece weighed 5 kilograms. If she carried 40 kilograms, Zhu Zuqing would not be affected by the slightest. After taking it down, her strength would be absolute. Will be greatly improved. Thank you. Zhu Zuqing thanked. The method has been taught to you. Then you can practice by yourself. I suggest you practice walking on the water first, so that it is not easy to get hurt. Chen Feng said. Yet. Zhu Zuqing nodded, and then went to train. Chen Feng started his morning exercise. After the morning exercise, he went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Just after eating, the class bell rang and he went to the playground again. It was Flanders who taught them today, and everyone except Oscar rushed over. Where is Oscar? Tang San, is he still sleeping late? Flender looked at Tang San, who lived in the same dormitory with Oscar. When I came out in the morning, he was cultivating, maybe he was in concentration, he couldn't wake up in time. Tang San said. Go and call him, this class today won't work without him. Flander frowned. Tang San was just about to call Oscar, but saw Oscar rushing over. Oscar, do you want to run laps again? Flender gave Oscar a dissatisfied look. Dean, listen to my explanation. I am late because I have broken through level 30. Oscar hurriedly explained that he had just ran 20 laps yesterday and he didn't want to do it again today. Chapter 42, Reprimanding Ning Rong Rong. You have broken through level 30. Flanders' eyes lit up. Yet. Oscar nodded. Okay, you really didn't disappoint me. You are the third among the current students to reach level 30. Flender said excitedly. The first 2 are naturally Chen Feng and Dai Mubai. Xiao Ao, congratulations. Dai Mubai said. Uncle Big Sausage, I didn't expect you to break through level 30 so quickly. Xiao Wu said. Can you stop calling me Uncle Big Sausage? I'm only 14 years old this year, 2 years older than you. Oscar said bitterly, causing everyone to laugh. Okay, today's lesson begins now. Flender's voice pulled everyone back from the laughter. Today's course is very simple. Except for Oscar's, everyone eats sausages made by Oscar's spirit power, and at least one of each. Dean, what class is this called? Xiao Wu exclaimed directly when he heard Flanders' words. This is called adaptive training. Although Oscar's spell is a bit awkward, his Wuhan sausage is the best food I have ever seen. When in danger, do you eat or not? Franda loudly said. At the same time, this is also a training for your mentality. If you can't overcome this difficulty, what qualifications do you have to become a strong person? Every one of you must do this class, otherwise there is no need to stay. Chen Feng, you are the first to come, and you are responsible for supervising the others after eating. Chen Feng gave Flander a roll of eyes and used him as a tool man, but he still walked forward and said faintly, "Oscar, let's start." Oscar smiled, and at the same time stretched out his two hands, chanting a spell. "I have a big sausage. I have a little sausage." One thick and one thin, two sausages with very different flavors appeared in the palm of Oscar's hand and handed them to Chen Feng with a smile, and said, "Brother Feng, please." After Chen Feng took it, he stuffed it directly into his mouth and ate a few bites. Oscar's sausage, except for the curse, was a bit awkward, but it tasted good. "Who will come next?" Chen Feng asked. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had long been used to them, and walked forward to eat the sausage made by Oscar. After that, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were left. The other three were all girls. Tang San walked forward reluctantly, picked up two sausages made by Oscar and ate them. Xiao Wu looked at Chen Feng pleadingly, as if she was saying that she could not eat it, but Chen Feng gave her a negative look. Xiao Wu could only walk forward reluctantly, almost closing her eyes to eat too. Sausage, swallowed after holding back the feeling of vomiting. After Xiao Wu finished eating, only Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong were left. "Zhu Zuqing, eat it if you want to become stronger," Chen Feng said. After hearing what Chen Feng said, Zhu Zuqing's eyes became firm, and he quickly picked up the sausage and ate it, faster than Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Everyone was taken aback when watching Zhu Zuqing's movements. "Ning Rongrong, you are the only one left." Chen Feng looked at Ning Rongrong. "I don't eat such disgusting things," Ning Rongrong said disgustedly. "Get out if you don't eat, Shrek Academy doesn't lack waste like you," Chen Feng said coldly. "You dare to say that I am a trash?" Ning Rongrong said angrily. "She is the most talented disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect. She has a 9-level soul power and is already 26th when she is less than 12 years old. If you say you are rubbish, I will praise you. In my eyes, you are rubbish." Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, each of them participates in the 4th level of the actual combat assessment individually, and they can all pass. If you are not for the assessment with us, do you think you can pass? Chen Feng said coldly, his expression full of disdain. "I support soul masters, unlike them. If it is on the battlefield, my role is definitely greater than them. With my assistance, the strength of a soul master team will be greatly improved," Ning Rongrong said loudly. "Don't look too high on yourself, let alone whether someone like you is qualified to be on the battlefield. Even if they are on the battlefield, the role of the Junior 3 is far better than you," Chen Feng said with contempt. "My martial spirit is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, the first auxiliary martial spirit in the mainland. It is the best in the world, and no one can compare it," Ning Rongrong said unconvinced. "If you say you are a trash, if you still don't believe it, then I will tell you how trash you really are. Needless to say, one-on-one fights. You can't even catch a trick of Xiao San," Chen Feng shouted loudly. 2 against 2, Xiao San's strength is weaker than Mubai, but if you combine with Mubai, Xiao San and Xiao Wu, with Xiao San's strength, even with your attribute bonus, Mubai will never be able to defeat Xiao San in a short time, and as long as Xiao San controls Mubai, Xiao Wu can easily knock you out, and then Mubai will face a 1-2 situation. You will be the first to die in a group battle of soul masters, because people like you can never find a partner who can completely hand over their backs to the other party. An auxiliary soul master, without the protection of a teammate, can only be cannon fodder." Ning Rongrong was stunned when she heard Chen Feng's words. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know how to refute, so she just sat on the ground and started crying. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing didn't have the past to comfort them either. From the words just now, they knew that Ning Rongrong did not seem to be the approachable girl before, and that her proud appearance was her nature. Oscar, give her 2 sausages. If you don't eat, I will pack her things and leave. I don't have time to waste here with her. Chen Feng glanced at Oscar. Oscar was first shocked by Chen Feng's words, and it was not until Chen Feng looked at him that he came back to his senses. He didn't expect Chen Feng to say such harsh words to a beautiful girl. 2 sausages were recreated and passed to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, who was crying, stopped suddenly, took 2 sausages, bit by bite, and at the same time looked at Chen Feng fiercely. Dean, the task is complete, I'm going to practice. Chen Feng looked at Flanders and ignored Ning Rongrong. Okay, you have 1 day to rest and adjust your time. Tomorrow morning, all of you will set off. Teacher Zhao Waoqi will lead you to the Stardo Great Forest to help Oscar obtain the 3rd spirit ring. This is an experience for you. De glanced at Ning Rongrong, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After Chen Feng left the playground, he went directly to Zhao Waoqi, and wanted to have a friendly discussion with Zhao Waoqi. I can't beat you in this little monster, so I won't fight with you. Zhao Waoqi refused directly. And Chen Feng was cast into a psychological shadow by Chen Feng the day before yesterday. Mr. Zhao, I don't use my full strength, I just want to hone my moves in actual combat. Chen Feng said solemnly. Really? Zhao Waoqi said doubtfully. Really? Chen Feng nodded. Well then, I will practice with you. Zhao Waoqi agreed. The 2 came to the open space in the yard and began a friendly discussion. Bang ah bang ah. The muffled sound of the impact and Zhao Waoqi's screaming scream soon sounded in the courtyard. Zhao Waoqi had just used the Wuhan real body the day before yesterday, and it took 7 days to recover, and he could not continue to use it during the 7 days. Even if Chen Feng didn't use Wuhan, he could beat Zhao Waoqi violently. Chapter 43, Dawn End Number 039, T Dare to Cause Trouble is Mediocre. When everyone came to the playground for breakfast the next morning, Zhao Waoqi was already waiting for them in the playground, but his pair of panda eyes made everyone want to laugh but dare not laugh. Zhao Waoqi complained and glanced at Chen Feng. He said he was friendly and discussed, but he was beaten like this. Chen Feng smiled embarrassedly. If he didn't beat Zhao Waoqi, he wouldn't be able to explode many attribute light balls, and he had tried his best to be merciful. Although it looked miserable, it was just some skin trauma, and it would take a day or 2. Full recovery. Zhao Waoqi knew that he was not Chen Feng's opponent, so he could only vent his depression on other people. What do you look at? Are you little bunnies itchy? Upon hearing the little bunny, Xiao Wu was obviously reluctant, and said in a low voice, why do you want to say little bunny and not blind bear? Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? Zhao Wutai stared. Nothing. Xiao Wu shook her head quickly. Well, everyone, let's set out. Chen Feng and I won't make a move before we encounter enemies and soul beasts that you can't deal with. Mu Bai, you will lead the team. Zhao Wuji waved his hand. The Stardo Forest is not a place for fun. The soul beasts inside are extremely fierce. Everyone must be careful. Zhu Zuqing is exploring the way ahead. Tang San, you are in front of the team. Oscar and Ning Rongrong are in the middle. Fatty and Little dance on both sides. I'm at the back. Once I enter the forest, I will maintain this formation. Dai Mubai said solemnly. Everyone had no opinion on Dai Mubai's arrangement, so he set off. Because this is an experience, everyone is running forward. Once tired, they eat Oscar's sausage to recover. Oscar's sausage is really good. Even Zhu Zuqing, who is carrying a load, has always been energetic. Don't you feel tired if you hold such a heavy iron rod in your hand? Zhao Waoqi was secretly surprised as he watched Chen Feng holding the Hunyuan rod and ran for so long, but he didn't even sweat. You have to know that this Hunyuan stick weighs 800 jin, if you let him hold it, he might be tired and get down. I'm not tired. For me, the best way to practice is to fight. I can't find an opponent now, so I can only do some simple practice. Chen Feng said lightly. The idea of a little monster like you is not understandable by ordinary people. Zhao Waoqi said in a daze, running with a weight of 800 jin, it turned out to be a simple practice. Teacher Zhao, how about you accompany me to compete with me every day? Chen Feng asked tentatively. Don't even think about it. Zhao Waoqi refused without hesitation, fighting against Chen Feng every day. Does he still want to live? As night fell, a group of Shrek Academy had ran more than 400 kilometers and arrived in a small town near the Douluo Great Forest. The size of the town is quite large, with all kinds of shops. Relying on mountains to eat mountains, and water to draft water, this small town relies on the Douluo forest to survive, and it mainly relies on selling all kinds of things to those who are preparing to enter the Douluo forest. Dai Mubai said. It's nearly 100 kilometers away from the big forest, isn't it a bit too far? Tang San said, he had been to the soul hunting forest, the town outside was only a few kilometers away from the soul hunting forest. There are no fences and no soldiers patrolling the outer space of the Douluo Great Forest. Some spirit beasts on the periphery often run out of the Douluo Great Forest. If they are too close, they might be dead. Chen Feng saw Tang San's thoughts. Let's stay here tonight, take a rest, and leave tomorrow morning. Zhao Waoqi pointed to the ordinary-looking hotel in front. Entering the hotel, Zhao Waoqi opened a room and went up. Shrek Academy has regulations that teachers are not allowed to take advantage of students, and students' expenses are also at their own expense. Chen Feng and other 8 people sat at a table, called the waiter, and ordered a dozen dishes. While they were waiting for the dishes, a group of people walked in outside. A middle-aged man with 6 men and 1 woman and 7 youths, all of them wearing uniforms, with a green ring on their shoulders, embroidered inside the ring with 2 words, Kanghui. This group of people is very public, as if trying to attract everyone's attention. Boss Dai, that chick is good-looking, these people should be from Kanghui Academy. Ma Hongjun stared at the girl in the 8-person team with small eyes. The girl was indeed a bit charming. Although far less than the 3 daughters of Xiaohu, they are in the blooming season and mature, and the 3 daughters of Xiaohu are still very immature. A small Kanghui Academy, open up a fart. Dai Mubai curled his lips in disdain. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai didn't deliberately lower their voices when they talked. The other party is also a soul master, so naturally they heard clearly and looked at them. There is a good show to watch. Oscar laughed. What's a good show? Tang San asked suspiciously. The dean said that a soul master who dare not to cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, it is mediocre who dare not cause trouble, but you should also pay attention to the person who provokes. Don't provoke anyone. The other person is also a student of the Soul Master Academy. What happens is a fight at best, Oscar explained. The dean's quotations can be combined to form a monster quotation. Tang San couldn't help laughing. The middle-aged teacher whispered a few words in a young man's ear, and the young man walked toward Chen Feng's table, following his path, with the goal of Dai Mubai. At this moment, the waiter came up with the food, and the young man suddenly quickened his pace and bumped into the waiter. The food in the waiter's hand was pressed towards Dai Mubai's head. Don't waste food. Tang San reached out his hands like lightning, and controlled the crane to capture the dragon, holding the plate with one hand and the waiter with the other. Little San, I have learned this trick for a long time, but I haven't learned it yet. Chen Feng smiled. When he was at Notting College, he did not learn from Tang San less, but he did not explode the golden ball of light, which made him suspect that the golden ball of light exploded from everyone was limited. He had already exploded from Tang San. 2 golden of light can no longer explode. It's just a little trick. Tang San smiled. The young man was stunned, but he didn't see Tang San's movements just now, and smiled slyly, sorry, go a little faster. Then he continued to walk forward, and when he passed Dai Muabai's side, he swept his foot on Dai Muabai's stool leg. Dai Muabai stretched his feet to resist. The young man felt like he was kicking on a piece of steel, his calf was numb, and then Dai Muabai slapped the young man's chest with a palm, and the young man bowed back. He threw it away and hit the group of Kanghui College. The middle-aged teacher of Kanghui Academy hurriedly got up, raised his hands, and held the young man's shoulders before holding him. The young man's face paled for a while, and he let out a mouthful of blood with a wow, and his whole person became a lot weaker. I'm sorry, I started a little harder. Dai Muabai learned the tone of the young man, and said lightly. Which college do you kids belong to? The middle-aged teacher of Kanghui College stood up and shouted at Dai Muabai in a deep voice. We are from Shrek Academy. Dai Muabai said. Shrek Academy? I don't seem to have heard of it. The middle-aged teacher was taken aback for a moment, showing the color of thinking, and had never heard of Shrek Academy. That's your ignorance. Ma Hongjun said. I am Yes Haikyu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kanghui College. You kids are ignorant. Ask your college teachers to come out. Today, I must give us an explanation from Kanghui College. Yes Haikyu said. Soldiers against soldiers, hand over to me, this old guy, you deal with the remaining people, finish the fight early, so you can eat early. Chen Feng stood up and said impatiently. Chapter 44, Violent Beating Yes Haikyu, Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. My soul masters, please don't fight in the small shop. Small business can't stand the toss. The shop owner ran out quickly, and if he didn't stop him, his shop was finished. Go outside and fight. Chen Feng said lightly, and then walked outside with Tang San and the others. I'll teach you a good lesson for your teacher. Yes Haikyu said angrily. He had never seen such a student who didn't take him seriously at Kanghui Academy. When they came to the yard, they set their positions. Suangi, possess. Yes Haikyu's eyes flashed, and circles of black ripples were released from his body. His limbs shrank by a third at the same time, and his back bulged, which turned out to be a huge carapace. The whole body flashed black, white, yellow and yellow. The 5 spirit rings of Zi and Zi rose from under the feet and moved around the body. I'll give you another chance. It's still too late to admit your mistake. Yes Haikyu said solemnly. It's just an old king of over 50 levels. I don't have the right to admit my mistake. Chen Feng said disdainfully. He took out the Hunyuan stick from the soul guidance device. When he was eating just now, he took the Hunyuan stick into the soul guidance. Hands. Yes Haikyu hates hearing the word Wang Ba. Hearing Chen Feng calling him Lao Wang Ba directly made him angry, and the students around him all revealed their martial arts. Chen Feng's figure flashed, and he quickly came to Yes Haikyu. Yes Haikyu was startled and hurriedly used the first spirit ability, the mysterious turtle bodyguard, and his body flashed green. The Hunyuan stick hit the turtle shell, and Yes Haikyu flew out like a cannonball out of the chamber, and Chen Feng quickly chased after him. He did this to separate the battlefield. After Chen Feng started, Dai Muabai, Tang San and others also showed their martial arts, and they fought with the students of Kanghui Academy. After Chen Feng caught up with Yes Haikyu, it was a violent beating. Under his intensive attack, Yes Haikyu had no resistance at all, and Chen Feng flew around in the air. Bang bang, boom boom, ah! The violent collision, the surging breath, and the miserable cry, the 3 were mixed together. The defensive power of Suangi Wuhan was really good. It was especially resistant to beatings. Chen Feng slapped him for a quarter of an hour before kicking him out. At this time, the students of Kanghui College had long been beaten down by Dai Muabai and others, and they groaned on the ground while clutching their stomachs. Only the girl was a little better, perhaps the fat man or Daimyobai's hands were merciful. Ding dong! A defensive light ball is detected, is it fused? Ding dong! The spirit power attribute light ball is detected, is it fused? Chen Feng integrated all the attribute light exploded from Yezhaiqi's body, allowing his physical fitness, soul power and spiritual power to be slightly improved. At night, you don't stay in the hotel, why are you running out for? A lazy voice sounded, and Zhao Waoqi walked out of the hotel. Warm up before meals, so I can eat more later. Chen Feng said lightly. After the warm-up, go back to eat quickly, rest early, and enter the Stardo forest tomorrow. Zhao Wuji said. We will go back soon. Ma Hongjun smiled. Back in the hotel, Zhao Waoqi suddenly shifted his gaze to Ning Rongrong, and said, why didn't you use his martial spirit to assist everyone? The students at Kanghui College are too weak to need my assistance at all, Ning Rongrong said. You have to remember that since you have entered Shrek Academy, you are a whole. You must help each other and cooperate with each other so as to defeat a stronger opponent. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. Yes, Teacher Zhao. After eating, everyone went to rest. Early the next morning, as soon as the sky was overwhelming, Zhao Waoqi yelled everyone with his loud voice, but Chen Feng, Tang San and Zhu Zuqing had already got up for morning exercises before Zhao Waoqi called them. After leaving the town, everyone continued to march towards the Stardo forest. No one knows how long the Stardo Great Forest has. Perhaps it has always existed when the Douluo continent was born. Chen Feng is relatively familiar with the Stardo forest. He has been here several times and has lived in it for several years, which is equivalent to half of his home. After entering the Stardo Great Forest, everyone moved forward in the formation that Daimyobai had arranged before. Xiaowu has been very happy since entering the Stardo Great Forest, and is not worried about encountering danger at all. Apart from Chen Feng, no one knows the reason. They all think that Xiaowu is here for the first time and feels fresh. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Tang San suddenly motioned everyone to stop, pointed at the group of rodent ferrets in front of him, and then led everyone around. These rodent ferrets are 10-year spirit beasts, and their strength is not strong, so why go around and just kill them directly? Daimyobai asked puzzled. These rodent ferrets are not a threat to us. Why do we kill them? If everyone does this, the spirit beasts will probably be extinct in a few years. How will we humans practice then? And the teacher told me that the smell of blood might attract. It's better to be careful when you come to some powerful spirit beasts, Tang San explained. Your teacher must be a powerful elder. Daimyobai said convincingly. Tang San smiled, did not speak. By noon, they had already advanced a long distance, everyone's spirits had been tense, all a little tired, and decided to stop and rest. Everyone was eating and rested for about half an hour. Get up, something is approaching. Chen Feng suddenly reminded. Except for Chen Feng, everyone immediately released their martial souls, including Zhao Waoqi. Zhu Zuqing's sharp claws popped out, as if walking on the ground. He quickly climbed up a big tree next to him, and looked in the direction of the sound. It's a flying snake. It doesn't fly high. It is only 2 or 3 meters above the ground. It has a fleshy crown on its head. It looks red as blood. It looks bigger than the whole head. Its tail is fan-shaped. Zhu Zuqing's voice was from the tree. Uploaded it down. It's a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, but I don't know how old it is. If the year is right, Oscar will be blessed. Zhao Waoqi's eyes lit up. What is the length of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and what color is its wings? Tang San asked. The length is between 6 and 8 meters, and the wings are light red. Zhu Zuqing said. Tang San quickly calculated in his heart, and said, this is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, probably between 1,300 and 1,800 years, which is just right for the Oscar. Soul beasts generally have their own territories, and will not enter the territories of other soul beasts casually. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake looks like it is escaping for life, and there may be powerful soul beasts or spirit masters chasing it afterwards. Chen Feng reminded. Brother Feng is right. I ignored this before. Tang San nodded. After all, what he learned from the master was only theory. Tang San, you are more familiar with phoenix-tailed coxcomb snakes, and you will command them, said Zhao Wuji. Tang San responded, and then quickly introduced the strengths and weaknesses of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb to everyone, and briefly laid out the arrest plan. Here. Tang San had just finished the arrangement, and Zhu Zuking's icy voice came down from the tree again. After speaking, Zhu Zuking rushed down from the tree, the first spirit ring on his body lit up, and he patted the fleshy crown on the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Chapter 45, The Gaze Dragon and Snake Couple. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake reacted quickly. Seeing Zhu Zuking patted it with a claw, the head of the snake strayed hurriedly, avoided the crest, and patted the snake, but this claw still slowed its speed by a few points. After Zhu Zuking's blow, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake quickly counterattacked. The snake's mouth suddenly opened and sprayed a mouthful of colorful poison toward Zhu Zuking. Kai Bao is famous, and the second said, "Su." Ning Rongrong's body burst out with colorful rays of light, the second spirit ring lit up, and the fingers of his left hand lightly broadcast, a ray of light submerged into Zhu Zuking's body. Zhu Zuking could not escape the poisonous mist sprayed by the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, but Ning Rongrong's speed attribute increase suddenly increased her speed a lot, running out of the range of poisonous fog. The colorful poisonous mist it sprays is just to scare people, and it's not poisonous, Tang San said, and then the blue-silver grass that had been prepared on the side instantly activated and entangled the wings of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Phoenix, possess. Ma Hongjun summoned his martial soul, and released the pressure with all his strength. His martial soul is Phoenix, which has a natural restraining effect on snake-like soul beasts. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake felt the breath of the evil fire phoenix and shook its body, but its desire to survive was still quite strong, swimming close to the ground, and quickly fled outside. Want to run? How could it be so easy? Zhao Waoqi's low voice sounded, the third spirit ring on his body lit up, and the third spirit ability was activated by gravity enhancement, which made the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake slower. Then the fourth and fifth spirit rings lighted up one after another, instantly locking the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, and then the body jumped and came in front of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, and the gravity squeezed simultaneously. No matter how hard the phoenix-tailed coxcomb struggled, it could not escape Zhao Waoqi's tyrannical methods. Zhao Waoqi took a palm of his hand and grabbed the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. His other hand bounced on its head. The cox-tailed coxcomb snake was stunned by the bounce. If it weren't for Zhao Waoqi's death, with the tyrannical strength of the powerful King Kong bear, this finger can directly kill it. Everyone rushed to Zhao Waoqi in excitement, especially Oscar. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb was hunted for him. Do you have to hunt down soul beasts? Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, her eyes full of intolerance. The weak and strong food is the law of survival in this world. If this snake is stronger than us, will it let go of the food? Tang San sighed. Someone is coming. Chen Feng said suddenly. Everyone suddenly became vigilant, looking in the direction where the phoenix-tailed coxcomb came, and soon two figures appeared in front of everyone. Both the old and the young are women, holding a snake stick in their hands. The old one looks like 60 or 70 years old, his white hair is very neatly combed, his face is very ruddy, he is full of energy, and has 6 souls on his body. The ring is moving. The girl looked 15 or 16 years old, a neat and strong outfit wrapped her well-developed figure, and a pair of big eyes was staring at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake who was stunned by Zhao Waoqi. There were only 2 spirit rings on her body. It's 100 years old. Zhao Waoqi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the old woman had only 6 spirit rings on her body, which meant that he was a higher level than this old woman, and he was able to deal with whatever happened. "Who are you?" Ma Hongjun asked. "I should ask you this. You robbed my phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake," said the girl with the snake stick. "This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was clearly caught by us, so why do you say it was yours?" Ma Hongjun said. "We discovered it first. There are still scars left by grandma on its body, otherwise you wouldn't catch it so easily," the girl said. "This senior, haven't you asked your surname?" Zhao Waoqi felt that the snake stick in the old woman's hand was a bit familiar, and it would be better to be careful. "My old body is scented to the sky, and friends in the Soul Master world are worthy of it. I gave the title of a snake woman. My husband Meng Shu, known as Duke Long, is the old granddaughter Meng Wei. This time I came to Stardo Great Forest to get her first 3 spirit rings," the old woman said. It turned out to be the senior snake woman in the gaze dragon and snake couple, who looked up for a long time. When Zhao Waoqi heard the name of the old woman, things were a bit tricky. Because Snake Po Kaoshengxiang is only a soul emperor, but her husband Long Gong Meng Shu is a soul Douluo, and the two can also perform martial soul fusion skills, and the power is comparable to title Douluo. "I haven't consulted the soul sage Jiaoming," Kaoshengxiang asked. Next to Zhao Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi reported his name, thinking about how to deal with this matter. "I said how could I meet such a young soul sage, who turned out to be the Fudoming king who is well known in the Soul Master world." Chao Tianxiang's expression changed. It was obvious that he had heard of Zhao Waoqi and knew that Zhao Waoqi was amazing. Some notoriety. Zhao Wuji waved his hand. His reputation in the Spirit Master world is not very good. "My old body is older than you, so I will ask you to be Brother Zhao. My granddaughter is just 30th level. The spirit ring of this 1000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb is just suitable for her 3rd spirit ring. I hope that Brother Zhao will make it easier. I'll repay you when I grow old." Chao Tianxiang stopped being courteous with Zhao Wuji, and went directly to the subject. "The spirit ring of the 1000-year phoenix-tailed cockerel crest is suitable for your granddaughter, and it is also suitable for my students." Zhao Waoqi sneered secretly, and he wanted to take away the 1000-year spirit beast he had obtained with just a few words. Although the Jace dragon and snake couple are powerful, only Snake Po is here, and Duke Long is not here, and he also has Chen Feng on his side. He doesn't know how strong Chen Feng is. "Are you saying that some of your students have reached level 30 in spirit power?" Kaoshengxiang was stunned, because the oldest boys and girls in front of them were only 15 or 6 years old, most of them were only 12 or 3-year-old. "Not bad." Zhao Wuji nodded and patted Oscar next to him. Zhao Tianxiang rolled her eyes and wanted her to give up like that. She obviously refused, but she couldn't beat Zhao Waoqi with her hands. "I can't as well follow the rules of the Soul Master world and let the 2 children compare themselves. Whoever wins, who will belong to the Soul Ring. Oscar is an auxiliary Soul Master, unable to compete with your granddaughter, and what's the meaning of having 2 small ones? It is better to let you do it yourself," Chen Feng said lightly. Zhao Waoqi glanced at Chen Feng. Chen Feng gave him a relieved look, and Zhao Waoqi did not speak any more, letting Chen Feng handle the matter. "Zhao Waoqi, what do you mean? Is it bullying my husband Meng Shu's absence?" Chao Tianxiang's expression changed and said angrily. If she had beaten Zhao Waoqi, she would start looking. "I think you have misunderstood what I mean. Snake Woman and Duke Long are always inseparable. Since Snake Woman is here, Duke Long must be nearby. I mean let you call Duke Long, and then we will fight each other. In the field, whoever wins, the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb will go to whom?" Chen Feng said. Kaoshengxiang heard the words, froze for a moment, and said with some suspicion, "You have done the master." "He meant what I meant." At this time, Zhao Waoqi could only choose to believe in Chen Feng. Well, I will call my husband now. Chao Tianxiang said. Then I didn't know what secret method she used, and a streamer flew out. Presumably Duke Long would definitely come quickly after seeing this streamer. Brother Feng, are you sure to beat the gaze dragon and snake couple? Tang San asked in a low voice. It is rumored that the gaze dragon and snake couple has a very domineering martial arts fusion skill, comparable to title Douluo. Ning Rongrong said. Obviously she does not think Chen Feng can beat the gaze dragon and snake couple. Compared to title Douluo. Tang San was extremely shocked when he heard the news, a little worried for Chen Feng. How about we let the phoenix-tailed coxcomb out? Oscar said weakly. Don't worry. Chen Feng smiled confidently. Chapter 46, Wuhan Fusion Skill, Dragon and Snake Combined Attack. Before long, Duke Long Mengshu came over. Old lady, what's the matter? Mengshu asked anxiously. The signal Chao Tianxiang sent him was an emergency signal, and it would not be used under normal circumstances. Kaya Shengxiang told Mengshu about the matter. After listening to it, Mengshu was relieved a lot, and at the same time looked at Zhao Waoqi a little angrily. Zhao Waoqi, do you want to challenge us, the dragon and snake couple? Zhao Waoqi is just a soul saint. Although he has made some fame in the soul master world, he is not yet qualified to provoke them. You are wrong. It is not teacher Zhao who is going to fight you, but me. Chen Feng stood up. You? A little boy? Mengshu asked somewhat unexpectedly. Aspirational is not at a high age, and aspirational is 100 years old. Strength is not directly proportional to age. Otherwise, everyone will not have to fight in the future. It is enough to compare who is older when encountering things. Chen Feng said. What an arrogant boy! Mengshu said angrily. Arrogance requires skill, and I happen to have it, Chen Feng said. I will teach you a good lesson today, let you know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. Mengshu laughed back and didn't take Chen Feng to heart. He didn't understand how Zhao Waoqi would allow a little boy to mess around. Then it depends on whether you have this ability. Chen Feng said coldly, holding the Hunyuan stick in both hands. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Feng's figure flashed, and in the next instant he came to Mengshu's body, and a stick fell towards Mengshu like a mount Tai. Mengshu was shocked, and hurriedly raised the dragon rod in his hand to resist. With a crisp sound, Mengshu retreated a long way, his arm was numb, and he suffered a lot. A lot of strength. Mengshu was shocked. Old man. Chao Tianxiang was also surprised by the sudden change, and ran to Mengshu's side. I'm okay. I missed you just now. This kid is very weird. I have to deal with it carefully. You still bring it to the side first. Mengshu said. Yeah. Chao Tianxiang nodded, and walked aside with Meng still. Brother Feng is too powerful, even the Contra is repelled. Ma Hongjun said exaggeratedly. Senior Long was careless just now, and the real battle is next. I don't know if Brother Feng can win. Tang San said with a serious expression. Boy, the old man is going to be serious. Mengshu said. Where did the fight come from? So much nonsense. Chen Feng said impatiently, and then rushed out, swinging the Hunyuan stick in his hand and smashing it towards Mengshu. Dang dang dang. Using the various force-generating techniques in the Haoshan 9 uniques, each of Chen Feng's strength was very strong. Even if Mengshu was a contra, it was very difficult to resist. The dragon wobbles its tail. With a flick of the dragon stick in Mengshu's hand, Chen Feng felt attraction from the Hunyuan stick, and his body was thrown away uncontrollably. Being thrown into the air, the wind and thunder wings behind him spread out, and his body suddenly stopped in the air. This is an external spirit bone. Mengshu saw Chen Feng's wings and his eyes opened. He has been in the spirit master world for many years, and his knowledge is quite broad. Chen Feng dived down, using the force of the fall, he smashed it down with a stick. Fifth spirit ability, the dragon goes out to sea. The fifth spirit ring on Meng Shu's body lit up, and with a wave of the dragon rod in his hand, a blue dragon flew out and greeted Chen Feng. With a muffled bang, the Shenlong flew upside down and hit the ground. Chen Feng was also bounced out by the force of the counter shock, but the wind and thunder flapped his wings behind him, quickly stabilizing his figure. Brother Feng's strength has become stronger again, Tang San secretly said. At this time, Chen Feng's displayed strength is much stronger than when he fought Zhao Wuji that day. Actually, it wasn't that Chen Feng's strength became stronger, but that Chen Feng's skills in force application became more sophisticated after he learned Haoshenjuju. Old man, I'll help you. Chao Tianxiang saw that Meng Shu hadn't taken Chen Feng for a long time, and was suppressed by Chen Feng. She was a little worried and prepared to deal with Chen Feng with Meng Shu. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang glanced at each other. The two had been married for many years, and they had already understood each other's thoughts in an instant. Dragon Rod. Snake Blade. Meng Shu and Kaoshengxiang shouted at the same time, their bodies bloomed, and their power rose greatly. The blue dragon and lavender snake flew out and hovered around their bodies at the same time. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Dragon and Snake strike together. The dragon and the snake suddenly merged together, and the body grew several times larger. The dragon body became golden, with green scales on its back and purple scales under its abdomen. Is this the martial soul fusion skill of the Jace dragon and snake couple? It really can threaten the existence of title Douluo. I don't know if Feng Xiaozi can stop it. Zhao Waoqi shielded the students behind him, resisting the power of spirit power for them. Pressure. This move is called Dragon and Snake Combat. Why do you see the dragon's mighty power, but not the snake's coldness? Tang San put his arms in front of him, carefully observing the spirit fusion skills of the dragon and snake couple. A small grass next to it quickly withered, let Tang San understand, snake venom hides in the wind and spreads invisible, so a dragon and snake strike together. The dragon took off, and the huge dragon head smashed down at Chen Feng like a hammer. Good come! Chen Feng shouted and greeted him with a Hunyuan stick. A stick hit the dragon's head with a muffled bang, and Chen Feng felt a huge force coming, and his body flew upside down like a cannonball out of the chamber, and smashed to the ground fiercely. Brother Feng! Tang San and the others exclaimed when they saw this situation. You don't need a martial arts spirit, the hard shock is comparable to a titled Douluo's attack, it's still too reluctant. Chen Feng wiped off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up again. The Hunyuan stick had been taken into the soul guidance device by him. Heavenly God Tiger, possess. A black light bloomed from the center of Chen Feng's eyebrows, and instantly flooded all over his body. His body suddenly swelled, his hands turned into tiger claws, and a purple, 4 and black spirit rings rose from his feet and moved around him. How is it possible? Everyone was shocked when they saw Chen Feng's spirit ring configuration, and couldn't believe their eyes. What kind of martial spirit is this? Why do I feel the pressure? Daimyo Bai secretly said in his heart. Brother Feng's martial spirit has changed so much, it is difficult for pencil novel www.qbxs.vip to evolve. Tang San guessed. It's no wonder that he refuses to expose his martial spirit easily. This kind of spirit ring configuration is too shocking to the world. Zhao Wuji muttered. The first spirit ability, the Devil Tiger Claw. The first spirit ring on Chen Feng's body lit up, the light gathered in the palm of his palm, and then he leaped up and patted the dragon's head with a claw. The dragon yelled and ran into Chen Feng. The tiger's claw slapped on the dragon's head, and the dragon flew upside down, let out a painful hiss, but soon stabilized his figure. Chen Feng glanced at his palm was stained with some black poisonous gas, but these poisonous gas could not erode the spirit power on his body surface, and did not harm him. Poisonous Dragon Flame. The dragon took off again, spouting a green poisonous gas. Fourth spirit ability, Holy Tiger Roar. Chen Feng's fourth spirit ring lit up, and with a roar, a spiral of sound wave energy spewed out and violently collided with the poisonous dragon flame emitted by the dragon. Chapter 47, Oscar and number 039, S third spirit ability. The two energies cancel each other out in the middle, disappearing invisible. The third spirit ability, the Wrath of the Holy Tiger. The third spirit ring on Chen Feng's body lit up, and the light burst, and his defense, attack, and speed were all doubled. The speed suddenly increased, appeared on top of the dragon's head, and slapped it down. The huge head sank down, and when the body turned over, the tail was drawn towards Chen Feng like a huge whip. Chen Feng raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. A huge force struck him, his body like a falling meteorite, smashing to the ground, but in the middle of the journey, the wind and thunder's wings flapped to stabilize his figure in time. The second spirit ability, the Shadow Aurora flashes. The second spirit ring on Chen Feng's body lit up, his figure flashed, and disappeared suddenly. When the dragon was looking for him, he appeared behind the dragon, and the light gathered on the huge tiger claws, shooting heavily. Go down! The dragon was hit hard by this, and his body fell down with a cry of pain. Chen Feng appeared under the dragon as quickly as a streamer, and kicked the dragon back with one kick. Bang bang, boom boom, ah! Chen Feng's figure flashed in all directions, and the dragon was like a ball, kicked to and fro by Chen Feng. The three were mixed together with violent impact, vigorous surging sound, and painful screams. When Zhao Waoqi saw this situation, he couldn't help but sounded like before, and Chen Feng seemed to beat him in the same way. Is Brother Feng's strength comparable to title Douluo? He defeated even the dragon snake combat. Tang San's heart was shocked, and Chen Feng refreshed his cognition time and time again. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang were weak in spirit power, and the dragon and snake attack could not be maintained. They separated again, lying on the ground with black nose and swollen face, looking very funny. Grandpa, Grandma. Meng still ran over immediately and helped Meng Shu and Kao Shengxiang up. Still, grandparents are okay. Meng Shu said. His injuries look serious, but they are not serious injuries. He can recover after a few days of rest. Chen Feng fell from the air and withdrew from the state of possessing the spirit of martial arts, and the wind and thunder wings behind him also closed. Ding dong! The power attribute light ball is detected. Is it fusion? Ding dong! The spirit power attribute light ball is detected. Is it fused? After all the attributes of the light orbs were integrated, Chen Feng's spirit power was raised to level 57, and the original consumption had been fully restored. You are not allowed to hurt my grandpa and grandma. Meng still saw Chen Feng coming over, and immediately opened his arms to block Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. Still, you retreat. Meng Shu said. Grandpa. Meng still wanted to say something, but Chao Tianxiang pulled him back. Thank you for your mercy. If your granddaughter still offends, please forgive me. Meng Shu said respectfully. Douluo continent respects his strength. He knows that Chen Feng has no intention of killing him, otherwise he and Kao Shengxiang have already died. I still don't care about this matter with a little girl. There is no deep hatred between us. It is purely itchy hands. I want to find a suitable opponent to practice. Chen Feng said lightly. You call me a little girl, she is obviously younger than me. Meng still curled his lips. Still. Meng Shu yelled loudly, for fear that Meng would still annoy Chen Feng. You can leave by yourself after you recover. Chen Feng waved his hand indifferently, and then walked towards Zhao Waoqi and the others. Brother Feng, I have decided, you will be my idol from now on. Ma Hongjun walked over with a look of admiration. Stay away from me, I don't like men. Chen Feng said disgustingly. This guy is so strong, no wonder he is not afraid of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Ning Rongrong muttered softly with a strange light in his eyes. Teacher Zhao, it's time for Oscar to absorb the spirit ring. Chen Feng said to Zhao Waoqi, who had not fully recovered. Oscar, what are you stupid kid doing, hurry up. After Zhao Waoqi reacted, he shouted at Oscar. Brother Feng, thank you so much. Oscar was overjoyed. He originally thought that his spirit ring was about to fly. He didn't expect Chen Feng to really win the gaze dragon and snake couple. He waited for a moment. He had waited for a long time. A stride came to the front of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, took the short blade that Zhao Waoqi handed over, and unceremoniously plunged into the vital part of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, and ended it. Life. A lavender spirit ring floated out of the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb. Oscar quickly sat down and summoned his own martial spirit sausage. Under the pale pink light, the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake pulled over. Oscar was absorbing the spirit ring, and the others were waiting. No one spoke. The Gai Shalong and snake couple were also sitting cross-legged to heal their wounds. Meng was still guarding him. Seeing Oscar who was absorbing the spirit ring, he was a little unwilling, but helpless. He could only stare at Chen Feng in dissatisfaction, but Chen Feng seemed to have not seen it. Half an hour later, Oscar woke up. The spirit ring had been absorbed successfully. The pale pink light on his body turned into a beautiful pink, and the whole person was bathed in this pink light. The 3 spirit rings of yellow, and purple rose under his feet and moved around his body. Xiao Ao, congratulations, you have finally become the sole sovereign. Zhao Waoqi smiled with satisfaction. If it is said who has stayed in Shrek Academy the longest, it is not Dai Mubai, who was originally the strongest, or Flanders' disciple Ma Hung Jun, but this Oscar who was picked up by Flanders since childhood. At this time, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang also recovered a lot, walked towards Chen Feng, respectfully said, Your Excellency, let's leave first. Let's go. Chen Feng waved his hand casually. After the Geishi dragon and snake couple took Meng still away, Dai Mubai asked, Xiao Ao, let us see what your third spirit ability is. The original Oscar was very excited, but upon hearing Dai Muabai's question, the smile on his face suddenly stunned, and said in embarrassment, Forget it, I'll go back and talk about it. Xiao Ao, are you still afraid that we can't make a joke to you? We are brothers. Even if you don't tell it now, we will know it sooner or later. Ma Hung-jun said. He seemed to guess why Oscar refused to say it. Say it first, you must not laugh. Oscar also knew that it would not last long. Everyone nodded, with a little smile on their faces. Oscar raised his right hand and said, I have a mushroom sausage. Haha. Hearing his spell, everyone laughed at the same time, even Chen Feng was no exception. He hadn't paid much attention to Douluo continent before, but now he discovered that of the 3 spirit abilities before Oscar, this one is the dirtiest. The main body of the mushroom sausage is similar to that of a large sausage, except that the top of one end protrudes outward, forming a mushroom head, like that. After all, Zhao Waoqi is a teacher. He was the first to hold back his smile and asked, Oscar, what is the effect of your third spirit ability? The effect of the spirit ability produced by the 1000-year spirit ring should be good. Speaking of the effect of the third spirit ability, Oscar suddenly became a little proud, and said loudly, The effect of my third spirit ability is to fly, flying at the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb for 1 minute. Fly for a minute at the speed of a chicken crest. Except for Chen Feng, everyone's eyes widened when they heard the effect of the third Oscar's spirit ability. Flying for a minute is nothing, but flying at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb for a minute is completely different. They have all seen it just now. The speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb. Chapter 48, King of the Forest, Titan Great Ape. It doesn't help me at all. Chen Feng curled his lips. Brother Feng's wings already have the ability to fly, faster than the phoenix-tailed coxcomb, and as long as the spirit power is not exhausted, it can fly continuously. Oscar's third spirit ability is really useless against Brother Feng. Tang Sandao. Feng Xiaozi is a monster among monsters. You don't need to pay attention to him, any normal person can have the strength comparable to title Douluo in the realm of Soul King. Zhao Wuji said in an angry voice. We can't compare with Feng Ji. Ma Hongjun said, because comparing with Chen Feng is really a blow to self-confidence. Well, this trip to the Stardo Great Forest can be regarded as a successful conclusion. Oscar won his third spirit ring, and we can go back now. Zhao Waoqi said. Teacher Zhao, we may not be able to leave yet. Tang San said. Little San, it's not a fun place in the Stardo Great Forest. There are many dangers. Although there is a Feng boy here, we can't guarantee everyone's safety. Zhao Wuji said seriously. Just now under the pressure of Brother Feng and Dragon Snake, I broke through to level 30 and need to find a spirit ring. Tang San explained. What, did you break through to level 30? Zhao Waoqi exclaimed. Level 30 is a hurdle, and many soul masters can't cross it for a lifetime. The master is one of them, but once it is crossed, it is equivalent to stepping into a new level, and the earlier it is crossed, the more beneficial it is for future practice. Yet, Tang San nodded with a smile. Brother, congratulations, but I will catch up with you as soon as possible. Xiao Wu was happy for Tang San. Tang San, you set the record for Shrek Academy, reaching level 30 at the age of 12. Zhao Waoqi said excitedly, all these students are really excellent. Teacher Zhao, when Brother Feng entered the 30th level, his age was definitely much younger than me. Tang San shook his head. Feng Xiaozi doesn't count. Zhao Waoqi waved his hand. Brother Feng, how old were you when you entered level 30? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Others were also very interested in this question, and they all turned their attention to Chen Feng, waiting for Chen Feng's answer. I am less than 8 years old. I can't remember exactly when it was. Chen Feng said lightly. I regret asking this question. It's too shocking. Xiao Wu spit out her tongue playfully. I am afraid that no one can break such a record. Okay, stop discussing this issue, let's go find the spirit ring for Tang San. Zhao Wuji saw that everyone's faces were a little lonely, afraid that everyone would be hit too badly, so he quickly changed the subject. Yet, Tang San nodded. Everyone set out to find the spirit ring for Tang San. Although Chen Feng was here, Zhao Waoqi only dared to take everyone to search for objects in the Stardo Great Forest. It's not that Zhao Waoqi is timid, but that the Stardo Forest is really too dangerous. After all, Chen Feng is only one person and lacks skill in his clone. Maybe it was because the good luck ran out. 2 days later, I still couldn't find a suitable spirit ring for Tang San, but during this period, I encountered several thousand-year-old spirit beasts, but everyone's cooperation gradually became a tacit understanding. As night fell, it was time to rest again. Little San, are you a little worried? Zhao Wuji said to Tang San with a smile. Looking for a soul beast is a matter of luck. It's useless to be anxious, Teacher Zhao, don't worry, I have patience. Tang San shook his head, his mind is much more mature than ordinary people, and there is still some patience. Oh, now the Stardo Great Forest has become depressed. Many years ago, even though there were thousand-year spirit beasts everywhere in the outer part of the Stardo Great Forest, there are now far fewer spirit beasts, and I don't know if they all live in the forest. It's another reason. Zhao Waoqi sighed. No matter what the reason is, it is our man-made cause. If the soul beast is extinct one day, I don't know what the soul master should do. Tang San said. Who would consider this question? A soul master who doesn't want to become stronger, even if the spirit hall is restraining it, I am afraid it is useless. Zhao Wuji said. These are not things we can control. What we can do is kill less ourselves. At this moment, Chen Feng's voice suddenly sounded, everyone, Come here, hurry up. After a few days of cooperation, everyone had a tacit understanding of cooperation. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, one by one quickly sprang out of the tent and came to Chen Feng's side. Boy Feng, what is going on? Zhao Waoqi asked. Teacher Zhao, you will be responsible for protecting everyone, and that big guy will leave it to me. Chen Feng said solemnly. Zhao Waoqi was about to ask what that big guy was, but he swallowed the words back immediately, because that big guy had already appeared in front of him. It was a mountain-like existence. Its dark hair shone lightly in the faint starlight. Even if it was on all fours, its height was definitely more than 7 meters. If you stood up, it would definitely be more than 15 meters. It looks like an ape and a gorilla on the outside, and its eyes are like a pair of big lanterns, and the muscles all over the body are bulging like a raised hill. Seeing this big guy, everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped, and Zhao Waoqi's expression became extremely solemn, because this big guy gave him the feeling that it was much stronger than the dragons and snakes of the couple's dragons and snakes. Xiao Wu, this big guy is here to find you. Chen Feng forced his soul power into Xiao Wu's ears. Xiao Wu's face suddenly changed, and she glanced at Chen Feng in horror. Don't worry, if I want your spirit ring and spirit bone, you won't survive now. When you first arrived at Notting College, I knew you were a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Chen Feng continued to transmit sound to Xiao Wu. Since this big guy is here to find you, you will find a chance to be taken away by him later, so as not to hurt others. This is the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Tang San immediately recognized the identity of this big guy. He, who had always been calm, panicked at this time. In any forest of soul beasts, the giant apes of Titans are absolutely dominant, and even the giant apes of the century-old level dare to challenge other soul beasts of 10,000 years level. It possesses unparalleled strength and speed, almost has no defects in attack and defense, and can also display skills similar to spirit abilities. Dear King of the Forest, we have no intention of offending. If this is your territory, we will immediately withdraw. Zhao Waoqi stepped forward and said in a deep voice. The Titan Great Ape didn't pay attention to Zhao Waoqi's words, and continued to take a step forward. With this step, it had already come to everyone. I'll block him. Chen Feng instantly possessed the martial spirit, and jumped up, the light on the tiger's claws gathered, and he patted the chest of the giant ape. At the moment when Chen Feng's martial spirit possessed his body, a ray of light lit up in the big lantern-like eyes of the Titan Great Ape, and a black wave burst out of his body. Chen Feng slapped a claw on the Titan Great Ape, and the huge body of the Titan Great Ape fell backwards, overwhelming a large area of vegetation. It obviously underestimated Chen Feng's power. While Chen Feng moved, Zhao Waoqi also took possession of his spirit, protecting Tang San and the others from retreating. The Titan Great Ape was enraged, and a black air wave broke out on his body, and it flew up almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge body fell from the sky. Its target was not Chen Feng, but the retreating Zhao Waoqi and his party. It is almost impossible to block the huge body of the Titan Great Ape, only Zhao Waoqi and his party can only escape. Tang San's reaction was the fastest, and the Xiao Wu he was holding in his hands flew obliquely upwards for the first time, and he also escaped from the attack range of the Titan Great Ape. Although the other people's reactions were not as good as Tang San's, they also escaped without danger. Chapter 49, Great Object with Explosive Attributes. After the Titan Great Ape landed, he caught Xiao Wu who was thrown away in his hands. Seeing this scene, Tang San felt cold in his heart. With the power of the Titan Great Ape, as long as his hands were a little harder, Xiao Wu couldn't be spared, no matter how flexible her body was, she couldn't live. No, let go of Xiao Wu. Tang San's eyes suddenly turned scarlet, his whole person jumped up, and with the help of a big tree beside him, he leaped away, his hands wiped from his waist like lightning, more than 10 cold rays shot out, and went straight to the Titan. The eyes of the great ape went away. Eyes are one of the few defensive weaknesses of the Titan great ape. Although Tang San is angry, his observation power is still there, but the Titan great ape simply closed his eyes and all his hidden weapons have failed. The wind and thunder wings behind Chen Feng spread out and flew in front of the Titan great ape, giving Xiao Wu a look in the Titan great ape's hands. Xiao Wu immediately sent a signal to the Titan great ape that only they understood, and the Titan great ape immediately jumped up. The rise is just one ups and downs, already 100 meters away. Little San, I will definitely help you bring Xiao Wu back, Chen Feng said, and immediately chased him. The Titan great ape and Chen Feng were both very fast, and after just a few breaths, their figures were hidden by the towering giant tree. Regardless of the huge body of the Titan great ape, it is surprisingly flexible. No matter what obstacles are in front of it, it will not slow down or hit anything. Xiao Wu, who was originally held by the Titan great ape in his hands, is now sitting on its shoulders. As it moves forward, Xiao Wu is very stable. Xiao Wu sits on it and doesn't feel a slight shock. Ming, don't leave anymore, just stop here, Xiao Wu said worriedly. The huge body of the Titan great ape stopped, and squatted down, letting Xiao Wu come down from his shoulders, acting very gentle, for fear of hurting Xiao Wu. Chen Feng chased up at this time, and the wind and thunder wings behind him retracted and fell to Xiao Wu's side. Human, I feel the breath of the dark demon evil tiger in you. The Titan great ape suddenly uttered a word, and his lantern big eyes stared at Chen Feng tightly. My fifth spirit ring and wind and thunder wings are from it. Chen Feng glanced at the Titan great ape in shock. He was not shocked that the Titan great ape could perceive the breath of the dark devil god tiger, but shocked the Titan great ape. He could speak, according to his understanding, the Titan great ape could not speak at this time. Brother Feng, did you even kill the dark demon god tiger? Xiao Wu was surprised. She also knew that the dark demon god tiger, is very cruel, devouring other soul beasts for cultivation. De Ming and Ming once returned. They besieged the dark demon evil tiger together, but failed to kill it, only drove it out of the Star Do Great Forest. I was also lucky. At that time, a title Douluo gave his life a blow and caused it to be seriously injured. I took the opportunity to attack and kill it, Chen Feng said. If it is a head-on fight, even with his current strength, it is difficult to kill the dark demon evil tiger. Brother Feng, how do you know that I am a soul beast? Xiao Wu asked. I have a special ability to see through your body. Chen Feng lied, then smiled again. Is it weird why I didn't kill you to get the soul bone and soul ring? Yet. Xiao Wu nodded, but she clearly knew the allure of 100,000-year spirit bone and spirit ring to humans. Because you are my friend. Chen Feng smiled. Because of this. Xiao Wu said. Isn't this enough? Although the 100,000-year spirit bone and spirit ring are precious, they are still like that in my opinion, and they are far from enough for me to hurt my friends. Chen Feng said seriously. Yes, we are friends. Xiao Wu smiled. Actually, I am not the only one who knows you are a 100,000-year soul beast. Chen Feng said. Who else? Xiao Wu asked. Little San's father, he is Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, who has been secretly protecting Little San. Chen Feng said. Little San's father turned out to be titled Douluo. Xiao Wu said in surprise. Well, it's just that Xiao San never knew, and Uncle Hao wouldn't let me tell Xiao San that on the night we first came to Shrek Academy, I had a fight with Uncle Hao. Chen Feng nodded. He didn't kill me because of Xiao San. Xiao Wu asked. This is only one of the reasons, and the other is that Xiao San's mother is the 100,000-year soul beast Blue Silver Emperor, and Xiao San's blue silver grass comes from his mother. Chen Feng said. Little San's mother is a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Wu was shocked again. So you don't have to worry that Uncle Hao will oppose you and Xiao San in the future, because he himself had married a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Chen Feng teased and laughed. Little San is my brother. Xiao Wu said blushing. You and Xiaosan, except for Xiaosan himself, I am afraid everyone else knows everything clearly. Chen Feng smiled. I was brought out by Ming. Brother must be worried to death now. I must go back as soon as possible. However, since I have already come out, I will condense my third spirit ring first, and I will find another chance next time, Xiao Wu said. This big guy and I will help you protect the law. Chen Feng said. The Titan Great Ape gave a low roar. Its voice was not loud, but it spread for a full kilometer, and the surrounding spirit beasts were frightened and fled, all leaving their own territory. Xiao Wu found a stone and sat up cross-legged, pinching the orchid fingers in each hand, with the palm of her right hand facing upwards, laying flat on her thigh, her left hand on her chest, and a series of strange sounds began to be heard in her mouth. Accompanied by this strange voice, Xiao Wu's eyes gradually turned red, and 2 circles of yellow spirit rings appeared quietly, moving up and down around her body, while a huge white shadow gradually formed behind her. Her martial soul soft bone rabbit. Big guy, how about I discuss something with you? Chen Feng said to the Titan Great Ape. Human, what's the matter? The Titan Great Ape said, its voice was very low, as if afraid to disturb Xiao Wu. I want to find a suitable opponent to increase my combat experience. Your strength is pretty good. I will stay in the Stardo Great Forest for the next 3 months. How about you fight with me every day? Chen Feng said. The Titan Great Ape didn't answer immediately, as if thinking, and finally nodded, okay, but if I hurt you, don't blame me. Don't look at the silly Titan Great Ape, in fact, it is very shrewd, it still can't fully believe in Chen Feng, and wants to take this opportunity to observe Chen Feng. And it's boring to stay in the Stardo Great Forest every day. There is a person to fight with it every day, just to relieve boredom. Then you have to beat me. Chen Feng said with a smile, the Titan Great Ape, a powerful and very resistant soul beast, is the most suitable for exploding attributes. A faint red light gradually spread from Xiao Wu's body. As time went by, the red light became stronger and stronger, like blood. The intense red light gradually revealed a layer of purple on, which turned into a little bit of starlight, forming a soul ring. The purple spirit ring landed on Xiao Wu's body. At first, it couldn't coordinate with the other 2 spirit rings, but as the red light strengthened, the purple spirit ring gradually stabilized, and it was a 1,000-year spirit ring. At the same time, the soft bone rabbit phantom behind her became much clearer after the spirit ring appeared. Xiao Wu opened her eyes, and a red light flashed under her eyes, which had disappeared completely. Ming, I'm going back to find my friends, you say hello to Daming for me. Xiao Wu said, she was really worried about Tang San and couldn't wait to go back. The Titan Great Ape nodded, and when communicating with Xiao Wu, it still liked the way of spirit beasts, not talking. Big guy, I will send Xiao Wu back, and I will come to you. Chen Feng said. Chapter 50, Human Face Demon Spider, 8 Spider Lances. Chen Feng and Xiao Wu shuttled in the forest. In order to take care of Xiao Wu, Chen Feng deliberately slowed down. Brother Feng, what are you going to do with Ming next time? Xiao Wu asked suspiciously. There is no one in the academy who can play. I am going to practice in the Stardo Forest for 3 months, and the big guy has already agreed to my partner for training. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, are you going to be separated from us again? Xiao Wu said with some dismay. It's only 3 months. When I finish my cultivation, I will go back and find you. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, be careful, Ming is very strong, and many title Douluo are not Ming's opponents. Xiao Wu said. If its strength is not strong, I will not find it as an experienced opponent. Chen Feng smiled. The stronger the opponent, the easier it is to burst the attribute light ball. With strong mental power, Chen Feng quickly searched for Zhao Waoqi and his group. At this time, they were stopping at a certain part of the Stardo Great Forest, not resting, but because Tang San was absorbing the spirit ring. Who? When Chen Feng and Xiao Wu approached, Zhao Waoqi soon discovered that his spirit power suddenly increased, and he looked in the direction where the footsteps came from. Tang San absorbed the spirit ring, and now it was a very critical time, he would never allow anyone to disturb. Mr. Zhao. Chen Feng and Xiao Wu jumped out of the forest one after another. Everyone was relieved to see Chen Feng and Xiao Wu coming. Xiao Wu, you're fine, it's great. Ning Rongrong ran over and took Xiao Wu's hand. After several days of cooperation, Ning Rongrong also slowly integrated into the team. Xiao Wu, do you know what Xiao San became anxiously after you were captured by the Titan Great Ape? He asked me for a mushroom sausage and went to you regardless of his own life. Oscar said. How is Xiao San? Xiao Wu asked worriedly. He's okay, he's absorbing the spirit ring. Zhao Wuji said, stepping away with everyone, revealing Tang San behind him. At this time, Tang San's body was enveloped in blood mist, and from time to time there was the crackling of bones in the mist, with an expression of pain on his face, and his body seemed to collapse at any time. How did the absorption of the spirit ring become like this? Xiao Wu said anxiously. He absorbed the spirit ring of the human face demon spider, right? Chen Feng glanced at the body of the human face demon spider next to him. Yes, after Tang San got the mushroom sausage from Oscar, he chased it out. He met this human face demon spider halfway through, and when we caught up with him, he had already killed the human face devil spider. Zhao Wuji nodded. This human-faced demon spider was chased and killed by the gaze dragon and snake couple and fled here. It was originally prepared for Meng, but was killed by Xiao San. Because of Brother Feng, gaze dragon snake didn't dare to embarrass Xiao San. It's only for Meng still to find the soul beast. Oscar added. The cultivation base of this human-faced demon spider has exceeded 2,000 years, and the limit of the third spirit ring is more than 1,700 years. Brother is now in danger. Xiao Wu said worriedly. The limit of the spirit ring is related to the physical quality of the spirit master. Although the physical quality of Xiao San is not as good as mine, it is much stronger than ordinary spirit masters. It has only been more than a few hundred years. Xiao San will definitely be able to survive. Chen Feng said. Boy Feng, your spirit ring configuration is so amazing, is it because your physical fitness is strong? When Zhao Waoqi heard the words, his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered some big secret. 1,000-year level spirit rings can only be absorbed by the body, but the 10,000-year spirit rings have a soul impact and must have strong mental power. Chen Feng said. It seems that after you go back, you need to strengthen your physical fitness training. Zhao Wuji touched his chin with his right hand, and looked at Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others are also very much looking forward to it. Even if they can't be as perverted as Chen Feng, if they can increase the number of years for absorbing spirit rings in the future, there will be great benefits. Xiao Wu, tell us about what happened after you were captured by the Titan Great Ape. Ning Rongrong said. After I was captured by the Titan Great Ape, Feng Ji quickly chased me up. After fighting with the Titan Great Ape for a while, he rescued me from the Titan Great Ape. Xiao Wu said. Maybe because of the oppression of the Titan Great Ape, my spirit power broke through to level 30. On the way back, I happened to encounter a suitable spirit beast. Brother Feng hunted it for me. After absorbing the spirit ring, immediately I rushed back. These words were discussed by Xiao Wu with Chen Feng on the way back. Your spirit power has broken through to level 30. Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. Yet. Xiao Wu nodded. Xiao Wu, you seem to be younger than Xiao San. Zhao Wuji said. I'm a few months younger than my brother. Xiao Wu said. You little monsters are really amazing. Zhao Waoqi said happily. Brother, you must survive. Xiao Wu wasn't happy for breaking through to level 30 at this time. She still looked at Tang San in the blood mist with worry. Tang San had only one belief in his heart at this time, and that was that Xiao Wu was still waiting for him to save. Finally, in front of Tang San's tenacious willpower, the energy in the human face demon spider's spirit ring began to compromise, and was continuously absorbed by the energy in Tang San's body. The fine blood beads no longer overflowed, Tang San's frowning brows stretched a little, and a faint blue light began to quietly overflow from his body. The most dangerous moment has passed. The next step is the transformation process of soul power. Chen Feng said. The worried look on Xiao Wu's face finally eased a bit, but a heart still dangling. I'm afraid it won't let go until Tang San has completely absorbed it. Along with the release of the blue light, the blue-silver grass began to grow slowly around Tang San's body. Compared with the previous, the volume did not change much, but the color changed from blue-black to blue-purple. What? Just when everyone thought that the spirit ring absorption was about to be completed, Tang San suddenly let out a scream, his already stretched brows frowned again, his entire upper body arched, looking a little frightening. Brother! Xiao Wu exclaimed, her fists were clenched tightly, and her nails were pierced into the flesh, but she didn't notice it at all. Feng Xiaozi, what's wrong with Xiao San? Zhao Wuji asked. It should be a good thing. Chen Feng said lightly. A good thing? Zhao Wuji was a little puzzled. The others were the same. Tang San's appearance was obviously suffering a lot. Why did Chen Feng say it was a good thing? Before Chen Feng could answer, 8 bulges suddenly surged on Tang San's back, followed by 8 fists. The dark purple object emerged from the bulges and grew rapidly at an astonishing speed. Isn't this the spider leg of the human face demon spider? When the 8 dark purple objects stopped growing, everyone was surprised to find that it was very similar to the spider legs of the human face demon spider, except that it was thinner overall and looked better. Tang San won't become a big spider. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask. You will become a big spider. Xiao Wu glared at Ma Hongjun. Little San has a good chance. This is called an external spirit bone, just like my wind and thunder wings. It is more precious than the other 6 spirit bones. Chen Feng explained. Soul bone. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the soul bone. As a soul master, everyone knew the preciousness of soul bone. The pain on Tang San's face gradually dissipated, and the blue-silver grass that had stretched out before rolled back, wrapping him in, like a huge cocoon. Chapter 51, Xingu, Sky Blue Cattle Python. Time passed slowly. Everyone was waiting anxiously, especially Xiao Wu, who had been silently guarding Tang San's side, paying attention to any changes in Tang San. A low groan awakened Xiao Wu, who was guarding Tang San, and she quickly looked up. The rewinding blue-silver grass slowly stretched out, revealing Tang San inside. Xiao Wu couldn't help showing a blush, because Tang San's clothes had been shattered by 8 spider legs before, and there was no strand at this time. Tang San slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Wu in front of him, he almost immediately rushed to hug Xiao Wu, and tremblingly said, "Isn't I dreaming?" Xiao Wu, really? You? Brother, I'm not good, so you worry. Xiao Wu let Tang San hold her, choked and said. Fool, it's because I'm not good. I'm not capable and didn't protect you. Tang San shook his head and wiped the tears from the corners of Xiao Wu's eyes. Ahem, Xiaosan, although I am embarrassed to disturb you at this moment, should you wear a pair of pants first? After all, there are other girls present. Chen Feng coughed. Tang San was stunned for a moment and looked down. Only then did he realize that he was not wearing any clothes, and said stupidly, "How could this happen? Who took my clothes off?" Fortunately, his 20 bridges were still on the moonlit night, and he quickly took out a suit of clothes and put them on. It was fine when he was wearing pants. When he was wearing clothes, he realized that he had 8 spider legs growing out of his back. What's going on? Tang San asked suspiciously. Brother Feng said this is an external spirit bone, very precious, just like his wings. Xiao Wu explained. The same wings as Brother Feng. Tang San's eyes lit up when he heard the words. Little San, your 8 spider legs are very poisonous. Use your mind to control the income. If it hurts other people, it won't be good. Chen Feng reminded. Well, let me try. Tang San nodded, then closed his eyes and concentrated his thoughts. The 8 spider legs slowly retracted, and soon there was no difference at all. Tang San felt that as long as his mind moved, he could grow back again. Little San, it is not so easy to master the external spirit bone proficiently. I have not been able to fully develop the abilities of the wind and thunder wings. You still need to practice a lot, otherwise it is weak and easy to hurt yourself. Chen Feng said. Next, I will devote time every day to practice and master it. Tang San said. Brother, you can also give it a name. It can't be called 8 spider legs. That's ugly. Xiao Wu said. Tang San also felt that the 8 spider legs were too unpleasant, and he groaned for a moment, and said, this spider leg is extremely sharp, like a spear, it's called 8 spider lances. 8 spider lances, not bad. Xiao Wu said. Although I have encountered a lot of trouble this time, the gain is huge. Oscar won the 3rd spirit ring. Tang San and Xiao Wu both broke through to level 30, and also obtained the spirit ring. It's time to return to the academy. Zhao Wuji Tao. Teacher Zhao, I will not go back for the time being. I am going to practice in the Stardo Great Forest for a while. Chen Feng said. Are you going to cultivate in the Stardo Forest? Zhao Wu was shocked. The Stardo Forest is a very dangerous place. Even a titled Douluo can't absolutely guarantee his own safety. Normal spirit masters, after obtaining a spirit ring, will leave immediately. Well, the environment of the college is too comfortable, not suitable for me. Chen Feng nodded. Then you should be more careful. Zhao Wuji said, he knew that since Chen Feng had made a decision, it would be difficult to dissuade him. Little San, are your drawings ready? Chen Feng asked. There are various forging tools in his soul guidance device, and he can forge it only by finding a place to install it. Only the drawings of Peacock Ling have been drawn. Tang San said. Give it to me first, I'll see if I can build it during this time. Chen Feng said. Tang San tapped on the moonlit night of the 24 bridge, took out the drawing of Peacock Ling, and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't check it immediately, but received it in the soul guidance device. I'll leave first, and I will return to the college to find you in 3 months. Chen Feng said, and then the wind and thunder wings spread out and flew out into the depths of the Stardo Forest. After 3 months, Feng Ji's strength will definitely improve again. Xiao Wu said. We must also work hard to cultivate, even if we can't surpass Brother Feng, we must try to narrow the gap with Brother Feng. Tang San said with firm eyes. Yet. Everyone nodded because of Tang San's firm gaze. This is the little monsters of our Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji saw that Tang San and the others had not been beaten with confidence, but instead inspired fighting spirit. He was very pleased. After Chen Feng and Tang San and the others separated, they came directly to the core area of the Stardo Great Forest. He had lived in the Stardo Forest for several years before, and he was still clear about the approximate location of Xingu, but his previous strength was too weak to set foot in this area. Flying above the Stardo Great Forest, Chen Feng quickly found the exact location of Xingu and landed from the sky. The Titan Great Ape also found him at this time and snarled at him. Big guy, I'm here. Chen Feng smiled. At this moment, the water in the lake seemed to be boiling, and then a huge bull head emerged from the lake. The body of the bull under the bull head was not the body of the bull, but the body of the snake, which looked a little weird. Ming, is he a human friend of Sister Xiao Wu? The sky blue bull python glanced at the Titan giant ape, and the Titan giant ape nodded. Is this the sky blue bull python? Its power is stronger than the Titan giant ape. Chen Feng secretly said in his heart. Human, I hope you don't hurt Sister Xiao Wu in the future, otherwise I will definitely not let you go. Sky green bull python said. Xiao Wu is my friend, I will not hurt her naturally, but Xiao Wu calls me Brother Feng, and she is your sister Xiao Wu again, should you call me Brother Feng? Chen Feng said. The huge eyes of the sky green bull python glared at Chen Feng, and then quickly submerged under the water, causing a large splash of water to wet Chen Feng's clothes. The revenge heart is quite strong. Chen Feng vomited. Humans, are we starting to fight now? Asked the Titan Great Ape. Of course. Chen Feng said, taking out the Hun Yuan stick. The wind and thunder wings behind him spread out and flew into the air. The Titan Great Ape has unparalleled strength and speed, and its attack and defense are also very powerful, but it also has shortcomings. The large body is one of its shortcomings. With such a huge body, it is certainly not easy to dodge attacks. However, ordinary attacks can't break the defense of the Titan Great Ape at all, and with its strength and speed, it is very likely that it will be smashed to death with a punch before it hits it. After Chen Feng flew into the air, he did not immediately attack the Titan Giant Ape, but circled the Titan Giant Ape, looking for a suitable opportunity to carry out a surprise attack. However, the Titan Great Ape didn't have the patience to watch Chen Feng fly around, and hit Chen Feng directly with a punch. Chen Feng suddenly understood why the Titan Great Ape was called the King of the Forest. With the speed of his wind and thunder wings, he could not escape the attack of the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape's huge fist fell, and Chen Feng could only raise the Hun Yuan stick to resist. However, the power of the Titan Great Ape was even more terrifying. With a muffled bang, Chen Feng slammed into the ground like a falling meteorite. When he was about to touch the ground, the wind and thunder's wings flapped and forcibly stabilized his figure. Chen Feng wiped away a trace of blood stains from the corners of his mouth. He was still too far away from the Titan Great Ape without using the martial spirit, but he had no plans to use the martial spirit, so he took this opportunity to quickly master the Haoshenjuzhe. Chapter 52, 3 months, Soul Power Level 60. With the wind and thunder flapping his wings behind him, Chen Feng flew into the air, and the slap of the Titan Great Ape immediately came over. After the sprint skill was activated, Chen Feng speeded up fiercely and rushed out, avoiding the palm of the giant ape, and then launched the sprint skill again, and came to the back of the giant ape with a stick on its back. Although the power of Chen Feng's stick was not small, it was not enough to injure the Titan Great Ape. It could only be regarded as tickling it, but it exploded a lot of attribute light balls, and it also made the Titan Great Ape very uncomfortable. After a successful move, Chen Feng continued to use it again, first avoiding the Titan Great Ape's attack, and then sprinting into the Titan Great Ape's blind spot to attack. After being succeeded by Chen Feng several times in succession, the Titan Great Ape became more and more annoyed, and the black gas surged out from his body. Chen Feng suddenly felt that his legs seemed to be deep in the mud. This situation Chen Feng had experienced before. It was Zhao Wao Qi when using gravity to increase, but Zhao Wao Qi's increase in gravity is nothing compared to the trick of the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape smashed over with a punch, and Chen Feng launched a sprint skill to avoid it. He still couldn't completely hide, and was rubbed by the Titan Great Ape's fist. Just being wiped made Chen Feng feel the blood surge. The Titan Great Ape smiled triumphantly at Chen Feng, as if showing off how powerful it was. Chen Feng also smiled, and took the opportunity to fuse some of the attribute light spheres beside him. The injury he had just suffered was immediately cured, and his spirit power was restored to its best state. The Titan Great Ape discovered the changes in Chen Feng's body, but was not surprised, thinking that Chen Feng had the ability to recover. After all, such skills were not uncommon. Fighting within the range of enhanced gravity is like training with weights. Chen Feng feels that the Titan Great Ape is really too suitable for his training partner. As the saying goes, one trick is fresh and eats all over the sky. After showing off to Chen Feng, the Titan Great Ape once again used the same trick to attack Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't have a good way, he could only dodge with impact skills, but while dodge, his body was slowly adapting to the increased gravity. As time passed, the influence of gravity on Chen Feng became smaller and smaller. However, there were several times in between, he could not escape the attack of the Titan Great Ape and was injured. Fortunately, he could integrate the attribute Light Ball to recover his injury, otherwise he would have been beaten by the Titan Great Ape on the ground. As night fell, the battle between Chen Feng and the Titan Great Ape ended. In just one day, Chen Feng felt that he had gained a great deal. Haoshenjuju's proficiency has improved a lot, and his spirit power, mental power, and physical fitness have also been greatly improved. After eating some dry food to fill his stomach, Chen Feng took out the drawings of Peacock Ling and began to study. As one of the three major hidden weapons of Tang sect, Peacock Ling has very high requirements on the manufacturing process, and even the slightest error will lead to manufacturing failure. The 12 needle-type hidden weapons alone are not easy to manufacture. Each method is different, and the style and materials used are also different. The main function of the bone-piercing needle is to pierce. The front is thin and the back is round. The whole body is made of black iron. There are 8 blood grooves on the small needle. The distance between each point must be exactly the same. It has a strong piercing attack. Ability. The outer skin of the lightning needle is made of black iron, and the inside contains highly concentrated violent explosives. The explosives explode upon collision, which greatly increases the lethality of black iron. The role of the piercing needle is similar to that of the bone-piercing needle, but the piercing needle is aimed at protecting the soul power, while the piercing needle is aimed at physical defense. Minjian needles are highly poisonous. The function of the broken dragon needle is to instantly paralyze the enemy and increase the blood circulation speed by 10 times. If not treated in time, the heart will burst and die. The dragon's whisker needle is made of plate crystal hair gold, which will shrink and curl instantly after entering the body, making the opponent's life worse than death. The meteorite needle and the 7-kill needle are the most powerful and can kill you instantly. After studying the drawings of the Peacock Ling, Chen Feng took out the forging furnace from the soul guidance device and planned to build a forging room near the Star Lake, and began to build the Peacock Ling. Time passed day by day. Chen Feng sleeps for no more than 2 hours a day. At other times, he is either fighting with the giant apes or building peacock feathers in the forging room. 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. Next to Xingu, Chen Feng was lying on the grass, with a weed in his mouth. The Titan Great Ape followed his way, lying beside him. This big and small figure seemed a little strange. "Big guy, I am leaving," Chen Feng said. In the past 3 months, Chen Feng and the Titan Great Ape had a relationship, and they are now very good friends. The Titan Great Ape did not speak, but from the expression on his face, it can be seen that he was still a little bit reluctant to leave Chen Feng, but it did not keep Chen Feng because it knew that Chen Feng did not belong here. "Before leaving, I will give you a present," Chen Feng said. The Titan Great Ape still didn't speak, but looked towards Chen Feng, as if asking what the gift was. Chen Feng took out a huge iron rod from the soul guidance device. It was as thick as an adult's thigh and was about the height of the Titan Great Ape. It was made of fine iron and weighed several thousand jin. "Don't you like my Hunyuan stick? I just made one according to your body shape and gave it a name for you, called the Sky Stick," Chen Feng said. When the Titan Great Ape saw the Sky Stick, his eyes brightened. He held it in his hand, and learned Chen Feng's wave twice. Every time he waved it, there was a howling wind. "I like this gift very much," the Titan Great Ape said excitedly. It's fine if you like it. I'll leave first. If I have a chance in the future, I will come to fight with you again. Chen Feng smiled. Next time I will use this great rod to beat you down. The Titan giant ape said proudly. Goodbye. Chen Feng said, and then the wind and thunder wings spread out and flew to the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest. Chen Feng's figure was getting smaller, and soon he was completely invisible. At this time, the sky green bull python came out of the lake, took a look at the direction Chen Feng had left, and said, "He is a trustworthy human, and his strength is good. With him, Sister Xiaowu's safety is an extra guarantee. Do you say that the human world is really that good?" The Titan Great Ape said suddenly. "You don't want to transform into a human form and go to the human world?" Sky Blue Bull Python said in horror. "I don't have the courage of Sister Xiaowu." The Titan Great Ape shook his head, transformed into a human form, and needed to start training again. If he couldn't become a god, his lifespan would only be hundreds of years. Most of the 100,000-year soul beasts do not have the courage to transform and rebuild, and the Titan Great Ape is the same. During these 3 months, Chen Feng had gained tremendously. His spirit power had already been upgraded to the 60th level in the first month, but he did not obtain the spirit ring. Although he has condensed the soul core, his soul power can still be compressed, and he must lay a solid foundation as much as possible to prepare for the second soul core. He has mastered Haoshan's 9 powerful skills. If he were to face the combined attack of the dragon and snake couples of the dragon and snake, he would be confident that he would win the battle without using the heavenly underworld god and tiger's martial spirit. The only regret is that the peacock ling hasn't been built yet. But it has already been mostly completed. I believe that as long as he is given another month, it will definitely be built. Chapter 53, Non-Copyable Spirit Ring Configuration. In less than 3 days, Chen Feng flew back to Soto City. Just as he was about to return to the college, he saw Tang Sankai running on the road between Soto City and Shrek Academy with a stone on his back. "Oh, I worked hard." Chen Feng fell from the air, and the wind and thunder wings behind him closed up, smiling. "Brother Feng, you are back." Tang San said in surprise. "It seems that you haven't been in vain in these 3 months, and the changes have not been small." Chen Feng carefully observed everyone. Everyone's changes were quite large. His body was thinner, and his face was a little bit less childish. Some fortitude. "Brother Feng, Xiaosan's teacher came to the academy 3 months ago and gave us special training on the devil. You don't know how we survived these 3 months." Oscar complained. "The heaviest stone on your back is 100 catties. When I was 7 years old, I carried a 108 catties black iron rod and ran everywhere. This level of training is for me pediatrics." Chen Feng said. "Brother Feng, how can we compare with you?" Ma Hongjun said. Chen Feng glanced at Zhu Zuking's calf. Although it was covered by pants, he could still see that the iron was tied on it. In other words, among the 7, Zhu Zuking was actually carrying the heaviest weight. I have to say that her perseverance is no longer inferior to Tang San, and is stronger than the others. I won't wait for you, I will go back first, but I think your training volume is still too light. It will make you more difficult and help me carry the Hunyuan stick back." Chen Feng smiled slyly, and took the in his hand. Yuan stick stuck on the ground. "Brother Feng, your Hunyuan stick weighs 800 catties, which is heavier than the combined weight of the 7 of us. Is this exhausting us?" Oscar said. "I believe you can do it." Chen Feng smiled, and then the wind and thunder wings spread out and flew away. "Brother, are we really going to carry this Hunyuan stick back?" Xiaowu said bitterly. "The master forbids them to use spirit power. It is not easy to carry the Hunyuan stick back. This Hunyuan stick weighs 800 jin, and it cannot be separated. We must cooperate with each other to carry it back." Feng Jie must definitely want to test our tacit understanding before doing this. Tang San said. If Chen Feng heard Tang San's words, he would definitely admire Tang San's imagination. He left the Hunyuan stick, it was purely evil, and there was no idea to test them. He usually plays with this stick in his hand, can't the 7 of us work together and can't even carry it back? Zhu Zuqing, who has never spoken much, said suddenly. Zuqing is right, we must not let him underestimate. Ning Rongrong said unconvinced. Although she has joined the group now, she has always been stubborn about Chen Feng's reprimands at the beginning, trying to prove that she is not as bad as Chen Feng said. Yet, Dai Mubai nodded, and he naturally didn't admit defeat, who had always been arrogant. The 7 of us are divided into 3 groups. Xiao Wu and I are in a group, Fatty and Mubai are in a group, and Rongrong, Xiao Ao and Zhu Zuqing are in a group. We take turns to carry it. Only then can it be carried back. Tang Sandao. Fatty and I will come first. Dai Mubai nodded, and then took the initiative to stand up. Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City. At the speed of Chen Feng, it didn't take long to arrive. At the gate of the academy, the master was waiting for Tang San and the others to return. Master, long time no see. Chen Feng smiled. Are you Xiao Feng? The master said. Since Chen Feng left Notting College, he has never seen Chen Feng again, but in the past 3 months, he has heard Tang San and others talk about Chen Feng, especially when he heard of Chen Feng's terrifying spirit ring configuration. Dare to believe it. Chen Feng nodded slightly and smiled. Master, I didn't expect you to come to Shrek Academy as a teacher. I'm a little uneasy about giving Ziosin to that fellow Flander to teach. The master said. It seems that the relationship between the master and the dean is very good. Chen Feng smiled. Xiao Feng, can I take a look at your spirit ring? The master asked expectantly. Although he had heard of it many times, he still wanted to see it with his own eyes. Chen Feng nodded, and then the light on his body lit up, and 5 spirit rings, 1 purple and 4 black, rose from his feet and moved around him. Although I was mentally prepared for a long time, I was shocked when I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Feng, you told me that the limit of absorbing spirit ring is related to physical fitness. I asked Ziosin to strengthen his physical fitness training. Although his physical fitness has improved a lot, it is still impossible to imagine that you can greatly exceed the limit to absorb spirit ring. I am afraid that only people with special natural physique like you can do it. The master said. Training according to the normal method, it is really difficult to greatly increase the body strength, but if it is assisted by drugs, it may not be impossible. As far as I know, there are some drugs that can increase body strength, but these drugs are very rare. You can meet but you can't ask for it. Chen Feng said, he did underestimate the difficulty of improving physical strength before. It depends on personal chance. The master said, Chen Feng's situation cannot be copied. However, Tang San is a twin spirit. If he could cultivate blue-silver grass to the tidal Douluo level, Clear Skyhammer's first spirit ring could be 10,000 years old, which was even more terrifying than Chen Feng's spirit ring configuration. Master, I went in first. Chen Feng said. Yet. The master nodded slightly. By the way, when I was on the road, I met Tang San and the others. After chatting a few words, I forgot to take the Hunyuan stick. When they came back, I asked them to send it directly to my dormitory. Chen Feng suddenly turned back, slyly smiled. The master was confused and didn't understand why Chen Feng laughed like that, but it didn't take long for him to understand, because Tang San and the others came back, and the 7 of them worked together to lift the Hunyuan stick. Every step was so difficult. At the beginning, they were divided into 3 groups and lifted in turn, but when they got to the back, everyone didn't have much physical strength. Only 7 people could lift the Hunyuan stick. When they walked to the gate of the academy, they put down the Hunyuan stick and made a muffled bang. changing the face of the master, who was not aware of the situation. Is this Xiao Feng's Hunyuan stick? He sent you directly to his dormitory just now. The master's expression quickly recovered, and he said lightly. We don't have the strength to send it to Brother Feng. We can only wait until we recover, or Brother Feng can take it by ourselves. Tang San smiled bitterly. If they didn't let go, they could still walk to the dormitory, but now they are slack. When they came down, it was extremely difficult for them to lift the Hunyuan stick, let alone send it over. Today's training ends here. After you recover, send the Hunyuan stick to Xiao Feng, the master said, and then left. After entering the college, Chen Feng did not go back to the dormitory directly, but came to Flender's office. One was to tell Flender that he was back, and the other was to apply for a room as a forging room. If you want to apply for a room as a forging room, this is no problem, but the college's budget is tight and you need to pay the rent. Flender looked like a profiteer. 100 gold soul coins, the lease term is 1 month. Chen Feng didn't care about this little money either. Deal. Flanders immediately agreed. For 100 gold soul coins, he didn't know how many such rooms could be bought. This deal was definitely a big profit. Chen Feng took out 100 golden soul coins from the soul guide and put them on the table, and then left with the key. Back in the dormitory, Chen Feng tidied up the dormitory. He lived alone and had not returned for 3 months. A lot of dust accumulated in the room. After cleaning up, Chen Feng came to the room that Flanders had applied for and began to install the forge. After the forging room was completely set up, it was already night. Chen Feng went to the cafeteria to have dinner, and when he returned to the dormitory, he saw the Hunyuan stick at the door of the dormitory. When Tang San delivered the Hunyuan stick, Chen Feng was not in the dormitory, so he placed it at the door. Chapter 54, Tactical Master Chen Feng. Early the next morning, Chen Feng performed daily morning exercises, and then went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Because of the master's devil training, nutrition must keep up, making breakfast a lot richer. After Chen Feng had eaten enough, he wanted to go to the forging room to build the peacock feathers as soon as possible. When passing by the playground, he saw Tang San and the others training, so he stopped to take a look. The first stage of the master's devil training is divided into 2 parts, battle training and weight training. The battle training consists of 7 people fighting in groups, sometimes 1-on-1, sometimes 1-on-2, and 2-on-2. Even a 3-to-3 or 3-to-4 competition. In each battle, the master would raise some requirements, such as restricting the use of a certain spirit ability. Today's battle is with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong confronting Dai Mubai, Ma Heng Jun, Oscar and Zhu Zuqing. Tang San is restricted from using the 3rd spirit ability and the 8 spider lances. After obtaining the 3rd spirit ring, Tang San's strength improved a lot, because the control type spirit master restrained the force attack type spirit master, and if singled out, Dai Mubai was no longer Tang San's opponent. Although everyone played well in this match, Chen Feng shook his head in disappointment. Stop it all, the master said. Everyone has been training with the master for almost 3 months. The words of the master are commands to everyone. When they heard the master stop, everyone stopped. Xiao Feng, come here. The master shouted at Chen Feng. Master. Chen Feng walked over. You shook your head just now, did you see their shortcomings? The master said. When Chen Feng first came, he noticed Chen Feng, and Chen Feng's shook his head was naturally seen by him. They all have good combat experience, their grasp of fighter opportunities and the release of soul abilities are very accurate, and their cooperation is also very tacit, that is, their tactical thinking is a bit worse. Chen Feng said bluntly. Tactical thinking? The master asked in confusion. It is difficult for everyone to understand in words. Why don't we have a battle drill so that everyone can understand easily? Chen Feng smiled. Brother Feng, you don't need to use any tactics at all, you don't even need to use martial arts and spirit power, you can easily defeat the 7 of us with your physical strength. Tang San said. It's not me fighting with you. It's still your team duel. The personnel on both sides have not changed just now. I just need to make some tactical arrangements for one of them. Chen Feng said. There are still many good things on the Shrek 7 monsters that haven't exploded, such as Tang San's unique knowledge of Tang sect and Ning Rongrong's distracted control. It's just that everyone is now a friend, and Chen Feng is not good at hitting them directly. The difference in strength is too big, and it is not possible to use the excuse of learning. He can only find a suitable reason later. Which side do you choose? The master asked. Just the little 3. Chen Feng said with a smile. With Tang San restricted from using the 3rd spirit ability and 8 spider lances, Tang San's strength was obviously weaker, so it would be more convincing to win. In particular, those hidden weapons of Tang San didn't need to be restricted by the master, and he wouldn't use it when he was playing with his teammates. Well, I want to see how you can make them beat the strong with the weak. The master said. Little San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, you follow me. Chen Feng said. Chen Feng took the 3 of them to the side and began to make tactical arrangements for them. After a quarter of an hour, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong became full of confidence. It's time to start. Chen Feng smiled. Tang San and the others walked into the soul fighting platform in the middle of the playground and said it was the soul fighting platform. In fact, they just drew a white circle with lime. As long as they were outside this range, they would fall off the soul fighting platform. The positions of the 2 sides were completely different. On Dai Muebai's side, Dai Muebai was standing in the front, Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun were 3 positions behind Dai Muebai, standing on the left and right sides of Dai Muebai, and Oscar was standing at the back. On Tang San's side, the 3 of them stood in a row, with Xiao Wu at the front, Tang San in the middle, and Ning Rongrong at the back. The distance between Xiao Wu and Tang San was relatively large, while Tang San and Ning Rongrong they stood very close, and the 2 were very close to the edge of the soul fighting platform. Start! After the master announced the official start, both sides moved at the same time. Dai Muebai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zuqing attacked together. Dai Muebai charged from the front, Ma Hongjun raided from the left, and Zhu Zuqing controlled from the right. Kai Bao is famous, one said, power. Kai Bao is famous, and the second said, Su. Colorful rays of light bloomed from Ning Rongrong's body, and the Kai Bao Ling Long Pagoda appeared on her right palm, with a light finger from her left hand, and the 4 rays of light submerged into Tang San and Xiao Wu's body. Boss Dai, watch the boxing. After Xiao Wu's strength and speed increased, he directly greeted Dai Muebai on his own initiative. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. The first spirit ring on Tang San lit up, and the blue-silver grass stretched along the ground towards Ma Hongjun, and immediately trapped Ma Hongjun. Second spirit ability, Bathing Phoenix. Ma Hongjun's second spirit ring lit up, bursting out a fuchsia flame, and the blue-silver grass wrapped around him was quickly burned. Flame has a natural restraint to the plant martial arts spirit. Even if the junior level is higher than Ma Hongjun, it is impossible to trap Ma Hongjun with blue-silver grass. The master said in his heart. The first soul ability, Nether Spike. The first spirit ring on Zhu Zuqing's body lit up, his sharp claws suddenly stretched out, his speed suddenly increased, and he thrust towards Tang San. The corners of Tang San's mouth raised slightly, and he felt like a conspiracy had succeeded. He twisted Ma Hongjun, just trying to hold Ma Hongjun for a while so that Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zuqing could not attack him at the same time. Control the crane and capture the dragon. When Zhu Zuqing rushed in front of Tang San used Tang Sec's unique knowledge to control cranes and catching dragons, pushing and sending Zhu Zuqing to the side. Kai Bao is famous, and the second said, Su. Ning Rongrong used her second spirit ability again, but this time it was not used on Tang San and Xiao Wu, but on Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing's stab speed was originally very fast, and he was on the edge of the soul fighting platform. Ning Rongrong suddenly accelerated it and rushed out of the soul fighting platform. What? The master opened his eyes and exclaimed. Even increasing the opponent's attributes, such an act of helping the enemy, is absolutely something that all auxiliary spirit masters dare not even think about. Zhu Zuqing herself was stunned. As an agile attack-type spirit master, even if the speed was twice as fast, it would not be difficult for her to stop. It was just that Ning Rongrong would increase her speed, which she did not expect. When she reacted, she was already outside the arena of souls. Ning Rongrong blinked at Zhu Zuqing triumphantly. She was shocked when she heard Chen Feng say this before. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that there was still a certain feasibility, and her opponent would never guess that she would do it. The first soul ability, Phoenix Firewire. The battle continued. Ma Hongzhen's first spirit ring lit up, his mouth opened, and a flame spewed out, burning towards Tang San. Tang San cast a ghostly shadow, easily avoided, and at the same time shouted at Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Chapter 55, Zhu Zuqing and number 039. Second stage of cultivation. Hearing Tang San's voice, Xiao Wu immediately understood what Tang San was going to do next, and the second spirit ability charm was activated, making Dai Mubai stunned for a moment. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Wu came to Dai Mubai's back, and those elastic legs quickly wrapped Dai Mubai's arms. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. Tang San's first spirit ability was activated, and several arms of blue-silver grass tied Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu firmly together, and then Tang San slammed Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu out of the fight together. Soul platform. Not good. Dai Mubai secretly said a bad sound. The third spirit ring on her body lit up, her muscles swelled, and black horizontal stripes appeared on her skin. The blue-silver grass tied to him suddenly broke, and at the same time she broke free. The of dance. I have a mushroom sausage. Oscar hurriedly created a mushroom sausage and threw it to Dai Mubai. Seeing that Dai Mubai was about to catch the mushroom intestine, Xiao Wu's third spirit ability activated and teleported to the mushroom intestine, cutting off the mushroom intestine. Swallowing the mushroom intestines in one bite, a pair of wings grew behind Xiao Wu, her bright big eyes blinked at Dai Mubai, and then flew to the top of Dai Mubai and stepped on her foot. Dai Mubai was in the air, and couldn't avoid Xiao Wu's kick at all, and slammed on the ground fiercely. Not long after the battle began, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing fell out of the fighting platform. The remaining Ma Hongzhen and Oscar were opponents of Tang San, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, and they were quickly eliminated. I lost, and I lost so thoroughly. Dai Mubai, Oscar and the others remained silent one by one. It was obvious that their strength was stronger and the tactics were also very appropriate, but they were quickly defeated. Xiao Feng, your tactical arrangement really refreshed me. The master said. They are just opportunistic. If we fight again, we will definitely not lose. Ma Hongzhen said unconvincedly. The battle was indeed aggrieved. If you lose, you lose. The enemy will not give you a chance to come back. The master shouted. My tactical arrangement this time really only achieves results by surprise. Once the opponent is prepared, it is basically impossible to succeed. Chen Feng said. But the tactics were originally arranged according to different opponents. There is no perfect tactic at all. What you need to do is to expand your tactical thinking. For example, Fatty, your Phoenix Flame attack range is very short, but sometimes you don't have to directly attack your opponent. When Tang San entangles the enemy, you can light Tang San's blue-silver grass and let the flame follow the blue-silver. The grass burned. When Ma Hongzhen heard the words, his eyes lit up. This is indeed a good way to increase the attack distance of the Phoenix Firewire in disguise. This kind of cooperation is indeed very practical. It seems that we have to study more in the future, Tang San said. You continue to train, I will leave first. Chen Feng said. 3 days later, the first stage of the master's training was over and they were given a 7-day vacation. Finally had time to rest, Oscar plunged into the bed to sleep late. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong were similar to Oscar, and decided to take a good rest. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai went out together, and everyone knew what they were going to do. Tang San began to assemble the parts sent from the blacksmith shop. Last time he used Zhlianu to kill the human face demon spider. Everyone was interested in Zhlianu, so he agreed to build one for everyone. As for Zhu Zuqing, Chen Feng was approached. I have done what you taught me last time. Zhu Zuqing said. You did it. Chen Feng was a little surprised. It took him a whole month to complete this training. Although it has been 3 months since Chen Feng first taught Zhu Zuqing's 3 months have been arranged by the master and there is very little time for himself. Zhu Zuqing directly gave Chen Feng a demonstration of climbing a tree. Although he was not as casual as Chen Feng, he did. Not bad. Chen Feng nodded. Then can you teach me the next stage of cultivation? Zhu Zuqing asked expectantly. Yes. Chen Feng nodded. When Zhu Zuqing heard this, a smile appeared on that cold face, but it disappeared soon. The iron pieces given to you last time are too light for you now. You can replace these 8 pieces of iron pieces. Chen Feng took out 8 pieces of iron pieces from the soul guidance device, which looked almost the same as last time. But the weight has doubled. Yet. Zhu Zuqing nodded. As an agile attack type spirit master, do you know what your biggest shortcoming is now? Chen Feng asked. Zhu Zuqing didn't answer immediately, he pondered for a while, and said, it's attack power. Yes, your speed is very good, but your attack power is obviously insufficient. This is a shortcoming that most agile attack type spirit masters have. Once you encounter a spirit master with stronger defense, there will be no way. Chen Feng said. Then how can I improve my attack power? Zhu Zuqing asked. You are an agile attack type spirit master. It is impossible to break through a defense with a powerful force like a strong attack type spirit master. You can only think of other ways, such as this. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he walked to the side of a big tree and slapped a palm on the trunk. His palm was not powerful, and the tree didn't even shake it. Zhu Zuqing saw August 1 Chinese website www.x81zw.cn some unknowns, so he didn't see any special residence. You take a look at the place I took. Chen Feng smiled. Zhu Zuqing did so. Wuhan possessed her body, and the sharp claws cut open the surface of the tree trunk, and there was white foam flying out of it, causing her face to change. Chen Feng's palm did not destroy the surface layer of the trunk, but it destroyed the fiber tissue inside. How did you do it? Zhu Zuqing asked. No matter what it is, there are gaps, and the surface of the trunk is no exception. The palm of my hand just now allows soul power to enter the trunk through these gaps. Chen Feng explained. Those defensive spirit masters have strong external defenses, but the internal organs and muscle tissue are still very fragile. If you can let the spirit power enter their bodies and destroy them, you can break their defenses in an instant. Such a technique is too bad, right? Zhu Zuqing said in shock. If he controls this technique, the enemy's defense will be useless. It's not as powerful as you think. If you want to let the spirit power enter through the surface to destroy it, you have extremely high requirements for the control of the spirit power. I can only make one of the 10 soul powers. The component penetrates, and most of this component will be consumed when passing through the gap. The specific consumption depends on the opponent's defense power. Chen Feng shook his head. This is already very powerful. Zhu Zuqing was not disappointed, feeling that this is normal. For the rest, you can practice by yourself. It is recommended that you start with something with weaker surface defenses, from easy to difficult, so that it is easier to see the results. Chen Feng said. Thank you. Zhu Zuqing said gratefully. Even in the big sect, only direct disciples could learn such a technique. And she and Chen Feng had only known friends for a few months, but Chen Feng taught her without reservation. Your talent may not be as good as Dai Muebai's, but your perseverance is much stronger than them. As long as you persevere, your future achievements will not be lower than them. Chen Feng smiled. Among the Shrek 7 devils, Zhu Zuqing's talent is indeed the worst. This can be seen from the assessment of Sea God Island. Only Zhu Zuqing has the Black Level 5 exam, and the worst of the others are the Black Level 6 exams. Of course, before eating the fairy grass, Ma Hongjun's talent may not be as good as Zhu Zuqing. After all, after Ma Hongjun ate the fairy grass, his martial spirit was greatly improved, but after Zhu Zuqing ate the fairy grass, the improvement was not so great. Chapter 56, The Wretched Uncle is Unhappy. After instructing Zhu Zuqing to practice, Chen Feng stayed in the forging room for one day and did not come out for dinner until the evening. Before I walked to the cafeteria, I saw Ma Hongjun walking staggeringly, with more clothes on his body and a grey-headed face. The chubby face was swollen, his eyes were bruised, and the corners of his mouth were still dry. Blood stains. If it weren't for Chen Feng's good eyesight, I am afraid he would not be recognized. Fatty, how did you become like this? Chen Feng asked. Brother Feng, don't mention it, I was beaten by a wretched uncle. This time I was ashamed. Ma Hongjun said embarrassedly, and at the same time he was full of hatred for the wretched uncle who beat him. Didn't you go out with Muebai? You were beaten and he didn't help you. Chen Feng asked. I'm not as rich as him. Where he goes, it costs more than a dozen gold soul coins at a time, and where I go, there is only one silver soul coin at a time. So as soon as we entered Soto City, we were separated. Ma Hongjun said. Are you jealous with others in that kind of place, and were beaten by them? Chen Feng asked. What is jealous? It's obviously that I first fell in love with that little girl. That wretched uncle is really shameless. Ma Hongjun suddenly became angry when he mentioned the wretched uncle. Brother Feng, Fatty, what are you talking about? At this moment, Oscar and Tang San walked over. Fat man, how did you become like this? Oscar was shocked when he saw Ma Hongjun's appearance. If he hadn't heard Ma Hongjun's voice at once, he couldn't believe that this person was Ma Hongjun. He was jealous with others and was beaten. Chen Feng said lightly. Fatty, tell us, what is going on, we will help you take revenge. There is Brother Feng, even if the opponent is titled Douluo, he will beat him down. Oscar said. I went to Soto City today to solve my evil fire problem. It really made me find a golden phoenix in the grass nest. Just when I was about to call that little girl to solve the problem, who knew that a wretched uncle popped up. About 40 years old, with short hair, must grab that little girl from me. Ma Hongjun said the matter again. Later you fought? Oscar asked. Of course, I've been bullied to my head, how can I bear it? Who knows that the wretched uncle is also a soul master, and is also a four-ringed soul sect. He beat me up and recognized me that grass nest. Ma Hongjun said. What's that guy's name? What is Wuhan? Tang San asked. He has always believed in knowing himself and the enemy, and he won't end in battle. I heard the old bust call that guy unhappy, and I don't know if it's his real name. Wuhan is 2 round covers, the size of a steamed bun, and it's pink. Not to mention it's disgusting, when I was fighting with him, he only used 2. This is a spirit ability. The first spirit ability is to enlarge the cover to block my phoenix line of fire. The second spirit ability is to trap me inside 2 covers one after the other. Ma Hongjun said. So he still has 2 spirit abilities that are useless. Tang San said. With Brother Feng, no matter how powerful his remaining 2 spirit abilities are, he won't be able to make any waves. Oscar said. That's true. Tang San nodded. Let's go, take revenge for the fat man early and come back for dinner. Chen Feng said. Thank you, Brother Feng. Ma Hongjun said. The four of them had just walked to the entrance of the academy, when suddenly a figure flashed out and blocked in front of them. This figure was not someone else, it was Xiao Wu. Where are you guys going so late? Xiao Wu asked. Hook bar. Chen Feng said. Where is that? Xiao Wu asked suspiciously, she didn't know the meaning of the two words hook. A place where men can transform. Chen Feng smiled. Is there any place like this? Xiao Wu said with interest. Brother Feng, don't make fun of Xiao Wu anymore. Tang San couldn't stand it anymore, and gave Chen Feng a complaining look, then walked to Xiao Wu's side and explained to Xiao Wu where the hook column was. Brother Feng, you are too bad. Xiao Wu blushed and said angrily. I'm telling the truth. Chen Feng shrugged. They were going there. Brother, what are you doing in that kind of place? You won't be broken by them, Xiao Wu said, tears almost streaming out. Xiao Wu, listen to me. The fat man was beaten there. Let's avenge him. Tang San explained anxiously. Really? Xiao Wu said suspiciously. Of course it is true, otherwise how could the fat man become like this? Tang San said. Then I will go with you. Xiao Wu said. Xiao Wu, isn't it inappropriate for you to go to that kind of place? Oscar said. If there is anything inappropriate, I'm going to look at my brother, and you will take him badly. Besides, the fat man is also my friend. If you help her take revenge, I will naturally count as me. Xiao Wu said. Then go together. Chen Feng said. After half an hour. Fatty, this is the grass nest you are talking about. Do you usually come to this place? Chen Feng said with a weird expression. Not far from them, there is a row of bungalows. The bungalows are about 3 meters high. Many places have been damaged. There are a few pink lanterns hanging at the door, and under the lanterns stands a woman with heavy makeup and at least an aunt's age. Chen Feng didn't know why Ma Hongjun was so hungry that he didn't choose to eat so much. He just saw that he almost vomited out the food overnight. This place is cheap, 1 silver soul coin once, 2 silver soul coins 3 times, it is cost effective, and sometimes golden phoenixes can fly out of the grass nest. Ma Hongjun whispered. You bull! Chen Feng gave Ma Hongjun a thumbs up. You are waiting here, I'll ask if that wretched uncle has gone. Ma Hongjun said. Although this place is remote, there are not many people coming and going, so it is not suitable for hands-on. Tang San frowned. Brother, just give it to me. Xiao Wu smiled. Anyone who is familiar with Xiao Wu knows that as long as Xiao Wu shows this smile, someone must be unlucky. After a while, Ma Hongjun rushed back and said excitedly, that guy hasn't left yet. He is checking out. He will come out soon. Just after Ma Hongjun's words were finished, an uncle came out. The fat man didn't slander him, he looked really wretched. Look at me. Xiao Wu shook her scorpion braid, pretending to be harmless to humans and animals, and walked out. What is Xiao Wu doing? Ma Hongjun asked suspiciously. You'll know later. Tang San reluctantly patted his forehead. When Xiao Wu was at Notting College, but Xiao Wu's sisters from the whole school did not find a place to fight. Hello, uncle, is there anyone selling candies around here? Xiao Wu asked diligently. Not happy to see Xiao Wu, a greedy light flashed in her eyes, but she quickly closed her eyes, and said solemnly, Little girl, at night, are you not afraid of meeting bad people when you come to such a remote place alone? Where's your family? I sneaked out to buy candy, uncle, do you know where candies are sold? Xiao Wu said. When I heard that Xiao Wu ran out alone, she was overjoyed and secretly said, if you don't eat the tender meat, I'm sorry for myself. Of course I know, uncle will take you to buy it, okay? Unhappy? Okay. Xiao Wu nodded happily. Not happy to see Xiao Wu agree, she was very happy, and took Xiao Wu to the remote alley. Let's follow, there is a good show to watch. Chen Feng said. Although Tang San knew Xiao Wu's abilities, he was still worried about an accident and immediately followed. Unhappy led Xiao Wu to a dark alley, and suddenly stopped. The greed in his eyes was no longer concealed, and he looked straight at Xiao Wu. Chapter 57, Wuhan Fusion Skill, Nether God Tiger. Uncle, why didn't you leave suddenly? There is no candy for sale here. Xiao Wu said softly. If she hadn't known her before, she would really be regarded as a weak little girl. Eating too much candies is bad for your health. Uncle will take you to eat big sausages. Unhappy and wretched laughed. Uncle, do you want to say in the next sentence, Lao Tzu has a big sausage? Xiao Wu suddenly laughed, and she didn't want to pretend anymore, and she didn't need to pretend anymore. Unhappy was taken aback for a moment. Xiao Wu activates her charm skills. Those who have thoughts about her but are unsuspecting, her move is the easiest to succeed. Unhappy was stunned there directly, without giving him a chance to react. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid wrapped around his neck, and with a strong shake, he flew into the air. Xiao Wu stomped on the unhappy lower waist, activated the first spirit ability waist bow, and drove her upper body with her waist strength. Her neck moved back, her feet forward, and unhappy flew higher. Xiao Wu jumped up and caught up with the unhappy. At the moment when the unhappy body climbed to the highest point, she grabbed the unhappy waist with both hands. The power of the waist bow was activated again, and Xiaoman's waist seemed to be broken. With his unhappy body spinning back instantly, unhappy at this time was still in the confusion of Xiao Wu's charm skills, and could do nothing except the feeling of spinning around the world. Xiao Wu grasped the unhappy waist clothes and rotated in mid-air for 2 weeks. When she fell to the ground, the rapid rotation under the action of her waist arch brought her unhappy body with a thrilling whistling sound. Smashed to the ground. Ma Hongjun and Oscar couldn't bear to close their eyes. This move is really cruel. Brother Feng, how do I feel that when you beat someone, it is a bit similar to Xiao Wu's 8-stage throw? Ma Hongjun said. My technique of drawing people with a stick originally evolved from Xiao Wu's 8-stage wrestling. Once an opponent is hit, it is difficult to break free. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng, you are great. Oscar said, starting from today, he will classify Xiao Wu as an absolutely unprovoking figure. With a muffled bang, unhappy hit the ground fiercely, but Xiao Wu's attack did not end there. Her hands pressed on her unhappy waist, a backhand turned, her feet caught on both sides of her unhappy head, the bow of the waist was activated again, and the whole person was lifted up unhappy and smashed to the ground again. With the help of the reaction force of this fall, the body flipped back, smashing the unhappy back to the previous position. The unhappy body was like a sack picked up by Xiao Wu. There were a total of 6 blows, 3 times before and after, hitting him. The bones all over his body kept crackling. In addition to the previous volley hovering, he has already fallen 7 times. Xiao Wu jumped up again, with her feet clamped on his neck, her body rotated 1080 degrees, and she could only follow her when she was unhappy. After 1080 degrees, Xiao Wu made a graceful backflip. The waist bow was launched for the last time, throwing unhappiness directly to the ground. Using the reaction force of unhappiness, he flipped a few times in the air and fell smoothly on the ground. Xiao Wu, you won't kill him? Ma Hongjun asked tentatively. Killing him will dirty my hands. Xiao San won't let me kill casually. I have a sense of measure. I just let him lie in bed for 3 months and can't get up. Xiao Wu said lightly. Xiao Wu, don't use this method to lure the enemy in the future, it's too dangerous. Tang San frowned. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment, then showed a smile and nodded solemnly. He has been severely injured, much worse than the fat man, then we will either go straight away, or teach him another meal, and then end his life. Chen Feng said. Killing. Ma Hongjun and Oscar took a breath after hearing this. His current injury only needs to recuperate for a period of time. It is not considered a deadly enemy, but if you teach him again, fatty, you will definitely leave him with an unrecoverable injury. That is your life and death vengeance. Treating such an enemy. The best way is to cut the grass and remove the roots. Chen Feng said solemnly. Chopping the grass does not remove the roots, the spring breeze blows and regenerates. I think Brother Feng is right. Tang San nodded. Little San, Brother Feng, I don't think so, let's go. Ma Hongjun shook his head, he still doesn't have the courage to kill. You will go through this level sooner or later, and you won't be able to escape. Chen Feng thought in his heart, since he chose the path of Soul Master, he was destined to kill. But he didn't say anything, and went back to Shrek Academy with Fatty and them. The next day, when Chen Feng was training again in the morning, Zhu Zuqing found him again. I want you to slap me with that kind of soul power penetration technique. Zhu Zuqing said. She had practiced for a day yesterday and had no clue at all. She felt that if she had experienced it personally, she would definitely have to practice much faster. You know, even if I use a small amount of strength, you will be injured. Chen Feng frowned. It's just a little hurt. Zhu Zuqing said. All right, but wait for me first. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's resolute attitude, Chen Feng nodded. The wind and thunder wings spread out behind him, and Chen Feng found Oscar, asked Oscar for some recovery sausages, and then flew back. Seeing the big recovery sausage in Chen Feng's hand, Zhu Zuqing's iceberg-like expression melted slightly. Extend your arm and perceive the changes carefully. Chen Feng said. Zhu Zuqing stretched out her arm, and Chen Feng patted it with a light palm. Suddenly Zhu Zuqing frowned, and there was a tingling pain in her arm. The pain was like a needle stick, but her arm was frozen. After Chen Feng sent a palm, he stood by and waited. Zhu Zuqing also quickly opened his eyes, the light in his eyes brightened, it was obvious that he had made a lot of gains just now. Eat the sausage. Chen Feng handed her the sausage. Thank you. Zhu Zuqing took the sausage with his other hand and ate it. The injury on his arm was much better. I have to say that Oscar's sausage is still very good. When I infiltrated soul power into your body, I made a discovery. Chen Feng said. What discovery? Zhu Zuqing asked curiously. I'm not sure yet. I will know after trying it out. You stretch out your palm and look at me. Chen Feng said. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing did not hesitate at all, stretched out his palms, and looked at Chen Feng with faint eyes. Chen Feng put his palm on it, looked at Zhu Zuqing at each other, and said, Put soul power into my body. Although Zhu Zuqing didn't know what Chen Feng was going to do, he still did. While Zhu Zuqing injected soul power into Chen Feng's body, Chen Feng also injected soul power into Zhu Zuqing's body. Suddenly, a burst of dark golden light burst out from Chen Feng and Zhu Zuqing, dazzling, and completely enveloped their bodies. Roar! There was a loud roar in the light, and then a giant tiger about 8 or 9 meters long and 2 or 3 meters high flew out of the light. The giant tiger was covered with dark golden hair, and there was a golden king on his forehead. The word has 2 wings on the back, and there are several golden lines on the belly on both sides. My guess is correct. Chen Feng said with joy. This dark golden giant tiger was formed by the fusion of the martial souls of Chen Feng and Zhu Zuqing, and was named Nether God Tiger. Chen Feng just discovered that his heavenly underworld god tiger and Zhu Zuqing's netherworld cat are very close, so he wanted to try if he could use the martial soul fusion technique. Originally, he thought that even if the 2 martial spirits were very close together, they knew each other for a long time and lacked a tacit understanding. They might not be successful the first time, but the result was beyond his expectation, and the martial spirits merged very smoothly. We can actually perform martial arts fusion skills. Zhu Zuqing was very surprised, until the fusion was successful. She still had a feeling of disbelief. Chapter 58, Zhu Zuqing broke through to level 30. My heavenly underworld god tiger and your netherworld cat are both cats, and both Tianming and netherworld are dark attributes. The two have a very high degree of compatibility. It is not surprising that they can merge martial arts. Chen Feng Tao. But why do I feel that this nether god tiger is completely dominated by you? Zhu Zuqing said. My heavenly underworld god tiger is of a higher rank than your nether cat, and my spirit power is stronger than yours. So now I'm completely dominating it. If you dominate, your spiritual power will simply not be able to bear it. Chen Feng said. The previous loud roar shocked all the people in Shrek Academy. Everyone rushed in the direction of the sound. The fastest ones were Flander and the Master. Flander was complaining with the Master that the Academy's funds were almost running out and could no longer maintain the next stage of training. But when they heard this huge roar, the expressions of both of them changed. Flander took possession of the spirit, and flew over with the Master to check, and saw the nether god tiger. The speed of other people is not slow. Not long after Flanders and the Master arrived, Zhao Waoqi also rushed over. Although he was not as fast as Flanders, don't forget that Flanders still took a person with him. This is Feng Xiazi's god tiger, but it's a little different. Zhao Wuji said. The Master frowned first, but he immediately thought of something, his eyes lit up, and said to the giant tiger, this is not the tiger, but the fusion of the tiger and the ghost cat. Am I right? Xiao Feng, Zuqing. The Master is worthy of being a master. This is the spirit fusion skill of Zuqing and I, the nether god tiger. The giant tiger uttered a word, but the voice was Chen Feng's. It turned out to be a martial soul fusion technique. Flender said in shock. At this time, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others all rushed over. Teacher, Dean, is this a tiger? Tang San sensed a strong power from the giant tiger, but the opponent obviously didn't mean to attack them. The dark golden light bloomed, the nether god tiger disappeared, and the figures of Chen Feng and Zhu Zuqing appeared. Zhu Zuqing's soul power was exhausted, a little weak, and he was held by Chen Feng. Just now this giant tiger is my soul fusion skill with Zuqing, the ghost tiger. Chen Feng said. Brother Feng and Zhu Zuqing can actually perform martial soul fusion skills. Tang San said in surprise. After seeing the dragons and snakes of the Gashi dragon and snake couple last time, he was very impressed with the martial soul fusion skills. When Dai Mubai heard the words, his fists were tightly clenched, and Chen Feng and Zhu Zuqing could merge martial arts, which meant he had no chance again. But he chose to give up first, and Chen Feng was much better than him. What qualifications did he have to fight? Oscar, here are some recovery sausages. Chen Feng said to Oscar. Okay, Brother Feng. Oscar ran over immediately, chanted a few spells in succession, created a few big recovery sausages, and handed them to Chen Feng. Chen Feng fed Zhu Zuqing down. Zhu Zuqing's condition recovered a lot, at least he could stand by himself. Xiao Feng, this nether god tiger is led by you, right? The Master asked. Yeah. Chen Feng nodded. Led by you, your soul power consumption speed should be much faster than Zuqing, so that Zuqing's soul power is exhausted first. It seems that your total soul power is much more than Zuqing. The Master analyzed. When Zhu Qing's level rises, the time to maintain nether god tiger should be much longer. Chen Feng said. I'm level 30, Zhu Zuqing said. What? The Master exclaimed. He has been training Zhu Zuqing for the past 3 months. He is very clear about Zhu Zuqing's spirit power level. At first, it was only at level 27. During the training, he broke through 1 level, but only at level 28. Why did he break through to level 30 in one fell swoop? Chen Feng put his fingers on Zhu Zuqing's wrist, and his spirit power penetrated into her body, which was indeed level 30. What is this? The master thought. Could it be because of the fusion of martial souls? Flender said. Although there are not many people who can perform martial arts fusion, but there are not many, but I have never heard of anyone whose spirit power level will directly increase after martial arts fusion. The master shook his head. I seem to have absorbed part of Chen Feng's spirit power during the martial spirit fusion just now. Zhu Zuqing said that it was precisely because of this part of the spirit power that she broke through to level 30. Xiao Feng, has your spirit power been reduced? The master asked. It's reduced a bit. Chen Feng said. He had sensed it before. He had originally thought it was a sequelae of the martial soul fusion technique, but Zhu Zuqing did not expect it to be sucked away. Is it because the spirit power gap between Xiao Feng and Zhu Qing is too big? That's the reason. The master guessed that he had never heard of this before. Every time that Brother Feng uses the spirit fusion skill with Zhu Qing in the future, wouldn't it be that Zhu Qing will absorb a part of his spirit power until the difference in spirit power between the two is reduced to a certain extent? Tang San said. If this is really the case, I can raise Zuqing's strength to the level of Soul King or even Soul Emperor in a short time, but I guess I will only absorb my soul power for the first time. The amount is far from the first time. Chen Feng said. This is like double repair, the first time the effect is the best. I don't want your soul power. Zhu Zuqing said, that her strength would indeed increase rapidly, but Chen Feng's strength would regress, and she could not do that. The soul power you absorb is not even a mere dime for me. Chen Feng smiled. If he had a good explosive attribute target, the soul power he exploded in a day could improve Zhu Zuqing by several levels. If this situation will not happen in the future, you will find a chance to try it again and you will know what to do at that time, and it is up to you two to decide by yourself. Now that Zuqing's spirit power has reached level 30, it is time to get one soul ring. The master said. I'll accompany Zuqing to the Star Do Great Forest. Chen Feng said. With your strength, safety shouldn't be a big problem. I have carefully studied it before. Zuqing's third spirit ring is best a feline spirit beast that is good at speed, with a lifespan of 1300 to 1600. The best in 100 years, said the master. Yet. Chen Feng nodded. Take a day off today, set off tomorrow, and try to come back before the end of the holiday. The master said. There are a total of 7 days in the holiday, and today is the second day, which means that they have a total of 5 days. If it goes well, 5 days are enough. Zhu Qing, let me help you go back. I didn't expect you to break through the 30th level so quickly. Xiao Wu ran to Zhu Zuqing and reached out to support her. I only absorbed his spirit power to break through to level 30. Zhu Zuqing said embarrassedly. Brother Feng's strength is much higher than yours. His soul power in 1 day of cultivation is comparable to that of your cultivation for several days, only 2 levels of soul power. He will cultivate back in a few days. After your strength improves, the power of performing martial arts fusion skills with him is definitely greater, and it is also good for him. Xiao Wudao waved his hand, telling Zhu Zuqing not to take this matter to his heart. Then he whispered in Zhu Zuqing's ear, however, only brothers, sisters or lovers can perform martial arts fusion skills. Zuqing, have you and Feng Jie already come this far? Xiao Wu, don't talk nonsense. Zhu Zuqing said with a flustered expression. Hehe, I didn't talk nonsense. Even if you haven't developed to this point yet, it will definitely not be long. You have to take good care of it. Feng is a good man second only to my brother. Xiao Wu laughed. I think the third brother is not your brother, but your love brother. Zhu Zuqing quickly changed the subject. Zuqing, we are talking about you and brother Feng, you said what I and my brother do. Xiao Wu suddenly blushed and stomped angrily. Chapter 59, Nether Pursing Legs. Early the next morning, Chen Feng and Zhu Zuqing left Shrek Academy for the Stardo Great Forest. A martial arts fusion skill brought the two closer together. At least Zhu Zuqing was no longer the cold look in front of Chen Feng, with a touch of tenderness. After leaving Shrek Academy, the two of them just hurried on their way, without saying a word. After an hour. After playing Nether God Tiger with you yesterday, my cultivation speed seems to have become faster. Zhu Zuqing spoke first. I know. Chen Feng said lightly. You know. Zhu Zuqing asked somewhat unexpectedly. What you sucked yesterday was not only my spirit power, but also my spirit origin. Your ghost cat becomes stronger, and your cultivation speed naturally becomes faster. Chen Feng explained. When Zhu Zuqing heard this, he was suddenly stunned. The origin of the martial soul is the original power of the martial soul. The strength of the martial soul is determined by the origin of the martial soul. If the soul power is gone, it can take time to rebuild it, but the origin of the martial soul is damaged, unless there is a special chance. Otherwise it is impossible to make up. I'm sorry. Zhu Zuqing said guiltily. It's okay, it's just the origin of the martial spirit, and it won't have any effect on my heavenly underworld god tiger. Chen Feng smiled. The damage to the origin of the martial soul is very serious for others, but it has little effect on him. When his martial soul merges with other martial souls, it is actually fused with the origin of other martial souls. Zhu Zuqing sucked away the martial arts. The soul origin, he can make up for it by fusing a few ordinary tiger martial souls. Chen Feng was telling the truth, but Zhu Zuqing thought that Chen Feng did not want her to feel guilty when he said this, and he was a little moved. We won't be doing martial arts fusion in the future. Zhu Zuqing said. Why not use such a powerful trick? Chen Feng said. But once I use Nether God Tiger, I will absorb your soul power and martial soul origin. Zhu Zuqing frowned. I said yesterday that this should only happen for the first time, and it doesn't matter if I absorb it every time. I have a way to make it back. Chen Feng said. After that, we will try again. If we can still absorb your soul power and martial soul origin, we will give up using Nether God Tiger. Zhu Zuqing said. As for Chen Feng said that there is a way to make it back, she didn't believe it at all. All right, Chen Feng said. There are only 5 days left in the holiday. We are too slow in this way. Why don't you use the wind and thunder wings to take me to fly? Zhu Zuqing said, but after speaking, he lowered his head embarrassedly. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly, smiled slightly, put his arm around Zhu Zuqing's slender waist, and the wind and thunder wings spread out behind him, leading her to fly. Smelling the masculine scent of Chen Feng, Zhu Zuqing's little face showed a blush, which was particularly charming, but it was a pity that Chen Feng did not see it. At the speed of the wind and thunder wings, the two entered the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest in less than half a day. The master said that the age of your third spirit ring is between 1,300 and 1,600 years, but I feel that due to your physical fitness, you are stuck with the maximum absorption of the third spirit ring, and the problem should not be big. Chen Feng Tao. How can it be so easy to find the spirit beast of that year that matches your attributes? Zhu Zuqing said. In her opinion, as long as the attributes match her, it doesn't matter if the age is a little bit closer. With me, are you afraid that you won't find a suitable soul beast? Chen Feng smiled. Most of the people living in the periphery of the Stardo Great Forest are 10-year-old and 100-year-old soul beasts. There are not many 1,000-year-old soul beasts. Chen Feng directly brought Zhu Zuqing to the central area. With his strength, he did not need to worry about danger. Let go of his mental power and probed the surrounding situation. With his current mental power, there is no difficulty in exploring the surrounding 10 kilometers. Found it. It didn't take long for Chen Feng to find a suitable soul beast for Zhu Zuqing. Under a big tree surrounded by several people, a black leopard about 2 meters in length was taking a nap. When Chen Feng and Zhu Zuqing appeared, it suddenly opened its eyes, and its muscles tightened instantly, ready to attack. The ghost-chasing leopard of 1,700 years, the year and attributes are very suitable for you. Chen Feng smiled, and he was about to subdue it after he finished speaking, but Zhu Zuqing stopped him. Let me deal with it myself. Zhu Zuqing said. With your current strength, it's a bit too reluctant to deal with it. Chen Feng frowned. I want to try it. Zhu Zuqing said firmly. Okay, I will help you drive away the nearby soul beasts and let you concentrate on dealing with it. Unless you are in danger of life, I will not take action. Chen Feng nodded. Thank you. Zhu Zuqing said. Chen Feng left to drive away the nearby spirit beasts. Since Zhu Zuqing had made a decision, he had to trust her, but his mental power was still observing the situation here. Once Zhu Zuqing was in danger, he would immediately take action. 3 days later, the body of the ghost-chasing leopard waited beside Zhu Zuqing, and Zhu Zuqing's body had dozens of scars cut by sharp claws. She looked very embarrassed, but there was a joyful expression on her face. She succeeded. In the past 3 days, she fought 7 or 8 times with the ghost-chasing leopard, and finally killed it. Chen Feng walked over. Zhu Zuqing and the ghost chasing the wind leopard's battle, he watched the whole process, saw Zhu Zuqing injured in the middle, tried to take action several times, and finally held back. Hurry up and adjust your state, and wait until the spirit power is fully restored before absorbing the spirit ring of the ghost wind chaser. Chen Feng said. Yet. Zhu Zuqing nodded solemnly. This ghost wind chaser was already very close to the limit of the third spirit ring. In her current state, it was basically impossible to directly absorb the spirit ring of the ghost wind chaser. Sitting cross-legged, Zhu Zuqing began to meditate on restoring her soul power, and Chen Feng stood by to protect her. About 20 minutes later, Zhu Zuqing opened his eyes, his spirit power had basically recovered, the wound began to scab slowly, and he could begin to absorb the spirit ring. Needless to say that Chen Feng said, Zhu Zuqing was possessing a martial spirit, and the spirit ring of the ghost wind chaser was drawn over. The moment the spirit ring energy poured into her body, a painful look appeared on her face. However, he could only rely on himself to absorb the spirit ring, and Chen Feng could only watch from the sidelines, and could not help. What? Chen Feng found something wrong with the ghost-chasing leopard's body, and his eyes lit up. He was not unfamiliar with this situation. He took out a dagger, cut the body apart, and found a soul bone. It seems Zuqing has good luck this time. The lower the age of the soul beast, the lower the probability of exploding the soul bone. The probability of the soul bone exploding in the 1000-year soul beast is the same as winning the lottery. After half an hour, Zhu Zuqing successfully absorbed the spirit ring of the ghost wind chaser, opened his eyes, and a light purple flashed under his eyes. I succeeded. Zhu Zuqing said with joy. Congratulations! Chen Feng smiled. Thanks to you, otherwise I cannot succeed. Zhu Zuqing said gratefully. What is your third spirit ability? Chen Feng asked. My third spirit ability is called Netherworld Chasing Legs, a single attack, which can increase the speed by 30% and the attack power of the legs by 20% when activated. Zhu Zuqing said. Not bad. Chen Feng nodded. Chapter 60, the second stage of the Master and number 039, S training. Zhu Zuqing's third spirit ability was not the Nether Slash in the original work, but became the Nether Wind Chasing Leg. Compared with the Nether Slash, the Nether Wind Chasing Leg was more practical. This is the soul bone exploded from the ghost chasing leopard. It is the right leg bone. Take it and absorb it. Chen Feng took out the soul bone he had just obtained. Soul bone. Zhu Zuqing saw the soul bone, his eyes brightened, but soon thought of something, and refused, because I have lost the spirit of the martial arts, you should absorb it. You want to make up for me, just a soul bone is not enough, unless Chen Feng said. Unless what? Zhu Zuoqing asked. Unless you agree with your body. Chen Feng smiled. When Zhu Zuoqing heard this, a blush suddenly appeared on his face, and he didn't know what to do. Well, I won't tease you anymore. The spirit ability and spirit bone come from the same spirit beast, so they can exert their greatest power. 1,000-year spirit bone has attributes that don't match me. Even if you don't, I won't absorb it. Chen Feng said. Thank you, I will definitely make up for you in the future. Zhu Zuoqing said with a blush. Hurry up and absorb it, Chen Feng said. Zhu Zuoqing took the soul bone, stuck it on his right leg, and began to absorb it. Half an hour passed, the soul bone absorption was completed. How is the effect of the soul bone? Chen Feng asked. The speed has increased by 50%, and there is also a spirit ability called Wind Blade. Zhu Zuoqing said excitedly, this time she has gained too much. Let me see the effect of the Wind Blade. Chen Feng said. Zhu Zuoqing looked at a big tree that was more than 10 meters away from her. With a flick of his right leg, a wind blade as thin as a cicada's wings flew out. The wind blade was submerged in the trunk, as if it had no effect, but soon the upper part of the big tree fell down, and the cut surface was neat and radiant. Can you only launch one wind blade at a time? Chen Feng asked. It can launch 3 pieces, but it consumes a lot of soul power. Zhu Zuoqing said. You have just used it for the first time, and your proficiency is not enough. If you practice harder, the consumption of soul power should gradually decrease. Chen Feng said. Yet. Zhu Zuoqing nodded. Now 3.5 days have passed. We only need half a day to go back. We have 1 day left. Let's practice the Nether God Tiger. Chen Feng said. Yes, if that happens again, don't use this trick again. Zhu Zuoqing nodded. The two looked at each other, their palms pressed against their palms, soul power poured into each other's body, and a burst of dark golden light burst out of their bodies. Roar! A huge roar came out from the light, and then a dark golden giant tiger was revealed. It was the Nether God Tiger after the two martial souls merged. We succeeded again. Chen Feng said. Look at the situation separately first. Zhu Zuoqing said. The light bloomed, the Nether God Tiger disappeared, and the figures of Chen Feng and Zhu Zuoqing reappeared. As I expected, it really only happens the first time. Chen Feng said. No, although very few, but I still absorbed your soul power and spirit origin. Zhu Zuoqing frowned. She may not feel the origin of the spirit, but the spirit power has increased a bit, but she clearly perceives it. It's just a little bit, basically it has no effect on me. Chen Feng smiled. It's better to use less. Zhu Zuoqing said. The martial soul fusion skill is also a soul skill. If you don't practice hard, how can you exert its greatest power? Chen Feng said. But Zhu Zuoqing was interrupted by Chen Feng before he finished speaking. It's nothing. From now on, I have to spend time with me to practice the Nether God Tiger several times every day. I can make up for the little bit of the original loss. Chen Feng said hard. The next day, the two practiced their martial soul fusion skills in the Stardo Great Forest. Chen Feng exploded a golden legend on several tiger-like soul beasts, which not only made up for the lost source of martial soul, but also increased a lot. On the evening of the last day of the holiday, Chen Feng and Zhu Zuoqing returned to Shrek Academy. The master came over and asked about Zhu Zuoqing's third spirit ability. Zhu Zuoqing told him truthfully, but he didn't say anything about the spirit bone. Everyone is not guilty, cherishes his guilt, and the less people know about soul bones, the better. Early the next morning, the master was about to start his second phase of training, and Chen Feng also ran to join in the fun early in the morning. It has been 3 months since I came here to teach you, and your body has laid some foundation, but it is far from enough to become an excellent soul master. So, starting from today, I will conduct the second phase of training for you. The Great Arena of Soto will become your second phase of training. There is no time limit for this training. When will you get the Silver Fighting Soul Badge? When will the training end? During this period, I will arrange for you to live in the hotel closest to the Arena of Souls, and take care of everything yourself. If you have the ability, the income from the Arena of Souls will be very substantial. Xiao Feng, you have if you get the Golden Fighting Soul Badge, you can skip this training. The master knew that Chen Feng's situation was special and his strength was very strong. His training was not suitable for Chen Feng at all, so he did not force Chen Feng. I still have to spend time building hidden weapons every day. Let me live in the academy. However, I still go back to participate in the Battle of Souls every night. It is only in my situation that I can match it once in 3 days. Chen Feng said. The master nodded, and then said to Tang San and the others, your fighting spirit is not limited to 1-on-1 fighting and 2-on-2 fighting. I will also arrange for you to conduct team battles to increase your team battle experience. I have a few restrictions. You must remember. First, you must not reveal your name and appearance during the fight. You must wear a mask and use code names to play. Second, you must not use hidden weapons, including Xiaosan himself. Third, there must be 2 soul fights every day. Master, Rong and I are auxiliary spirit masters, do we also have to get the Silver Fighting Spirit Badge? Oscar asked. You can also choose to continue the previous training and wait for others to get the Silver Fighting Soul Badge. The master said calmly. Master. I suddenly discovered how wise your decision to let us go to the great arena for fighting spirits to increase the actual combat experience is so wise. What I said just now is just as I didn't say. Oscar said. Seeing Oscar's face change so quickly, everyone covered their mouths and laughed. You first give yourself a good code name, and then freely combine to participate in 2-on-2 soul fighting. The master said. Teacher, Brother Feng has already helped me and Xiao Wu get the code names last time. My code name is Qian Xiao Shura, and Xiao Wu's code name is Rigumaitu. The combination of our two is called the 3-5 combination. Tang San said. Xiao Feng is quite thoughtful. The master said with some surprise. My code name is Zihua Feng Guang. Ma Hongjun was the first to stand up and say. I think it's more appropriate to call Golan Phoenix. Oscar stretched out his hand to put Ma Hongjun's shoulders, and smiled wretchedly. While going, why don't you call Big Sausage Uncle? Ma Hongjun patted Oscar's hand. My code name is of course the Sausage Monopoly. Oscar said. Evil Eye White Tiger. Daimyo Bai said. 7 Treasure Colored Lime. Ning Rong said. Nether Cat. Zhu Zuking said.